Somewhere behind these windows lives a man about to trade his necktie for a rifle. On the table sits his airsoft rifle, a vest, and bottles of BBS already packed. Nearby, a framed photo shows him with his old squad, fully geared for a match. He heads for the door, let's go then, and gets an eager all right. Now he's walking a quiet country road, glasses on, tie loose, someone ahead of him. Then his pants rip straight down the crotch mid-stride. His name is Koga Daisuke, 40 years old, nothing special about him. Just your average salaryman with a weakness for survival games, crawling through the dirt. Ahead of him stands a weathered signpost, carved with some kind of warning. He can't make sense of a single rune, and tiny creatures scatter near his boots. It hits him then. Somehow, he wandered into this world through his own closet. The plants and creatures around him are like nothing he's ever seen, and it's overwhelming. Even stranger, he realizes, is the airsoft rifle still slung over his shoulder. Then a heavy thumping sound rises from somewhere nearby, stopping him cold. A pack of goblins bursts from the trees, weapons raised, sprinting straight at him. One goblin's face fills his vision, roaring, blade already coming down. Goblins, it turns out, are witless brutes, but they never hunt alone. That blade grazes close enough to feel, he still doesn't know what these things are. One goblin claws at his backpack and he shouts at it to stop. Another blade slices past him, missing him again by inches. Out of nowhere, a swordswoman cuts down the goblins. "Get behind me, now!" He scrambles to move, chased by her one-word order, "Hurry!" All he can do is stare at the girl, sword raised amid the chaos. She plants herself between them. Their fight is with her now, not him. The goblins answer only with more roaring, unbothered by the challenge. She calls on her blade for strength and steel answers back. Then she's already moving, cutting straight into the pack. One sweep of her blade sends a goblin flying, weapon shattered. The rest crumple in a heap, the fight already over before it began. A gust ripped through the trees as she planted her feet, bracing for impact. She spotted the opening and slammed her blade straight into the charging goblin. Chips of stone scatter as she catches the beast's next blow on raised steel. One decisive strike finished it, her blade slamming the creature down for good. Hidden in the bushes, a bespectacled stranger watches the fight, completely awestruck. She cut down another goblin without breaking her stride. Afterwards, still catching his breath, he's startled as she came to check on him. Flustered, he thanks her again for saving his life back there. She introduced herself simply, a traveling knight, the name Lena. In turn, he gives his name, Koga Daisuke, though Daisuke works just fine. The name amused her instantly, she'd never heard anything quite like it. He offers a blessing of mana in thanks, while she's simply relieved he's unhurt. By the fire, he learned the basics. Goblin packs turn violent once they group up, so hunting them down is her job, stationed nearby to clear the region of goblins. His mind drifted to business already. Talking this smoothly, he thought, would serve him well. Embarrassed by the praise, she waves it off, insisting it's really nothing at all. She eyed his clothes, oddly foreign. Nothing like them existed anywhere in this country. His gun lies forgotten on the ground. To her, it looks like some strange talisman. It was actually just a personal self-defense weapon, nothing mystical about it at all. She pictures him swinging it like a club, doubting it would do much good. She offered to escort him to the village. Walking this forest alone was dangerous. He waves her off, claiming he doesn't need an escort, he's perfectly fine. She gripped his hand firmly. No shame in weakness, no need to fake it. Protecting the weak, in her eyes, is simply what being a knight means. He caves in and accepts her help. Better to move out before dusk. Together now, the two set off through the quiet forest toward the village. The village finally came into view, and he pointed eagerly ahead. Unseen in the underbrush, a pack of yellow-eyed beasts watches their every step. Something felt off. Every animal nearby seemed to be fleeing from something unseen. Sword drawn, she stays on alert. Goblins could well be lurking somewhere close. Lena bolts through crumbling wreckage as the ground crashes down behind her. A hulking winged brute rears up, and Daisuke stumbles back in shock. Her breath caught, sweat beating. This thing was nothing like the last one. Daisuke's sure of one thing. Whatever this is, it's no goblin, and it's massive. It's a gargoyle, a statue reanimated by dark sorcery to hunt the living. Lena grits out a question. Why is something this strong loose out here? She won't let it tear through this place unchecked. The village sat just past the trees. Daisuke begged her to run with him. His voice cracked with panic as debris rained down around them. Lena orders Daisuke toward the village. She'll hold the gargoyle here alone. She grips her blade tight and calls on it for every ounce of strength left. Then she whips into a spinning slash, blade carving through the air. Steel rang off stone hide in a shower of sparks. Her blade barely scratched it. Its defense was simply absurd. A stone fist swings down at her and she screams. The blow caught her clean, smashing her into the ground. She lay there dazed, barely able to focus. Then she forces herself back up with a scream, refusing to stay down. This time her blade sank in, wedged deep in its shoulder. She barely got Steel up in time to block the counterblow. Daisuke screams her name as she's flung backward again. He could see it now. She had nothing left to hold the line with. Then it clicks. The strange power he was granted exists for exactly this moment. Gasping for air, Lena refuses to let this be where she falls. But her body won't answer her anymore and the beast closes in. She braces herself, teeth clenched for the blow about to land. Something slams into the gargoyle first, hurling it off her before it connects. It's Daisuke, pistol raised, smoke curling from the barrel. One shock followed another since he landed in this world, monster after monster. But nothing surprised him more than the power now firing through his own hands. Smoke curls from the barrel of a freshly fired pistol. His power turned an ordinary airsoft gun into a real working firearm in this world. A twin-tailed girl cries out for Daisuke, fear breaking through her voice. A horned, winged gargoyle reared up roaring. He lifted the gun anyway. Behind him, the white-haired girl can barely get the words out. It's a Glock 17, he notes. Full automatic, built by an Austrian gunmaker. 9mm parabellum rounds were its signature, and they didn't stop coming. Its polymer frame kept it light, even as the shots tore the gargoyle apart. Unlike most handguns, this one was almost absurdly easy to control, which means both guns out now, firing through drifting smoke. Muzzle flash lights up point blank, aimed straight at the creature's eye. The gift lets him counter the enemy's every move on instinct. The gargoyle's claw shattered mid-swing, the blow never landing. His grin didn't waver. This fight was over before it began. The gargoyle falters hard, its roar cracking under the barrage. She can't wrap her head around what she's watching. Veteran knights might not drop this gargoyle. He did it alone, without a blade. It looks almost supernatural, the kind of power knights tell stories about, as if he's channeling the power of a god with every shot. Smoke still trailed from the barrel, aimed dead center at the beast. The gargoyle's massive body finally crashes down in front of him. He runs to her, calling out, "Is Lena all right?" She calls him Daisuke-sama now. The honorific throws him completely. That strength must belong to the god of war. She's ashamed how she's treated him. No, no, he waves her off. She's got this completely wrong. He handed her his business card. She couldn't read a single character. He checks his watch. It's time to head back. Lena stops him. There's something she wants to ask if he'll allow it. From him? He turns back, surprised she'd ask him anything at all. He holds up a finger. He'll come back once work at his company wraps up. He told her to just hang on to that name card for now. Company? The word clearly means nothing to her out here. Watching him vanish into the light, she wondered who he really was beneath it all. His name is Koga Daisuke, 40 years old, seemingly an ordinary man. He spends half his paycheck on survival game gear every month. Then, somehow, right after work, he ends up in another world. By all appearances, he's nothing more than an average salaryman. 2 days earlier, he was deep in a survival game battle in the woods. 30 seconds were left in the match, and the guns didn't quit. One shot connected, and an opponent went down with a grunt. He unloaded another burst, covering ground without missing a beat. Between shots, his teammates congratulated him on his upcoming wedding. His buddy waved off the worry. Kind and dependable, he'd manage fine either way. Giving up his mad money for someone else didn't sound too bad after all. Kind, dependable, decent prospects, his buddy was confident he'd find someone soon. Mid-firefight, it hit him. Today, of all days, he turned 40. He'd been hooked on this hobby for years without ever noticing. Then, a snag. His teammates cheered him as unstoppable. His heart was still 20, he joked. Not really. At 40, he was still the sharpest shooter on the field. Not bad at all. He realized he'd always lived for himself. Maybe living for someone else wasn't so bad. Then he noticed smoke curling up in a space too tight for it to make sense. When the smoke clears, he's somewhere else entirely. Clouds and a massive temple all around. This isn't the survival game field anymore. Where on earth is he? A roar shakes the air behind him and he bolts for cover. A towering winged beast looms over him as he drops to one knee, rifle raised. He screams, "What in the world is this enormous bird?" The beast lunges and he's sent scrambling in a burst of dust and debris. It roars again, jaws wide, unwilling to let him go. Then, out of nowhere, a voice tells him to fight to his heart's content. A voice? Is someone actually trying to talk to him right now? The gun bucks in his grip as a strange voice offers him the power to fight. Real rounds click into the magazine now, no orange tip, no plastic BBs. No, his airsoft rifle turned into a genuine loaded firearm right there. This M4 fires 5.56 NATO rounds in 3-round bursts, one of the world's most common rifles. Will this rifle even scratch something that size? His only training was airsoft, and it shows. The creature lunges and there's no time left to think. He grits his teeth and decides to trust the rifle's firepower completely. He plants his feet and opens fire, round after round tearing into the sky. The burst connects dead center and the beast's shriek tears through the smoke. Wounded, it thrashes and the backwash slams him flat into the dirt. Then it turns tail, the creature's actually running from him. Nearby, a girl in strange headgear watches the same retreat unfold. Slow clapping breaks the silence. Truly splendid work, Summoned One. Daisuke spins around. Who's there? Her name cuts off mid-word. She calls herself an observer of this whole world. Another world. That's exactly the term people like him would use. My abilities? That griffin was the test. She's confirmed exactly what he can do. She's crossed countless worlds hunting for battle-hardened fighters exactly like him. Wrong. His skills are the real thing, and he tries claiming it's only a game. It's not only his fighting skill, a heart that never turns away those in need. He falls quiet, letting the weight of that land. That's oddly specific, not exactly comforting coming from her. This world, she warns, is teetering on the edge of being swallowed by pure malevolence. She's only an observer, bound from interfering with this world directly. That's why she needs him, to help anyone he meets who's struggling. She's certain he'll pull it off, certain this world can still be saved. Helping people sounds fine, Daisuke admits, but he's still got a job back home. She wraps her arms around him. No need to worry about any of that. That's actually his own bedroom. She's linked this world's entrance straight to his closet, so he can come and go whenever he's free. Generous terms for saving a world. So, Summoned One, how did it feel out there? He agreed without hesitation. After his old office job, this barely counted as rough. In exchange, she promised him a power to help him survive what lay ahead. Special abilities? He wasn't even sure what she meant by that. One power turned his gear into its real-world twin, but only in this world. His airsoft rifle hummed and shifted. A toy turned into a working firearm. One more condition. He had to hand his card to whoever mattered most to him. Elsewhere, someone kneels over that very card, transfixed by what she's holding. A spell on the card tracks him across any distance, the charm Daisuke gave her. Wind roars through the trees and his shape flickers into being before her. Casual as ever, he greets her with a wave. She can barely say his name. She's overjoyed he's really there, and he tells her she handled it well alone. He'd already promised this, and that promise to come back still stands. Then he circles back to the question she never got to ask. She doesn't hesitate. She wants him to come with her, right now. The village looms ahead, battered but still standing. Wind kicks up dust and debris as the two of them walk in. Sword drawn, Lena leads the way through the wreckage, Daisuke close behind. Villagers spot her and go still. Then one blurts out her name. Word spreads fast, and the whole village bursts into cheers at her return. She laughs it off. Still strong, still fine. A boy named Rocco sighs with relief. He takes in the wreckage and starts to ask what happened here. Lena cuts in. Until now, this whole village answered to a tamer. A tamer, she explains, someone who bends monsters to their will. Half a year ago, this same man loosed his monsters on the harvest. Girls were dragged off and food and coin were stripped away again and again. She'd passed through this village once before, purely by chance, mid-journey. To save it, she once challenged the tamer herself, a man named Murdoch. Blade leveled at him, she gives one order: free the village and the hostages. He sneers back. Her strength doesn't come close to enough. Not yet. Steel meets claw in a hard clash, and the fight turns against her. Back then, Warlord Murdoch swore he'd never stop preying on the village and its women. He loomed over her from the balcony, declaring only the strong survive in this world. In other words, that strong one obviously was him. He set his lizard men on her, and their blades drove Lena back with ease. He cackled that she'd become his plaything now, just like every woman in that village. Pinned down, she realized there were simply too many of them to fight off. She bolted through a side door, the lizard soldiers charging in right behind her. Back in the present, Daisuke listens without a word, taking in what she's telling him. Even now, she admits, there's nothing she can do against Murdoch's raw strength. All she's managed so far is picking off his lesser goblins, nothing more. Meeting Daisuke for the first time gave her real hope again. She knows it's selfish to ask, but she needs his help anyway. Tears falling, she throws herself at Daisuke, begging for his strength. A single tear rolls down her cheek. Of course, he says, he'll help her with everything he's got. She stares back at him, hardly daring to believe it. Either way, forgiving them was never on the table for him, barely believable to her. Her wish to save the village genuinely moves something in him. He's genuinely glad someone like her exists. She softly echoes his name. Back in the village, a boy wonders if she'll really beat the bad guys. She promises Rocco she'll bring his mother home safe no matter what. Deep in the forest stands Murdoch's mansion, his private stronghold. He racks the slide, chambering around. One more check, and the pistol's primed. She gives the word to move, and he falls in step beside her. Deep inside, Murdoch's laughter rings through the mansion halls. In his mind, power alone buys money and women. He gropes the woman beside him. He backhands the woman pouring his wine, furious she got it wrong. Better stay on his good side. Command over monsters is his alone. Sword drawn, she storms in, screaming Murdoch's name. He only grins at the sound. A lord jeers at Lena, calling her the knight who fled after he beat her. She's here to free every hostage he's taken. He only laughs, unconvinced she's learned anything. He smirks at her sword too, still that same flimsy blade from before. Then Daisuke walks up beside her, pistol in hand, calm while the Lord roars with laughter. The Lord laughs harder. Sure, a scrawny man like this is no real backup. Seems she's running low on help, just a snicker, low and mocking in reply. He grabs a hostage, promising the women a show. Fine by her, she fires back. Then he chants, calling on his draconian kin to rise and drink his enemy's blood. The ceiling caves in, something massive crashes through, and Daisuke jerks back a step. Lizardmen, reptile warriors built like tanks, scales tough enough to shrug off blades. Someone below yelps, the lizard's already armed and charging their way. Its jaw splits into a snarl, blade already swinging for the kill. Mince them both, the Lord orders. His lizardmen charge without hesitation. Lena leaps straight into the pack, and the hostages below cheer her name. Every eye in the room locks on her, breath held for what happens next. She grips her blade tighter, calling on it for every ounce of strength. With a battle cry, she drives the blade forward with everything she has. Her turning slash rips clean through the lizard man before it can react, but another lizard man drops in from above before she can reset her stance. Its claws flash out, teeth bared, closing the gap in an instant. Lena grits her teeth, bracing herself against the weight of the strike. Steel rings against steel. She catches the next blow just in time. One clean upward cut sends the lizard man flying, sword torn from its grip. Meanwhile, Daisuke's pistol lets out a fresh curl of smoke from the barrel. Two shots crack out and another lizard man goes down before it even lands a hit. The Lord's grin drops. What just happened to his lizardmen? He can't place it. Some spell he's never seen, tearing through his men. No chant, no wind-up. He's firing arrows too fast for the eye to catch. Lena beams, calling him Daisuke-sama, utterly amazed by what he just did. The Lord can't accept it. This lizard man's bite crushes bone. Its scales stop blades cold. One bystander couldn't believe a monster that fierce was losing to this scrawny stranger. The crowd erupted into chatter, all eyes locked on the fight. A brute gets in his face. Sorcerer or spirit user, what exactly is he? He introduced himself in full. Koga Daisuke, section chief at Tukita Trading. The brute's never heard of a class called Salaryman. This level of enemy shouldn't be trouble at all, but the fight already felt different. He opened fire on armored lizardmen closing in with swords drawn. Furious now, the brute has no use left for his own lizardmen. He pulled out an old jar from his stash, ready to use it. He admits there's no helping it, something from his private collection instead. He chanted to some avaricious ruler of Earth, begging it to devour as it pleased. A maw the size of a wagon roars open right beside him. Daisuke put a round straight into its face. Straps snapped under the impact, armor tearing loose. He recoils hard as the beast lunges straight for him. Lena identifies it, man-eater, a self-moving carnivorous plant already swallowing lizardmen whole. The brute cackled, prized collection unleashed for him to taste. She lunges back into the fight the second the vine moves. She hacked through one whipping vine before it reached him. The severed stump hisses, smoke curling from the cut. But the wound barely stayed open before it started closing. Lena warns the wound's already regenerating in front of them. The brute laughed. Swords are futile. Every cut heals in seconds. Daisuke answers with a gunshot instead. 3 fresh burns smoldered across its hide. He grits his teeth, gun still trained on it. Its regenerative power was overwhelming. Nothing short of a serious attack would matter now. She springs clear of the thrashing vines, sword still raised. He thought of something back in his closet that could stop the regeneration cold. A helmeted woman reveals it. His closet is a permanent gateway to this world. He lands a spinning strike, rubble bursting outward in every direction. A hand plunges into the packed closet and closes around a waiting weapon. Fingers lock tight around the grip, ready to yank it free. Daisuke surges back into the fight, a fresh weapon already raised. Nothing has ever stopped this thing before it finishes off everyone nearby. The creature roars while the lizardmen cheer, sure the fight is already over. A vine cracks across Lena, driving her back with her blade still raised. The tendril's arc dwarfs her, more monster now than simple plant. He shouts her name across the wreckage, panic breaking his voice. Dazed, she murmurs a different name entirely, Oliver. He reaches her side in a rush, voice raw as he calls again. The name catches in her own ears, and she stumbles over her words. She shakes it off and corrects herself, getting his name right this time. He hauls her back behind him as something massive comes crashing down. Then he fires point blank, and the incoming vine shatters into splinters. The lizard man's grin breaks apart, shock flooding his scaled face. Where the limb used to be, only a smoking stump remains. One of the enemy ranks gapes at the wound, it isn't already regrowing. The weapon is a Franchi Spaz 12, built by an Italian gunmaker. He racks the slide. Spaz stands for Special Purpose Automatic Shotgun. It cycles through endless 12-gauge shells, standard for police and military alike. Low on penetration, but up close it flat out annihilates most targets. He racks another round, leveling it at the writhing mass of vines. Built purely for close quarters work, soldiers nicknamed it the miniature cannon. With wounds this deep, the creature cannot regenerate fast enough to keep up. Does this thing have a weak point? He asks her. Plant monsters always hide a regenerative core deep inside. Destroy that and it falls. She screams and slashes, carving deep into the creature's swollen mass. The gash splits open, exposing something pale and pulsing beneath the flesh. There, she cries, jabbing a finger straight at the fresh gash. One of the creature's limbs crashes down beside him, spraying dark fluid. Daisuke levels his gun at the pale core nestled in its coils. Steady behind his glasses, he tells it flatly, "It's over." The muzzle flashes, smoke pouring off the barrel. Airborne, he clears its thrashing coils, gun still raised. Still in the air, he fires everything into the shot. Elsewhere, Murdoch reeled back in horror, his prized collection gone. The plant's remains hissed and dissolved, its regeneration finally broken. Meanwhile, Lena cut down one of his men without breaking stride. Cornered, Murdoch threw up his hands, begging her to wait. He offered half his plunder from the village, then all his money. She wasn't interested, her blade came down anyway. Murdoch crumpled where he stood. The fight finally over. Back in the village, word spread that the women had returned. A freed mother was tackled by her own sobbing son. Villagers roughed up the bound warlord, vowing to hand Murdoch to the authorities. She asks if he's glad his mother's home. Rocco simply thanks her instead. She only smiles, warm and quiet, before looking away. The villagers plead with her to stay instead of leaving again. That's exactly why she can't stay long. She's searching for someone. Later, on the road together, the question comes up, who is she looking for? It was the person who raised her, who trained her with a blade. They called him the White Knight. His name was Oliver. He'd promised to stay until she became a knight, then vanished, leaving just this sword. Even now, she still hasn't become the knight he pictured. He offers no reply, only a long, thoughtful silence. Then she turns it around, offering to help him with his search instead. He waves off her offer, calls it habit. He can't leave someone in need. Lena's whole face goes red before she can even answer. Of course she won't refuse. If anything, she's glad for the help. His work back home still isn't finished, but he'll return once it is. Grateful and a little flustered, she watches him with open admiration. Alone on the road, she stares at the empty space. Elsewhere, the observer takes in everything, exactly as she planned. She grins, picking him. It turns out really was the right call. Back in his own world, Daisuke returns to the city and his job. At his desk, he stretches lazily while coworkers whisper about his sudden good mood. Office rumor has it he's finally met someone, and for once it's true. Their meeting, a man from another world, a wandering knight, was only the start. That meeting would end up reshaping the fate of her entire world. At a busy harbor, dockhands load a waiting ship. Then a low hum rises from nowhere and light gathers on the dock. The workers freeze, startled by something forming beside them. A boot settles onto the stone. Someone has just arrived. It's Daisuke, and his sudden appearance sends a worker screaming in fright. He grins down at the chaos, grocery bag in hand as everyone scatters. Something catches his eye, and a surprised "oh" slips out. Arms wide, he stares out at the water. It's finally the sea. She rushes over, delighted, calling his name across the busy dock. He waves back at Lina-san, glasses glinting. He's returned for another visit. This lively port turns out to be the city of Chessen Norma. People awaiting their ship's departure linger here too, drawn by the port's steady trade. She suspects there might be a clue about someone named Oliver here. With this many people passing through, someone's bound to know him. A crier in the square calls everyone to gather for the Colosseum's challenge matches. The champion's prize, 100 gold, open to anyone confident enough to fight. The commotion is nothing more than a recruitment call for Colosseum matches. Daisuke lights up, an actual working arena, not just ruins for once. As the name suggests, it was originally built to host both shows and contests. It became a betting ground over time, until a new lord repurposed it. In the crowd, people warn him away from that place. Nothing good comes from it. He walked on, threading through the crowd with the others. Someone shoves past and a girl stumbles forward into him with a startled cry. He catches her by reflex. "Got you there," he blurts. Then a hooded girl's marked face flashes past, eyes cutting straight through him. His grin falters, caught somewhere between confusion and unease. The image lingers behind his eyes, impossible to shake off. Beside him in the street walks his armored companion, blade sheathed at her hip. His heart pounds. Flustered, both check that the other isn't hurt. Flustered, she explains someone had shoved her into him, apologizing again as he waved it off. Behind them, the crowd scattered as someone else got knocked flat. He fell silent, and a bystander behind him gawked, mouth open. At a place called Sango's, someone called out one wood-grilled Anut steak coming up. The meal is her thanks for earlier, and it does look delicious to him. The dish was a local specialty made from anut, a common fish found near the surface. Bright-eyed, she declared her thanks for the meal before digging in. Then, eyes closed, she offered a solemn prayer of thanks to sea and land. He clapped his hands together too, delighted, and dug straight in. They ate side by side, both clearly enjoying the meal. The steak tasted remarkably like mackerel, and just as delicious besides. He wished he had Japanese sake to go with it, maybe ginger soy or ponzu. She melts with delight, savoring every bite. She notices his distracted look and tilts her head, puzzled. She frets that he finds her smile weird. He'd only blurted it looked like Lena's. Not at all, if anything, the opposite is true. She waves it off. Order as much as he likes, it's her treat today. She blinks, startled, a flicker of pale hair visible just beside her. Confusion crosses her face at the name Lina-san, and he panics. Then she gasps. Her wallet is gone, she realizes in a panic. Don't tell me, it must have happened back during that earlier collision. Lounging on silk, a sharp-eared woman eyes a coin pouch. That night is surely loaded. Rumors spread through town about a knight and the oddly dressed man beside her. At a stall, someone turns his card over among the coins, calling it a strange talisman. Two onlookers squint at the foreign lettering, wondering exactly who this man could be. A girl breaks down over the talisman. He shrugs it off. Plenty more to spare. Grinning back at the group, Daisuke waves it off. He will cover the meal. He holds out a 10,000 yen note. Sure, it will cover the bill. The tavern keeper rips his money in half, calling it worthless paper. The tavern only takes copper and silver. His money is worthless here. Blunder number one. He tries offering wireless payment instead. Holding up his phone, she blinks, baffled. Her patience is already wearing thin. A new waitress starts, apologizing for the wait, while regulars scramble to grab her attention. She hurries between tables, promising she's on her way. The regulars go wild over her. Is she new? Someone wonders aloud. Word gets around fast. The tavern hired a stunning new waitress and the crowd floods in. The owner grumbles that she will work Daisuke to the bone for his tab. He swings the axe again and the log splits clean in half. One of the regulars praises his muscles. He thanks him and keeps swinging the axe. The old man puffs his pipe, grateful his own bones are too old for this. Daisuke waves off her guilt over the stolen wallet. He's glad to earn his keep. He needs to figure out how to earn real money in this world, and fast. He recalls games where killing enemies pays gold. A strange system, he thinks. Across the room, a brute erupts, charged for a drink he never even touched. Outside, someone watches from a window, catching the commotion. The owner turns it back on the brute. He's the one who spilled it. She accuses him of skipping the bill. He offers to leave the food unpaid too. The waitress cries out in alarm for her boss. He yanks a knife on her, raging that she's made a fool of him. A knight draws her sword between them. If he wants a fight, she'll be his opponent. A sword-wielding brute looms over the old woman and Daisuke inside the tavern. She recoils, shrieking, and backs away from him in raw terror. Outside, the hooded girl watches through the window, sizing him up. Daisuke wants quiet in the tavern. The drunk barks back to scram. Furious now, the man roars that no one gets to order him around. Then he swings his blade down, screaming that he'll kill him. The old woman shouts for him to run before he's killed. Daisuke draws his real gun and shoots the blade clean out of his hand. The man howls, clutching his ruined hand. Through the window, the hooded girl stares, unable to look away. He waves it off as fine. She just lights up, in awe of him. Only a rubber bullet, nothing here strong enough to kill. He recalls learning his power also lets him call up any type of ammunition at will. Free to use it however he wants, he's thrilled, calls it convenient. But his downed rival's friends surge forward, vowing payback, one shouting for their boss. Daisuke opens fire again, dropping several of them with rubber rounds. Short-ranged but brutal, the rounds hit like a heavyweight's punch, built to put down rioters. One offers to pay him back. The pain will drop him but not kill him. At the window, the hooded girl is floored, watching him in disbelief. Later, she apologizes for leaving her half of the chores undone. He waves it off. The old woman claps him on the back, proud of how far he's come. The innkeeper offers them the room upstairs, doubting they've got money to spare. Daisuke's glad for Lina. She thanks the man, beaming. The tavern will house them free until they've saved enough. They're short on hands anyway. They're safe now, she thinks, right when she'd feared the worst. Meanwhile, Daisuke checks the time outside and hurries. It's getting late. Footsteps approach. He glances up, wondering who it is. A dark-haired elf with a marked forehead sizes him up. Is he a mage? He freezes, recognizing her at once. He spots a stranger swinging Lina's stolen purse and demands it back on the spot. A grinning elf dares him to come at her the way he handled that thug before. He stays quiet, sizing her up instead of taking the bait. She shrugs it off. She won't fight someone unarmed like him anyway. Something about his answer catches her interest, and she studies him closer. Turns out she doesn't hate it either. She calls him refreshingly naive. He yelps as she yanks him in by the tie and strikes out behind her. She pulls back and asks him straight out to join her at the Colosseum. The Colosseum? He's still trying to catch up with her plan. She throws her arms wide, urging him to fight every warrior there and win the prize. Still holding on to him, she confirms his name and finally introduces herself as Ashley. Not a bad deal, she figures, and she won't stop pressing him to join her. He groans, clearly unconvinced by her pitch. A girl throws open her door and gasps, clearly awed to see him standing there. Even he isn't sure anymore. Could this really be Lina? She stares past him instead, startled by the woman at his side. Her mouth falls open, the words gone. Ashley owns up to it cheerfully, and Daisuke names her outright as the thief. Lina lunges forward anyway, demanding her purse back on the spot. The elf waves it off, boasting she's about to make far more money than that. Lina blinks, lost by what she means. Remembering that spell, Ashley plans to enter him and reels at her own idea. She lays out the rules. Fighters clash until one stands, winning 100 gold coins. But there's a catch. The winner must then face the Colosseum's own boss, a man named Dorgon. Undefeated since the tournament began, he looms in full armor, said to hold immense strength. Still, she grins. Beat him, and the 100 gold coins are theirs for the taking. Lina looks unconvinced, unease creeping into her expression. She warns Daisuke not to let the elf talk him into anything. To her, the Colosseum is simply too dangerous to risk. From the balcony, Hildert scans the crowd. Some fighters are just locals filling the roster. Lina explains that getting out costs 50 gold coins. No easy sum. It doesn't matter to her, money or not, this ends today. Her plan? Walk in, win, and leave. Outsiders don't get that lucky, Daisuke reminds her. That's not what she meant at all, she quickly backtracks. Then Ashley steps in close, wanting him to come along. She senses he's hiding something and admits she can't quite trust him. Years as a salaryman taught him to read people's eyes and spot hidden truths. So that's a no then, no matter what she offers? She calls it a shame and turns to walk away. She thought she'd sense something special in him. Guess not. So much for finding someone special. She leaps away into the trees. Someone's purse gets snatched. Its owner takes off after the thief, shouting for it back. It gets sent flying into the trees with one clean hit. 45 coins come back, 5 short of the full 50. His watch buzzes, work's calling, and he groans about the timing. He tosses off a quick goodbye before the pull yanks him home. Back in his world, it's already 7:30 and he's dangerously late. Over the noodles, someone at the table wants to hear about that Colosseum. After Ferdia Kingdom fell, a new lord took the throne, and the Colosseum turned ugly. Talk in the stands. No one's strong enough to beat Dorgan and embarrass Hildert again. At the diner, regulars swoon over the waitress they call Lena-chan, leaving her flustered. Back at Hildert's castle, the Colosseum sits just below, cut into the cliff. Chains shatter as the masked prisoner breaks free with one punch. He roars and slams a fist clean through the stone pillar. Another blow, another column crumbling under his rage. As the roar echoes, an aide nervously asks Hildert how Dorgan's doing. As expected from the berserker, no rejection to the regeneration magic, he's at full strength. As expected of Lord Hildert, his spells alone can bend a warrior to his will. That's exactly why they keep flocking to the Colosseum. People have always craved brutal fights. Two hucksters gush about the Colosseum's profits. Nothing draws a crowd like humans fighting. Now comes the raffle. Guards already spreading flyers through the crowded streets. Criers spread word for the whole city to gather for the Colosseum's next match. Daisuke and Lena walk through the city, passing shop fronts along the way. He steps inside a building, dress shirt and tie an odd sight among knights and maids. A guard waves off the complaint that the man is 70, while his wife protests. Daisuke turns to explain what happened to Lena, the maid bouncing excitedly at his side. The maid squeals his name like he's some kind of celebrity. The restaurant's owner is blindsided to learn he's been drafted for the Colosseum himself. Lena can't see how any of this is fair, and Daisuke starts to agree. The guard growls back. It's Lord Hildert's random draft. Who is she to question it? Refuse and it'll cost 50 gold coins, or the restaurant itself. Pressured to decide on the spot, he mutters what awful men they are. He can't scrape together 50 gold. The restaurant barely earns 1 gold a month. A guard grabs him by the collar, done waiting for an answer. He protests as they haul him off anyway. The guard waves it through. Take him. Beaten down, he agrees to sell the restaurant instead. Before he can finish, the maid cuts in. She'll go instead. She hauls out a sword nearly as tall as she is. She'll take his place at the Colosseum instead, and that's final. The guard sneers back. Is that so? The old man objects. The guard turns on the maid. Does she understand the risk? She answers with a single sword swing, blade cutting the air beside him. The blade stops a hair's width from his face. Maid or not, she's still a knight and confident in her own skill. Fine, he stammers. If she's substituting for the old man, there's no problem. Lena offers to lend a hand, while the old woman begs the maid to reconsider. A scarred stranger named Ashley slinks in, demanding half the winnings if they take the prize. The maid cheers his name again as Daisuke decides he'll enter too, since Lena is. He shrugs it off. He's just being true to himself. The tavern owner reeled as one worker quit on the spot to join the tournament. Next up for the younger girl? Beat Dorgan. Finally silence Hildert. Sessin Norma's Colosseum stood packed, crowds still pouring in for the day's fights. Ushers wave in anyone confident enough. The battle challenge is about to start. Among the entrants stand a fanged brawler and a horned axe-wielding knight. Behind them wait a scowling swordsman and a masked warrior gripping his shield. One knight's visor tilts down, his sword already drawn. The combatants had arrived, exactly the moment this crowd came for. The fighters march out into the arena as the stands erupt. Daisuke walks in beside his ally, who marvels at the sheer size of the crowd. The crowd howls for blood, screaming for the fighters to kill each other. Two rivals square up, both certain they'd be the last one standing. For one spear fighter, everyone else in the field means nothing next to Daisuke. Her own stake stays on her mind too. 50 gold coins riding on this win. A cloaked lord addresses the fighters from his balcony. Please, they've gathered here. 100 gold coins now wait for whoever wins this fight. He raises a hand and the battle begins. A trumpet blast cuts through the noise, signaling the start. The arena erupts into a chaotic free-for-all. Blades and shields crash together across the packed arena floor. Trusting him to guard her back, she readies her blade. Daisuke draws both pistols, ready to keep her covered. Back to back, gun and blade raised, they brace for the coming wave. The enemy line surges toward them as she plants her stance beside him. A towering knight called himself Hariboteus III, here to test his skill. He lunges in, sure his blade cannot be beaten. She watches him come, expression flat, unreadable. One clean counter drops him before his strike ever lands. More fighters pile in, each certain he'll be the one left when it's over. She calls on her sword, willing it to lend her strength. Lena locks blades with an axe-wielding brawler, both roaring across the arena floor. Nearby, another fighter drives a blade into a fur-cloaked brute, yelling in triumph. An axe crashes down toward a fallen fighter as Lena rushes in, hand outstretched. She surges forward again, blade angled for another strike. Her eye narrows behind loose strands, a fierce grin breaking through. Lena spins into her sonic zapper, blasting a ring of knights off their feet. Around him, enemy fighters scatter, rattled by how strong she really is. These fighters realize she trained with a blade, unlike them, self-taught and outmatched. Daisuke barks a warning at a nearby knight already circling to flank her. He fires point blank, dropping the knight before its blade can reach them. Then one enemy howls in confusion, sure some kind of magic struck him down. Smoke curls from the barrel, exactly what he'd expect from a Colt. Lena cheers Daisuke-sama, while he explains the larger caliber is still easy to handle. Another knight swears he saw no attack land, baffled by the sound alone. The pistol is a government-issued Colt Mark IV, standard sidearm stuff. This one fires .45 ACP rounds instead of standard 9mm rounds. Shorter range, sure, but the heavier round hits with a much harder shock. Then he fires again, point blank into the charging brawler's gut. One solid hit is enough to stop a man cold. That's the whole idea. Of course, every round in the chamber is rubber-tipped, non-lethal by design. In the stands, the crowd buzzes, wondering who this guy even is. He levels his pistol at the knights. Come closer and I shoot. Sprawled in the dirt, Haribotius admits defeat this round. Lena's tougher than he guessed. She keeps cutting through the pack, dropping fighters 2 at a time. Meanwhile, Daisuke keeps firing, dropping every fighter that gets close enough. Between his gun and her blade, the arena floor fills with fallen fighters. Nearby, drafted townsfolk panic. Some have never held a sword before today. One brute spots the terrified draftees and laughs. Easy prey, finally. Then he charges the huddled group, vowing to flip every one of them over. One of them is seized mid-scream, dragged down before he can run. A fanged brawler roars mid-swing, but a spear cracks across his face first. A second swordsman crashes down hard, armor cracking into a cloud of dust. Someone screams for it to stop from underneath the wreckage. Ashley stands over both fallen men, spear still raised and steady. Still shaking, the rescued man is grateful. She wants to know if he's Ethan. He flinches. A total stranger already knows his name. Ashley explains. She's looking for a man wearing that exact scarf. The crowd roars for blood, screaming at the fighters to kill more. A woman in the stands worries about the kids caught up in this. A bookie hawks bets while someone nearby frets if the fighters will survive. Last call rings out for anyone still wanting to place a bet. Right now, the top odds favor Daisuke, oddly dressed, and the night girl with him. Spectators argue. He's the real danger, though the night girl is skilled too. Unlike her, he hasn't taken anyone down yet, fighting them one at a time. If they all rush him together, the numbers might finally overwhelm him. He catches something in the crowd's murmuring and narrows his eyes. Then several knights close in on him at once, blades flashing on all sides. One brawler mocks him, decking one of them won't save him from the rest. Pinned down, he calls it. Ganging up on him really was the smart move. Lena screams down at them. Cowards, every last one. Fine then, if that's how they want it. His gun says otherwise. One of the knights freezes, confused about what's happening. Ashley's voice cuts through the noise. Just run from the strong ones. The last one standing wins, but losing does not mean death. Yield and live. Panic spreads. There is no way out, and losing just means another forced fight. Ashley has heard enough of the complaining and cuts them off. Run first and cling to life. Whatever comes next, they can figure out later. Ashley's glare hardens, and beside her, Ethan flinches at the sight. Daisuke opens fire on the knights, gunfire ripping through their charge. Nearby, someone gawks at his gun, calling it some kind of strange hammer. He racks the slide on an Ingram M10, an American-made submachine gun. He opens fire, pistol rounds ripping out as fast as the trigger allows. Lighter and quicker to swing than a rifle, the M10 suits chaos like this. He catches the blade on the gun's frame, effective enough this close in. He clubs one attacker down and knocks the next off his feet entirely. It's basically a machine pistol, built to hit multiple targets in one go. Moments later, he was the last one standing. The arena floor cleared around him. From the stands, Ashley watched in disbelief. That guy was something else. A thought stopped her cold. If it was really him, if it was really Daisuke, winning this whole thing wasn't out of reach. Up in the box, Lord Hildert grinned. A formidable contender, this one. Beside him, an aide wasn't sure releasing the prisoner this early was wise. Hildert didn't hesitate. He ordered Dorgan out. Waiting until only 1 or 2 men were left standing would ruin the fun, he said. His grin widened at the thought of what was coming. At the arena's center, the iron gate begins to rise. One of the fighters spots it and shouts a warning, too late. Around the prisoner's wrist, the iron cuff is already tearing loose. Then the chain snaps clean off his wrist. He tears free of the last restraint in a spray of broken stone. He plows through the line, hurling fighters bodily into the stands. He roars and keeps smashing through anyone still in his path. Panic spreads through the ranks. Something's tearing straight toward them. Someone finally screamed the only useful order: run! His foot comes down and the stone cracks underneath it. Then he stops, towering over Daisuke, mask and broken chain still hanging off him. Lina stares up at him, the words dying in her throat. Ashley finally puts a name to him: Dorgon. All Daisuke can get out is how big the thing actually is. The announcer plays it up anyway. The arena's strongest warrior, Dorgon, has arrived. He lets out a roar, chained but showing no sign of being broken. The crowd erupts, chanting his name like the fight's already over. He grabs one fighter and hurls him skyward while another screams for help. A shot cracks out from behind him. Both rounds punch into Dorgon's shoulder and barely leave a mark. Daisuke stares. His gun isn't doing a thing. A fist the size of a boulder swings down at him. He throws himself clear as it craters the ground where he stood. Lina rushes to his side. He waves off her worry, still standing. This thing, it turns out, is far more dangerous than he expected. Around him, the other fighters panic. Nobody warned them Dorgon would be this monstrous. From his balcony, Hildert declares there's no path to freedom except through the fight. The fighters grit their teeth and glare back up at him. Lina watches in silence, sword steady in her hand. Daisuke steadies himself, weapon still raised. Dorgon looms over the crowd, unbothered by their numbers. Off to the side, Ashley watches everything unfold. Now, could any of them actually beat the strongest warrior alive? He roars again, and the whole crowd surges at him at once. In the stands, someone cries out, "What even is that monster?" One fighter can't believe it. That thing is supposed to be Dorgon? Lina draws her sword and charges in with the rest. No matter his size, sheer numbers should be enough to take him down. Fighters swarm him from every side, weapons raised. Dorgon sweeps one arm wide and sends half of them flying. One fighter panics. There's no way they can take on something like that. Ashley swings her spear at him and tells him to sit tight and wait his turn. She darts past a fallen fighter, spear leveled at him. Lina catches up. Is she really planning to take Dorgon on alone? Of course not. She'd known someone would come stand with her. Off in the crowd, Lina tenses, eyes fixed on trouble already brewing below. Dorgon lunges free, blade raised, and barrels straight toward the fighters ahead. The maid slams her blade into his charge, stopping him cold. Something about the impact rattles her, an odd, familiar feeling she can't place. Dorgon's massive fist swings toward Ashley as someone screams for her to move. Daisuke sprints in, firing round after round, closing the gap fast. He shields Ashley with his own body and fires point blank into Dorgon's arm. The shot tears clean through, blood spraying from the ruined limb. Barely conscious, she breathes his name as he checks that she's all right. He admits he'd switched to live ammunition. It should have been more than enough, but the wound only steams, already knitting shut before their eyes. Word spreads fast. The grafted tissue itself is somehow regenerating in real time. Hildert takes the news with a shrug, unconvinced it's actually good. A foreign envoy vows to report the discovery home. He only scoffs. For him, the real thrill isn't profit, it's unleashing Dorgon on people. Then, with a word, he sends him back out to crush every fighter there. Dorgon drops into the mob, and the nearest fighters scramble to get clear. Haribotius III steps up, challenging him to a one-on-one duel. He barely reacts, kicking him aside with a single dismissive blow. The crowd roars, already certain Dorgon will walk away with this match too. Attention shifts to him, the fighter in clothes that clearly don't belong here. Roaring, Dorgon turns and comes straight for Daisuke instead, the arena tensing behind him. The crowd cheers him on while he calmly straightens his tie, unbothered. Haribotius grumbles about his own loss, relieved it's someone else's turn to suffer. He keeps firing, shot after shot, as the crowd screams for him to finish it. Riddled with wounds, Dorgon still towers over him, reaching down with one massive hand. Unbelievable, someone shouts. He's still standing after taking a shotgun blast. Nearby fighters curse, unable to explain how he's still on his feet. The stands erupt again, sound crashing down over the arena floor. Smoke curls from his wounds once more. Dorgon is healing again, undeterred. The Lord never saw this coming. The beast has genuinely met its match. Hildert spreads his wings and commands the beast to turn on the stranger, Alzalte Dorms. The masked brute's helmet grinds open as the order lands. Attack the newcomer first. Daisuke ducks and fires as Dorgon barrels past, and the crowd roars in amazement. A swipe of that massive hand nearly catches him. He can't believe he's the target. It's clearly aiming for him, Ashley warns, and he can only agree. With no clear plan yet, he decides to put some distance and runs. Mid-sprint, he fires off a burst, shouting that he's got an idea. Dorgon's fist looms behind him, cocked and ready to close the gap. He blocks the punch with his bare arm, rifle still braced in the other hand. He lines up his shot, glasses catching the light as he aims point blank. He angles the barrel straight up, aiming for the seam in its helmet. He fires point blank into the mask and it cracks wide open. Dorgon reels back, its massive helmet knocked loose and hanging half off. The crowd erupts, sure he's finally taken the champion down. Lena and Ashley cheer him on, though the shotgun barely scratched the beast underneath. He reasons a direct hit to the helmet should knock it out cold, pure concussion. No matter how strong his body gets, the brain never trains the same way. Dorgon looms over him again, mask cracked, as debris rains down around them. Something cuts him off mid-thought, his face twists in sudden alarm. Dorgon roars and slams the ground, cratering the arena beneath them. He opens fire again, twisting aside as the fist tears through the ground. He keeps unloading into the mask at close range, dodging every swing. He can't understand it, a direct hit to the head and it still moves. Dorgon's fist connects this time and he's sent flying across the arena. He tumbles through the air, rifle torn from his grip as Lena reaches for him. He crashes down and lies still and she screams his name. Hildert cackles, certain his champion has finally won. Someone shouts that Dorgon's helmet is finally giving way, pieces clattering to the ground. The crowd stares, unsure if the fight just turned. Ashley's swing stops cold, her eyes fixed on something behind the golem's shattered helmet. Cracked stone fills the gap where a face should be. Not human, the crowd decides. There isn't even a face under that helmet. Stone, someone realizes. The whole face is carved out of solid rock. Ashley can't process it. This thing is what they've been fighting all along. Lord Hildert cackles from his perch, delighted they finally caught on. He admitted it freely, a living construct, kept moving by his own life force. Word rippled through the crowd. The champion was never human at all. An official ordered the match halted, calling it past its limit. Hilder balks. The fight only just got interesting. Why stop now? Losing the helmet only freed it, full strength restored, and the crowd's in danger too. Hildert shrugs it off. So what if a few bystanders get hurt? The official had no response, just silence. It's a mindless stone giant, they realize. Immense strength, next to impossible to wound. One conscript panicked, begging to be let out and surrendering on the spot. Guards blocked the exit, weapons up, forcing him back toward the fight. The golem barrels straight through the arena's outer wall. Run! The warning goes out before anyone else gets killed. One onlooker stared down at the wreckage, unable to look away. Two women held their ground in the chaos while everyone else scrambled for the exits. Lena won't budge. Letting the golem slip away isn't an option. Ashley grins. No win, no prize money. Simple as that. A fighter nearby gaped at their nerves, still trying to process it. Lena's voice cracks with fury, a warning aimed straight at the golem. How dare it hurt Daisuke? She drives her blade into its arm. The golem roars, swatting fighters aside as they scatter. Nearby, one fighter is certain now. There's no way they can win this. The clash spreads across the arena floor in a blur of blades and dust. Ashley grits her teeth. Of all things, it had to be a golem. She can't scale the wall to reach Ethan. Daisuke, her last hope, has fallen. Dorgan's fist slams down, sending the nearby fighters flying across the arena floor. Hildert cackles from his box, thrilled to watch helpless fighters get crushed like ants. The maid kneels over Daisuke's motionless body, screaming to see if he's still alive. He blinks awake and she breathes out in relief beside him. Everything went sideways when he blacked out. The giant on the field is a golem. Daisuke pushes up his glasses, expression sharpening as he takes in the chaos. He rises to his feet without a word, and the maid tilts her head, confused. Daisuke pulls something buzzing to life from thin air. Startled, she yelps his name. Hildert drops all pretense and turns his golem loose on the whole crowd. Lena screams as the golem's blow sends her flying, sword torn from her grip. Someone shouts her name in panic as she crashes through the wreckage. Ashley charges in with her spear, screaming at the golem to stop. Hildert throws his head back laughing, mocking every failed attack as pointless. The golem lumbers forward regardless, swatting fighters aside as more conscripts close in. The maid recoils as a stone fist punches through rubble right beside her. Nearby, another conscript shrieks in raw terror as the golem bears down. Hildert panics, gawking as cracks spread across his precious golem's body. Daisuke crouches low in the drifting smoke while the maid stands over him, sword raised. He lies prone behind a massive sniper rifle, scope already trained through the smoke. Lena spots him and cries out his name, relief flooding her face. Ashley whirls around too, relief crossing her face when she sees him standing. This is his first time with this exact gun, but the maid cheers his shot anyway. Smoke pours from the golem's cracked arm as Daisuke vows not to miss again. Lina calls to him again, but he stays locked behind the scope, ignoring her. Hildert reels back, unable to process how the man is still alive. Furious now, he can't fathom how a mere gun is cracking his golem apart. Hildert orders the golem to charge straight at him, and it thunders across the sand. He fires again, the massive rifle bucking hard as the round tears through the smoke. The round rips clean through the golem's stone chest, blasting rubble in every direction. Another chunk of shattered stone spins off, the golem's body coming apart piece by piece. Dorgon's fist tears a straight trench through the arena floor, rubble flying outward. The shockwave hit nearby spectators, throwing them off their feet. More of the crowd tumbled through the rising smoke and debris. Off to the side, a man howled. His own golem just got wrecked. The crowd erupts, certain the strangely dressed outsider is behind it. One shouted that he always knew this man was no ordinary fighter. He lines up a Barrett M82, a 50 caliber anti-materiel rifle, built to punch through what assault rifles and machine guns can't touch. Enough firepower to stop armored vehicles and even attack helicopters cold. Hildert erupted in fury, ready to see this man dead. Dorgon charges again, the ground shaking under every step. Lina screams his name, terror written across her face. Daisuke takes the shot, glasses catching the muzzle flare. The round tears straight through Dorgon's stone-plated arm, shattering it apart. His whole body crashed down, splitting the ground on impact. Hildert curses, his golem is finally going down. The crowd roared in triumph, sure the fight was over. Ashley tells him he's truly incredible, awestruck by what she just saw. Lina rushed to his side, desperate to know if he was hurt. He groaned, the pain finally catching up with him. Then he notices it through the smoke. Dorgon is still standing. His legs took damage earlier. He can only ask the knight for help. There's no doubt left now. Ashley calls him the winner. Lina turns to find a group of armed fighters closing in around them. She and Ashley move together to block them, daring anyone to try. The fighters backed off. Even to them, he looked completely out of reach. One armored fighter shudders. Someone like that is unsettling to watch. Hildert seethed, cursing them all under his breath. He chants a spell, ordering his golem to rise once more. Through the dust, Dorgon stirs. It isn't over yet. Rubble stirs behind the retreating fighters, and Lina's group freezes mid-step. Rock and dust erupt skyward as a massive shape claws free of the ruins. Soldiers scramble back, shouting that the smashed golem is rebuilding itself, whole again. An aide begs Hildert to call it off. This is far too reckless. It's the work of Grem, the kingdom's greatest sorcerer, no ordinary make. Recreating it, though, would only make the golem unstable and dangerous. Shut up, Hildert's done listening to anyone's caution. It's him, the same man who once destroyed the golem the king had gifted. The reborn golem plows through the arena, and every fighter scatters. Off to the side, sore contestants demand their prize. The match was already over. Hildert's done pretending to care about the tournament. All he wants now is that man dead. Nothing else matters. Ashley gripes about being dragged into this while Lina raises her blade. Stand back, Daisuke-sama. Haribo Teus reappears, laughing, and announces his own name like nothing's wrong. He raises his sword, declaring himself their opponent, mid-boast. Then he gets a good look at the golem and realizes this is way beyond reckless. Daisuke slings him over one shoulder and bolts. Hold on, this will hurt. He sprints clear as the golem's fist slams the ground twice behind them. This will be rough for Haribo Teus, but his hit was the only thing that worked. Others smash through a wall, shouting that everyone can escape outside from here. Ethan hesitates at the door. Is she not coming too? The rest of what he means to say catches in his throat. She's got people here she won't leave behind, so she's staying. She shoves him toward the exit. Go, now! Then, his mother is waiting for him, so stay safe out there. The golem crashes through the ruined stands, scattering soldiers in every direction. Hildert cackles from above, daring everyone below to keep running. Ashley calls to Lina, wanting the golem's focus pulled off herself for a moment. Then it clicks. The golem isn't hunting Daisuke on its own. Someone's steering it. If it loses sight of him, that buys them time. Hildert must be steering it. Lina lays out the plan. Draw the golem off so Daisuke can slip away. Ashley counts on her and she vows to give it everything. Then she turns and heads toward her position, sword in hand. Lina teases her. Turns out she's a genuinely decent person underneath. Her cheeks flush. She doesn't know how to answer that. Ashley snaps at her to quit stalling and go. She grimaces, really not wanting to do this, but there's no other way. No choice left, she decides. Time for her last resort. She reaches behind her neck, fingers closing around something hidden in her hair. Power surges around her, hair whipping loose as jewelry clatters free. Ashley calls on the cursed crest, invoking their old contract for power. She breaks into a sprint, closing the gap in a blur. Lena roars and swings, throwing everything into the strike. Her sonic zapper tears through the smoke, aimed straight at the golem. The attack goes wide, the shockwave alone enough to send guards reeling. Hildert bursts out laughing, watching safe from above the chaos. He taunts her. Does she really think she can reach him from down there? But right after that, man, she's next on his list too. Then he loses track of Daisuke completely, cursing into the empty smoke. A heavy thud cuts him off, and his face goes rigid. Then more thuds shake the ground, guards raising their weapons on edge. He and his advisor exchange a look. Something else is still coming through. A guard curses. Something massive is closing in through the haze. Dorgon steps out of the smoke, guards scrambling to ring it in. The guards brace themselves, weapons shaking in their hands. Lena's jaw drops. The golem is bearing down on Hildert himself. He screams. Dorgon isn't coming for Daisuke, it's coming for him. He never finishes the question. His control over the golem has vanished. Lena grins, guessing right away, this has to be Ashley's doing. Hildert demands to know what she really is, thrown by what he's just seen. Dorgon roars and smashes clean through the rubble wall, bearing down on them. Two conscripts spot it and scream in raw panic, recognizing it instantly. One knight nearby goes pale, breath catching at the sight of it. Someone insists there can't be another one. Hildert snaps that Dorgon is his alone. Something slices through the flying debris in a single sweeping strike. The golem shields its head and barrels forward, debris exploding around it. Fighters scatter, screaming for everyone to run before they're dragged in. Dorgon throws back its head and roars, fist clenched at its side. The fist crashes down right in front of Ashley. She doesn't flinch. Something's gone wrong, even Hildert can't explain. What is happening now? Someone shouts her name as Ashley dashes straight into the fray. She plants her feet and takes the blast head-on, unshaken. Her marked forehead catches the light as old memories surface. Years ago, in an elf village, a child spotted the cursed mark and cried out. A boy ran to the elder, shouting that the cursed crest had appeared. Young Ashley walked through the village, carrying a basket as neighbors whispered. They called her the cursed child. The mark had appeared on her face overnight. The elders decided there was only one option left: banish her from the village. In this village, cursed ones were long blamed for every misfortune that followed. Her own family doused her with water and drove her out for good. Soaked through, the girl said nothing, her face empty. An ancient curse on elves, rare and random, she happened to draw it. Wandering from town to town, she learned never to trust a smile. For a while, a band of hunters let her travel with them, but she knew it wouldn't last. One inconvenience and they'd cast her off. Feverish on some steps, she waved off a hooded stranger's concern. The stranger pressed closer, offering to help with whatever she needed. The stranger nursed her back to health, asking for nothing in return. Relieved, the old woman noted that her fever had finally broken. She waved it off as an old woman's whim. Ashley still didn't trust it. Her son had been swept into the Colosseum draft, and nothing since. A broker offered to buy him free if she found 50 gold coins. 50 gold. Ashley erupted. That kind of money could take years to earn. The old woman wept. Ethan was the only reason she was still alive. She fell silent, unable to look away from the old woman's tears. She had never once let go, still grieving for her only son. The broker's price still burned Ashley, robbery dressed up as a rescue. Her anger cooled into something quieter, a decision taking shape. Ashley promised to bring her son Ethan home herself, whatever it cost. Why go this far for a stranger's son? It never once made her hesitate. In return, she knelt before the old woman, waiting for a single request. Just hug him and say nothing else, was all the old woman asked. For a while, the two of them stood there together, wrapped in silence. No matter what happens, some people in this world are worth never letting go. It reminded the old woman of what Ashley's parents had once sacrificed for her. She let the old woman hold her a moment longer before stepping back. Back in the arena, the golem's fist tears through smoke and rubble. Ashley kneels in the wreckage, spent, wondering if this is finally it. Word spreads fast. The attack everyone feared was never real, only an illusion. Tricked into fighting something that never existed, the furious opponent rages at her. The crest marked into her skin is a curse that doubles as power. Once she has seen something, she can conjure a living image of it. While the fool stood frozen fighting a phantom, everyone else slipped to safety. Called worthless for it, Ashley only laughs. The fool had it coming. Furious, Hildert orders his golem to catch her before she slips away too. Its stone hand closes around her in an instant. Hildert grins and vows to crush her himself, daring her to scream. Crushed in its grip, she only wonders if Ethan has found his mother yet. Daisuke catches her instead, checking if she is hurt. Surprised, she calls him, unexpectedly, a genuinely decent person after all. Buried under falling rock, Ashley thinks at least she met some good people before this. Her eyes stay open, waiting for the crushing blow to land. Not such a bad life after all, she supposes, ready for the end. Then Daisuke storms in, rifle raised. Ashley, are you hurt? She snaps her head up, stunned. It's really him. Rock shatters as she claws her way free of the wreckage. Her scream tears through the dust as she forces her way fully free. He steps into the open, luring the golem in. Hildert grins, sure he's got him. He steels himself. Time to settle this once and for all. Furious, Hildert recognizes him at once. The same man, back to wreck everything again. Broken bones, a fever setting in. Hildert doesn't think he'll last. Ashley can't understand it. Why come back for her at all? He's still aiming despite the fractures, the golem's fist closing around him. Then why not leave her to die, she asks, tears breaking through. He fires point blank, refusing to let go even as the golem grips him. The recoil tears through his already broken body. The blast rips the golem apart yet again. Rock and rubble scatter across the arena floor. Hildert realizes the blasted rock always snaps back to its original spot. His magic will keep rebuilding it forever, he laughs, calling him reckless. There's no outrunning the golem if it gets this close. Daisuke doesn't need to move. This spot lets him aim right at it. Hariboteus recalls glimpsing a statuette inside it before. That must be its core. Enough rock's been blasted away now that the figure's fully exposed. So that's the golem's weakness, Daisuke realizes at last. The rebuilt golem is already barreling straight toward them. Ashley's scream rings out as it bears down on him. Its fist slams down in a blast of dust and stone. They stagger up together, barely clear the blast. Outside, the crowd realizes Dorgon was never even human, just a golem. The crowd in the stands screams and points upward. Something huge is falling. The stands buckle under the impact, sending the crowd scrambling to get clear. Daisuke crouches in the wreckage, rifle still raised, as debris rains down around him. Then the golem roars in triumph, certain it sealed the only exit and trapped him. Daisuke stays eerily calm amid the chaos, and the knight beside him looks lost. He fires again, convinced nothing left standing can bear the golem's crushing weight. Another shot tears through the ruins, widening the cracks beneath the golem. The ground itself starts giving way, and the crowd shrieks that it's collapsing. The knight finally understands, right as the golem collapses under its own weight. Pinned in the rubble, the golem thrashes, unable to move, slowly sinking in. Aim for the statuette, the knight tells him. Sure he can land the shot. Daisuke locks onto the tiny target, breath held, finger tightening on the trigger. The rifle cracks, sending a round straight toward the golem's hidden core. The bullet finds its mark, and the golem's stone body starts tearing apart. Cracks race across the golem's face until it splits clean in two. The golem's ruined body crashes through the Colosseum wall in a shower of rock. Daisuke slumps back, breathing hard, wiping the sweat from his face. A last explosion rips through the ruins as the golem's remains detonate. Smoke and rubble settle over what's left of the shattered Colosseum arena. The crowd flinches back as another shockwave rolls through the stands. Nothing remains of the golem now but a mountain of broken stone. Spectators stare in disbelief that he actually beat the golem. Someone up in the stands murmurs that he's an amazing man. Then Lena breaks into a run, shouting his name across the ruined stands. Daisuke doubles over, gasping for breath after everything he's just done. But Ashley hauls him up by the collar, wanting to know why he didn't run. She's relieved he's safe, though he brushes it off, he doesn't leave people behind. Her expression flickers, just for a second, before she catches herself. "You idiot," she mutters, unable to hide the relief in her voice. The crowd erupts as Daisuke's helped out, battered but back on his feet. News already made it through town. He's the one who slew the golem. The whole crowd roared at once, chanting his name over and over. Beside him, the armored knight raised a fist. The golem was dead, danger past. One woman shoved forward, glad her husband made it home safe because of him. More voices pile on, calling him incredible, chanting Golem Slayer again and again. Overwhelmed, he waved them off. He's only a salaryman named Daisuke. The woman blinks, embarrassed. Salaryman really is his actual job, not some grand title. The chant shifted on the spot. Now it was Sir Salaryman echoing through the crowd. Worn down by the fuss, he's ready to give up. He let out a long, tired breath, resigned to the new nickname. It's his right to stand tall now. People are wired to lean on the strong. Something in that landed, and his tired scowl eased into a small smile. Then Lena shoves through, frantic over him and just as worried about Ashley. He was relieved she was safe too. Small comfort after a rough day. Lena's not buying that they're fine yet. Someone else nearby seems to feel otherwise. Then Ashley shouldered in, glaring past them. Stop right there, now. Hildert strode in next, flanked by a wall of spearmen. He's livid over the golem. How dare anyone lay a hand on it? Traitor to the kingdom, that's the charge, and the guards are sent in. The guards hesitated, unwilling to lay a hand on the man who saved them. He wants them moving immediately, but the men stand frozen instead. Then a mug flew out of the crowd and cracked him square in the head. Furious, it's a treason charge now for whoever just threw that at him. One man in the crowd stepped up, daring him to just try it. The whole crowd surges forward, backing the man who beat the golem for them. His own guards started muttering among themselves, clearly rattled by the standoff. Then a hooded messenger came running up with terrible news for Hildert. Angry citizens, it turns out, have already surrounded his own mansion. Sure enough, an armed mob has gathered right outside the mansion gates. Then the crowd starts hurling barrels and stones, and Hildert ducks for cover. A mob surrounds him, shouting that their lives have collapsed under his rule. Get out of our city! If it must be handed over, send someone competent! His attendant panics, begging him to abandon the city and return to their homeland. Then he knocks her aside without hesitation, shoving through the crowd toward the carriage. The carriage speeds off without her, guards barking for him to hurry already. Inside, Hildert vows never to forget this humiliation, cursing the salaryman who beat him. The carriage races off, one line trailing behind. Remember this well. The crowd stands in silence, watching the carriage vanish through the city gate. Then the street explodes with cheering. They are free, and Hildert is finished. Hands rise toward the broken Colosseum, the battlefield that ended his reign. Ethan spots his mother in the crowd and calls out to her. She turns toward him, relief flooding her face. She pulls him into a hug, grateful he made it back safe. Ethan tells her an elf saved him inside the Colosseum, then wonders where she went. In her memory, the elf's promise comes back, and this time, it was kept. In that same memory, the elf told her, just hold him and stay quiet. Tears spill freely now, the weight of the day finally catching up to her. Around them, the celebration rolls on, flags waving, strangers cheering into the square. Nearby fighters cut through the crowd, catching sight of the reunion as they pass. Ashley watches from the edge of the crowd, silent, keeping her distance. The Colosseum stands gutted now, a ruin marking where the battle ended. 100 gold coins spill loose, their prize for winning the whole thing. Daisuke hesitates, doubting they could ever spend such a reward, but it's rightfully his. Ashley laughs and claims her half, 50 coins, exactly as promised. Then Lena pushes the other 50 back into his hands. It's his to keep. He reasons they'll need money eventually, and someone could easily steal it later. He tucks the coin pouch into his closet back home, somewhere safe. He suggests doubling it at the casino. Ashley asks him to hand it over instead. Lena refuses flat out. He's not giving her the money. Somewhere else, a hooded figure mutters to itself. Strange one. No, a venerable one. The armored knight has taken a genuine interest in him, standing tall at his side. From this day forward, he calls him his paragon, introducing himself as Haribotius III. He grabs his hand, roaring with laughter, and gets a dry, sarcastically polite thanks in return. Amused, he starts another sarcastic reply, then stops himself short. In turn, he offers his own title, Design Planning Section Chief, Tukita Trading, Koga Daisuke. A villager checks if he's the injured fighter, while Haribotius squints, baffled by the odd card. Villagers move to treat his leg wounds at once as he wails theatrically about the pain. He waves off the healers and hurries to leave, sure the wound will heal itself. A blinding flash swallows him whole as the crowd cries out in shock. Ashley gapes. What kind of teleportation magic was that? They'll wait right there for him. He's coming back before long. As he shoots skyward in light, someone mutters that he's an odd one indeed. Nearby, a woman lets out a sharp gasp of surprise. Ashley teases her about remembering, while the woman pats her waist to find her wallet gone. He stumbles back into his own room, arms flailing to catch his balance. His shoe touches down hard, the room still humming with leftover energy. He notices his legs already healed, marveling that it saves him every single time. He recalls the advice, return instantly when hurt or drained since the gate heals every wound. Back at Tukita Trading's tower, the workday grinds on as usual. At his desk, Daisuke hums along as always. A coworker notes his good mood. Elsewhere, the towering walls of the Gurnia Empire rise into view. Guards straighten as word spreads through the halls. Their lord Hildert has returned. Sweating, he kneels before the throne, apologizing to his majesty for the whole matter. The court's inner circle gathers close. A bald minister, an armored knight, a masked warrior, a winged swordswoman. The winged swordswoman mocks him for losing the golem his majesty gave him. By the official record, only one man is responsible for destroying it. His denial goes nowhere. The court wants a far more convincing lie. He recounts the man's claim of being a salaryman, wielding strange weapons of impossible power. The masked figure turns the word salaryman over, a trade never once heard of. In the shadows, a silent figure listens closely, giving nothing away. A black armored knight kneels on a high balcony and reports in. Black Knight Zol, present. An enthroned hooded lord gives the order. Find that man and bring him in. Zol lowers his head and accepts without a word of protest. A colossal tentacle rises from the waves as sailors scramble to signal for help. The ship pitches hard beneath a churning sky as more shapes break the surface around it. For weeks now, strange phenomena like this one have been surfacing all across the world. Meanwhile, Ashley weaves through a crowded market street on her way to work. She balances 4 foaming mugs at once, working the tavern floor with practiced ease. A regular customer gushes over her, cute as ever, reason enough to keep coming back. She waves them off with a grin. Spend every coin's worth while you're here. Lena finds her between shifts and asks straight out, any word yet on Oliver? She's been waiting tables here, hoping to pick up gossip, but nothing solid so far. She teases Lena about whether Daisuke already has a girlfriend. The knight has no clue. Someone presses her further. She still has the 50 gold coins, so why even work? Ashley admits she blew it all in one casino night. The knight's jaw drops. Wherever she goes, it seems, Daisuke somehow turns up too. So that explains it. Sticking close to the elf means crossing his path again. Still, she wonders whether he's even recovered from the wounds he took saving them all. Ashley already pictures their reunion. This time she'll comfort him since he fought for her. Lena calls it a duty to everyone. The elf calls it hers alone, laughing it off. A broad-shouldered stranger cuts in. He's heard they're looking for a certain knight. Startled, Lena manages only a stammered yes. Outside, the street carries on around them. Inside, other diners barely notice. One woman across the room looks over, startled. Oliver? Lena sits straight up. The man once met a swordsman who fought exactly like her. The man admits he never learned the mystery swordsman's name. He'd sought them out to thank them too, for pulling him out of the Colosseum. About 6 months back, a gang of thugs tore through this very city. Then, out of nowhere, a hooded figure cut down every last one of them with ease. Lena's sonic zapper connects clean, and the armored fighter goes flying backward. Word's already spreading at the docks. Someone's asking after passage to a dungeon. He needed a ship headed straight for one particular dungeon. Dungeon. The word throws her off for a second. The place sits near the Kamen Channel, 3 days out by sea. On that island waits a dungeon called Axdane Cave. It's crawling with monsters, they warn. And Ashley already knows the place. Hardly anyone's brave enough to go there, which is exactly why he remembers it. Untouched treasure hoards are supposedly still buried inside, powerful items included. The map gets unfolded again. Axdane, right there in faded ink. A hooded traveler studies the harbor and settles on this ship. Their gear's already packed. Ashley and Lena are getting ready to sail. She's only coming because Daisuke will be along. That answer doesn't land well. There's more to it than that though. Tagging along means she'll never be bored again. And she's grown curious about Lena too. Apparently she was getting company on this trip either way. What a bother. She's already grinning ear to ear. Let's go together, now. The whole group heads down the dock, packs slung and ready to board. The anchor creaks free of the water as the order rings out. Weigh anchor. Sails snap open overhead at the next command. Unfurl the sails. The ship pulls away from port, cutting hard through the waves. At the bow, Lena watches gulls wheel past, grinning into the wind. The wind feels amazing against her face, and it shows. The captain still can't believe they're really headed for that island. Yes, apparently. They'll make a brief stop at an island, then push toward the uninhabited harbor. A foot lands on the deck from nowhere in particular. That would make the round trip 6 days total. Out of nowhere, Daisuke steps out, and the captain nearly jumps out of his skin. Somehow, he's already greeting them like nothing strange just happened. The captain demands answers. Where? How? But he's too busy gawking at the ocean. Ashley and Lena rushed him from both sides, thrilled he was finally back. He shrugged off her worry. The wound was already completely healed. The ship's grizzled captain jabs a finger at Daisuke, not on the passenger list. He apologized and offered to pay the fare. The captain wasn't budging. Meals were only stocked for names on the manifest. He was stuck with rations. Undeterred, he digs out convenience store food, promising there's nothing to worry about. The captain squinted at the bag, baffled by the unfamiliar word. Instant udon, a sealed bento, bottled water, supplies from another world entirely. The crew wolfed it down, stunned. Nobody had tasted food like this before. Lena tells him she may have finally found a real lead on Oliver. The two of them keep talking quietly at the rail as passengers look on. He leans on the rail alone, watching gulls glide over calm water. Lena snaps a selfie with his phone while Ashley leans in, curious. Days passed with the ship pushing steadily on toward Axtane. Night fell over dinner before anyone noticed. He was the one who pointed it out. Ashley leans in, inviting him to her bed tonight. Lena shrieks her name in horror. With 3 days left on the voyage, he begs off, heading back home for now. He offers a co-worker's souvenir snack, smoothing over the awkward moment a little. The crew crowded around, oohing over the haul of treats he'd brought back. A sailor burst in, panicked, begging the captain to come at once. Something long and pale rises out of the dark water beside the ship. A crewman thrusts his lantern high, calling for everyone to see what's out there. Lizardmen can't survive out of water, so what just breached the surface? The captain grimaces. Whatever survives outside water can't be let aboard. It lunges. Someone fires a strange device as the deck erupts into panic. Lena's expression hardens, calm settling over her before she moves. She names her strike Sky Slash, and the limb comes off clean. The stump sprayed and flailed, the deck slick with dark blood. The sailor she saved stammered his thanks. She checked if he was hurt. More limbs crash onto the deck as another pair closes in fast. Panic breaks out on deck. How many of these things are even out there? The ship's captain roars for every hand on deck, weapons ready. Daisuke raises his gun to help, and the captain balks, baffled by the sight. He refuses. Passengers stay below. This fight belongs to the crew. Night swallows the ship whole. Nobody can see what's attacking them. The deck tilts hard. The ship is capsizing under them. Crates and bodies slide across the listing deck in every direction. Another crewman goes tumbling as the ship lurches once more. The captain realizes these aren't a swarm of separate monsters at all. His voice catches, "What in the world is this thing?" Then a monstrous tentacle rises out of the water. It's the Kraken. Lena draws her sword. He levels his gun, both bracing for the fight. One sailor claws at the plank, sliding toward the rail as the ship pitches. It's no ordinary beast, a colossal type monster wielding countless crushing tentacles. A tentacle lashes out, sending another crewman skidding across the boards. The captain himself gets slammed off his feet by the blow. Its size stuns them. He warns this Kraken is no ordinary sea monster. So this thing is behind every report of ships turning up sunk. Every hand moves to repel the tentacles at his command. Lena locks eyes on the incoming tentacle, sword already rising. With the cry, she slashes clean across the closest tentacle. Her blade might as well be the dull edge. Nothing cuts through this hide. Daisuke opens fire, bullet after bullet slamming into the creature's flesh. Not exactly effective, was it? The shots barely phased the Kraken at all. Another crewman is sent flying as the chaos below deck continues. Barrels and crates go crashing across the pitching deck. The captain roars a warning. Fall into the sea and the Kraken eats you. A falling crate cracks another sailor across the head. Below deck, a young crewwoman tumbles too, ready to give the captain an earful. She fumes below. His terrible steering wrecked everything down here. She yanks her sash tight, ready to give him a piece of her mind. Then gunfire cracks from Daisuke's pistol as her blade rises against the crashing surge. A rescued passenger showered him in thanks, tacking the honorific Sama onto his name. His gun barrel still smoked from the shot he'd just fired into the chaos. Even the shotgun's close-range punch proved as useless here as his last weapon. Below decks, a young sailor peered out. The deck looked rowdier than he expected. He shoves the door open and it slams back hard against the wall. Outside, a massive tentacle looms over the ship, and it's clearly a Kraken. Nearby, a crewman hacked at the tentacle while the young sailor gagged at it squirming. The captain's shout breaks above the panic. "Everyone stay off the deck!" Too late, a tentacle whips past the doorway just as he opens it. Meanwhile, a young mage plants her staff, chanting to call fire from within. The spell erupts into a roaring fireball she hurls straight at the beast. It detonates in a blinding burst against the creature's hide. Sailors go quiet at the scorched tentacle. Real magic, right in front of them. The young sailor cheered her on. She preened, as if this were nothing unusual. Genius mage, plain and simple. That was her whole explanation. The captain's order cuts through. Bring the torches, fire might be its weakness. Morale lifted. They had a mage aboard, and luck might finally favor them. One sailor called it impossible, another just wanted her to do it again. She slumped against her staff, magic spent. She'd need real rest before casting again. The tentacle looms back over the deck as sailors scatter, one swinging a torch. Steam hisses as the torches sear straight into the tentacle's flesh. The captain hailed it as fireworks against the kraken. Daisuke stayed silent, unconvinced. He couldn't help thinking it smelled like grilled squid from a street stall back home. Even so, the torches only reached the tentacles. The kraken's main body stayed untouched. Ashley steps in. "Fall back," she warns. "This thing is smarter than it looks." One sailor's patience snapped. They already knew they couldn't touch it. Then a tentacle snatches a crewman off the deck as he screams for help. Daisuke fires point blank into the tentacle, and its grip finally lets the man go. A rescued sailor thanks him, and he checks the old man for wounds. A crewman yells for the captain. The ship lists hard, water pouring in. He stares back, stunned by the news. Panic spreads, capsize now, and the kraken makes a meal of everyone aboard. No real sailor gives up that easy. They need a plan to kill the thing. He eyes the flames spreading nearby, hoping they burn out before reaching them. The captain rears back at the monster surfacing beside the ship. Lena slashes at a tentacle, while a mermaid below calls out for Ashley. She means to strike the kraken's main body directly, dealing real damage herself. Ashley grabs her shoulder, furious. She of all people should know it's impossible, but there's no other option left, reckless as it is. She orders everyone to put real distance between themselves and the kraken. A sailor blinks as Daisuke draws a weapon of his own. He raises the launcher, lining up his shot. He wouldn't normally fire this at such close range, but there's no choice. A tentacle lunges at him while a sailor shouts a warning. He fires point blank, snapping out a defiant, "Eat this!" The grenade slams into the writhing tentacle. The blast rips through it, fire swallowing the massive limb whole. Lena charges in with her blade raised, roaring a battle cry. Another blast tears through the beast's flank. The heat rolls back over him and he flinches away. Watching sailors gape, is that magic or something else entirely? This one's a multiple grenade launcher, MGL for short. 6 incendiary rounds per load, built to set the target ablaze on impact. He fires again, only to realize with dread that he's made it angrier. A tentacle catches Lena, her name tearing out of him in alarm. The crew begs for one more shot while Ashley moves to hold the tentacles back. The kraken's massive jaws yawn open, roaring right above the deck. He fires it straight into the open maw. He plants his feet and unloads his gun into the dark ahead of him. The blast catches the kraken head on, tentacles thrashing across the ship's deck. He keeps firing as its tentacles crash over the rail, drenching the deck. The crew erupts, stunned they actually managed to beat the kraken. Lena can only stare, stunned by what he pulled off. Winded, Daisuke slumps against the barrel. Not bad for an old man. 2 days later, the ship reaches land and she can't hide her surprise. The knight studies the shore. This is the island where Oliver disappeared to. Daisuke perks up at the sight of land. Already? That fast? Lena and Ashley call out to him, both grinning as he comes ashore. The crew leaves food and water on the beach. They'll return in 3 days. A local girl looks startled, asking if the new arrival has business here too. Lena laughs it off. Obviously, why else would she be here? The girl plants her staff, declaring the dungeon exists only for her to conquer. She hadn't expected anyone else to have business on this island. Ashley squints, recognizing her, a mage she's crossed paths with before. Not just any mage apparently, and clearly proud of the distinction. She's Michelle, self-declared genius mage, and calls herself a prodigy outright. Ashley grimaces. The girl actually means every word of that. That's exactly her point, Michelle says. She can wield every kind of magic. Pretty good against the kraken, decent at least for an old-timer. Ashley yanks her by the hair, that's his actual name, not old-timer. He straightens up and gives his full introduction. Koga Daisuke, sorry for the delay. Michelle repeats the name once, deciding it's actually not bad. Officially, at least as a mage, her business here is the Axedane Cave itself. She turns to Daisuke, surely that's what brought him here too, right? He's simply accompanying Lena and Ashley. Magic was never his thing. But if that kraken shot wasn't magic, then what exactly was it? Ashley tells the spoiled brat to sit this one out. The cave's genuinely dangerous. Michelle clings to his arm, insisting she's a genius and coming along regardless. Lena teases that the two of them clearly hit it off. Michelle's fine with tagging along, and given the danger, going together makes more sense. Alone, Ashley's patience with the brat is already gone. They finally reach Axedane Cave, its entrance buried under overgrown vines. Lena wonders what could have drawn Oliver all the way out here. At the cave mouth, Daisuke reaches through his portal for a tool. Back home, a coworker leans in, curious what he just grabbed. Turns out it's just a flashlight, a solid one at that. He calls it an electric tool. Michelle guesses it's magic instead. Watching him, she decides he's a genuinely interesting man. The passage looks strangely man-made, nothing like the natural cave they expected. Michelle names it an ancient passage built by a long-vanished magical civilization. Looking back, the place must have served some real purpose. Its mechanisms are still active. Ashley pauses at the wall, an odd feeling creeping over her. Hearing that, she perks up. An untouched ruin like this could hold real treasure. Lena calls the others over. There's some kind of script carved into the wall. Ashley can't make it out, though it's clearly some ancient writing. Michelle reads it aloud. Whoever seeks power must pass its trials to claim the prize. Reading ancient script is nothing to her. Lena didn't expect that at all. Ashley boils it down to try for the treasure, then mocks her pompous delivery. He jokes about adventure movie traps, then admits he's genuinely curious about the trials. Lena cuts the joking short. Time to stay alert and keep moving. Michelle's rule is simple. No touching, no stepping on anything inside. Moments later, something clicks sharply beneath their feet as they walk on. His grin falls, sweat breaking out at the sound. That rumble wasn't just her imagination, he heard it too. Lena turns to Ashley. Did she hear it too? She realizes too late. Her foot just landed on a hidden switch. The rumbling swells around them, drowning out anything else. A mechanism triggers somewhere beneath them, grinding to life. Sensing danger nearby, Lena begs him to keep Michelle close and safe. Ashley blamed her careless footing, apologizing again and again for the mishap. A sharp crack rang out and the group froze, weapons half raised. For a moment, nothing happens, leaving Michelle blinking in confusion beside him. Ashley scolded the false alarm as relief spread through the rest of the group. Then the floor gave way for real, splitting them into two falling pairs. He and Michelle plunged together, her scream echoing through the shaft. Ashley and Lena tumbled down a separate shaft, both screaming just as loud. The fall drags on, Michelle tangled beneath him as they keep falling. They slammed into a slanted chute, momentum flinging them further down. Meanwhile, Lena grabbed for Ashley's hand as both were swept down their own shaft. The tunnel splits again, scattering all four along separate plunging paths. He and Michelle shoot down a narrow slide, unable to slow themselves. The slide dumped them out hard, legs kicking up from the rubble. Dust settled over the hidden chamber as she groaned about the hard landing. He looked around and realized Lena and Ashley were nowhere in sight. He checks on Michelle, still shaken but waving off any concern. Elsewhere, Ashley cursed the trap while Lena shouted for the missing pair. He realizes the trap split their group into two separate pairs. Climbing back through the hole they fell from is clearly impossible now. Michelle decided they should push forward instead of waiting around. They can regroup with the other two once they find a way. He figured Lena and Ashley would be doing the exact same thing. He jokes it feels like Shinjuku Station's depths, and she marvels at the scale. Michelle keeps a tight grip on his sleeve as they walk deeper in. His flashlight caught strange markings carved into the tunnel wall. The wall opens into a massive mural of a dragon flanked by sun and moon. He lit up at the sight, thrilled that dragons were real in this world. Michelle admits she's never seen inscriptions like these before, even as a mage. He pulled out his phone, determined to snap photos of the discovery. The carving foretells an apocalypse dragon, rising from the earth to meet a hero and his companions. However, the dragon's overwhelming power would eventually crush them and doom them all. Then weapons of the gods would descend and strike the dragon down. The carving draws confused looks. Weapons of the gods, whatever that means. Someone calls out for Michelle to come over quickly. One of them turns to Daisuke. What did he see? Bone fragments lie scattered among the rubble, easy to mistake for rocks. The bones are moving. His shout sends a ripple of panic through the group. Skeletons burst upright all around them, blades raised and rattling to life. Michelle's scream tears through the cave, pure terror on her face. She grabs onto Lena, crying out that skeletons are everywhere now. Skeletons apparently aren't her strong suit, and it shows. These skeletons are fallen adventurers, bones reanimated by lingering dungeon magic. One cackles as it lunges toward her, blade raised. She begs it to stop, screaming for it to stay back. A blade cracks a skull loose, sending bone shards flying. Lena barrels through the swarm, scattering ribs and skulls in her wake. Another skeleton shatters under the impact while Michelle shrieks behind her. She's left trembling and crying, bone dust still settling around her. Lena taunts the rest, daring any skeleton still standing to come at her. She squares up to the horde. I'll be your opponent. More of them stagger up out of the dark, growling all around her. She calls on her sword for strength, right before cutting one down. Michelle cheers her on nervously, urging her to keep fighting. With a battle cry, she cleaves clean through another one. A skeleton's blade crashes against hers, but she holds her ground. Another one cackles right in her face, undeterred by the fight. Her eyes stay locked and steady, no hint of fear in them. She lets out a fierce yell and drives her blade through the last one. But more bony hands claw up from the dark, reaching for her. Her fingers clamp tight around the hilt, bracing for what's coming. Lena tears through a wall of skeletons in one sweeping arc, bones scattering everywhere. Ashley recoils as shattered bones rain down around her, hands pressed to her cheeks. Blade still dripping, she looks around for the next skeleton foolish enough to charge. More skeletons cackle and rush her, blades raised for the next clash. 3 skeletons come at once. Fine by her, she meets them head on. Her sword catches one across the ribs, shattering bone in a spray. Another skeleton falls apart mid-swing, the blade never slowing down. Lena wonders if the bones scare her. She only marvels at the swordplay instead. No matter who stands against them, the skeletons keep coming regardless. If they dare raise a blade at her friends, she answers with a bigger swing. More bone flies as Lena keeps cutting through them, Ashley frozen in disbelief beside her. The skeletons keep pouring in. There's no end to how many there are. These bones once belonged to adventurers who died searching this very dungeon. The dungeon is turning out far more dangerous than any of them expected. Something flies straight at Ashley and she yelps, throwing her arms up in panic. Lena shouts a warning and lunges to cut the threat down herself. She whips into a turning slash, clearing every skeleton around her friend. Bone and blade blur together as she tears through what's left of them. Ashley panics, the bones are still twitching and she begs to leave right now. She scrambles after them, pleading not to be left behind with the bones. Daisuke screams and raises his gun, clearly rattled by his first real skeleton. He opens fire on the horde charging straight at him. No one can tell if the bullets are hitting or simply passing through bone. Daisuke waves his smoking gun around in panic, but she isn't fazed at all. Michelle tells him not to panic. Holy magic works best against the undead. She calls on holy light to drive back the darkness. Holy wind rips out from her blade, tearing through the skeleton beside her. The blast rips through them, bones bursting apart in a hail of splinters. Daisuke stares in awe. Michelle grins, ready for whatever comes next in this dungeon. A wave of armed skeletons closed in on them both, broken bones scattered all around. She thanks him for the save, though her magic is completely drained and won't return soon. Immortal as they look, these bones aren't actually invincible. They're only bones now, but once they were people too. Then the hesitation passed and he reached through the portal at his hip. A stubby 6-barrel grenade launcher rotated into his grip. When the small rounds wouldn't drop them, a bigger one came out. Michelle recognized it at once, the same launcher that finished the Kraken. He could swap rounds, but firing here risks collapsing the ceiling and trapping them. For this one though, he loaded something else entirely. The launcher thumps, the round already gone. A canister bursts among the skeletons, hissing gas through their ranks. He followed it with a flare round, lighting the ruined hall white. With the light now, targets are easier to hit. Michelle flinches, dazzled by the glare. He fires again, another skeleton catching the blast dead on. It shatters completely, ribs and skull blown apart in the impact. These rounds are non-lethal, rubber built to bruise rather than kill. They hit softer, but even the smallest target won't dodge them. A skeleton closes its fingers around Michelle as she screams. Daisuke slams it off her with the launcher, bone cracking apart. She looked up at him, breath still ragged from the run. At his feet, the shattered bones twitched, still moving. Scatter them all they want. These things reform given enough time. Michelle grabs his wrist. Now's their chance to run. They bolted down the corridor together, footsteps echoing behind them. Both stopped, doubled over, and gasping for air. They'd put enough distance between them and the horde. It should be safe now. Michelle goes quiet, sure he now thinks she's a liar. She admits it's all an act. Her real magic barely amounts to anything. Daisuke blinks, not expecting that at all. Michelle admits her body holds barely any magic, but she can wield real, powerful spells. He doesn't think she lied though. Her mouth falls open. She didn't expect that reply. Her magic really is amazing, and she's every bit a prodigy. Back when he was her age, hardly anyone liked airsoft guns. That's exactly why she should have confidence in herself and her powers. She nods hard, smiling. She'll believe it now. She hugs him tight, laughing. He's glad to see her spirit back. Something up ahead catches his eye. The chamber ahead feels wrong, too bright, too open for a cave. Michelle's eyes go starry with adoration, pure hero worship. Then a voice cuts through the wall, Lena waving through a gap. Both girls squeeze into the gap, faces lit with relief. Ashley waves it off. Somehow fine. He's relieved she made it through. The two chambers mirror each other exactly. What is this place? Ashley strains at the gap, but it's too narrow to squeeze through. Carved into the wall is a name, the Two Minds Trial. To pass this door requires combined wisdom and a will shared as one. This must be the door, and a trial means they're about to be tested. Something pale bulges from the crack in the door. A hand reaches in. The door swings open far too easily. That alone feels like a warning. The door opens on a hulking armored guardian. The trial starts now. Its blade sweeps wide, and the blast alone throws both women back. On the other side of the wall, he charges the same guardian. Ashley stares. Somehow, the same monster stands on the other side too. He can't believe it. This monster is supposed to be the trial? The guardian fills the doorway itself, blocking both rooms at once. The name finally clicks for him. A trial built for two minds. Does beating this thing even count as passing the trial? Lena looks terrified beside her. This armor has a name. Ghost armor. A suit that gained a will of its own. A massive armored fist crashes down, kicking up rubble and dust. Ashley recoils and throws herself clear, barely fast enough. The fist slams into the floor right where she stood. The shockwave sends her tumbling head over heels across the chamber. She's certain now. There's no beating this thing. So she turns and bolts for the exit instead. But iron bars slam down across the doorway first. Trapped, she manages only a shaky, disbelieving laugh. Then Lena drops in from above, blade already swinging. Steel meets helm in a shower of sparks. She pivots and drives her blade through the next one's guard. Even so, their armor's tougher than it looks. Her blade stalls against the visor. Through a gap in the wall, Ashley pleads for something stronger than swords. He could use one, but firing it here risks bringing the ruins down on them. Still, the real question is which one to pull. Lena keeps her blade jammed against the helmet, refusing to give ground. She notices something odd. No visible core, yet they still fight to shield one. That means there's something underneath worth covering. Then she spots it. A glint tucked behind the visor. She lunges, sword aimed dead at the spot she just found. The blade connects, and the knight's frame shudders under the blow. She lets out a fierce cry, driving the strike home. Her sonic zapper lands clean, and the hidden crystal shatters. The knight buckles and crashes down, finally beaten. Ashley can't believe it. Did Lena actually take it down? Her theory just proved right. The crystal really was the weak spot. Word crosses the gap fast, and Michelle relays it to Daisuke. Aim for the crystals. Up close, he can see it too. That glinting crystal does look breakable. Michelle jumps at the sudden hum as Daisuke pulls the right gun through. The rifle finishes forming in his grip, already leveled at the target. This modified M4 carbine is built for close quarters, special forces gear. He chambered around, the rifle ready in his hands. He opens fire, the M4 ripping through rounds in one long burst. The rounds slammed into a hulking armored guardian, sparks flying, barely a scratch. Michelle's eyes light up at the sight, clearly amazed. Through a crack in the wall, Ashley grinned. Typical Daisuke. He catches her voice and glances up, surprised. Its helmet split under the impact, but he suddenly stopped. Something was wrong. The shattered core hisses back together right in front of them. It's regenerating. On the other side, Lena's guardian had regenerated too. She couldn't understand why. He empties his pistol into it point blank, teeth gritted. Michelle went quiet, turning the puzzle over in her head. Across the wall, Lena swings her blade with everything she's got. He dropped down toward the inscription, rifle still slung on his back. The ancient script lights up at his touch. Combine your wisdom and your will as one. Both guardians were identical, split across the same wall. The same enemy doubled. Michelle pieces it together. Both guardians must be struck in the same spot at once. Lena reached the same understanding on her end, sword raised and ready. He left the choice of target to her since he could strike from any range. Lena picks a point and calls it, the left arm first. 3 quick hits land on the same spot, right on cue. She leaps high and comes down hard on the guardian's arm with a crash. Her blade tore through, landing exactly where she called it. The arm's crystal core finally cracked apart and stayed broken. Ashley spots the opening through the crack and shouts for him to move. He's already lining up the shot, confident it's his to take. He unloads another full burst, brass spraying from the rifle. The rounds tore straight into the guardian's head at close range. This time, the core didn't hold. It shattered completely. Smoke curled from the ruined helmet. The guardian finally went still. One skeleton's arm changes color during the fight, and Michelle catches it first. He realizes what it means. This one stopped regenerating for good. Elsewhere, Lena presses a golem guardian hard while Ashley cheers her on. She marks her next target, the right leg. Her blade crashes clean through the guardian's helmet. The wrecked knight keels over, plates breaking loose. Then it detonates in one last violent blast. Back with Daisuke, Michelle cheers him on. He opens up with a long rifle burst. Michelle lunges in right behind him, matching the assault. Rounds tear into what's left of the Guardian. One clean strike splits its head wide open. Shards scatter as the wreck comes apart. Another core cracks open in the rubble. The last of the debris rains down. The armor's finally still. Lena and Ashley both catch their breath. That should be all of them. This one stopped moving too. One last core remains, its chest plate creaking open. A strange orb rises from the floor. Go ahead, take it, Daisuke. It keeps humming as it lifts higher into the light. Then a massive black guardian erupts, blasting a beam clean through the wall. The blast tears on, ripping through stone and steel. The same blast rips into Lena on the other side, and she screams. She has no idea what that was, but it clearly won't be easy. Ashley's stunned. The beam keeps tearing through the chamber around them. Debris rains down as Michelle's thrown off her feet. He tells her to get clear. He'll draw its attention while the ceiling caves in. The guardian looms over Lena. Ashley's scream cutting through the dust. She checks on her, furious now. She's ending this fight right here. Together, Lena and Ashley cut loose on the Guardian at once. Airborne, she drives a beam of light straight into the golem's eye. The blade struck dead center, light pouring out through the shattered socket. The huge eye cracked in half, each piece settling onto its own stand. Then the headless body crashed down in a shower of broken stone. Elsewhere, Michelle bolts through the smoke and rubble, screaming out his name. Her scream tore through the chamber, raw and full of dread. Daisuke steps over the wreckage, pistol raised, rifle slung across his back. It's over. He lines up the shot and pulls the trigger. The round punched straight through, blowing the golem apart at the core. Standing over the wreck, he lowered his weapons. The fight already won. Lena and Ashley won their own fight, the elf whooping with triumph. Back with Daisuke, Michelle notices the chamber walls trembling and pulling apart. Through the new opening, Lena found them both unharmed and sagged with relief. He just shrugged it off, insisting they never had any trouble at all. The four of them regroup at last, Ashley bouncing with excitement. A new doorway grated open in a wall none of them had touched. An inscription beside it claims only those who clear the trials may enter. Lena wondered quietly whether Oliver had ever made it this far himself. He promises they'll find a lead inside. Flustered, she manages a small yes. Ashley marveled at the murals lining the corridor as the group pressed on. Michelle studies carvings of skeleton warriors and an armored golem, wondering if they're a warning. She turns the question back. Wasn't this whole dungeon meant to be her trial? Michelle recalled old adventurer records describing something hidden deep inside this dungeon. Buried somewhere below, she says, waits the legendary gear she's been chasing. Equipment, she once imagined, powerful enough to finally make her a genius mage. The robe stands displayed on its pedestal, sealed away inside the ancient vault. Nearby, a nest of serpent heads stirs, coiled and half hidden in shadow. Above them loomed a shrine wall carved with 7 serpent heads, wreckage piled below. The heads rise fully now, fangs bared, eyes catching the light. Still, Lena can't shake the question of whether Oliver got this far. Whether he passed through here was anyone's guess, and not everyone even knew the name. Then Lena stiffened as Michelle caught sight of something up ahead. The corridor opened into a vast circular hall lined with countless doors. Countless passageways, it turned out, all led back to this same chamber. Daisuke wasn't sure what this room even was, but it looked like the final stop. Ashley bounds up a nearby staircase, shouting for the others to follow. The rest scramble up after her, Daisuke bringing up the rear. At the top of the stairs, she freezes at what waits beyond. A cavern of hoarded treasure opens up. Blades, armor, and glowing orbs piled everywhere. Lena's hand drifts toward the hilt of a jeweled sword nearby. Row after row of ornate helmets sit stacked among the hoard. Michelle explains the old records call this the vault's innermost sanctum, built for magic items. Every piece in the pile is enchanted, apparently. Lena can hardly believe it. Ashley's already imagining selling the lot and getting rich overnight. Daisuke eyes one of the items, wondering if he could use magic after all. Among the hoard, the weapons apparently stand out the most. Michelle reached for one of the swords to see what it could do. The blade flared to life in her hand, each one carrying different effects. Even the smallest trace of magic power was apparently enough to set them off. Lena and Ashley both wanted a turn testing one for themselves. She picked up a jeweled pendant, awed by how beautiful it looked. Then a massive jeweled shield lurched to life and nearly knocked her over. Despite its size, the jewel shield turned out to be surprisingly light. Ashley's mind was already ringing up how much all of this was worth. Daisuke grabbed a staff of his own and gave it a dramatic swing. He tried an open sesame, dead serious about it. He claimed it was some magic phrase from elementary school. Michelle looked baffled. Apparently no such incantation existed, though that didn't stop him from continuing. Turns out Daisuke had no magic power at all. The item never reacted. Ashley waved everyone over, eager to show off something of her own. She delivers one last strike, and the wreckage around her finally goes still. Broken golem parts lie tangled in a loose chain nearby. She digs a small round trinket out of the wreckage, studying it. Turns out it's a whip that sticks to anything she wants. Maybe she's a natural. Then she turns to Michelle. Did she ever find the treasure she came for? She says the artifact she wants is no trivial charm. It's written into ancient records. Ashley needles her. What if it's too advanced even for a genius mage? Something in her expression falters, the T's landing harder than intended. She waves it off as a joke. Lena isn't having it. A single tear for show. She isn't really sorry. The whole party gathers around Michelle, all eyes now on her search. The group decides then and there to help her track it down. Out of nowhere, an ancient voice recites words meant for the chosen ones. She stops cold. What in the world is that voice? A staircase now stands there that definitely wasn't there before. This is it, exactly what she's been searching for. She bolts ahead, sure that what she wants is right there. Lena hangs back, uneasy. She can hardly believe it. Beyond here? She points her staff at the plain stone wall. Beyond this? Her breath catches. She's sure this is the spot. Can't everyone see it? She's pointing hard at what looks like bare wall. Maybe there's a hidden switch, Daisuke guesses. Ashley wants to know what she's seeing. She doesn't waver, pressing forward toward whatever she's found. She takes one more step toward it, the sound echoing off stone. Michelle breaks into a sprint and leaps straight at the wall. She's floating in midair now. Even the elf falls silent. The elf is sure she's onto something. Lena wants an explanation. The stairway itself seems to ask what she's seeking, urging her to climb. These voices are only getting more ominous, and Daisuke hears them too. Then Michelle gives her answer. She's seeking strength that finally befits her. She charges down the stairs, staff swinging hard at something unseen. Then the three of them move on together, worry plain on her face. Then an ancient voice booms out and translates itself. Their next trial is about to begin. Behind them, the trial door grinds open, revealing rows of skulls carved into stone. The sight sends the group scrambling back. Daisuke throws his hands up in shock. Then something with 7 heads rises out of the doorway, coiling higher by the second. Ashley grabs for Michelle as both of them recoil from the thing coiling above. She can only stare, mouth open, unable to process what's rising in front of her. He stops cold on the stairs. That thing is a hydra. Behind him, someone gasps. Isn't that a legendary monster out of old stories? Then the hydra roars, jaws stretching wide enough to swallow a man whole. One head slams him into a pile of crates as she cries out in fear. Ashley pieces it together fast. This thing counts as their next trial too. Michelle wants everyone to run before it's too late, but Lena refuses. She wants the mage to keep going instead. She hesitates, torn between running and leaving them behind. Lena plants herself in its path. If they retreat now, it'll come straight for Michelle instead. Ashley starts to protest, the words dying in her throat. Her tone turns serious. Michelle's always dreamed of this, and her prize waits past that tunnel. Her expression hardens, decision already made. Daisuke racks his shotgun, telling her not to worry about the rest of them. He's not planning on losing. Not today. Michelle turns and bolts for the tunnel without looking back. She sprints full speed, staff gripped tight in one hand. The hydra rears up fully, slamming down hard enough to shake the floor. Daisuke, Lena, and Ashley brace together as it barrels toward them. Further down the tunnel, Michelle vows to finally become a true genius mage. Her voice carries back through the tunnel. Wait for her there. He grits his teeth and levels his gun at the hydra. She glances back one last time, certain she'll return for every one of them. Something massive drags itself through the rubble, dust rising in sheets. It is the Hydra, a legendary beast said to carry 7 heads. She turns to Ashley, wanting to know their objective here. Just keep the monster off Michelle's path, comes the answer. Ashley breaks into a sprint, staff in hand. Am I reading this right? Michelle nods and falls into step behind her, but then doubt crept back in before the fight even started. Some part of her still doubted sending the mage off alone was wise. Her frown lingered, the decision already impossible to take back. Failure wasn't an option this far in, and it would turn out fine. "Charge!" Michelle yells, and the others move without hesitation. Lena flings herself forward, sword raised, launching straight at the beast. She kicks off the ground, closing the gap in one leap. She lands on the Hydra's coiled back and sprints up its spine. Her blade drives deep into scaled flesh with a solid crack. Ashley, meanwhile, winds up, conjured blades gathering at her side. Phantom swords burst loose, aimed straight for the beast's throat. One blade tears through the air with a piercing whistle. More illusion swords spin free as she twists into the throw. A head takes the hit dead on, roaring through the smoke. Ashley grins and points out the hit with a wink. Lena shouts a warning, "Watch her left!" A second head lunges at Ashley from her blind side. She freezes in place, nowhere left to dodge. A shot cracks out and Daisuke drops the head before it connects. "Are you alright?" he asks, and Ashley beams his name back instead. He racks the spent shell out and reloads without breaking stride. Another shot lands clean, and Ashley marvels at the weapon's power. He names it the Winchester M73. It's a lever-action rifle built back in the American West's pioneer days. The Winchester in his hands is famous for one thing: blisteringly fast reloads. He opens fire, and the rounds chew through the wooden beams around him. Then a massive head lunges from the dust, jaws open and roaring. He answers with a pistol in his other hand, firing right alongside the rifle. One gun was never his limit, and he means to prove it now. He crosses both rifles overhead, catching the strike on the twin barrels. His finger settles back onto the trigger. He racks the lever, chambering the next round. The shot connects, and one of the creature's heads bursts apart in the blast. Meanwhile, footsteps pound down a corridor leading away from the fight. Michelle spots a door ahead and calls out that it is the exit. Behind her, Daisuke swears the creature will not get in her way. She races on, breath ragged, the exit finally within reach. Then she steps into a chamber lined with ancient armor and blades. This is the place, she realizes, a vault holding the era's finest gear. Suits of golem armor and weapons stand mounted on pedestal after pedestal. A few pedestals sit empty, and the one piece she wants is not among them. She finds a hooded robe built by the Grand Mage Lee Domar, just as described. Grinning, she waves the others off. She will be right back soon. She reaches out and grips the robe. The equipment's grip closes back around her hand, hard enough to make her yelp. Inside it waits a sealed soul, centuries spent hunting for a suitable body, Lee Domar. She can hardly believe it. That name belongs to the Grand Mage himself. It offers her its power to save her friends, and suddenly the trials make sense. Her magic starts draining away and panic crosses her face. It is being stolen. No magic, no mind left, and still no death. Only her body is the price. Furious, she refuses to be anyone's puppet. The takeover pushes on regardless. Rebirth as Lee Domar, framed as the greatest honor imaginable. Back at the fight, Daisuke and Lena drive a blade into another of the heads. Ashley slams down a barrier, casting Jewel Shield to block the blow. The Hydra's roar shakes the chamber while she braces, weapon in hand. Daisuke opens fire, and his shot rips into one of the heads. His attack lands clean, and Ashley calls out for the finishing blow. Lena winds up with a scream, throwing everything into one strike. Her blade tears a clean arc through the air. It's her new move, Wave Slasher, slicing straight into the Hydra's neck. One head shrieks in pain as the blade bites deep. Panting, she counts 6 heads left as one lies severed. He catches her as she stumbles, holding her steady. He tells her there's no rush, that she doesn't have to push herself. Ashley tenses, catching something the others haven't noticed yet. Behind them, the Hydra's severed stump gurgles wetly, still very much alive. A fresh head bursts out, whole and snarling in seconds. He can't believe what just grew back. Both girls go rigid, unable to process what happened. Lena asks how they beat something that just regrows its head. The elf loses it. Even the older wounds are sealing themselves shut before their eyes. He fires again, but the heads barely flinch this time. He admits the Winchester can only stop one head at a time, not all 6. He eyes an anti-material rifle, then dismisses it. Regeneration would make it pointless too. What he needs is a weapon that can hit every head before it heals. Then it clicks. He's finally thought of the right weapon. He digs through his closet, recalling he bought this with last year's winter bonus. A massive rotary weapon roars to life in his hands. He hauls the weapon up while the Hydra's heads roar behind him. The tripod legs slam down, locking into place with a hard clang. He wrestles the mount upright, bracing it against the rubble. Piece by piece, he finishes assembling the heavy tripod-mounted gun. Lena watches, confused, unsure what Daisuke's building this time. Ashley figures he must have a plan, and she agrees, still hopeful. Lena raises her blade. They need to buy him time out there. He opened fire, sending vault relics spinning through the wreckage. His barrel flashes hot. Another round already chambered and ready. The Hydra rears up in full. 3 heads, one already spitting fire at Ashley. Lena barely twisted clear as its jaws snap shut behind her. Then she drives her blade down with a roaring battle cry. Another slash landed as Ashley watched from the smoke below. "Eat this!" she yells, driving her spear into its scaled hide. Her whip cracked across another head with a solid, satisfying hit. Her whip's too short to actually slow something this size. She once had no choice but to unleash her true ability, and everything changed. More heads lash back as another blade slashes clean across scales. Lena dropped from above, blade angled for one final strike. Her blade connects, cry ripping through the smoke. Her grip tightened around the hilt for the next swing. Ashley's whip lashes out again, cracking hard across the coil. Then something in her grip started buzzing and glowing without warning. The heck is this thing? It's glowing on its own now. She prays it's not cursed, but someone behind her already groans. In her place now sat a small white mouse amid the gear. The mouse blinks, confused, and lets out a tiny squeak. Lena shrieked while Daisuke stood frozen, unable to process it. Meanwhile, a towering robed shape looms low over a kneeling Michelle. "Stop resisting, young girl," a voice croons as it closes in. Mana flows freely out there, limited only by what her body can hold. In short, and then Michelle screamed as the pressure crushed down. A mage's worth comes down to their gear and mana conversion. Take up the tool's name, it commands, Lee Domar. This device drains the wearer's magic power and stores it, expanding what their body can hold. An average person would black out the instant their magic power gets drained like this. Looming over Michelle, pinned to the ground, it presses in. Resistance is futile. Surrender your body. It leans in closer, one glowing eye fixed on her. Its grip falters. Something about her feels off. She screams back, "What are you, really?" She's already burned through enough power to knock anyone out, yet somehow she's still standing. Her jaw sets, bracing for whatever happens next. It guesses she'd stashed magic in the gear beforehand, enough to keep her on her feet. Actually, it's the opposite. This thing just drinks in huge amounts of magic power. Her mana conversion rate is the worst there is. She's barely gathered any power since birth, but it never gets to finish the thought. She has a rare gift, pulling massive amounts of ambient mana straight into her own body. Her terrible conversion rate barely matters now. Endless ambient mana means she can never run dry. It recoils, stunned by what it's hearing. Overloaded by her surging mana, it reels. Suddenly it's the one losing ground. Panicking, it decides she has to die right now. Power crackles around Michelle as she braces for what comes next. Her eyes narrow as magic gathers fast around her hands. She throws up a light wall, blocking the blast cold. She realizes she can suddenly cast any spell she wants. Amazing, even to her. The hood lies empty on the stone, whatever lived inside it now gone. Michelle stands there bare-shouldered, catching her breath after the surge. She picks up the hat. "You're mine now," she says. It can't understand how it lost to a mere little girl. Her mouth curls into a small, satisfied smile. Because she's a genius, she boasts. She's even surpassed it now. Meanwhile, he racks a fresh round into the barrel amid shattered monster remains. The heavy gun clanks into place just above her head. Lena sprints past, out of breath, while Daisuke reddens at the sight. She's out of options. The heads just keep coming, no end in sight. Ashley calls it impossible. She just needs to move faster. Daisuke opened fire to cover her, her name lost in the gunfire. She shouts back that they're fine, just keep doing his job. Lena drops in with a blade strike, cracking something on impact. The blow flings her into a spin, a scream ripped out of her. She's still falling, the scream trailing after her the whole way down. A massive jaw splits open beneath her. Dinner's about to be served. Ashley's voice cut through. Fireball! Aims straight at the gaping mouth. The fireball detonates against the Hydra's head with a deafening boom. Something small clings to Lena's shoulder, just as startled as she is. Daisuke's warning is swallowed whole by the noise around them. The scorched head reared back, furious, smoke curling from its jaws. Dozens of glowing circles bloom in the air above a hooded figure. Wind gathers as the figure begins an incantation, calling down endless lightning. The small creature yelps, buried against Lena as the air crackles. The chant ends and countless lightning bolts answer, aimed at the enemy. Thunderbolt! A fist punches upward and the spell fires. Lightning crashes down on every head at once, the boom deafening. One head hangs limp, scorched as the rest of the Hydra reels. Ashley leaped through the drifting smoke, spear ready in her hand. She lands with an apology for keeping everyone waiting so long. It's Michelle, in a wizard's hat and cloak, declaring herself the genius mage. Lena and the others cried her name in relief. Daisuke calls her name, relief written across his face. Turns out she really did find what she came here looking for. None of this would have happened without the three of them backing her up. Voice cracking, she manages a small, genuine thank you. Then the Hydra rises again, still alive and still coming for them. Michelle swings her staff up for another strike, wind howling around her. A voice hums from the staff itself, offering to leave everything to it. Michelle refuses. This trial is hers to finish alone. Robed now in the ancient mage's power, she vows to face the Hydra herself. Her new look settles, hat, cape, and resolve. Several heads loom above her, jaws wide. A Hydra can strike with all 7 heads and regrow anything it loses. A mouse blurts a warning. This Hydra regenerates unbelievably fast. Stunned that the mouse can talk, Michelle hears it's actually Ashley. Daisuke recoils. A cursed item left her stuck as a rodent. Busy for now, Michelle flings the mouse aside, promising to help later. Lena catches her, grumbling that people shouldn't be thrown around. She warns the others to fall back. Her magic will catch anything nearby too. Her plan? Let the Hydra drain her magic until it can't regrow. Claws close in as her spell keeps building. She chants for the water to freeze into arrows and pierce through. The ice arrows slam home. The Hydra reels back. A head lunges for Daisuke. He scrambles for his gun. He fires point blank as jaws snap toward him. Michelle cuts in between them, refusing to let anything harm her friends. Shaken, Daisuke owes her one. She checks that he's unhurt. She calls the wind into countless blades to cut through everything. Wind Slasher rips through several heads at once. More heads fall, sliced before they can regrow. Lena stares, amazed. So this is her real power. Watching her fight, Daisuke finally sees Michelle's true strength. Severed heads regrow within seconds, flesh knitting shut. Its regeneration really is incredible, Michelle admits, though something about it feels off. She notices the pattern on her hat's brim slowly fading. If she doesn't finish fast enough, her magic will run completely dry. She casts again, willing the wind to carry her body faster than before. Michelle rockets forward on an acceleration spell, closing fast on the Hydra. She races along its neck, aiming to strike at close range. She raises her staff overhead, ready to drive it straight down. One head lunges in beside her, jaws stretched wide. She calls down hellfire, invoking flames to burn the beast alive. A shielded blast erupts around her, swallowing the snapping heads in fire. Lena watches, and Ashley, still cursed as a mouse, gasps in amazement from her shoulder. She wonders if Michelle can hold up, amazing as that power looks. Fire crackles around her as she curses through gritted teeth. Something's off. It shouldn't regenerate this fast, let alone rein in its own movement. It seems to harden itself the instant a hit lands, which shouldn't be possible either. Another jagged blast tears into its coiled mass without slowing it down. Lena stares in alarm as Ashley, perched on her shoulder, asks what's wrong. The scorched heads keep sizzling, wounds sealing shut even as they burn. Michelle freezes mid-strike, staring at what the flames just revealed. All 7 heads stand fully restored, towering over her in scale and fire. She screams the truth. The Hydra isn't healing, it's evolving. Then a familiar voice cuts in, Lee Domar, calling her a foolish girl. It warns her the beast has learned to counter every spell she casts. In its view, that's true power, and every hit only teaches it to adapt further. Of the 7 heads, only one is real. One head shrieks, jaws splitting wide as the others rear up behind it. Failing to hit the true head is exactly why she keeps losing ground. Michelle hurls fireballs, hunting now for the one true head. The flames slam home, but the head barely flinches. She still has spells in reserve, Lee Domar scoffs, calling it pointless. Her hat's gauge bottoms out. Michelle is completely out of magic power. She hangs in the air, staff gripped, with nothing left to throw at it. A jaw slams toward her as a shout of lightning veil barely holds it back. Michelle grits her teeth, straining under the impact as it forces her back. Something small hurls itself through the chaos, crying out for her. The ground buckles and crashes down, swallowing the scream in dust and debris. Sunlight fell over a coastal city, a domed palace looming past crowded market stalls. In a curtained sick room, a frail young woman turned to ask what troubled young Michelle. Her face tightened, unable to get the words out at first. She admitted she'd never be a proper mage like her sister, calling herself useless. That was the same as no talent. She'd been born unable to gather any magic power. Her eyes dropped, the shame sitting plain on her face. Her sister's magic disease left little time, but the future was still Michelle's to choose. Saying it aloud might as well have made it true. Words carried power just like magic. Her sister's answer? Just claim the title outright, a genius, plain and simple. Her sister opened her arms and drew young Michelle into an embrace. Holding her close, her sister made one promise. The day she walked proud would come. After all, No one was dearer to her than this little sister. Back in the fight, Michelle collapses beneath her stolen power, her sister's prayer echoing on. She realizes her magic reserve has completely run dry. The Hydra's heads loom closer, hopeless now, with nothing left to fight back with. As the Hydra bears down, she quietly apologizes to her sister, certain this is the end. A voice cuts through the smoke, ordering her to snap out of it. It's Ashley, still trapped as a mouse, reminding her she's supposed to be a genius. Lena crashes in with a spinning sonic zapper strike, tearing through the Hydra's coils. The blast rocks the Hydra's heads back, buying them a moment's breathing room. Relief washes over them. Lena's here, and she's unhurt. She pulls Michelle along by the hand, urging her onward. Nearby, Daisuke loads another round into the grenade launcher. He slams the ammo belt into place on the mounted cannon, ready to fire. One last motion locks it in, the weapon primed and roaring to life. Lena sprints on, dragging Michelle along, shouting for him as the Hydra gives chase. He freezes for half a second, watching them sprint straight for him. "Over here," he yells, waving them in behind the barrel, now aimed and ready. Daisuke thanks the group. Their cover gave him the time to finish setting up. He runs the checklist fast. Safety off, ammo belt feeding clean. Rain hammers down as the Hydra rears back, jaws stretched wide. Guns readied, the Hydra is already closing in on the whole group. One head lunges through the smoke while the rest of the beast waits behind. Teeth bared, he gives the order and opens fire. The M2 roars to life, muzzle flashing through rolling smoke. Round after round tears into the Hydra, shredding scale and flesh. He holds the trigger down, pouring a steady stream of fire into it. Ashley, still trapped in her cursed mouse form, shrieks at the noise. Michelle, reshaped by the robe's power, has never seen attacks like these. He turns to her. There's still a future ahead of her. Then a memory surfaces. A woman from his old life told him this once too. Her breath catches, surprise flickering across her face. His advice is simple. Find her own pace and grow at it. Watching the smoke clear, he vows never to let her future be taken from her. Then he grips the M2 tighter. Both of them are far from finished. He squeezes the trigger again, round after round, chewing into the beast. One shot snaps a head back, blood spraying across the ruined stone. Stunned, the others can only watch. Nothing they have seen compares to this firepower. He keeps firing, the gun grinding on without pause. Casings pile up beneath the tripod as the M2 Browning unloads without mercy. A heavy machine gun built by the legendary designer, Browning. It fires heavy rounds built to punch through armor, though it's fixed to one spot. Ashley can't believe it. This thing can keep firing like that, on and on. Lena's voice cuts through the smoke. The Hydra's wounds are already closing. Both heads rear back again, fully healed and roaring through the smoke. Ashley wonders about a weakness, while the others marvel at how fast it heals. Attacking the other heads won't be enough, only one of the 7 is real. But the realization stops him cold, the thought left hanging unfinished. Another Hydra head rears back up through the smoke and rubble. Lena spots one head with no damage at all, tucked in at the back. The other heads were sacrifices. This one's the real target, and Daisuke sees it too. He swings the rotary gun onto it and opens fire. Rounds tear into the Hydra's skull, chipping through scale and bone. Another head lunges in, taking a hit meant for the real one. She lines up a spell of her own while the barrage keeps going behind her. She grips her staff and channels a crackling surge of magic into it. She's scraped together a bit more magic power, enough to worry Lena. There's probably still something she can do. A soft ping lights up the gauge built into her hat. He wrenches the gun's cover open and racks it hard. Fresh rounds sit ready. He needs them loaded in immediately. The rotary gun runs dry mid-fight, pulling Lena's attention his way. The barrel's scorching hot now, searing his palm the moment he grabs it. Every round fired pumps more heat into the barrel and the gun itself. It needs a moment to cool, or the whole thing could seize up for good. Thankful for the help, Lena hands over her own glove for the scorching metal. Gloved now, he feeds fresh rounds into the belt one by one. The Hydra hisses, very much still in the fight. Ashley catches a strange gesture rippling through its remaining heads. The hissing builds, spreading down its coiled necks. Something surges beneath its scales, gathering into a building wave of force. Ashley bolts upright in a panic, sensing what's about to hit them. A massive blast rockets straight toward him and Lena. Both of them brace hard as the wind slams into their faces. The attack swells into a towering wave rolling across the clearing. It slams down in a massive explosion, burying them in smoke and dust. The Hydra watches the smoke settle, unmoved and unhurt. Michelle's already thrown up a barrier. Shining Wall holds the blast back just in time. Ashley, still a tiny mouse, perches on her head, cheering her on. She's out of magic now. No way she can take on another. Well done, he tells her, relief plain on his face. Lena's voice cracks with urgency as she reaches him. There's actually a way to hit the main head now, she realizes. Reloading complete, the heavy gun's ready to fire again. Prepare to fire, Tiny Ashley cheers him on from the sidelines. He opens fire, the gun roaring in one long burst. Bullets tear through the Hydra's heads in a storm of debris. The assault keeps going, chunks of the creature scattering everywhere. The main head's hiding behind the others as a shield, she warns. Not this time, he's not about to let it escape. The barrage keeps tearing into the beast's necks. New heads sprout back almost as fast as they're blown apart. The Hydra's adapting to his attacks now. Its regeneration rate keeps climbing. The moment it finishes regrowing a head, it's thrown right back up as a shield. One head rears back, charging another blast. He can't give it a single second to recover. Not now. Ashley squeaks a warning. It's about to unleash that attack again. This M2 Browning's been in service since 1933, he explains, used worldwide. No other machine guns ever topped it. Every redesign kept the same core structure. This gun can punch straight through its guard. It'll be fine. The heavy gun keeps roaring, chewing through the assault. Spent casings spill out as the ammo belt feeds through. He refuses to stop, even as she warns the barrel's overheating. Smoke pours off the barrel, glowing now from the strain. More heads shred apart under the relentless barrage. The creature staggers under the assault but refuses to fall. One eye takes a direct hit, the head snapping back. The blast rips through what's left of it in one final burst. The Hydra's head rears back, jaws wide as the killing blow lands. He unloads the M2 as the blast swallows the ceiling, Michelle screaming beside him. Debris rains down around him, but his face barely changes. He straightens his glasses while Michelle whoops beside him, thrilled. Somewhere in the smoke, someone unseen stares on, stunned. A hooded stranger looks on, amazed anyone could still fell a Hydra. What a man, the stranger murmurs, still watching him. He and a cloaked companion stand amid the Hydra's fallen coils. Michelle brags they thoroughly beat it, though Lena can barely repeat the word Hydra. Relief washes over him. His shot reached the true head just in time. He pats the M2 Browning, thanking it like an old partner. The wrecked chamber makes it clear their fight did some real damage. Michelle waves it off. Lena's just relieved everyone made it out fine. The mouse in her hand still isn't thrilled about it though. Ashley smacks her, snapping that being a mouse is not fine at all. A hand reaches into the dust, tracing a circle onto the floor. Nervous, the mouse stays put at the center of the circle, just as told. Michelle crosses her hands, feeding magic into the circle around her. The hooded stranger calls for the curse to break and her true form to return. With a shout of release, the mouse panics, then vanishes in a burst of light. She crashes back down hard, letting out a pained yelp. Michelle blinks hard, at a loss for words. Elf-eared and human again, she can hardly believe it worked. She throws her arms up in triumph, thrilled to have her old body back. Something about it nags at Michelle. Ancient curses don't lift that clean. Then Ashley realizes she has no clothes on and shrieks. Daisuke hefts the M2 Browning off its mount, looking it over. He calls out for Lena, glancing around the ruined room. They found no lead on Oliver after all that. After everything they went through here, that stings, and he just nods. Oliver might already be dead, and even Daisuke's fight looks far from won. Michelle gasps and calls his attention. The whole room around them is transforming. The shattered vault rebuilds itself around them, doors and pillars snapping back into place. Lena's amazed, and Daisuke realizes the whole vault is restoring itself to how it began. Restoration magic covers the whole room. However it's wrecked, it rebuilds itself. Ashley calls out. She's turned back to normal too, no longer a mouse. She strikes a pose, teasing that the new look might make him fall for her. Daisuke just laughs it off, relieved she didn't stay a rat forever. Then Michelle calls Lena over. She spotted something worth a closer look. She leans in, startled and unsure what her friend just found. A sudden force yanks the whole party sideways, dragging them along the wall. They land inside a hidden chamber tucked within the treasure room itself. The real treasures were hidden here all along. The ones outside were just decoys. Daisuke grins. It reminds him of a cluttered attic from his childhood. Ashley grabs Michelle's hand. Touching the wrong item might trigger another trial. Lena spots an empty stand. Some of the equipment here is missing. Michelle realizes someone else must have beaten this vault before them. She connects it to Lena's search. Oliver might have passed through here too. Daisuke figures the gear scattered around once belonged to earlier visitors. She reaches toward a discarded gauntlet, studying it closely for a moment. Then Lena freezes. A familiar sword stands upright in the rubble. It's Oliver's sword, the one he always carried into battle. Daisuke reads the engraved name aloud. Then Michelle turns to ask if it's really true. That means Oliver passed his own trial and swapped his old gear for something new. Lena presses the sword gently against her forehead, eyes closed in relief. She's simply relieved he's alive and safe, wherever he's ended up. Ashley assumes he must have slain a Hydra too, just like they did. Michelle doubts it. She thinks every trial is tailored to the person. Then she raises her staff, ready to cast something new. She opens a magic circle. Time to finally leave this dungeon. He hands Lena a katana and she snaps to it, eager to spar. She swings once and the blade whistles clean through the air. Ashley throws her arms up on the beach, thrilled to be under open sky again. They agree to head back to camp first, Michelle trailing behind in her cloak. He waves that he'll be back soon, then steps through the portal for his day off. Nearby, someone else shrugs it off, content to relax until their ship arrives. At full magic capacity all the time, Ashley would be next to unstoppable. But battle doesn't allow that. She has no choice but to keep gathering more magic. The equipment trades her stamina for a steady flow of magic, sparing her the usual fatigue. Back at camp, Lena hangs laundry to dry, gloves and cloth swaying on the line. Ashley stretches out on a lounge chair, soaking up the sun while Michelle reads beside her. A thick plume of smoke rises into the sky as the cook fire finally catches. Meat sizzles loudly on the grill while everyone watches, eyes wide with anticipation. All three lean in, stunned by the smell of the sizzling meat. Lena takes one bite and beams. The meat turns out absolutely delicious. Ashley digs into the bottled barbecue sauce. It's beyond amazing on the meat. The grilled meat beats dried rations any day, especially out on this empty island. He roars with laughter, urging everyone to keep eating while he mans the grill. He adds that there's still plenty more premium Wagyu waiting in the cooler box. Ashley counts down the seconds, refusing to let anyone flip that one skewer early. By now, Daisuke's basically turned into a professional meat skewer vendor. He tips back a can and drinks it down in one long gulp. He savors the first sip of chilled beer, the best part of the day. Lena watches him drink, curious if it's really that good. He only grins. He hands Michelle a cola and she stares at the can, confused by the word. Both take a long gulp. She tries the cola while he finishes his own drink. It turns out to be strong Chuhai, not cola. Michelle reacts exactly like he did. The alcohol hits her fast and she laughs, raving about how bubbly and refreshing it feels. Lena smiles, glad to see her this happy for once. Ashley quietly hopes they'll find a real lead on the person she holds dear. Something unspoken passes between them. One face bright, one lost in shadow. She manages only a quiet, yeah, the word trailing off unfinished. A low rumble rolls through the clouds above, growing steadily closer. A winged brute crashes down onto the rooftops, sending villagers running in panic. Get to safety now! A gargoyle has torn its way into the village. A villager grabs a cloaked stranger by the arm. Where does he think he's going? Don't be reckless. No one beats a monster like that alone. One strike splits the gargoyle apart, stone raining down as villagers scream. The villagers stare at the rubble, all that's left of the gargoyle now. Stepping out of the dust, a black armored knight, blade still raised. Who is that? He downed the gargoyle in a single blow. My blade, obliterate everything. He cuts the beast down mid-curse. More rubble crashes down, another villager screaming as the fight rages on. Even a gargoyle only managed so much of a fight, pretty weak in his eyes. Thank you, a boy runs up to him. You saved our whole village. The village's well-being isn't his concern at all, he makes clear. Then he turns sharp. What does this man know about the one called the Salaryman? Years earlier, a festival fills the streets with banners, music, and crowds. Oliver, a girl waves him over through the crowd. This way, this way! No rush needed, the festival isn't going anywhere, he grins. A marching band winds through the crowd, drums pounding as the parade cheers on. That was good, Lena. Praise comes from somewhere just behind her. Yeah, she takes off running, delighted, without a backward glance. Nearby, another child begs his mother for a toy from a festival stall. But young Lena's own smile has already faded, her eyes gone distant. Oliver pulls her into a sudden, tight hug, sensing the change in her mood. Are you lonely, Lena? He finally asks her. She has no father, no mother, never knew either one, but somehow, it's fine. Because Oliver is right here with her. That is reason enough. Something in her answer clearly moves him. He only murmurs her name back. Amid the festival crowd, Oliver stands calm, cradling a helmet against his chest. Banners flutter over the square as festival stalls line the road. A villager bursts in, panicked, waving his arms. The news is bad. Goblins have swarmed the East Village. Word spreads through the festival crowd. Oliver grabs a spear from the rack, brushing off cries that it's festival day. He waves off the panic. He'll handle this himself. Someone protests it's only a torch. Good enough, he decides. He worries the villagers could wander into danger and get hurt. He crouches to keep young Lena hidden, the shouts behind him ignored. Then he walks off alone toward the East Village, torch in hand. The East Village is already under attack, villagers fighting goblins by torchlight. The goblins snarl and close in, blades and claws raised. Oliver strides straight into the goblins' clearing, torch raised. The goblins bare their teeth and howl at the sight of him. They charge him from behind, weapons swinging. One goblin reels, jaw rocked by the impact. He swings the torch like a club and sends another flying. Lena peers out from her hiding spot, transfixed. Another goblin lunges, roaring, and he braces for the hit. He catches 3 spear thrusts at once, holding the line. The goblin grits its teeth, straining against him. 2 goblins go flying as more rush in from the trees. He spins into a turning slash, the very technique Lena still fights with. The goblins crash down one after another, scattered and beaten. Go back to the forest, he tells the ones still standing. No point fighting on, leave well enough alone, and he won't chase them down. The goblins scramble off into the trees, beaten and afraid. He watches them go, weapons and torches scattered across the dirt. Lena runs to him shouting his name, and he breathes hers back, relieved. Her face lights up, pure relief that he made it back. Villagers swarmed the young knight, amazed. Some guessed he was from some far-off country. Little Lena tugged his sleeve, begging him to teach her the sword. She wanted to grow up kind and strong, just like him, a real swordsman. Days blurred into training, sparring filled the yard, blade against blade. Older now, a teenage Lena gripped her sword, dead focused. The old lesson held mid-clash. Never lose sight of your opponent. Predict the next move. And this time, she read him right. Good, right there. Her blade finally found the opening. She answered with a sharp cry, driving her sword home. Their blades locked at a standstill, neither one backing down. She slumped forward, spent, as the spar finally let up. He praised her, genuine for once. He called for a break, clearly. She'd had enough. Something was clearly bothering her, and he caught it right away. She admitted it. Faced with a real monster she doubted she'd manage. Oliver molded over, rubbing his chin. Turned out fear found him too, every time he stepped into a fight. Someone without fear had no business holding a sword. That was recklessness, not courage. Fear is what keeps you and the people you love alive. A sword in your heart? The idea stopped her cold for a moment. Carry that sword always, he told her, using her name, Lena. No matter how hard things get, that inner sword gives her the courage to push through. That sword still speaks to him, even now, after all this time. Lena listened, his words settling somewhere deep. I am its master, he said quietly. She bolts upright at the beach camp, murmuring the old plea, sword, give me strength. She stares straight ahead, still shaken from the dream. Outside, Ashley stretches into the sunrise, waking the camp. Good morning, Lena, she calls. It really is a good one. Half asleep and face down, Daisuke mumbles a groggy, yeah, something good apparently. Lena sits up in the blankets, still thinking about a dream of Oliver. Ashley tilts her head, mulling it over. She marches off to the tents to shake Michelle awake. The old supply hut still stands here, clear proof Oliver stopped for gear. No ship out, and nobody at Kesanoma Port ever saw him leave. Lena nods along, agreeing with the theory. Michelle traces the route on the map, across the Kamon Strait into Dokaiwan Port. It's settled. The crew agrees on their course toward Oliver. Ashley turns to ask what Michelle plans to do. She's more curious about Daisuke's strange weapons. She'll tag along too. A rowboat ferries them out toward the waiting ship. Lena hurries aboard right before the ship pulls out of port. Determined, she repeats his name like a promise to herself. Meanwhile, Daisuke wanders a hobby shop back in his own world. He picks up a display model, a Mark 46 Mod 0 light machine gun. He marvels at the weight, wondering if the barrel detaches too. He geeks out over the ammo belt shifting with every trigger pull. He agonizes over the price tag, 150,000 yen with tax. Back on the ship, sailors mention an accurate fortune teller near Dokaiwan's Hataya Temple. Ashley's heard of it too. Could it really be true divination, Lena wonders. At the temple steps, she hopes a reading might reveal Oliver's whereabouts. An old man ahead of them begs to know who he really is. The Shrine Maiden agrees to read his fortune first. She chants that water turns to wind, rising toward the sky. Then it pours back down over the earth. The old man gasps as she names herself a messenger from the sky. Light and wind swirl around her as the ritual reaches its peak. Long ago, in an age of myth, a race called dragons walked the world. These dragons held real power, and for a time, they lived peacefully among humans. Then, one dragon turned evil, and its war for dominion plunged the world into ruin. Chaos followed until a hero emerged, and dragons joined him to strike it down. Their ship pulls into Port Dolkawain, crates and travelers crowding the busy dock. The group filters down the gangway into the harbor town below. Smoke rises from factory stacks as they haul their gear past the crowded pier. Lena, Michelle, and Ashley set off together, just the three of them this time. A long stone stairway climbs through the trees toward Hataya Shrine. A robed fortune teller offers to read the fortunes of 3 kneeling townsfolk. One man gasps. Pine logs are piling up where a kraken vanished at sea. Another lights up. A healing spring is about to appear east of Kesanuma. A third blinks. They're apparently building a lighthouse next, on Mount Sakhalin. Townsfolk marvel at her accuracy. Relieved fishing can still continue despite the poor catch. Word spreads fast. Everyone agrees her readings are eerily on point. Lena wonders if this could help track down Oliver at last. Ashley likes the idea. A temple attendant waves them inside, assuming they've come for a reading. The three of them step into the reading room, the door sliding shut behind. Lena glances around the empty room. No sign of anyone waiting inside. Out of nowhere, a stranger grabs her from behind, making her yelp. Confused, Lena stammers as the stranger taps her head, cooing playfully. The woman nuzzles right into her, ignoring every attempt to pull back. Then comes a full hug, arms locking tight around her. Her voice comes out muffled, smothered against the stranger's shoulder. Ashley squints at the stranger, clearly still waiting on a name. She introduces herself as Stacia, Miko of the temple, apologizing for the fright. She laughs it off, blaming a habit of hugging people a little too tightly. Lena flushes, insisting it's not like the hug bothered her at all. Ashley throws up her hands, insisting she's fine and doesn't need a reading. The shrine's priestess laughs it off, happy to help with anything lost instead. Lena steps in instead, wanting help finding someone specific, Oliver. Kneeling over the sword, the priestess has her breathe slow and think of him. Something flickers behind Lena's closed eyes, and her brow furrows in confusion. The sword beside her suddenly flares, humming with a sharp burst of heat. Startled, the priestess demands to know where that sword even came from. Before Lena can answer, an attendant bursts in with urgent news. A horde of monsters is storming the shrine's entrance. Leading them is Donan, commander of Gurnia's 2nd Imperial Regiment. The priestess tilts her head. Quite the unusual customer, this one. No customer here. He's come to investigate the shrine itself. Her shrine's divination is famously accurate, and everyone knows it. Imperial intelligence links the shrine's power to the remains of a dragon. Dragons are extinct, purely mythical now, nothing but old fairy tales. Fair point, maybe, but what if the temple hides a dragon's remains after all? Flustered, she plays dumb. No idea what he could possibly mean. To him, her nervous denial only makes her look more suspicious. By the Emperor's order, the goblins storm the temple to seize the dragon's remains. Lena cuts through the charging goblins in one wide sweeping strike. The goblins go down hard, sent sprawling across the temple steps. Donan roars at her for getting in his way. Lena stands her ground, refusing to allow it. Get out, now! Ashley chimes in. She's not fond of men like him either. His aide gives the signal, time to attack. Enraged, Donan vows to wipe them all out for defying the Empire. He unleashes a massive chained ogre against them. Michelle recognizes it in shock, a Cyclops. One-eyed and slow-witted, the Cyclops is built like a fortress. Its club crashes down at Lena, tearing up the ground around her. A bald man taunts the party, certain they can't beat a rampaging Cyclops. Michelle blasts a charging pack of goblins, holding her ground. She shouts that its only real weaknesses are its eye and its horn. Even with the weak points named, the beast still keeps everyone from closing in. Lena cuts through the wreckage anyway, refusing to fall back. Then, nearby, someone flickers into being out of nowhere, catching everyone's eye. Lena spots him first and calls out his name, relief flooding her face. Daisuke strolled in from his own world, greeting everyone like it was any afternoon. A nearby soldier gapes, demanding who this stranger even is. A towering Cyclops swings its club down and he yelps in panic. Michelle's voice cuts through the chaos. Bring that thing down, now! He stares back blankly. What in the world is going on here? Something about him feels different and she can sense it isn't ordinary. The Cyclops slammed him aside before he could even brace for it. Watching from the sidelines, the bald man cackles harder at the sight. He mocks Daisuke as pathetic for fighting without a single sword. Lina screams his name again, panic breaking through her voice. He reaches back toward his own world, ready to pull something heavier out. The Cyclops roars and lunges, its massive hand closing in on him. He draws a grenade launcher this time, aiming it straight at its face. Its massive fist tore through the air right where he'd stood. He fires, and the blast tears a chunk clean off its head. The bald man recoils, stunned, unable to believe what he just saw. The Cyclops howls in agony, clutching at its ruined eye. He reloads without missing a beat, another shell sliding into place. He steadies the barrel, lining up the finishing shot. Its wounded eye twitches, blind and bleeding from the last hit. It lunges again, roaring through the smoke, one good eye locked on him. He fires point blank into its horn, and the blast ignites its skull. The giant crashes down, and the guards scatter, screaming for everyone to run. The wounded Cyclops slams into the street below, dragging rubble in its wake. Lina is already airborne, blade swinging down for the finishing blow. Smoke rolls over the wreckage as she lands, the town smoldering behind her. Donin can't process it. A Cyclops, gone, beaten by one man. Back in his own world, Daisuke once asked what kind of weapon this even was. It's the M320A1 grenade launcher module, the exact weapon that erased a Cyclops moments ago. The rundown on it keeps going, unhurried. Originally, it was nothing more than a rifle attachment for guns like the M4 carbine. Mounted alone, though, it becomes a standalone single-shot launcher. He brushes it off as pure surprise, exactly what Michelle expected, though. Surrounded by spears now, the bald commander demands to know exactly who he is. He holds his ground, Michelle right behind him, gun still raised. He gives his name, Koga Daisuke, and the ring of soldiers stiffens. A salaryman. His face twists, rage and disbelief fighting for control. Word spreads fast through the ranks. This is the infamous Golem Slayer. He blinks, confused, while the soldiers keep murmuring the same nickname back and forth. Spear after spear locks level, pointed straight at his chest. Donin repeats the word under his breath, still processing it. Rumor built him up as a mighty warrior. Reality's just a scrawny guy in glasses. The commander orders them to close in and capture him for the glory. The line surges forward with a roar, spears lowered. Lina draws her blade, stepping into their path. She cuts straight through the charge, spears splintering around her. She won't allow a single one of them near him. Ashley reads the fight cold. Knock out their leader and the rest will scatter. Outnumbered or not, the goblins are ordered to regroup and dig in. Michelle raises her staff, calling wind to freeze and crash down. Her ice wave rips through the goblin line in one sweep. The goblins scream as the frost engulfs them whole. Rattled, Donin calls for the main force to be brought in. Still stinging from the blast that dropped him, the bald officer grinds his teeth. Goblins alone will not be enough anymore, he decides. Somewhere behind her, a frightened villager shouts her name in alarm. Lina draws her sword, already moving to meet whatever's coming. He pictures the glory, capturing the salaryman when even Hildert, the Demon Beast Squad's leader, failed. He points at a stunned soldier. Open the cages, now! The soldier recoils, but the bald officer's grin only confirms it. He waves off the warning. Untamed or not, they beat goblins. The cage door swings open with a metallic crash. Something massive stirs in the dark, eyes catching the light. It roars, and the soldiers scramble for the nearest exit. The blast tears through the trees, rolling straight toward the shrine. Villagers scatter, screaming at the shapes wheeling overhead. Lina freezes, sword half raised, eyes locked on the sky. The shockwave chases them across the shrine grounds. They turn out to be killer birds, vicious, fast, and impossible to predict. Lina lunges in and slashes at the nearest one. It shrieks, thrashing wildly under her blade. They're faster than she expected, and one already has a villager in its claws. Ashley can't reach them either, not with the birds flying this high. Michelle blasts one from the sky, but their numbers are the real problem. A soldier screams as another warns they'll all be torn to shreds. The birds hit friend and foe alike, and his own men start cursing him for it. A boy shields his head as beaks tear at his hair, crying out. A boy screams for help, and Daisuke steps in, the Winchester raised. He racks the pump and blasts a bird clean out of the air. More birds drop around him, dead before they even hit the ground. The boy stammers out a shaky thank you. Ashley spots him and lights up, calling his name across the chaos. The bald officer's face twists into a furious scream at the sight of him. The goblins spot him and panic outright. Not this again. Daisuke draws a new weapon from his world, a Remington M870 pump shotgun. It's the most popular shotgun in the world, standard issue for police and military. It's built for fast, panicked beasts, and one is already diving straight at him. As expected, the shot connects clean, dropping the bird mid-air. Shotgun shells started as hunting rounds, and now they come in several types. The spent shell flies clear. Birdshot, loaded exactly for this fight. Birdshot packs tight rows of tiny pellets, made for birds and clay targets. Then a bigger one lands and the villagers scream at him to be careful. Birdshot will not be enough this time, he loads something heavier. He switches to buckshot and the blast rocks the bigger bird mid-flight. Buckshot carries fewer, larger pellets, enough to bring down something deer-sized. He racks another round home without taking his eyes off the sky. Behind him, Lena's warning cuts through the noise. Watch out! The bird crashes down right where he stood and villagers scatter screaming. He lines up the next shot, jaw tight behind his glasses. He fires point blank into its face and the blast tears it apart. Next up is the slug, the last round in his lineup. A slug is one solid round strong enough to punch through concrete. It's built to drop something the size of a bear in one hit. The soldiers wonder who this salaryman is. One shot, one kill. He waves the crowd back. Everyone, get somewhere safer, now. Villagers stream toward the shrine steps, ushered inside for shelter. One girl glances back at the fighting, still shaking. He fires again to cover them, villagers ducking past at his back. A door slams open behind them as the fight closes in. Outside, Lena, Ashley, and Michelle hold the line against the flock. A shrine priestess calls for calm. It's safer here, away from the birds. I'm going to help too, the fight isn't over yet. Something tugs at his shirt from behind, refusing to let him go. She wants to know if he's acquainted with the female knight, Lena, of course. She senses something special about the sword itself, unsettled by it. Her divination, it turns out, was only about tracing that sword back to its true owner. A knight bolts through camp, urgency written across his face. A messenger drops to one knee. The salaryman has appeared. Nearby, the Black Knight stiffens. This news won't wait. Reinforcements are needed. Captain Donan is fighting him this very instant. He rockets off without warning, leaving the soldier stumbling back. Dust is all that's left where he stood a moment ago. The salaryman has finally surfaced, and the Black Knight wants to see for himself. Let's see how strong you really are. He breaks into a sprint. Lena clashes swords with one of Donan's soldiers, blow for blow. She follows up with one decisive strike of her own. Donan's men have no answer for her. She's simply stronger. One of them stops mid-step, confused by what he's seeing. Farther down the road, two more figures start climbing toward them. A larger group follows, spears raised and ready for a fight. A soldier flinches as Daisuke's gun looms just behind him. Lena unleashes a full-power strike that sends several soldiers flying. She lets out a fierce cry as the blow lands hard. Something massive begins to take shape inside the drifting smoke. The smoke clears. The Black Knight stands there in full, blade drawn. Every plate of his armor looks forged for exactly this moment. Donan recognizes him at once. It's Zol, and he can't hide his shock. He brushes past the pleading soldier without breaking stride. Ashley, fighting nearby, catches sight of him. Who is that guy? Michelle looks equally puzzled with no answer of her own. Zol cuts straight to it. Where is the salaryman? Atop the wreckage stands a knight, his armor black as night. Lena freezes the moment she spots him standing there. Panic ripples through the ranks at the sight of him. Where's the salaryman? He demands. He appeared out of nowhere months ago and climbed the ranks on swordsmanship alone. The bald officer seethes. Without Zol's rise, that promotion to top command would have been his. She can't help wondering why he'd be looking for Daisuke at all. Ashley eyes him warily. Something about this knight feels very wrong. Lena can only murmur it under her breath, rattled. Zol's helm turns, gaze locking onto someone in particular. Then he turns on her specifically. She has to know the salaryman. She wants to know why he's hunting Daisuke. He just repeats the question back. He gives her no answer at all. Then Lena draws her blade. She won't let him through. He'll drag the truth out of her by force instead. He closes the gap in an instant, giving her no time to react. Steel meets steel as Lena catches his blade point blank. The impact alone nearly buckles her knees. Sparks fly as their blades grind against each other. He keeps hammering down, blow after relentless blow. Lena leaps in with a flurry of strikes, but he parries every one. Michelle joins the clash as well, sword flashing toward him now. Ashley's uneasy. This knight is far more dangerous than he looks. Lena's stretched to her limit, barely keeping up with his onslaught. There's no opening anywhere, he's simply too strong. So Lena decides to force one open with her signature skill. Her spinning blade catches him clean, lifting him off his feet. For a second, it actually looks like it's working. She follows through with another flurry, chasing the opening. Then he counters. One clean strike sends her crashing through the stonework. Ashley screams her name as the dust starts to settle. Lee Domar agrees. Very well, as Michelle steadies herself to go all out. She chants, summoning countless lights to merge into one. The spell rips free, a colossal light arrow tearing across the sky. Zol's helm doesn't so much as flinch as the blast closes in. One arc of his blade unravels the entire attack around him. The shockwave tears the ground apart, scattering the watching soldiers. The soldiers scramble to retreat, afraid the blast will catch them too. Every spell breaks against him. Magic itself is useless here. Undeterred, she chants again, flame gathering into one massive blaze. Before she can finish, Zol closes the gap and grabs her by the head. His helm stays utterly still, unreadable. She recognizes the aura at once. It's Zol, asking if Lee Domar's inside her. He can't believe it, tamed by nothing more than a child. A power like that, in his eyes, belongs with nothing but a weakling. With one throw, Zol sends her flying clear across the field. She crashes hard, her staff torn loose from her grip. Stunned, she already knows the feeling. Lee Domar warns her to stay away from Zol. Ashley steps in next, illusion magic crackling around her raised hand. He's from Lee Domar's own era, it turns out. An ancient magical civilization long gone. A hulking automaton looms out of the smoke. Nothing in battle can match him. Value your life, never cross him. They call Zol the warrior king. In the memory, his blade split the automaton clean in half. Panting hard, Ashley realizes they've barely slowed him down. This looks bad. Lena charges back in with a battle cry, blade swinging down. The strike rings uselessly off him. She spins into her turning slash, unleashing it straight at him. Her swordsmanship's passable, Zol mocks, but she still fights like a raw recruit. The parry shoves her back hard, sword and footing slipping. Even in heavy armor, he's fast. He brushed her strike off with ease. Then Zol goes still, catching something else in the distance. Lena grips the hilt as the blade bursts into blinding light. Something's changed. Zol caught the strike barehanded, sizing up the blade like a rare prize. He wants to know if she's a descendant of Erden. Her skill falls far short of the blade. It's crying in her grip. A gate flared open and Daisuke stepped through with a woman at his side. Outside, the noise is impossible to ignore. She notes how much he clearly cares about his friends. She agrees to continue the conversation once things settle down. She yanked his collar, insisting the matter was too important to forget. Back at the shrine, Lena's blade is still locked against Zol's. He leans in close. She's clearly terrified and he knows it. Her glare hardens even as fear creeps into her expression. A vision surfaces. A pale-haired stranger claiming he's the sword's true master. Something ancient flickered behind his eye. Recognition, maybe memory. Lena screams for the sword to lend her its strength. Blade meets blade again and again, sparks ringing through the air. She feels her power surging, pushing back against him. Zol simply grabbed the blade barehanded, stopping it dead. Shock flooded her face. The blade never even nicked him. He shakes his head. Something about this isn't right. To him, a sword commands and dominates, never something to cling to. He swings the massive blade one-handed, unleashing everything behind it. The blade comes down with a declaration: a sword destroys everything. The strike ripped the ground apart, throwing up a wall of debris. The blast caught Lena mid-air, flinging her off her feet. Ashley was caught in the same shockwave, slammed hard into the rubble. Dust and smoke swallow the battlefield as Gurnia soldiers watch from a distance. Zol stood over her, Lena sprawled unconscious among the broken stone. He reaches down and grabs a fistful of her hair. He hauls her upright by the hair and she cries out in pain. Zol pins Lena down, daring her to scream for the salaryman's help. He won't kill her though, too valuable for that apparently. But silence, it seems, won't end well for her. She grits her teeth as he threatens to make her want it. Then something slams into his shoulder out of nowhere, cracking the armor. He turns, thrown by the sudden hit. He didn't see it coming. Daisuke's back, pistol drawn and smoking. He levels the gun at Zol. Release her, now. Lena sags with relief at the sight of him. The shot left a real dent in Zol's armor. Nearby soldiers stare, baffled by whatever just struck him. So this is the salaryman, he realizes. He's oddly impressed. No one's ever damaged this armor before. Daisuke isn't interested in compliments. He repeats himself flatly. Release her. Zol raises his hands and lets her go. Lena bolts straight for Daisuke. Ashley shouts his name from across the wreckage. Zol savors the moment. The salaryman finally face to face. Daisuke fires again, but this time the gun just clicks empty. The knight lets out a short, mocking scoff. He drops Lena to the ground. She cries out in pain. Smoke curls from the crack in his armor as it seals itself shut. Daisuke stares, thrown by what he's watching. The dent vanishes completely, like it was never there. Michelle recognizes it instantly. Zol can regenerate, and his wound's already gone. His orders, it turns out, are simple. Capture Daisuke. But he shrugs that off too. The order isn't why he came. Lena's name catches in his throat the moment he sees her. She lies motionless in the rubble, blood pooling beneath her hair. Zol looms over him. So this is the infamous golem killer. Time to prove it. A voice screams for him to watch out. The blade's already falling. Sparks explode where the blow lands, ripping into the stone floor. The knight closes the gap in a blur, but Daisuke doesn't so much as flinch. He lines up the shot, pistol dead level with his visor. The bullet cracks straight into the helmet, jolting him mid-lunge. He skids to a stop, armor scraping sparks across the broken ground. He runs a hand over the dent, so this really is his attack. A physical strike, and magic does nothing against this armor apparently. Worse, it moves faster than his eyes can follow. A low laugh escapes him. This man is genuinely terrifying. This feeling, it's been a long time since he felt it. Zol charges again, calling out to the salaryman. Thrill and fear flood through him. He fires again and again, unloading rounds into the charging knight. Round after round slams into his armor, but he keeps coming. He leaps back firing, the blade slicing past where he just stood. He can't believe it. Bullets aren't even slowing this knight down. The blade whips past his face and a startled "whoa" slips out. Sweat beads on his face. The margin was closer than he'd like. The shrine grounds lie in ruins, dust and broken stone everywhere. Zol notices exactly why he keeps steering the fight clear of her. She matters that much to him, and his blade comes flashing back regardless. Daisuke has no idea what he means, and it shows. The knight reveals more. Even she is special. Her sword holds real power. It echoes an old memory. Someone once called Oliver's blade special too. Blood drips from his cracked visor. He means to claim her for some grand purpose. He won't allow it. Not her. Not like this. He keeps firing, refusing to back down, as if he'd just let them be taken. He throws himself into the knight's path, refusing to let it happen while he's here. Zol's blade ripped past as he dodged, pistol already coming up in his hand. Michelle screams Daisuke's name, panic breaking across her face. Zol tilted his head, faintly impressed that he'd actually dodged it. It looks, apparently, like a warrior's instinct, something only real combat teaches. Baffled, he echoed the phrase back. A warrior's instinct? It's a kind of precognition, sensing an opponent's next move before it lands. Something no one could pick up without surviving battle after battle, Zol added. In his head, he pictured a battlefield veteran, an army roaring behind him. Turned out it was just his old airsoft hobby, paying off in the strangest way. Zol roars with delight, a true warrior, exactly what he's been searching for. Then the real order comes out. Capture him, dead or alive doesn't matter. Ashley shouts for him to run. Zol charged, vowing to end it as he reached for another weapon. A fresh pistol ripped free of the portal and landed in his palm. He levels it at the knight, no time left to think. Zol's blade slammed into the gun and sent him flying backward through the air. A shotgun's reload won't cut it this close, not against something this fast. Zol laughs, daring him to bet his life and fight. He fires point blank as the knight closes in from above, sparks scattering off the armor. He keeps firing, jaw locked, glasses fogging with each shot. The knight's armored hand lunged for him, fingers spread wide. He seized his gun arm mid-shot, cutting the barrage short. His face flashes with alarm the instant the grip lands. Another armored fist curled in, closing off any escape. The knight wrenches his arm tight, hauling him off balance. He growled with effort, straining to keep his hold, then hauls him bodily into the air by the collar, his gun still smoking overhead. He gasped, throat locked, straining uselessly against the grip. He demands the knight's name. The answer comes back flat. Black Knight Zol. He gives his name straight to the enemy's face. Koga Daisuke. No hiding now. The knight echoes it back low, as if the name itself carries some old weight. He's set on killing him next and taking Lena. Ashley lies crumpled in the dirt. Daisuke won't hand her over. Not now, not ever. Barely conscious, Lena murmurs his name. He remembers his promise to her. They'd search for her missing mentor together. Give her peace of mind, he thinks, until that day finally comes. He's sworn to protect her, defend her, and fight at her side no matter what. He lunges in kicking, gun still in hand, and the knight's gauntlet snaps up to block. The knight sneers at fighting for someone else's sake, but Daisuke dares him to prove it. Gunfire rips through the smoke, and the knight jerks upright, thrown off for a second. Smoke curls off the barrels as Daisuke lines up his next burst, jaw locked. He's fighting with everything he's got. No one even had to tell him that. His knuckles whiten around the grips as the ammo belt keeps feeding through. Across the drifting smoke, the knight watches, sword lowered, sizing him up. This is nothing like any fight he's had before, a far more dangerous level entirely. He has no choice now but to go all out, finger tightening on the trigger. He unloads the whole belt in one sweep, rounds tearing up the ground around the knight. The recoil rocks him harder than he expects, and he yelps. The knight grits through it, sword raised, weathering the barrage without breaking stance. Michelle bursts onto the scene, shouting his name. The recoil and kickback are incredible, but he can't keep the barrel steady at all. Straining under the weight, he marvels. A real M134 is nothing like the airsoft toy. Michelle raises her staff, chanting to lend him a giant's raw strength. She swings it down, casting the imbue. Superhuman strength, his for the taking. The gun steadies in his grip at last, bullets finally tearing clean and true. The surge hits his arms and he stares down at himself, stunned. From behind him, Michelle explains she's just strengthened his muscles. Ashley breaks into a dash, calling Lena's name. She kneels beside her, shaking, and pulls her close. A faint voice breathes her name. "Leave him to Daisuke," Lena says. Ashley isn't sure the man's even human. Tears in her eyes, she watches him disappear into the smoke. He's grinning ear to ear. This handles just like any other gun, a sharp mechanical clack. He racks it, ready to fire. Zol comes charging, taunting him by full name. Scared of me yet? The order goes up. Fire everything they've got. The blast catches him dead center, hurling him backward through the air. The explosion swallows him whole. What in the world was that? He roars in pain as more rounds tear into his armor. He dashes straight through the gunfire, deflecting rounds off his blade. A stone pillar behind them gets blown apart in the crossfire. Ashley can only stare. Daisuke, that was amazing. Zol steps out unscathed, boasting his armor runs on ancient magic. Undeterred, he's already reaching for an answer to that boast. The weapon in his hands, an M134 minigun, 6 rotating barrels, 4,000 rounds a minute, an electric Gatling gun, normally bolted onto helicopters, gunships, and armored vehicles. He fires it handheld anyway, a gun enthusiast's dream come true. Hidden nearby, an officer hopes the Salaryman and Zol wear each other out. Once they're both exhausted, he'll finish them off himself, Donan gloats. He rates his own strength as a match for either of them. Zol slices clean through the stream of bullets, closing the gap fast. Donan's face twists in sudden alarm. Zol calls out grand earth upheaval, ripping the ground itself apart. He barely leaps clear as rock comes crashing down around him. Even Donan's hiding spot shudders under the shockwave. He panics. What in the world are these two exactly? These two, he admits, are on a whole different level. Daisuke keeps the barrel spinning. No way he's letting Zol escape. He tears through the ruined courtyard, dodging every last round fired. A spinning blade of dark wind tears through the ruins, aimed straight at him. Nearby, a wall collapses and someone shrieks as the shockwave rolls through. Onlookers call them both monsters. No ordinary person could survive fighting either one. Zol names it the Dark Round Supreme Slash. Daisuke plants his machine gun and braces. Then the blast rips the gun from his hands and sends him flying. He slams into the ground hard enough to crater it. Zol's armor comes out cracked and smoking, and he's breathing hard from the hit. He grabs Daisuke by the collar and hauls him off the ground. Every round barely scratched him, and Zol makes sure he knows it. But fighting well isn't the same as winning, and right now he can barely breathe. To him, power alone decides who gets to do whatever they want. Lena's come to and screams his name, horrified at what she's seeing. Zol laughs, boasting that Daisuke's life, hers, and everything else already belongs to him. Beside her, Ashley pulls Lena close and shouts for him to run. His hands clamp onto the arm, choking him, refusing to let go. He's thought about this power for a long time, pulling real guns from airsoft replicas. Cracks keep spreading deeper across Zol's armor with every second. This power was never meant for doing in this world what he'd never do back home. It's a power meant to support the people right in front of him, nothing grander. He thinks back to quiet moments with the others, laughing like an ordinary family for once. Then he remembers Lena once telling him she's searching for someone important in her life. Hearing that, he swore to himself he'd support her search until the very end. His hold on him tightens again. He's not letting go. His pride's on the line, and Zol demands to know what he means. Nobody gets to stand in her way. Not while he's still breathing. He'll beat him here and now, the only way to keep her safe. But Zol's had enough. Shut up, he snaps and drives him back. The blow sends him skidding backward across the broken ground. Battered but not done, he throws himself right back at the knight. He swings the machine gun back into position, ready to open fire again. Zol comes down through the shattered fence, dust and splinters exploding outward. Daisuke levels his minigun at him. Let's settle this here and now. He roars out his name and lunges in, blade leading. Everything blurs into motion as the fight surges toward its next clash. Daisuke unloads the minigun, screaming for him to die, and every shot connects. The impact sent him crashing backward in a wall of noise and rubble. Gun still raised, he tells Zol to drop the sword. This fight ends now. That's enough. He won't lose, not while he's the strongest out here. Then, helmet shattering further, only 2 words escape him. I am. A broken helmet shard clattered onto the stone ground. Daisuke's stare locks onto him, breath caught in his throat. His mask falls away. Wild pale hair, cracked plating, a mouth open in a scream. Lena stares at that face, and something in her breaks. Years ago, Oliver told her a true knight has to be kind. He pulled her into a hug, marveling at how much she'd grown. Then, always, no matter what, he'd be watching over her. Tears blurred her eyes before she could say another word. She screams his name, Oliver, like she still can't believe it. Michelle can only blink, completely lost. Ashley's expression fell, speechless. Daisuke can't process it either. What did he just hear? Zol sneers that he shouldn't have looked away and lunges again. Ashley's warning comes too late. Daisuke's already in danger. There's no time left for him to dodge. The blade comes down, dark and fast, closing the last of the distance. It drives clean through his shoulder, blood spraying as he keeps the gun raised. Even run through, Daisuke stays on his feet, minigun still aimed at Zol. Pain finally catches up with him, and he grits out a single strangled groan. Ashley's scream tears out, just his name and nothing else. A blade whips through the air behind him. Zol's edge tears through Daisuke's back, an easy opening, he calls it. Michelle's cry follows a second later, raw with panic. The other can only stare, hand pressed to her mouth. Zol's grip tightens on the hilt, driving the blade deeper. I win, he tells him. Wounds like that don't get saved. He forces out 3 words. Everyone, run away. Ashley and Michelle huddle together behind him, too stunned to move. Blood-slicked fingers close around a Glock instead. Zol knocks it from his hand with one flat strike. The follow-up blow cracks across his face, shattering his glasses. This is bad, he realizes, blood soaking through his shirt. He has to get back. That's the only thought left. A warning from before came back to him now. Any wound, he remembered, would heal the moment he stepped through the portal. But die on this side, and there would be no coming back at all. He has to get back, and fast. Behind him, Zol tilts his head. Blood keeps spreading through his shirt with every step he takes. Whatever's happening now, it's caught Zol's attention. Light floods the clearing, and his stare snaps toward it. Just a few more steps, to the portal, he tells himself. He throws himself toward it with everything he has left. Zol wonders if it's teleportation, the same trick behind all his weapons. His hand closes around him before he reaches it. He's hurled into the ruined wall, gasping from the impact. So, this is the source of your power. Then he'll take that too, reaching for the portal himself. The instant his hand touches it, the portal crackles violently. It only answers to Koga Daisuke. His hand gets thrown straight back. Just short of the portal, he drops. It slams shut without him. Sword raised, Zol stands over him. Is this really his end? Consciousness slipping away. One question cuts through the dark. Is that armored knight actually Oliver? Lena surges forward, sword high, refusing to let it happen. Their blades collide in a shower of sparks. Ashley cries out, panic breaking across her face as Lena charges in. Her blade doesn't stop. She screams Oliver's name, refusing to believe it. Michelle strikes too, demanding how someone once so kind could turn this cruel. Grief cracks her fury mid-swing, the words breaking off. All this time. She keeps attacking, refusing to accept it. She spent all this time searching for him. Zol tilts his head. Does she mean only the body's former owner, not him? He answers with a crushing blow instead, batting the idea aside as nonsense. Michelle's voice cuts through the clash. That is not Oliver. Lena's charge falters, shock flooding her face. Deep in Axtane Cave, Oliver had once found the very armor now housing Zol's soul. At that very moment, the armor swallowed him whole. His body has been completely overtaken by that very armor. Ashley finds him crumpled and bleeding, Daisuke's name tearing from her throat. His breathing turns ragged and shallow, strength draining fast. Ashley screams for Michelle, desperate for anything that might help. This can't be real. Can her magic do anything? Magic drawn from mana is nothing like healing, she realizes. She has none of it. Only priests and Mikos can wield healing magic, and one name comes to mind. They rush for Hataya Shrine. Stacia might be able to help. Michelle sprints off, promising to bring the Miko back at once. Fury drives drives Lena's blade down again. Punishment for hurting Daisuke. Black Knight Zol. She screams at him to get out of Oliver's body. That's exactly why he gave this man his power in the first place. Oliver's own weak heart was the opening he needed to take control. Ashley kneels over him, helpless, terrified he might actually die. She kneels rigid, hands clasped tight, dread written across her face. Sweat drips down Daisuke's face as he struggles for breath. Don't make that face, Ashley. He forces the words out anyway. Inside, he already knows. This is it. He's finished. His voice trails into nothing as the others come running. She collapses to her knees, screaming up at the empty sky. The others cry out too, sprinting toward him across the wreckage. Michelle hurls a burst of light as Ashley reaches for him too. The pale-haired companion kneels too, pouring magic straight into his chest. His body starts breaking apart into drifting shards of light. Then he's gone completely, nothing left but scattered fragments. Ashley stares at the bare ground where he used to be. Michelle freezes too, unable to process what she just watched. Lena screams his name as Zol's blade comes down over her. She catches the blow on her shield, sword held ready. It knocks her back hard, she groans, Zol looming above. Word reaches them nearby. Without a body, there's nothing left to collect. He staggers. Is this the limit of his own body? He decides there's no choice now but to retreat. Back on the beach, Ashley kneels frozen. No way, this isn't real. Her voice cracks around his name, raw with panic. The pale-haired companion gasps. Did he just dissolve into light? Michelle can barely get the words out. Daisuke is dead. Her voice breaks on his name, breath shaking hard. Then the sob breaks loose, and she cries without holding back. The three of them kneel around the dark stain he left behind. Her scream rips across the wreckage. Daisuke's name, again and again. A trembling hand reaches toward the dark stain, all that's left of him. Zol looms over the ruined courtyard while Lena, Ashley, and Michelle kneel defeated behind him. Bound in iron cuffs, Daisuke kneels at his feet, fists clenched tight. His head stays bowed, teeth gritted, refusing to look up. Then a scarred, dark-haired warrior drops from nowhere and swings hard at the Black Knight. He catches her blade bare-handed without even turning to look. The impact jolts through her arm and she chokes out a gasp. He flings her aside and she rolls hard across the stone ground. Nearby, a girl cries out in panic, calling her Ashy. She pushes up on one arm, blood on her face, refusing to stay down. Zol stands over her. She came all this way only to die by his hand. He clicks his tongue, unimpressed, and lifts his blade again. The sword comes down before she can even move. The strike blasts her backward through the shattered stonework. She hits the ground limp, barely conscious. Zol pauses, wondering if he actually failed to finish her off. He admits the fight against Daisuke alone has pushed this body past its limits. Mercy, apparently. The rest of them get to live today. Then he turns to leave, Lena slung unconscious over his shoulder. Left behind in the dust lies a small white card. It's Daisuke's company card, forgotten there on the shrine's broken stones. Zol descends the shrine stairs, soldiers falling into step around him. Soldiers scramble to fall back at his single word. He waves off the unfinished shrine investigation. Nothing left worth taking anyway. Capturing the female knight is enough. He needs nothing else from this place. Ashy stands watching from the steps as smoke rises behind the ruined shrine. Her expression stays hard, eyes fixed on Zol's retreating back. Her gaze doesn't waver, sharp and unreadable. A soldier murmurs uncertainly, unsure whether to question the order. Zol cuts him off. It's a command, and no one argues with him. Donan watches in silence, cursing that he could never beat a man like that. A drop slides off a leaf in the quiet. Rain keeps falling over the cracked, rubble-strewn ground. The downpour thickens, hammering the shrine's outer gates in the forest. Daisuke's on his hands and knees in the mud, his gun knocked out of reach. Lena's in tears over him. She couldn't do a thing, and she's sorry. His pistol lies abandoned in the rain, half sunk in the mud. Then Zol wrenches her back, and Lena's scream tears through the storm. Michelle's breath catches. She saw it happen and couldn't reach her in time. Outside the ruined shrine, she hugs herself in the rain while Ashley kneels nearby, spent. The shrine's carved roofline rises against the endless downpour. Inside, a young attendant reports into Stacia. Every villager who fled the raid has made it back home safe. Stacia thanks her for holding the shrine together while she was away. Something about the answer clearly moves her. Delighted, she yanks the attendant into a crushing hug. The girl yelps. Later, in a guest room, Ashley and Michelle sit quietly, catching their breath. Stacia studies them quietly, concern written on her face. She checks in gently, asking if the girls calm down. Ashley curls tighter around her knees, saying nothing. Michelle's eyes narrow. The question's been eating at her. She finally asks why Zol took Lena and not him. Something doesn't add up. His orders were to capture Daisuke, the salaryman himself. Stacia has an answer. Lena herself is special somehow. Special? Michelle can't hide her confusion. Ashley leans in, hanging on every word. This conversation was meant for Daisuke, but Stacia goes ahead without him. Long ago, during the ancient magical civilization, an evil dragon went to war with humanity. The dragon's power proved unstoppable. The entire civilization was wiped out in the war. Michelle recognizes it, the same apocalypse dragon from every fairy tale and myth. But then a hero rose and struck the dragon down. Humanity itself teetered on extinction. The hero who wielded it, it turns out, was named Erden. Grand was the only sword in this world that could kill a dragon. Lena can't process it. That's the very sword she's been carrying all along. Back at camp, no history anywhere records the hero's real name. Only Erden's own bloodline apparently could wield the blade at all. Ashley takes it in without a word, turning the puzzle over. So Lena really is descended from that same hero, most likely. Meanwhile, Zol already knows the blade, a swordsman from the ancient magical civilization. Legend held that Erden's descendants could draw out a dragon's raw power. The Gurnia Emperor, she'd heard, had hunted that dragon power for 20 years. That explains why Gurnia grabbed Lena in the first place. She's also curious whether the sword's being used right, and who else shares Erden's blood. None of them expected it would end up like this. One of them stares at Stacia, half in awe of what she knows. Ashley grips Daisuke's pistol, steadying herself before what's next. She calls out for Michelle, it's time to move. Right away, no hesitation at all. They're going after Lena, straight into the Gurnia Empire. Leaving her there, they agree, was never really an option. It's not about her powers, Ashley insists, not that she's some hero's descendant anyway. Michelle stays quiet, watching her for a long moment. For Ashley, it's simple. Lena is an important friend, full stop. The others call it a fine enough reason and let it go. Gun at her temple, she silently asks Daisuke to lend her his strength. The three of them collide in a sudden group hug, one yelping in surprise. She wants to come along too, and the other two laugh and cave. She insists they need a guardian. Two of them alone worries her. It's fine with Ashley, though she doesn't sound totally convinced. She's had enough of being treated like a child. It's settled. They'll spend tonight packing and set out tomorrow. Before setting off, Stacia asks the shrine girl to mind the place. The girl's face crumples at the thought of being left behind. Already sounding lonely, the girl gets swept into a tight hug from Stacia. One holds up a water bottle she packed, while another checks if she's forgotten anything. Pumped for the road, one figures the weather couldn't be better. No need to worry, someone insists. It's all going to work out. Nods go around the group, and Stacia gives the word to move out. The three of them break into a run, headed straight for Gurnia. 20 years earlier, an imperial decree launches the hunt for the legendary sword. The emperor promises any reward imaginable to whoever brings back the sword Grand. Years pass, yet the capital stands as grand as ever. Its palace towers still cut sharp against the open sky. Heavy footsteps pound closer down a corridor, someone in a hurry. Guards cross spears to block him. The imperial chamber lies just beyond. Pinned at spear point, he shouts that he's come to report. Word reaches the throne. They've found the man Zol was hunting, the Salaryman. He resisted arrest apparently and was killed in the fight that followed. The council exchanges an uneasy, wordless look. A woman introduced as Mora, the Empire's prophet, meets the news with only a doubtful murmur. A regrettable loss perhaps, but nothing worth the Emperor's worry. Kneeling before the throne, they captured the female knight, not the Salaryman. The word knight stops Mora cold. Could she be Erden's descendant? In a flash, someone's gone, determined to hear the details from Zol himself. Word comes back that he's drained from the fight and resting now. Summon him right now, comes the order. This delay is utterly useless. Introduced as Imperial Executive Dalfin Glenn, he snaps that Zol answers to no one. Without a word, Mora grabs him by the throat. She turns back to the Emperor respectfully, but there's something she has to say. Somewhere in the hall, a voice brands the prophet Mora untrustworthy to her face. Reviving an ancient dragon and draining its power sounds absurd on its face. A single raised hand answers coolly through it all. Okay, Emperor Dalfan Glenn cuts in. He understands exactly how the man feels, but for his own wish to come true, he wants to gamble on the miracle. Mora only grins at that, and it does not look reassuring. Dalfan puts Lena's care in the kneeling knight's hands with a single order: be polite. The kneeling knight rises and heads off to take up the post. Dalfan rounds on Mora next, calling her nothing but a witch. witch. Elsewhere, in a private chamber, Imelda lounges as a cloaked officer crosses the room. Hollow, a top executive of the Empire, notes that the Emperor just fought the witch. Imelda, another top executive, seems delighted at the thought of another fight. She would rather skip the conflict, though boredom clearly bothers her more. Then comes one dark request from the cloaked officer. Send him any bodies from that fight. Hildert sits nearby, sweating, while word arrives that Zol has killed the Salaryman. She leans in and teases him. Surely that news is no big deal. His jaw clenches, throat tight, the fear plain across his face. Down the hall, an aide proposes putting the captured knight under house arrest. Dalfan shoots that down too, also unacceptable in his eyes. No criminal deserves a cage, not even one who might run. Talk turns to her guard, strong enough to hold her, gentle enough not to frighten. Word finally reaches him. The celebrated knight turns out to be a woman. A tower rises over the palace grounds, spires catching the light. Inside, maids draw Lena a bath despite the house arrest talk. She stands in the steaming water alone, scrubbed clean by attendants. Her eyes stay distant, unreadable, somewhere far from this palace. When a maid offers fresh clothes, she waves the offer off. "Leave them here," she says. "She can dress herself just fine." Then she stops short, surprised by what waits for her instead. Moments later, she sits dressed like nobility, flower in her hair, treated as a guest. Bloodied and barely conscious, he tells her none of this would have happened without him. Lena breaks down sobbing, blaming herself, while a girl watches from the doorway. The room falls quiet again, sunlight catching the leaves of a potted plant. A young girl peeks around the curtain, clearly worried about something. Lena sits, turns the question back on the girl, who yelps and stumbles back. Stammering, she gives her name, Priscilla. Her father assigned her to guard the captive so she won't run away. Outside, soldiers are stationed everywhere, and escape would be pointless. She exhales and gives in, resigned to staying put. She stands at the window, fingers pressed to the glass, staring out. Out of nowhere, Priscilla stares at her hair, clearly a little too fascinated. Lena calls the sudden compliment creepy, and the girl bows in a hurried apology. It doesn't bother her at all, but the girl still wants it forgotten. Her face goes red, eyes squeeze shut from sheer embarrassment. Priscilla admits she's weird and gross, sorry if she made her uncomfortable. The sword is being kept somewhere else, and just hearing that tenses her up. She nods, and the girl offers to relay any request she has. The girl tears up. She's never been good with people. Lena addresses her by name, and the girl perks up, eager to help. For the first time, something like a smile touches her face. Lena asks if she'd like to sit and talk for a while. A carriage rolls down a quiet forest road, deeper into unfamiliar territory. Its wheels rattle steadily over the packed dirt path. Ashley rides along with Michelle and another companion, the driver up front. They're nearly at the Gurnia border now. Michelle throws her arms around him in thanks, and the startled driver yelps. Ashley vows they'll save Lena no matter what it takes. Elsewhere, a hooded figure counts the days. Already a week gone by. Nearby, a man in a shirt and tie waits on someone who usually teleports in. In the wagon, someone quietly wonders whether he's really dead this time. Someone lifts the business card he dropped. Koga, Design Section Chief, Tukita Trading. She stares at the card, breath catching, and finally whispers his name. Alone under the trees, she can only think how much missing him hurts. Somewhere else entirely, Daisuke says her name out loud. Ashley. That battle flashes back. The same man remembered now as their protector. Two more, apart and quiet, wish they had held him, talked to him more. Another voice, wounded and quiet, wonders why she never told him how she felt. Curled up and crying, she longs to see him again. Daisuke. She stays curled like that a long while before finally getting up. Then the party sets out by cart, rolling through the woods toward Gurnia. Michelle snaps her head up, startled. Something is wrong. Something charges out of the trees behind their cart, closing fast. All three glance back at once, Ashley, Michelle, and the fair-haired girl beside them. Someone shouts a warning. Something is closing in fast down the slope behind them. The cart races on as something huge and furred lunges from the tree line. It closes the distance in a blur, jaws wide, snarling. These are werewolves, pack hunters, all speed and claws. Ashley and Michelle brace together as the pack bears down on them. She grips her staff, calling on Lidomar to gather magic power. The wolves leap straight onto the cart as the elf and the fair-haired girl duck low. Ashley senses something is wrong. These wolves are staring right at them, focused. One throws its head back and howls, calling the rest of the pack in. Ashley and Michelle exchange a tense look as the howl fades. A snarling face looms out of the chaos, calling her his prize at last. She can't believe it. Hildert, the man from the Colosseum, see him hunting her down again. He cheers the pack on, thrilled they tracked her down at last. Do they know each other? Enemies, Ashley makes clear. Enemies, full stop. What do you even want, Hildert? Revenge, he shouts, refusing to stop the chase. A furious voice roared that the salaryman had wrecked everything he owned. In his mind, he imagines the Empire's top executives mocking him non-stop. The raging man was Hildert, furious that nobody seemed to remember his name. Watching from hiding, he reasons that the Knight's captured friends will head straight for the Empire. Zol killed the salaryman first, just as he'd closed in for the kill himself. Denied that revenge, Hildert turns his rage loose on her companions instead. Michelle answers with a fireball, and the road ahead erupts into flame. The blast catches two werewolves head-on and sends them tumbling through the smoke. A follow-up ice arrow finishes off the stragglers still stumbling through the wreckage. Her spells start missing now. The wolves move too fast to track. Ashley tells her to stop chasing them and predict where they'll land instead. She proves it herself, her weapon catching a leaping wolf midair. The old driver flinched as a stray blow whistled past his own head. Hildert keeps pace on horseback, bellowing after the carriage as it races on. Someone yelped in panic, demanding to know what was happening back there. In her grip was a jar of bait ready to be hurled. Ashley shouts a warning to the others, bracing them for her next move. She hurls the bait skyward, and the werewolves abandon the chase for treats. Hildert can only stare as his werewolves melt over scattered snacks instead. Furious, he swears she won't escape him, cursing the elf who outsmarted his pack. The runaway carriage raced on alone, vanishing into the clouds ahead. Meanwhile, the real group ditched the decoy and continued on foot instead. Someone double-checked that the scent decoy had been scattered properly along the trail. He doesn't buy it. The wolves will track their scent no matter what. Ashley went quiet, already working out another plan in her head. She approached another driver, offering gold coins for his carriage outright. This second carriage will be her decoy and hers alone to drive. She'll draw them off herself, buying the others time to reach the Empire. It's been a week since Lena's capture. Michelle begs her not to go alone. She won't be held back here, not with the Knight still out there. New plan. The other two headed into the Empire first to gather intel. The other one hesitated to leave her alone. Ashley shrugged off werewolves as nothing new. She grabbed the reins herself and sent the decoy cart flying down the road. Hildert spotted the wagon from the trees and yelled that he'd found them. A pack of werewolves bursts out of the tree line, closing fast on the wagon. She shouts louder, egging the pack on. Better they chase her than the others. A werewolf slams onto the cart bed. She's caught and there's no escaping now. She refuses to lose after coming this far. Then she names him, Hildert. He whips around, furious at what she just said. She draws a pistol on him, arm steady, aim dead center. Hildert flinches, recognizing the weapon in her hand. That's the salaryman's gun, unmistakable even after all this time. It's Daisuke's power, left behind for her to use now. She opens fire on the werewolf. Eat this! Shot after shot slams into it at point-blank range. Spent casings clattered across the wagon floor as the smoke cleared. Hildert stopped cold, blindsided by what he'd just seen. Then more of the pack surge out of the trees behind her. She pistol whips one wolf back before it can close the distance. His laughter came easy, like the chase was nothing to him. Catching up beside her, Hildert can't hide his shock. Is that gun even real? A hulking werewolf lands right on top of the cart, looming over her. She spins and lashes out with a battle cry. The strike connects, cracking hard across its chest. But she staggers. The hit barely fazed the beast at all. That werewolf has evolved. It's become a full wolf king now. Her wimpy whip won't work on something like him anymore, Hildert taunts. The Wolf King's blow sends her flying. His name escapes her. Daisuke. Hildert cackles. That's what happens to anyone who dares mock him. Pinned and battered, she calls out for him again. Blood streaks her cheek as she screams his name, gun raised beside her face. A business card lay in the dark. Koga Daisuke, design planning manager. The phone kept ringing, but no one at the office picked up. Ashley grips a gun in both hands, wide-eyed, poised to fire. Alone on the wagon, she opens fire as a werewolf closes in. Across the clearing, Hildert stops cold, catching a strange flare of light behind her. Ashley flinches, startled by something appearing right behind her. A gun passed hand to hand in a sudden burst of light. Light flickers across her eye as she stares, unmoving. A wristwatch was now clasped around her arm, his, somehow. A second pair of eyes opens close behind her, calm and steady. A blinding flash rips through the clearing, swallowing everything in white. Behind her stands a bespectacled stranger in office clothes, guiding both her hands around the gun. She goes rigid, recognizing him. It's Daisuke. Her voice cracks as the realization lands. He's really back. He took the gun fully into his own grip. Not a ghost, he tells her. She doesn't understand how it's possible. He raises the gun again, aim locked as the wolf lunges closer. The werewolf roars and charges. He shields her with his own body. Point blank, he fires straight into its open jaws without flinching. The blast sent the werewolf crashing off the road behind them. Riding hard through the chaos, he calls out his full name. Koga Daisuke has returned. The chase continues, wolves closing again as the wagon rattles on. He allows himself a small smile, glad he made it in time. Ashley's composure finally cracks, his name catching in her throat again. Their pursuer closes the gap himself now, running the pack from the front. Up close, Hildert's face twists in disbelief. The Salaryman, back from the dead. He laughs from his horse. One of his werewolves is still standing after that hit. A werewolf staggered back dazed, a fresh gash slashed clean across its chest. It snarls low, drool dripping, teeth bared in raw fury. Then it charged, tearing up the ground toward the fleeing carriage. Gun raised, Daisuke shields Ashley with one arm, cursing under his breath. Hildert closes in, calling him Salaryman. This also settles scores with Zol and Imelda. He screams for the werewolves to tear them apart and finish it. The pack roared downhill after the carriage, closing the gap fast. Ashley wants to know how he's alive. That explanation has to wait. Standing together on the moving carriage, he decides they need to fix this first. A werewolf lunged from above, jaws wide, straight at his back. He yelps, glasses knocked askew. These things really are werewolves. It's not even a full moon, so why did they turn? He recalls an old movie, a man turning wolfish, but only under a full moon. He blocks the swipe with his arm and fires on reflex. Ashley snaps back. These ones have always been like this. He fires point blank into its shoulder and drops it clean. The wounded werewolf tumbled off the racing carriage and out of sight. Another one skidded to a stop, snarling, refusing to back down. Hildert grins from the coach. Their bodies are built tougher than any human. Wolves like this, he warns, don't go down easy. Ashley draws her sword to help. He wants her steering the carriage instead. She stared him down, sword raised, sweat beading on her brow. Daisuke gives her a thumbs up. Leave the werewolves to him. She agrees, though the tension never leaves her face. He opens fire on the werewolf, charging straight for them. It closed the distance too fast for another clean shot. There's no end to this, he realizes. The pack keeps closing in. A werewolf's jaws snapped wide, roaring straight into his face. He fires again, dropping it mid-leap. More wolves are already closing in. A monstrous roar cuts through the forest as the ambush begins. He unloads round after round while the girls behind him gasp in disbelief. The rifle in his hands is an HKG-3, a German assault rifle. Built in Germany, it became one of the most widely used rifles in the world. Each round carries about 3,300 joules, firing 800 rounds a minute. That's 6 times the punch of a 9mm round from a Glock 17. His gunfire now tears through the wolves with a force nothing like before. Wolves leap at the wagon from every side as he keeps firing. Overwhelm them with numbers, the commander orders, and don't let them falter. From below, he drops another wolf clean out of its leap. Surrounded on all sides, he keeps firing as wolves close in from every angle. Then his rifle clicks empty in the middle of the chaos. He yanks the spent magazine free without missing a beat. A fresh magazine slams home and he racks the charging handle. A black werewolf launches itself at him from above the rooftop. The wolf crashes down beside the wagon, shaking it hard. He opens fire again, teeth gritted behind his glasses. The bullets tear into the wolf's skull at close range. But he realizes the wolf shrugged it off, its arms tough as a shield. He blasts it point blank as the girl in the wagon screams in fear. The wagon will not survive another hit like that. The wolf roars in fury, refusing to back down. She screams out his name, Daisuke, panic breaking through. The impact throws him hard against the wagon floor. He raises his rifle and dares the wolf to come at him. He fires straight into it at point-blank range. The rounds keep coming, ripping through muscle and fur. A wolf carcass flies past as an enemy carriage closes in from behind. The commander screams in denial as his assault collapses. One shot sends the pursuing carriage flipping off the road entirely. Guns blazing, the protagonist fires his shotgun mid-chase, necktie snapping in the wind. He crouches low on the speeding wagon, bracing his gun against a wheel. A wheel rips free and rolls off alone as the wagon breaks apart. Nearby, a wolf-maned attacker cackles over the wreckage while someone groans in pain. Somewhere behind him, a voice curses the Salaryman for slipping away. Daisuke catches his breath in the brush, figuring the chase is finally finally over. He glances over at her, checking she's still there beside him. Ashley rounds on him in tears, calling him an idiot for scaring her. He stiffens, lost for words under her sudden glare. She admits she thought he'd died, and that she's been worried sick. He wipes his brow, a quiet sorry the only thing he manages. She collapses against him, arms wrapping tight around his chest. Ear pressed to his chest, she listens to his heartbeat, relieved he's alive. He looks down at her, something in his expression finally softening. One more look at him is all she's ever wanted. She wants nothing more than to be held, and he pulls her in. Their faces linger close, foreheads nearly touching in the quiet. She warns him flatly, vanish on her again, and she won't forgive it. He nods, a quiet okay all he can manage in reply. By the fire, they piece it together. Lena's capture is why they had to run. She wants to know what really happened, since his body had dissolved into light. Point taken, the memory drags him back to the fight that nearly killed him. Then he starts from the beginning, laying out exactly what happened. In the flashback, he lay dying from Zol's fatal blow, consciousness slipping away. Around him, Lena and the others lay sprawled across the shattered ground. Ashley's scream cut through the chaos as she cried out his name. Michelle lunged forward to reach him while the screaming beside her didn't stop. Then everything flashed white around them, the moment frozen mid-motion. Michelle gasped. Every fighter around them had suddenly frozen in place. A blinding flash swallowed the armored figure as the two women knelt, stunned. A masked figure raises a bone-white staff topped with a curling horn. The masked figure stands amid shattered stone, a knight watching from a distance. White birds cut across the night sky, wings catching stray light. Two armored guards linger on the stairs, one pointing towards something unseen. Then they blur forward, a burst of speed tearing the air. They skid to a halt, boots gouging deep lines into the ground. The impact sends cracks racing out beneath their heels. The ground splits wide open on both sides of them. Everyone else stands frozen, only the masked figure moves, and no one knows who they are. Back then, the protagonist lay bleeding on the ground. Two women crouched over him. Their hand hums with gathering power above him. A blinding light swallows him whole and lifts his body into the sky. Elsewhere, a bespectacled man jolts upright, stunned by a single thought, his own body. His limp, bloodied form keeps rising, swallowed by the widening light. Only his shoes are left, vanishing last into the glow. They watch in silence, an armored knight standing close behind. Their eyes stays fixed, unreadable behind the striped mask. Wind spirals tight around the raised hand. The glow sharpens into a single point at their fingertips. A dark circle unfurls above them as the two women shield themselves from the gust. Then the masked figure reappears behind a young woman, who screams at the sudden light. The striped mask tilts forward, eye gleaming in the dark. They streak past her in a blur, faster than she can react. The ground splits apart on either side of her. Stone shatters outward in every direction. An elf-eared woman and two others huddle low as debris rains down. They're crouched right outside a grand temple-like hall. One of them stares in open shock, mouth frozen mid-gasp. One of his companions froze, eyes brimming, a scream catching in her throat. Then three of them crowded around him as his body flared and began dissolving into light. His shattered form scattered into glowing fragments and vanished completely. Then Daisuke jolts awake with a startled shout, glasses askew, no memory of arriving here. He finds himself sitting on drifting clouds, a vast temple rising in the distance. His wounds were healed, he realized, and a strange watch now circled his wrist. Then a towering shadow fell over him, feet and cloak looming from above. Startled, he yelped as the huge masked figure loomed right beside him. A gloved hand brushed gently over his hair, checking that he was really there. The masked stranger's face lit up, delighted, as she cheerfully announced that it was her. He called her Crimson, relieved to see she had made a full recovery. Then a ring of light hummed to life, energy crackling around her raised hand. A memory surfaces. Her hand dragged him upward through streaks of blinding light. It was a close call, and she's been keeping watch over him this whole time. He falls quiet, unsure how to answer her. Just like her, tearing open a portal to save him without a second thought. She's forbidden to ever leave this place. Doing so risks tearing the space's balance apart, but she broke that rule anyway, certain his life was in real danger otherwise. He winced, apologizing for the trouble his rescue had caused her. Fixing it is possible, but even her brief leaving threw the whole balance off. The gate that connects his own world to the fantasy realm has been destroyed. Her answer is yes, and his face drops as the implication sinks in. For now, only one portal still works, the one from his world into this this place. He panics, wanting to get back immediately, while she winces at the trouble it's caused. She'll start repairs at once, but it'll take at least a week. Sweat beaded on his face as he tried to process the setback. He frets over missed deliveries and the business trouble they could cause. She urges calm. Then he steadies his glasses, telling himself that panic won't help him think clearly. But what worries him most is Black Knight Zol finding out he's still alive. To throw off pursuit, she left a fake body behind, fooling the Black Knight completely. In his memory, a voice reaches him on the rubble. Everyone must think he's dead. The same voice offers to fix the portal and tells him to hold on till then. Ashley nods slowly, so that's what happened. So he really is the summoned one after all. Then she pivots. So is that Crim girl cute? A mystery even to him. He'd never really thought about it before. She figures Crim is more mature than she is. Young in looks, but undeniably cool. She holds up the scorched card. He's just glad she still has it. That card is the key, apparently. It opens the portal for whoever holds it. Exhaustion catches up with her, voice trailing into a drowsy murmur. Ashley? He checks, uncertain. She's gone quiet, slumped against his shoulder. Turns out she's only asleep, worn out from everything that's happened. He sits watch through the night beside her. Morning finds them at a walled city gate. He points out the checkpoint ahead. Past it lies Imperial ground. Leave the checkpoint to her, she says, and darts on ahead. Ahead of them, other travelers get waved straight through. A weary porter clears the same checkpoint without trouble. Then it's their turn. The guard finishes with the last traveler and calls next. Guards cross their spears and halt them cold. The guard sizes them up. Strange clothes, an elf woman with an older man. He stiffens, unsure how to answer. Neither of them, as it happens, is carrying any weapons. The guards press harder. Where's he from? What's his purpose? Who are they really? Put on the spot, his answer comes out absurd. Somewhere called Saitama. Ashley suddenly presses herself against his arm. Out of nowhere, they're getting married, hearts everywhere, and he's utterly stunned. Supposedly, they've come to the Empire for a wedding at the church just ahead. She leans in close, whispering for him to just keep up. She pulls him along arm in arm, while the guard trails off, dazed and unconvinced. Back in the real world, the office filled for another ordinary workday. A coworker called out for Daisuke, expecting him to answer. Only his empty chair answered. He was out on a week of leave. Talk turned to properly filing his vacation paperwork this time. Then there's the matter of what he packed and where he was really headed. One guess lands on his airsoft hobby again. Wrong, as it turns out. Another guess lands closer than they know. Right then, he's arm in arm with an elf. Put on the spot, Daisuke blurts that the two of them are getting married. Ashley plays along, blushing and teasing him by name. The hooded guards trade a doubtful murmur over the word marriage. He doubles down. They are in a serious relationship. One guard wants proof, and Ashley wastes no time offering it. The guard's scowl says the story still doesn't add up. Without warning, Ashley grabs his face while the guard stiffens close by. She kisses him outright, heart hammering as he stammers her name instead. Overwhelmed, the guard throws up his hands and waves the scene off. Waved through at last, they passed beneath the city gate. Still catching his breath, he repeats the line, though the good part never actually happened. Arm in arm, they walk on into the crowded market beyond the gate. Sweaty but relieved, the encounter still counted as a win for them. Ashley points out the Imperial Palace rising over the rooftops ahead. Banners strung overhead, the capital streets bustle with travelers and merchants. Stalls and crowds spill down every street of this vast, unfamiliar empire. Stunned by the scale of it, they compare the capital to a theme park. They collide with a passerby, both yelping and stumbling through the crowd. A street performer claims the Emperor finally found the legendary swordsman he's hunted for years. Ashley and Daisuke both go rigid, catching every word of it. Her mind jumps straight to Lena, though the crowd's rumor said swordsman, not swordswoman. Word spreads through the crowd that the swordsman had been traveling with the infamous Salaryman. A crier announces that Gurnia's strongest knight, Zol, has beaten him in a sword fight. Talk turns to Lena, hauled to the capital, spun as a rescue from the Salaryman. Flyers speculate what miracles this legendary swordsman might perform for the Empire. Daisuke and Ashley scan the crowd for details, but she can't make sense of it. He pores over the flyer while she waits quietly behind him. The notice offers nothing solid, just wild rumors about the Empire's prisoner. Then a familiar face appears in the crowd, cloaked and wide-eyed. Ashley and Daisuke spot her at once. It's Michelle. She stares at him, voice cracking as she breathes his name. She barrels into him, screaming his name and knocking him flat. Beside her, a traveling companion looks equally startled by the scene. Michelle cradles his head anyway, cooing that everything's fine now. He lets her hold on, relief washing over both of them. The group presses on together through a town decked out for a festival. Banners and stalls line the street as they head deeper into town. They settle down to a spread piled high with roasted bird and bread. Michelle squeezes in right beside him, more excited about the food than the seating. She flatly declares she's eating next to Daisuke, no negotiation. Over the meal, she brings up the observer who saved him. He only nods, baffled. She repeats the words slowly, turning the mystery over in her head. Later, he apologizes again for all the worry he's caused everyone. The companion looks relieved he's safe, while Michelle keeps eating, unfazed. The companion wants to try something with him. He offers to help without hesitation. Confused, he barely reacts before she happily accepts and pulls him close. She pulls his head against her chest without a hint of shame. Ashley and Michelle gape at the sight, lost for words. Someone marvels at her raw strength while she smiles, unbothered. She explains she reads people simply by touching and feeling their bodies. To her, he's unlike anyone else she's met. A genuine mystery. Something about this place stirs a feeling in her, like she's touched it somewhere before. Back with the group, the new companion keeps poking Daisuke, insisting his aura feels familiar. What could it be? She murmurs. Something about him feels strangely nostalgic to her. Michelle wants in too, until Ashley storms up and shoves Daisuke off his feet. Someone hushes the table. The protest comes right back, just as loud. Outside, the restaurant sign hangs quiet over the street while the bickering carries on inside. Meanwhile, in Gurnia's capital, a familiar figure looks out at the palace towers. She sits in a plush room now, dressed in fine clothes instead of prisoner's rags. Priscilla, the noble tasked with watching her, steps in and calls her by name, Lena. She returns the greeting just as warmly. She's brought a stack of books along and gets a quiet thank you for it. Something makes her hesitate mid-sentence, unable to finish the thought. Let's read together, comes the invitation, and she lights up at once. For once, she actually feels fulfilled. She calls herself ordinary, no real talent, just Glenn's daughter, drifting through empty days. In her memories, people only ever see her as the great mage's daughter, never as herself. But this one already feels different to Lena. Her father Glenn's achievements earned him a seat among the Empire's top executives. She wants to hear Priscilla's story too, in return. She sees herself as a below-average mage, easily replaced. Lena immediately disagrees. For a moment, she can't find anything to say back. She repeats herself, firmer this time. She wants to hear Priscilla's story, because there's no one else like her, no one who could ever take her place. To Priscilla, Lena is the only one who's ever truly seen her. They share a quiet, easy smile, comfortable with each other now. She brightens, then lets something slip. She knows exactly where they've kept Lena's sword. It's locked away on the second floor of the Eastern Watchtower. Security's too tight for her to get anywhere near it, and she quietly takes note. Is the sword really that important though? All Lena knows is that the sword's a memento from someone important to her, nothing more. A bespectacled girl holds still, breath caught, waiting for something to happen. A distant fortress city looms beneath a hazy sky. A winged figure spreads her arms. The time at last has come. 20 years back, when the beast attacked, its targets got away. Not this time. Erden's bloodline now rests entirely in her hands. The hour draws close, and the salaryman with his strange powers is gone too. Soon, she vows, the evil dragon god Valkion will rise again. Rooftops and spires crowd the skyline of Gurnia's capital. 4 guards stand posted at the palace gate. 2 more guard the watchtower. No, wait, a third hides at the back. The gate itself stays open through daylight hours. Through the scope, Daisuke studies the palace grounds in silence. Ashley leans in for a closer look through the scope. She nods, agreeing to wait her turn. As expected, most soldiers stay inside the palace walls, not out here. Lively in there, and a palace this size could easily house 100 soldiers. Storming the gate outright would only draw every soldier in and lock the palace down. With that many soldiers on their heels, pulling Lena out would be next to impossible. He figures they can turn that alert to their own advantage instead. That's exactly where their plan comes in, though it isn't finished yet. Inside the palace, 2 more guards flank an ornate set of doors. Behind heavy curtains, a plant sits quietly in an empty room. In her guarded chamber, Lena startles at an unexpected visitor, a girl in glasses. The visitor's eyes crinkle behind her glasses, amused by the reaction. Lena marvels at how alike the two of them look. With a puff of smoke, the visitor shifts her whole appearance. It's transformation magic, she explains, an old prank trick from her childhood. Yet, it's only surface, nothing underneath truly changes, not that it helps much. Lena stared back in disbelief when Priscilla insisted her talent was the real thing. She lit up, thrilled the compliment finally landed. She offers to fetch a book from the shelf. Lena already has one in mind. Footsteps trailed off down the hall as she headed out alone. Alone with her thoughts, she wishes her friend could just stay by her side forever. Deep in the archive, she scans shelf after shelf for the title. High up, she spots it and pulls it free. Nearby, two scholars traded rumors about the swordsman locked away in the guest room. She freezes. Could they be talking about Lena? Then it hit her. They meant to sacrifice the captive and revive some ancient dragon. The book slipped from her hands and hit the floor. One scholar mutters she's too young. The rumor traces back to the prophet and the emperor. She bolted, sprinting through the corridors. No, this can't be true. She keeps running, panic rising. They mean to kill Lena. Ahead, guards hustled a struggling prisoner through a doorway, barking orders. Her face goes rigid at the sight. Guards wrench Lena backward, out of Priscilla's reach. She strained backward, desperate, as they dragged her toward the door. Her careful watch over Lena, it turns out, was exactly what the man in charge wanted. Then came another detail. She'd never once tried to run, not until today. Her stomach turns. She never meant for any of this. Her father's orders were simple, at first. Just keep watch, nothing more. But somewhere along the way, Lena stopped being just an assignment to her. A hand clamps around her wrist and yanks her forward. Priscilla begs them to stop as a guard hauls her back. Her fear curdles into fury. She breaks loose and slugs the man in charge across the face. He seizes her by the collar. She gets out one last warning. Run. Lena looks back one last time, Priscilla's name spilling from her lips. A palace guard's temper snaps, fury twisting across his face. She counters with a bluff, daughter of the great mage Glenn. But the bluff earns her nothing. A hand cracks across her face. She crashes to the floor, stunned by the blow. Then word comes down. This arrest is the emperor's own order. She fights the grip, but the guards drag her off regardless. She claws at their hands, desperate to break free. One name leaves her lips, Priscilla, her last hope in the room. A young knight steps in, fist clenched, refusing to let them take Lena. Guards yank at her hair and dress as the room descends into chaos. A noblewoman lunges at the guards, trying to pull them off her. A guard shoves her back, wrenching free of her grip. Another girl reaches out, urging her to stop before she's hurt too. Sweat beads under her glasses as the guards close in once more. She sinks her teeth into a guard's arm, refusing to go quietly. The bite draws a scream, but the grip on her doesn't loosen. She swings back and lands a solid hit of her own. Her fist connects again, knocking a guard off balance. A nearby girl watches, unable to look away. A final blow slams her down for good. The guards haul her away down the corridor, struggle spent. Sprawled on the floor, she thinks of the one person who ever saw the real her. And now there's nothing she can do to help her. She laughs bitterly through tears. Anyone, she calls into the empty hall. Someone, please help! Her voice cracks on the words. A pack of guards surrounds her, menace radiating off them. She freezes, breath catching, bracing for whatever comes next. A guard turns sharply. What was that noise? Then another rushes in, shouting that a monster just breached the palace gate. A multi-headed serpent rears up as the knights scramble to fight it off. A massive beast reared up beside the post, and no one knew where it came from. They can't handle a monster like this alone. They need backup immediately. Inside the palace, Lena's eyes snap towards something beyond the curtains, senses sharpening. Word already spreads through court that someone's come to rescue the captive knight. Nearby stood Hollow and Imelda, Gurnia's two ranking executives, watching in silence. The emperor granted them both an instant promotion, right there in the corridor. Then his flat order cuts through the hall. Stop them. Hollow grins like it's finally fun. Imelda simply agrees, already turning to leave. The beast surged above the palace gate while a handful of knights scrambled to respond. A single scream cut through the chaos. Fireball. Incoming. Fireballs crashed down across the courtyard, throwing knights and rubble through the air. This thing genuinely breathes fire, and it's still coming their way. More knights poured out to face it while others fell back toward the gate. They haul the wounded comrade back through the ranks. "Clear the way!" someone yelled. One soldier points frantically, the monster's turning straight toward them. Three knights dove for cover as its tail whipped past overhead. Amid the smoke, Daisuke and his companions make a break through the columns. It's now or never, and somehow, incredibly, they actually pulled it off. Daisuke supports a hurt companion as they retreat, vowing to return for Lena. Overhead, the creature let out another roar as knights charged the wall below. Someone gritted out not to falter as the line nearly buckled under the strain. One of Gurnia's executives watched the chaos unfold told from a rooftop above the city. Hollow isn't convinced. This looks staged, and he can't sense any real intent to attack. The Emperor insisted on going out himself, brushing off his guards' protest. Behind him, a furious commander wants the defenses strengthened at once. Guards rushed past the palace columns, scrambling to answer the call. Back inside, Lena tenses, catching something the others haven't noticed yet. Beside her, Zol notices the change and asks what's wrong. She catches herself and brushes it off as nothing. Elsewhere, the guards find that whatever they were chasing has already vanished. Deep inside the palace, Daisuke keeps moving, startled at how sprawling it is. A young mage in a witch's hat starts making noise to draw the guards off him. Smoke swallows the palace wall as soldiers scramble and clash in the haze. She warns Michelle that someone is closing in. A masked figure steps out, mockingly pleased with the little diversion. The masked figure looms over the young mage, unnerved that someone so young commands real magic. He simply calls himself Hollow. He offers to play with the little wizard for a bit. Meanwhile, Daisuke, Ashley, and their companion sprint through an empty stretch of hallway. The corridor feels wrong to the elf. They've passed this stretch before. Their companion grips her head, rattled by a feeling she can't name. Then the floor buckles under Daisuke's feet. The corridor splits into loose stone blocks, dropping away beneath them. All three go tumbling as the floor collapses into open air. They plunge downward, the broken corridor shrinking fast above them. What is going on? Daisuke has no idea. It feels like they're plummeting straight out of the sky. Their companion falls in tense silence, jaw clenched. Then it hits her. They never left the palace at all. None of this is real. They were inside the palace only moments ago. She twists in midair and slams back down onto solid ground. Daisuke and the others crash down behind her in a heap. It was an illusion, she realizes, while he groans through the pain. A voice recognizes her at once, the one marked with the crest. A winged, armored woman strides in, blaming her for the palace's uproar. Their companion stiffens. The woman tells her she finally went through with it. She points Daisuke and Ashley toward a door up ahead. Go, both of you. The elf starts to protest, but their companion vows to stop that woman herself. A bespectacled stranger reached out, sweat on his brow, and started to help. A voice off to the side pinned the same power on her. She froze. A winged figure descended through the clouds and told them illusions couldn't be fought. They sprinted down the corridor, danger closing in as she screamed for him to run. Right on their heels, a warning cracked through the smoke. No escape this time. A wall of dark water crashed through the corridor, swallowing everything behind them. The words about the door never made it out. The flood swallowed them whole. The tattooed woman raised a glowing hand, bracing to answer with her own illusion. A dark blur ripped through the flood, peeling back an ordinary door beneath it. The winged figure reeled back, stunned. Her illusion had just been overwritten. Still kneeling, the tattooed woman threw the challenge back. Deal with her instead. If illusions were the game, she could conjure her own just as easily. The winged figure towered above as she rose through the swirling mist below. She narrowed her eyes. Could her rival really match that, even against her? She started to explain the misunderstanding. The winged figure caught a name, Ashley. She reeled as claws and light tore through the air beside her. Massive jaws snapped open in the chaos as the winged figure pressed the attack. The impact rocked the ground beside her, and Ashley braced against the blast. The winged figure smiled coldly. She was about to show her true power. Riding a massive phantom beast, she finally gives her name, Imelda, power drawn from her own. Watching from a doorway, someone wondered whether Ashley would make it out alive. She pulls him back on task. Find Lena first. He raises his hand again, a low hum building as the divination takes hold. They break into a run, the girl leading, his divination narrowing down Lena's location. A heavy tremor rolls through the palace walls, echoing across the grounds. Inside, officials scramble in a panic. What's happening at the palace? One of them turns toward an armored elder, recognizing him at once. Glenn. His stare hardens, sharp and unreadable, sizing up whatever's coming. He plants himself between them and the threat. Everyone, fall back. The diviner and his companion burst through the doorway, into the middle of it. Whoops, someone up above has already clocked him sneaking through. One guard rounds the corner and stops dead. You two. Entering the Emperor's palace uninvited, they're told, counts as pure barbarism. Nearby, a masked spellcaster starts chanting, Im, Mel, Akrabara. For a second, Daisuke's face turns eerily sharp, almost menacing. The floor rumbles under a row of stone feet, something starting. A towering statue rips free of the wall and he yanks back fast. He stumbles through a doorway. The stone statues are actually moving. The mage behind it all steps forward, Priscilla's father, Glenn. Villains, he roars, ready to die sky and comes in swinging. More statues crowd the hall, one shadowed shape barely visible among them. These aren't ordinary statues. Stone brought fully alive through high-level magic. This one's nothing like the tame kind from old stories, way another level. One massive stone head cracks mid-strike, its face twisted in a grimace. Daisuke gapes. The statues move like something rendered, and they're closing fast. Somewhere in the crowd, a woman just laughs it off. Ara, now. What is even going on here? It reminds someone of an old school legend. A bust whose eyes move past midnight. It's like watching a nightmare, he mutters, staring at the statue's twisted face. A stone fist swings down as he throws himself clear. Whoa, that's dangerous. Debris rains down as a crowned statue looms over him. He panics. One hit from a rock that size, and he's dead instantly. More statues gather behind Glenn, some now hefting stone tools like weapons. The crowd erupts, cheering him on for moving so many statues at once. Behind them, someone breathes out a single word: splendid. An official rounds on the gawking crowd. What exactly are you admiring? Make your next move. And he's already swinging in again. Take a good look. Not one of these opponents is even armed. A Gurnia soldier snapped out an urgent report to his unit. One word stops everyone cold: magic. One companion guesses the enemy's counting on some kind of spell. He agrees. One soldier couldn't believe someone so plain was casting it. A sudden strike sent one guard sprawling to the ground. The commander's order cut through the ranks. Fall into formation. A mage readies the anti-magic barrier. Brace for a magic attack. The command echoed down the line, one voice after another. It rippled through the whole unit without a single pause. Even the newest recruits were shouting the same warning. Together they chant, calling the guardian spirit of the statues to shield them. The chant doesn't break, verse after verse. Stone guardians rose from the statues, magic circles blazing around them. One towered over the rest, the ritual centerpiece finally standing. The barrier holds, cheers erupt, though this is far from a drill. Daisuke's companion is right behind him, urgency written on her face. He shakes off his own surprise. No time for that now. Then he orders the display to hit them as well. From a distance, Gurnia's soldiers spotted the glow and braced. As expected, one mutters, "It's magic," but they're already too late. Guns wait behind him, racked and ready. His side counted the statues, enough of them to call it a wall. Every last statue in the line carried its own anti-magic barrier. He raises the gun. It was never going to be magic. No magic attack, however strong, was ever going to get through this barrier. He walks straight through the smoke, gun still smoking in hand. Debris rained down where the guardians used to stand. One statue detonated outright, stones scattering in every direction. The commander stares in disbelief. His barrier never stood a chance. Gurnia officials recoil as their stone guardian statues crumble to dust in seconds. The officials assume it's magic, but nothing about this power is magic. Daisuke stands in the rubble as they brand him a thief and demand answers. The rifle in his hands is a FAMAS G1 assault rifle. It's the official rifle of the French Navy, part of France's FAMAS series. Its variants barely differ, though some add a wider trigger guard for gloved hands. Its rear-mounted magazine trims the rifle's length without giving up any shooting power. Snapped back into the fight, he catches himself lost in his own explanation. Of course, he adds, it's just the standard FAMAS, nothing special. A guardian statue roars back to life and swings a massive stone fist. He opens fire and the stone arm shatters into gravel mid-swing. More rounds tear through its torso, cracking the statue wide open. The guardian buckles and crashes down in a cloud of rubble. One official can't believe an attack that strong wasn't magic at all. He's finally getting the hang of this gun, or so it seems. A sword could never crack these statues, they're built rock solid. But blunt shock is their real weakness and gunfire delivers plenty of it. The statue keeps crumbling apart under the barrage. Even half destroyed, one more hit topples them. Their own weight finishes the job. One of them gets an idea. Maybe tripping them is all it takes. Too many statues are still standing, not safe ground for Stacia to approach. Daisuke breaks into a run, shouting her name in alarm. She waves off the worry, ready to help no matter what. The others fear she'll get badly hurt. He has no idea what's going on. She figures if it's just tripping them, she can handle it herself. She grabs hold of a statue leg that must weigh a ton. She grits her teeth and hauls with everything she's got. With one heaving throw, Stacia flings the stone giant off its feet. It slams down and shatters into 100 pieces. He screams. Stunned, she casually tossed a multi-ton statue like nothing. Amid the rubble, Stacia flexed her arm, arm, insisting she could handle this herself. A second guardian looms behind her before he can even shout a warning. She spun around, catching sight of what closed in behind her. One punch is enough. The statue shatters into rubble around her. He recoiled, shouting in alarm at the sudden wreckage. Another guardian looms in close, arms raised for a strike. She dusted off her hands like nothing happened, humming to herself. He checks on her and she waves it off without concern. Officers scrambled to hold formation, panicking over what she really was. Some wonder aloud if she's even human as another statue crumbles. A winged attacker snarls that this ends right now. Twin streams of fire rip through the hall toward the guardians. The blast swallowed her whole. He screamed her name in panic. She steps out of the smoke completely unscathed, hair barely mussed. The attacker's face ran with sweat, stunned that nothing worked. He grips her wrist, still trying to figure out what she is. She composed herself and stepped calmly through the drifting dust and debris. Officials can't believe she took a direct magic hit and stood right back up. He still can't wrap his head around what she actually is. She simply shrugged it off, built to take things in stride. He insists that being fine isn't really the point here. Without warning, he pulled her into a tight embrace for cover. His face reddens, flustered even as danger closes in around them. A wall of flame roared down the corridor as they ducked for cover. He grits his teeth, bracing against the wave of heat. Nearby, a stone guardian reeled back from the force of the blast. She smiles through the smoke, promising Daisuke she'll protect him no matter what. Then a rustle nearby snaps his attention. Something else is close. Bullets tear into the stone guardian, and it shatters into flying chunks of rock. Ashley waves off the questions. There's no time to stop firing now. First things first, he decides, the stone statues have to go. Amid the fleeing crowd, a black-robed figure watches more statues come apart. No weapon, however advanced, seems capable of stopping what's coming next. A statue twice the size of the others slams down and they dive clear. Bullets do nothing this time. Hitting it is like water on a hot stone. He asks Stacia to brace his back, steadying for a heavier shot. She settles in tight behind him, lining up the shot together. The rifle fires and the recoil rocks them both as the casing spins away. The round connects and the giant's head bursts apart in a shower of rock. Officials scream in disbelief as the headless giant's fist still comes crashing down. News reaches the court about some stranger's monstrous, unfamiliar weapon. Glenn, the mage behind the statues, can't believe one man took his golem down. Talk spreads that his weapons are as terrifying as they are unnatural. Then comes the detail that gets repeated most. He calls himself Salaryman. Glenn takes the name in silently while an aide checks if he's alright. The name spreads like wildfire. Soldiers shouting that the Salaryman has arrived. Sunglasses on and face half covered, Daisuke strides forward with Stacia at his side. Panic ripples through the ranks as soldiers stammer the name over and over. One officer can't process it. Zol's report claimed this man died in battle. Orders fly to hold the Salaryman back and keep Glenn shielded at all costs. A mage answers with a barrage of fireballs, hurling them straight at him. Alone in the open, he watches the fireballs arc down toward him. This whole mess has spiraled somewhere far beyond reasonable, and he knows it. Stacia pulls him close and shields his head, playful even in the chaos. The fireballs slam down one after another, smoke and debris rolling outward. She's fine, Stacia tells him, once the dust finally settles around them. This is a real problem. They can't push forward if this keeps up. No time to waste in a place like this. He needs to move. Dust swallows the corridor as the shattered guardian statues crash to the floor. Crouched in the wreckage, he and Ashley agree it's time to fight back too. She spots the weapon in his hand and asks what it is. A revolving grenade launcher, and he's already aiming down the smoke-filled hall. If he lines up the shot right, he can hit the edge of the ceiling. One thought nags at him. Can he pull this off without hurting anyone? Elsewhere, a cluster of guards cheer, certain they've already won this fight. A sharp voice cuts through the cheering. The battle isn't over yet. Then a fireball rips through the ceiling ahead and the cheering stops cold. A blazing shockwave rolls straight toward the startled guards. It slams into them. The blast tears the hall apart. Debris rains down as they scream and cover their heads. Someone shouts for them to move. The ceiling itself is coming down. Rubble crashes behind them as the guards sprint for the exit. Fear grips every face as the corridor keeps caving in. The collapse chases at their heels, gaining with every step. They duck low, hands over their heads as the stone keeps crumbling. Dust and rubble settle through the long stone corridor. A young guard catches Glenn as he stumbles through the debris. It hits him then. They've been tricked from the start. He asks if anyone's hurt. The answer comes back. No one. He could have wiped them out completely, so why hold back? Twice now his shots have missed, and that can't be an accident. Aim for an isolated section, and the collapse hurts no one at all. Ashley's stunned. That's exactly why he aimed for the ceiling. She throws her arms around him. He yelps and tells her to wait. It's exactly that kind of recklessness she loves about him. The hall's gone quiet now. Is it finally time for a break? Maybe, he thinks, this lull is a chance to try negotiating instead. The young guard hesitates, unsure how to answer him. One Gurnia soldier caused the wreckage himself and still checked if everyone was okay. So what exactly were they after? They proposed ending the pointless fight, wanting only to get through that door. The armored commander clocked it at once. Every attack was held back on purpose. It was Glenn himself, someone realized, right as he ordered his men to hold back. His expression hardens, unreadable and cold. Someone in the crowd already knew him by reputation, the salaryman intruder. He argued his case until she agreed to hear him out. Glenn chants over the rubble, commanding the broken statue to rise and obey him again. Rubble surges upward on its own, reassembling itself into something whole again. A colossal stone giant rears back together, dwarfing him completely below it. The fight, apparently, is far from finished. Glenn dares him closer. Come at him with everything, or don't bother talking. He fires back. Stop hiding behind that woman's protection and fight with your own strength. The reassembled golem looms over the corridor as the standoff between the two begins. Glenn repeats the challenge. Approach alone or there's nothing left to discuss. Just him then. No one else steps in. Something wrong, Glenn taunts, already losing his nerve? He sets the terms. A one-on-one match. No help from the younger allies behind him. Anyone who can't even make it this far isn't worth listening to in his eyes. Back with the group, she worries about him. A companion suspects a trap. Glenn's own officials closed ranks behind him, watching in silence. She guessed he would assume it was a trick, expecting them to swarm him, but her companion didn't buy it. He trusted Daisuke wouldn't try something like that. One of Glenn's men added that a leader who fights dirty never earns loyalty. Even Daisuke couldn't help admiring him for it. He was hopeful the two of them could still reach some kind of understanding. Trust between people to her sounded almost lovely. He stepped forward alone, leaving the others behind him. Daisuke walks on into the ruined hall, ready for what's coming. Glenn read his expression at a glance. He already knew what was coming. His face hardens, calm and locked on the golem ahead. The golem's full height comes into view. The thing is genuinely creepy. Glenn flung his hand up, robe snapping. Time to settle this. He gives the golem a single order. Take Daisuke down. He ducks under a swipe of stone, rifle already coming up. He unloaded a full mag into its face at point-blank range. The head keeps coming, jaws wide, and he keeps firing on the run. His rounds barely scratch it. The target's just too massive for them. He can't roll clear of it. The coiling snake-like body gives it too much reach. Turns out Glenn came prepared. Countermeasures built into the golem itself. Is that all you've got, Salaryman? His grin is pure mockery. He bolted through the dust cloud, the golem's head lunging right behind him. Glenn's jaw tightens, his patience for the chase running thin. Wait, why has it stopped chasing him? He works it out fast. The long body can't handle tight turns. That buys him space and time enough to set up the Barrett M82. He fires. The Barrett's report cracking out like thunder. The round slammed into its skull, stone bursting into shards. Only the outer shell breaks, the impact never reaches deeper. Chips of stone armor flaked away, but the crack stopped right there. The outer stone works like armor. What breaks off is just surface debris. Turns out Glenn planned ahead. That golem fight in Sesson Norma tipped him off. This fight won't go like the Colosseum did, Salaryman, he warns. He fires again, the round tearing into the same cracked spot. The Barrett hit hard, but the bullet crumpled on impact. Only the shell gave. It's not enough. The shot can't reach the golem's core. No good. This attack isn't working. Should he switch to the grenade launcher instead? But the grenade safety fuse needs distance. This close, it simply won't arm. Crimsan's new trick. Rounds that explode on impact. He'll be caught in the blast too. No more holding back. He switched to the one card he'd kept in reserve. That kind of hit wouldn't even scratch its stone hide. He sprinted clear of its reach while it mocked him as Salaryman. The blast caught him anyway and sent him tumbling across the ground. He rolls hard through the dust, rubble scattering in his wake. A ponytailed girl cries out his name from somewhere close by. The ground erupted right where he'd stood. He waved her in close instead. He drops into position with the Barrett, sights locked on the golem. Glenn roars back that it changes nothing. Useless is useless, whatever he's planning. He lines up the shot, eyes steady behind the scope. The round tears out in a blinding flash of muzzle fire. It slammed into solid rock, blasting blasting a chunk clean off the golem. Glenn stared in disbelief. That shouldn't have done any damage at all. Word spreads fast. An armor-piercing round, somehow punching through where nothing else could. He'd made the switch himself, armor-piercing rounds, and fired. Standard rifle rounds use a lead core wrapped in a copper shell. Armor-piercing rounds swap that core for hardened steel to punch through plating. It's every gun enthusiast's dream come true. Armor-piercing rounds finally in play. The ponytailed girl called his name again, relief plain on her face. But the golem starts reforming. Glenn admits he didn't expect it to shatter this much. Rubble lifts and resettles as the stone body knits itself whole again. That's bad. It's already returning to its original state. He fired again, the shot tearing another crater into the golem. The stone giant reforms again at his furious command. One more armor-piercing round. That's the call he makes. The shot slammed home, the impact ripping straight through stone and dust. This time, the golem doesn't hold. It shatters, and Glenn goes down with it. Buried in the wreckage, he lets out a ragged scream. Gurnia's soldiers come running, calling out for him in panic. Head throbbing, Glenn grunts. Where did the salaryman go? Daisuke stands in the drifting dust, rifle still gripped tight. Glenn's breath comes ragged, fury still burning behind his glare. Daisuke pants just as hard, sweat streaking down his face. He reaches down. Is the old man hurt? Glenn shuts his eyes, the fight finally draining out of him. Their hands clasp. Hear him out, salaryman. Pulled to his feet, Glenn concedes flatly. He lost. Outside, Gurnia's towers stretch across the skyline, spires catching the light. Elsewhere, a staff stands driven into the floor, both sides catching their breath. A witch in a wide-brimmed hat vaults through the corridor, staff swinging down. Her strike cracks straight through one of the shambling guardians. She catches herself mid-air, already lining up her next swing. A whole crowd of them close in, growling in unison. Off to the side, Hollow watches, pleased with his handiwork. These aren't guardians, she realizes, only puppeted corpses. Somewhere, her name rings out in shock. She narrows her eyes, naming what he really is, a necromancer. No ordinary human could manage this, a feat only he can pull off. She shrugs it off. A bad hobby, sure, but nothing special. The insult lands hard on Hollow. What did she say? Ignoring him, she finishes charging her magic. She unleashes it, holy wave, engulfing the corpses in light. The reanimated bodies are hurled backward by the blast. Even Hollow staggers, hair whipping back from the shockwave. As the smoke clears, she gives her name plainly, powerful enough to make him pause. Gurnia now has a name for her, the genius wizard, Michelle. The reanimated corpses lunge again, snarling as they attack. She calls to Lee Domar. Okay, the staff replies. Then Holy Wave erupts again. One strike from the mage sent a whole crowd of men flying across the hall. More of them slammed into the rubble, screaming as the shockwave kept rolling. A bandaged, hooded stranger watched the carnage beside one dazed, staring man. She charges low across the marble floor, weapon raised for the next wave. Spinning through the air, she whips her weapon into a wide, crushing arc. Graviton hammer slams down, and the shockwave scatters bodies clear across the floor. One more man was hurled skyward, crashing back down in a heap. She grins under her wide-brimmed hat, ready for whoever comes next. The bandaged stranger told his hooded companion he'd grown interested in her, a genius apparently. He ordered his men to keep her entertained, and the crowd surged forward again. The fallen men stir, dragging themselves back up onto their feet. A curse escapes someone in the crowd as the corpses growl and rise again. They're back on their feet already, and this time she's not ready for it. She unleashes Holy Wave, the blast tearing a bright arc through the ranks. Two more crash to the ground under the force of it. They climb up anyway, gray, stony skin unmarked by the holy strike. Holy magic should kill the undead, she says, confused why they keep coming. That spell on the corpses ran surprisingly deep, though her holy magic was clearly working. She works it out. Dark magic against nature's laws, corpses raised and set walking again. One of the reanimated men lunges, snarling, forcing her back toward the dark. She raises a hand. Holy magic, in other words, is simply the power of light. A vast circle of light gathers above her, humming louder by the second. Where light falls, plants grow and life takes root, the power of the sun itself. She calls it Holy Light Strike, banishing the darkness in one blinding sweep. The reanimated corpses shrieked and came apart under the wave of light. The bandaged stranger reeled. She'd burned through his magic with holy power alone, he admitted. She plants her staff in the dust, standing over the wreckage of his army. Someone asks Hollow, the Gurnia executive, how he managed to gather so many corpses. He listed them off. Losers of power struggles, executed royals, the betrayed, the suicides. He collects the once dead and gives them life again. again. He demands to know why. The only answer that comes back, pure confusion. Then a masked figure drops from above, cloak snapping through the air. She spots the attack and swings her spear round in a flash. She once walked the same path of magic, surprised to hear that? But one day, curiosity pulled her toward the study of immortality itself. A mortal lifespan is too short to master real magic, but immortality opens every path. She means to break completely free of death's grip.
She scoffs. This isn't immortality, just corpses being dragged around like puppets.
Nobody has any idea just how powerful she really is. Ordinary corpse magic only moves a body, an empty puppet with no soul inside. But she's devised something new, seizing dead souls and binding them back into flesh. The corpses around her stir, souls now trapped inside the flesh again. She's in an entirely different league, not some second-rate corpse puppeteer like them. Then comes the offer. Anyone he's lost, she can bring back to life. Later, she sits close with him, his head resting against her side. A faint, satisfied smile crosses her face. Now the monster lunges with a roar. The swordsman barks right back. Shut up. Someone in the crowd recognizes him. That was Laios. He was a murderer, once sentenced to death for killing 120 people. His old body was plain, so she gave him a flashier upgrade. This opponent turns out tougher than expected. She throws up a wall of light to block the strike. The barrier takes the hit and holds. Laios warns her that playing defense alone will never win the fight. She grits her teeth and holds her ground. She calls up Swift Feet, closing the gap in a blur. The sorceress watches, stunned. She dodged that clean out of the way. This is the moment to strike, and she seizes it. She chants. Light gathers to become a blade to cut through darkness. He unleashes the Holy Light Greatsword straight into the monster. A blade drives clean through the roaring creature. Behind the mask, he grins, impressed she actually took it down. A hooded girl spots it first. Look out, she snaps. Confusion flickers behind the mask. He doesn't see it coming. His chest opens in a clean diagonal gash. He's thrown backwards, sword and hair whipping through the smoke. She holds her breath, waiting to see if he actually stays down. The strike's after image still hangs in the air as he drops. A cloaked mage drifts down through the smoke toward his body. Idiot, she mutters, no relief in her voice at all. Even by accident, this still counts as a miserable end. That man doomed himself with nothing but pure arrogance. He's still standing despite the wound slashed across his chest. Then his bare hand snaps up and grabs the blade in midair. She holds still. How is he still standing after that? Oh dear, he taunts. That wasn't part of the plan. She can't believe it. He's still alive after all that. His blade clangs down again. Did that surprise them a second time? That's right. Death itself is something he's already beaten. He cast a spell on himself. Now he claims immortality. Has he thrown away his own humanity to get this power? His face splits open into a bare skeletal grin. He was only hiding his true power, too monstrous to show in public. The mage senses it. His power runs far deeper than it looks. Come, he grins through a jaw of bare bone. He lunges, blade swinging, promising to make her one of his companions too. He's revealed as a wight, a corpse reborn through some dark ritual, feared as a reaper. She grips the shaft of his scythe, holding the line against him. She refused outright. She wouldn't become one of his comrades. Floating above the clouds, the masked man brands her pathetic, no better than her reflection. To him, she was no different from the others, just another disappointment. She wouldn't let it happen. He meant to kill her right here. She lifts her staff, calling on the thunder to strike him down. Lightning ripped through the hall as her thunderclap strike slammed into him. He throws up a barrier of darkness, swallowing the bolt whole. She screams the final word of her spell, thunder crackling around her. He can use magic too, he boasts. His barrier even absorbs light. In a blur, he drops straight down, closing the gap in an instant. Ranged spells won't work on him. She decides to close the distance instead. His scythe carves a brutal arc through the air toward her. She plants her feet and swings her staff up to meet it. Something closes in fast from her blind side, too quick to track. Dodge, Michelle, her ally yells. She reacts at once with a quick okay. The blade nearly clips her as she twists free in midair. Behind him, 3 hollow-eyed corpses rose, groaning to join the fight. He surges forward, scythe arcing down through the risen corpses in his path. The blade tore through them all in one brutal, continuous slash. Yet the blade passed clean through. No wound, no blood at all. Turns out he'd sliced clean through their souls by accident. Oh well, he shrugs it off, already done thinking about it. That attack was called Soul Breaker, built to kill souls outright. It passes through flesh entirely and strikes the soul instead. Soul Breaker, she realizes. He'd infused his scythe with that same power, killing every soul it touched. Even if Michelle's body is untouched, one cut to her soul kills instantly. He He lunges again, the scythe's edge aims straight for her vulnerable soul. She barely twists clear, a startled "whoa" escaping her. Her face hardens, shock giving way to open fury. As a corpse screams beside her, she demands to know what people's souls mean to him. Crackling energy rips through the ruined hall. The witch fires a flame bolt point blank into the White's cloak. The White shields himself, barely reacting as the flames wash over him. Smoke clung to his cloak, but the blast left him unscathed. This isn't working. She's only burning through her own magic power. Then an ally cuts in. Use the staff, Michelle. Doing that unlocks the staff's true power for the first time, storing magic at its tip. Charged enough, the staff might finally block his great scythe. Magic gathers in a bright surge at the staff's crystal tip. Two allies already lie beaten as the White faces down her glowing staff. He taunts her stillness, needling for any sign of doubt. She grips the staff tighter, jaw clenched, waiting for her moment. His skeletal fingers snap once, a quiet warning of what's next. He surges forward, blasting her and taunting her to keep playing. The explosion swallows her whole. She screams, staff raised against it. She was slammed to the ground, her hat torn loose in the blast. Hold on, comes the call. The staff is finally starting to glow. Just don't take a hit from that great scythe until then. The White swings his scythe in a wide arc, catching the hooded ally in its sweep. The hooded ally's hand claws toward his hood mid-strike. Try harder or die, the White snarls, pressing the attack. Not yet. She refuses to stay down, staff still raised. She surges up, staff flashing as she swings it in a bright arc. 2 centuries ago, when he began chasing immortality, his fellow mages told him to stop. The mockery still stings, even now, all these years later. But while he lived on, everyone who mocked him died of age or illness. The great scythe crashes down, dropping the hooded ally hard. The White keeps monologuing. If his old mockers had studied with him, they'd still be alive. Catching her breath, Michelle checks if her ally is alright. The White rises again, declaring that dying of illness would be beneath an immortal like him. Something in the fight catches her eye and her breath catches too. The masked swordsman scoffs. Only a fool would fall for something like that. Grab the staff, Michelle. The words cut through the sparks around them. She freezes. That's the same masked swordsman from before. Memory. A dying woman told Michelle her illness was incurable, yet she lived her own way. The staff spun through the light as it passed to her. No regrets, only a smile as the words faded out. Now she lunges back into the fight, staff raised high. An undead army was thought impossible. Now he commands life and death itself. His laughter echoes through the ruins. Soon he'll command an unstoppable army. She locks her focus on him, sizing him up through her hair. Steel meets the staff dead center with a ringing clang. The masked swordsman recoils. His strike didn't land. Scythe and staff collide again, both fighters airborne over the waves. The staff head swings wide, cutting a hard arc through the air. Her ally lunges in and drives a strike of her own. The blow connects, rocking him backward hard. The fight tears on in a blur of strikes and debris. Another hit lands before he can recover his footing. She winds up for one final blow. The staff slams home, plowing him backward. He crashes through stone with a pained roar. She stands calm, staff steady in hand. His scythe Soulbreaker is built to bypass physical objects, so how did she stop it? He refuses to fall. To her, treating life and death like a game is unforgivable. She squares up again, staff held ready against the sky. He drops down from above, scythe drawn. She lifts the staff to meet him. His scythe failed to slip through again. What even is that staff? A voice tells her this surge of power can withstand even soul-slaying dark magic now. The staff had once been a sword, one called Demon Sword Falchion. One clean swing, the voice figures, should be enough to take down the scythe. Ribs broken, the White howls about his precious body. The scythe comes down hard. She screams she won't forgive him. Falchion in hand, she goes all out. A blade rips through the air toward her. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks. The mage swings her staff overhead, screaming through the strain. The impact lands. She grunts, refusing to fall back. The scythe's blade slams into the ground beside her. Her hat takes the brunt as debris scatters everywhere. She cries out and drives the blow home. The strike connects, throwing him backward through the dust. The White's arm shatters into fragments as he roars in pain. It's working, she realizes. The attack is amazing. A sword alone barely scratched him, but magic actually hurts him. It disrupts the dark magic binding his body and soul. Her eyes narrow, locked on him. Another blow lands square, cracking through his guard. He screams again as his arm bursts apart. The scattered bones snap back together instantly. Even broken to pieces, his bones snap back into place face instantly. Her weapon is nearly drained, but enough power could still erase the dark magic. Holy magic can rip his soul loose, but she must enter his body to land it. Falchion's true power, she's told, could make that possible. One use per battle, it unleashes every ounce of stored power in one killing blow. Villagers marked by disease shuffle past. Proof his strike can reach the heart. She's confident. Careful footwork, and even that great scythe is manageable. He lunges at her, shouting that he'll kill her. A pale hand lunges from the smoke and grabs the fallen soldier. The hooded girl screams. The soul tears loose from the corpse, wailing as it's ripped free of its armor. The drained corpse goes down for good, crosses marking the ground where it falls. That soul was ripped straight from a living body. The hooded girl reels in horror. Damn it, not this one. Wrong soul, wrong target entirely. Turns out he can tear a soul from a body with no ritual. Soul drag. It's not just the scythe, is it? Michelle's breath comes ragged. His hand grazes past her and she flinches back just in time. Careful, even his bare hands kill on contact, her ally warns. Then this scythe tears you to pieces, I'll drag your soul out too. Michelle, getting on his good side, was never in the cards. Not happening, but even losing, they still need an exit plan. He's a demon who plays with people's lives. She'll never forgive him. Then an idea flashes across Michelle's face. He catches the motion and tenses as she bolts. Running scared already, he taunts, scythe raised high. He's overconfident, and overconfidence always leaves an opening. She hurls a fireball straight at him. You think that kind of magic works on me? He laughs. It detonates right in his face before the laugh even finishes. Blind in the smoke, he curses, did she time that blast on purpose? Michelle darts through the haze, staff raised, aiming for his blind side. Somewhere behind her, the hooded girl watches wide-eyed, bracing for what comes next. Unseen in the smoke, his head turns. He's tracked her the whole time. She brings the staff down with everything she has. Got you, he grins. Just kidding. He grips her by the collar. That cheap trick never fooled him at all. Your soul's next. No scythe needed this time. Now it's her soul being torn loose, screaming as it's dragged free of her body. Laughing, he calls it over. Her soul held aloft while her ally reaches for her. Michelle's scream tears through the ruins as the white's grip closes around her. She swallows hard, then hurls the threat right back at him. The white cuts loose with a massive strike, forcing an ally to scramble clear. He recoils, startled to find a second soul hidden inside the girl's body. The captured soul only laughs at him. A decoy, not Michelle at all. Assuming his plan was flawless was exactly his mistake, and now it shows. Furious, the white lunges for her again, a real soul drag this time. She's already moving, her counter grabbing hold before his hand can close. He howls as the blow slams into him and sends him staggering back. Her ally begins the rite, depart the flesh and obey the laws of nature. Light of Genesis erupts and the blast swallows the whole battlefield in white. It tears straight through him, cracking his skull apart in the light. Her ally screams through the effort, pouring everything into the strike. He begs her to stop, panic breaking through the mask. His voice cracks. He's dying at last, torn loose from his own body. 200 years clinging to a rotting corpse, and he called that immortal. Even now, does she still not understand what immortality really costs? Truth is, he's already dead. He has been the whole time. The dust settles and nothing is left standing where he used to be. She trudges on afterward, legs shaking, breath ragged from the fight. A voice reaches her from nearby. Well done, Michelle. She turns to her partner. This win belongs to you too, Lidomar. She sinks down beside the empty hat, spent from the fight. She calls out that it's over now. Look, the bound souls are finally free. One freed soul speaks for the rest. It's time to move on. Then they drift upward together, gone in a soft wave of farewell. She turns back to them. If you find my sister, let her know something. She smiles through the drifting light, waiting for her words to find their way. Tell her I'm doing well, she adds quietly, and the moment settles into calm. Smoke still drifts over Gurnia's ruined courtyard as the duel's dust settles. A grinning gunman waved twin pistols, roaring the town belonged to him now. Nearby, a caped Hildert vowed he wouldn't let it happen, gunfire echoing behind him. He bragged of his own excellence, boasting he alone could stop the devil. Hildert ordered a golem to guard the town while the gunman perched on a rooftop. Then the legend deflated. Just an ordinary office worker handing over his real work card. By one account, Sessin Norma was never occupied. Nothing like the rumor claims. The two accounts don't line up, and none of it matches Glenn's own reports. Is Daisuke here only to save the captive knight, nothing more? Glenn recalls he'd also claimed to come from an entirely different world. Those strange weapons he'd seen firsthand must belong to that same world. So why was Lena even brought to the palace in the first place? True or not, the Emperor admits it's about her power, meant to revive an ancient dragon. Glenn's answer is simple: orders from above and no room to refuse. Ashley, close to tears, manages only one word: why? The answer, it turned out, went back 20 years. The Emperor had lost his beloved Empress, grief pushing him toward despair. His dinner sat untouched, plate after plate ignored. A servant tried to object, but the meal was waved away anyway. Then a hooded woman appeared, calling herself a prophet. Her name was Mora. Beneath the cloak, one of her hands ended in dark talons. Guards closed in, wanting to know who she was and how she'd gotten inside. Mora read his grief at a glance, deep enough to break most men. Wings spread from her back. She could bring back the life that was lost. The Emperor stiffened, shaken by what she'd just offered him. Glenn called it impossible. The dead did not simply come back to life. She held up a dead bird instead, offering it as proof. Her hand glowed as she channeled her secret spell into its body. A small bird suddenly jerks awake, wings thrashing wildly, feathers scattering. A disbelieving crowd cries out. The dead bird has somehow come back to life. A robed official trembles, still staring at the bird that shouldn't be breathing. Watching this, others press for more. Could this power also revive the Empress? The witch warns that resurrecting a human demands far greater power than this. Legend holds that only an ancient dragon, long thought dead, commands power enough. So the witch resolves to unleash that dragon's power and hunt down a legendary sword. An armored official lays it out. Years spent scouring the nation for that sword. One listener startles, so that's why they've been after Lena all along. The same bird somehow is still alive after 20 years. Proof no one questions the prophet. She recoils. How dare the witch revive a dragon that nearly wiped out mankind? Old murals show it plainly. The dragon clawed from the depths, driving humanity to the brink. A young officer waves it off as fairy tale, but the elder isn't so sure. She falls quiet, the weight of it finally sinking in. Glenn realizes the witch's old dragon talk was never idle, and fears now for the Emperor. Someone comes sprinting through the halls, screaming for her father. She's out of breath, barely able to stand after the sprint. Glenn stops cold. It's Priscilla. He grabs her, demanding to know what happened. She can barely get the words out. Lena has been taken. Nearby, a bespectacled stranger overhears and stiffens at the name. Glenn presses her. Weren't the two of them together in that room? Palace soldiers dragged Lena off, Priscilla sobs, straight to the Emperor's throne room for the sacrifice. Glenn can't accept it. That's insane. A young aide admits he had a bad feeling about all this, and he agrees. Priscilla's face goes rigid, the panic still written across it. The stranger cuts in. Wasn't Lena with her? She stares, unsure who he even is. His plain shirt and tie look like nothing anyone here has ever worn. Could he possibly be the Daisuke everyone's been talking about, she asks? Word was he died, yet here he stands, and Lena still talks about him. One ally beams. If the sword's still there, she'll be thrilled. Talk keeps circling back to one thing: the sword. Lena no longer carries the sword. It's locked away in the East Watchtower. The Watchtower sits far out, impossibly remote. The sword matters more than anything. She must always keep it close. One name escaped the old knight: Priscilla. The girl was set on getting the sword herself. Time was short. He wanted this settled before it was too late. The knight reminded him of his own duties. All he wanted was passage to save Lena. Would the old knight try to stop them? His expression didn't answer either way. A long, tense silence stretched out. He let them pass, though part of him still said no. In the knight's eyes, he's finally a man worth trusting. He thanked him, relief plain on his face. Please save Lena. The man beside her at last is Daisuke. His answer is simple. They'll save her whatever it takes. He blinked, startled, exactly as Lena had predicted. She tells him he has kind eyes, trustworthy through and through. The old knight decided to come along as well. Whatever the witch was planning, he wouldn't let her slip away this time. Just a little longer, Lena, they're coming for you. A wall gives way in a blast of rubble and dust. Someone bolts down the corridor, footsteps echoing through the ruined hall. Stone debris explodes around her without warning. She cries out, caught in the blast. A massive beast rises from the smoke, fangs bared. This is her power on full display. Understood now? She slumps to the ground, breath ragged and spent. Unbelievable. The thing in front of her hasn't budged. Turns out a flawless illusion can't touch anything real. Her monster was never going to win. The hall lies in ruins, yet she still manages to hold the wreckage back. That legendary saber-toothed tiger turns out to be real, and it wrecked this. The pale-haired elf drinks in the wreckage, murmuring that nothing beats this feeling. Arms spread wide, she vows to destroy everything. Pure pure joy in her voice. Her wild, pale hair falls back, bearing a pointed ear underneath. The dark-haired elf goes still. Those ears mean her enemy is elven too. Then it clicks. That illusion power only belongs to one kind of elf. No way, this elf carries the exact same curse she does. Smoke clears in the ruined hall, leaving the two elves and the tiger face to face. Elf, she murmurs, still staring at the pointed ears poking through pale hair. A slow smile spreads. Could this stranger share her exact same curse? The tiger lunges without warning and she barely reacts in time. She grits her teeth and swings her ring blade to meet the charge. Her forehead crest suddenly flares and she has no idea why. The pale-haired elf smiles. She can feel her own crest pulse too. Anyone branded with the crest resonates whenever her power activates, she says. She already knows the truth by now, doesn't she? Both confirm it aloud. The same crest links them together. She pulls her hair back, bearing the crest marked into her nape. She was right all along. The two of them share the mark. Rushing in, she taunts the dark-haired elf. Rescuing the captured knight is pointless. The tiger pounces again, claws bared, coming straight for her. The claws connect, blasting her backward in a burst of dust and rubble. The beast snarls, fangs bared, ready to finish the job. She's flung clear across the ruined floor, smoke trailing behind her. Scrambling up, she demands to know why they captured Lena. She's needed to revive a great dragon that died generations ago.
It hits her. Statia's story about the dragon must have been true after all. That great dragon nearly wiped out humans and elves once. Now they mean to revive it. So if that's true, isn't the dark-haired elf in just as much danger? Having the crest doesn't mean she knows what it actually does. Is that so? The dark-haired elf cuts her off. She already knows the legend. Long ago, humans and elves fought the dragon together until one clan betrayed them both. She stares back, crest marks stark across her face. That traitor clan, the pale-haired elf says, are her own ancestors. She recoils. Did she hear that right? The great dragon was beaten once, but it'll return someday to rule this world. The crest marked those loyalists. Every other elf clan who resisted was wiped out. Even now, centuries later, the crest still rarely surfaces among their descendants. Her people are enemies of both humans and elves now, always will be. The dark-haired elf reels. She never knew her own mark carried this meaning. It's no curse, a mark of power, proof the great dragon chose them. That bond with the dragon grants them real power, she says. Abilities all their own. The blast throws her backward, her scream lost in the explosion. She grins, pointing at the wreckage. See what her power can do. A massive claw swipes down at her. She grits her teeth and holds her ground. Behind her looms something huge and armored, fist cocked back for a killing blow. A massive saber-toothed beast lunges out of the smoke straight at her. Illusions don't work on her. Wasted effort, no matter how many times she tries. She's sent spinning through the air again, the fight far from over. She twists mid-fall and drives a kick straight into the beast's face. She hits the ground hard, rolling again and again before she stops. Battered and out of breath, she forces herself back onto her feet. What is she even supposed to do with a monster like that? The beast smashes straight through a pillar, still coming for her. There's no way out now. She's been found, and she knows it. A massive clawed paw closes in, reaching straight for her. It's over, she realizes, as the paw comes down on her. A colossal black blade crashes down and she barely twists free of it. Pressed flat against the blade's edge, she narrowly avoids being cut in half. Something enormous fixes a single eye on her, unseen for now. She dodges again, baffled that the beast's strike keeps missing her. A massive saber-toothed tiger snarls, jaws wide, closing in fast. She wonders whether the tiger can't actually see her at all. A pale-haired elf swoops in from above, furious to have found her. The dark-haired elf bolts through the blast, staying just out of reach. She spots Imelda's mark on the beast, a puppet with no mind of its own. Her illusion keeps her hidden. Nothing can land a hit on her. She grips her ring blade tight, bracing to turn the fight around. With a sharp cry, she lunges straight at the tiger. Her chain whips around its jaw and locks in tight. She hauls on it like a leash, dragging the beast toward its master. The pale-haired elf flinches back at the sudden move. Seizing the moment, the dark-haired elf shouts and strikes. Her kick snaps toward the pale-haired elf's face. She barely blocks it, arm thrown up just in time. The dark-haired elf locks a firm hold on her, finally within reach. The pale-haired elf grunts, pain flashing across her face. The two of them crash and tumble across the shattered floor. Dust settles slowly over the wrecked palace hall. The dark-haired elf pins her down, both of them gasping for air. Exhausted, she fights to catch her breath. The pale-haired elf studies her, oddly amused despite the beating. Asked her name, she hesitates, then answers, Ashley. She's taken a
liking to her and doesn't hide it. She leans in close, saying her name softly. Then she asks her to join forces instead. Ashley stares back, thrown by the offer. The crest scarred them both the same ugly way. Pain neither one chose. Revive the great dragon, and the two of them could finally pay back their persecutors. Nothing could touch them then, not with a great dragon's protection standing behind them. They would live happily ever after, ruling everything together, or so the plan went. Then something breaks in her, tears rising she can't stop. Her face crumpled, tears spilling before she managed to speak. But she won't stand with her any longer. This whole plan, she says, is insane. The winged elf's mouth curled into a wide, unhinged grin. Then a blade cracked down without warning, and a scream tore out of her. Shadow fell over the winged elf's face, cold and unreadable. She'd hoped this one might actually become a friend. Instead, she gets only disappointment. Imelda, the name finally slips out, confirming exactly who she's dealing with. Stupid woman, the taunt repeated as a blade whistled down toward her. If she'd stayed loyal, Imelda tells her, she would have helped her. Then the Minotaur roars that it doesn't need her anymore, and the blow comes down. Smoke filled the wrecked hall as the beast stalked off, the elf fleeing behind. Running won't help, there's nowhere left for her to go. She can't believe something like that can even be conjured. That thing's a Minotaur. It's a Minotaur, bullheaded, brutally strong, and smart enough to wield real weapons. Illusions can't come from nothing, Imelda explains, wings spread wide behind her. It's a rule she lives by. Nothing conjured without something real to draw from. The more detail she's seen, the more complete and powerful her phantom beasts become. That's exactly how she built the saber-toothed tiger, she says, and this Minotaur too. The dark-haired elf can only stare, managing just one word. That's right, the horror finally sinks in for the other elf. Getting here cost her plenty. She tears straight back into the fight. Fangs bared, a wolf beast snarls, ready to strike. Wolves swarm the dark-haired elf, snapping and lunging from every side. The same warning comes again, pointless, and the pack keeps closing in. Reviving the great dragon just to rule everything? She calls it ridiculous and fights on. Mid-swing, the pale-haired woman screams at someone not to look at her like that. She scowls, wondering why she's the one getting so irritated. Her blow tears through stone as the horned beast and the elf both reel back. The elf yelps, throwing an arm up as debris rains down around her. The horned beast bares its teeth, bellowing at her not to run. The pale-haired woman crouches over her. The cursed crest has appeared. Nothing to be done now. The elf explains she was driven from her own village once the crest showed. Only driven out of her own village? Is that supposed to be so bad? What's so funny about that? The laughter above her only grows louder. The pale-haired woman's verdict, dripping with sarcasm. Quite the carefree village indeed. The elf recoils. Back in the old days, crest bearers were simply executed. Her grin turns cold. Death was the standing penalty for it. The elf's mouth falls open, the words landing harder than expected. Descendants of the traitors are quietly killed before word can spread. Age makes no difference. The elf tries to answer, but the sentence dies in her throat. The pale-haired woman admits her neighbors tried to kill her. She erased the village instead. She rides the beast through the tower, tearing the district apart with this power. The elf screams, caught in the collapse as the ruins crash down around her. Pillars snap and crash through the dust as the village comes apart. Atop the ruins, she vows to destroy anyone she dislikes. Her name, at last, Imelda. Something stirs in the elf, an unfamiliar feeling she can't quite place. Their smokescreen was supposed to hide them. This is just plain fog. Imelda seethes, frustration boiling over as the chase drags on. The elf holds her ground in the haze, bracing for what's next. Her face tightens, unreadable, caught somewhere between fear and resolve. Watching her charge again, the elf realizes she's just like her. Imelda lost her place too, swallowed whole by her own power. Exposed to nothing but malice, she had to act strong just to survive. Behind her closed eyes, faces from another life flicker by. Friends, neighbors, a home now gone. It settles on Daisuke's group instead, gratitude for him, and for everyone who's shown her kindness. She admitted she could have turned out just like her. She lunged and seized the pale-haired elf's wrist before she could escape. She'd barely held herself back from that very same edge. That was why she meant to save Lena this time. For the horned rider, this was finally his moment to corner her. A beast crashes through the wall, hunting her down. She bolted through the smoke, conjuring the image firmer, more detailed. An illusion this vivid could only be built from real, lived experience. She dropped into a crouch, magic spiraling to life around her hand. Her face tightened with the strain of holding the vision steady. Her jaw set tighter, the effort written plainly across her face. The crest markings on her chest deepened deepen, dark lines sharpening like claws. Another marking spreads across her shoulder as the crest keeps unfurling. She screamed for more strength as an old lesson echoed, strengthen the thought. The pale-haired elf flinched, pulse hammering at whatever just happened. Rage twisted her face as she recognized the phenomenon, resonance. The horned rider finds her at last, tiger snarling beneath him. A stampede of phantom animals scatters across the ruined hall. He stands his ground as the illusions swirl and scatter around him. He slashes through them in fury, while she stares, baffled by the illusions. His blade tears a phantom deer apart mid-leap. Another strike gouges sparks from the stone floor. Steel meets steel with a crash. Something blocks him now. A shard of white armor splinters loose and clatters away. A towering armored guardian rises between them, blade buried in stone. The guardian slams into the rider, armor grinding against horn and muscle. That armor isn't an illusion, the pale-haired elf realizes. It's real. Runic markings blaze to life across the dark-haired elf's skin as her power finally answers. Somehow, she's actually done it. Even she can conjure something solid now. He notes she's finally awakened her true power. The illusionist only watches, uncertain. Ashley stares at her own hands. So this is the crest's true power. Imelda watches without a flicker, though she's clearly impressed underneath. The horned minotaur throws its head back and lets out a roar. Her armored phantom rises to meet it, roaring back just as loud. Imelda's grin turns vicious. No mercy left, only destruction now. She grips her beads and points. Go, ghost armor, go! It charges the minotaur head on, aiming to crush it outright. Aboard a sunlit ship, someone pressed a blonde girl. Could she really keep living that way? Her braided companion laughed it off as ridiculous. Good things from what? An old man preached that good deeds paid off, naive to her ears. Okay, she'd keep that in mind, just in case. For her, doing right always meant something good came back. Ghost armor catches the axe blow head on, sparks scattering across the ruined courtyard. She's got phantom beasts of her own now, not just the armor. Now she can finally meet her as an equal in this fight. Imelda snarls back that she's beyond annoying. Their weapons meet in a shower of sparks and grinding metal. Ashley winces. The impact hits her own body just as hard. Whatever her phantom feels apparently gets transmitted straight back to her. She realizes the Minotaur must be wired to Imelda the same way. The winged elf needles her. She only just summoned a phantom beast herself. The Minotaur barrels forward again, weapon raised for another strike. Ghost armor drives a headbutt straight into the charging Minotaur. The blow lands on Ashley too, and she cries out. The two collide again, full force, neither one giving ground. Locked together, they strain against each other, refusing to yield. Ghost armor slams it down hard. What does it think it's doing? She unloads a screaming barrage of blows, one after another. Ghost armor hurls the Minotaur through the air in one motion. Imelda staggers, head spinning, cursing Ashley as an idiot. A low rumble shudders through the corridor as a commander and a court lady pause mid-step. What is that rumbling? He can't place the sound. She hears it too. The sound is coming from that wall. Then the ceiling explodes. A horned beast crashes down through the rubble. She screams, and the commander can't process what just crashed down in front of them. Monsters inside the palace? How is that even possible? Then Ashley bursts from the smoke, surprised anyone still inside the building. Beside her looms an armored phantom guardian. Get out, this place isn't safe. The Minotaur bellows a warning not to look away from it. The guardian slams a fist into it, driving it back through the rubble. It roars and grabs back, the two locked in a grinding, wall-shaking grapple. That hurts. The impact catches Ashley too. The guardian brings its blade up, deflecting the beast's next charge. The fight crashes clean through the outer wall, spilling out into open air. A blade the size of a tower carves through stone, sending the district into a panic. Horn meets steel with a screech, neither side willing to give ground. From a palace wall, two onlookers watch the fight rage across the rooftops. Guardian and Minotaur trade blow after blow, tearing the ruins further apart. Serves it right! Ashley pumps her fist as another blow lands. Then her expression shifts. Something else has caught her attention. A quiet village flickered into view around her. Another illusion? Inside the vision, two figures walked a quiet path, out of breath. A little elf girl gasped, flowers slipping from her hand. Her mother waved it off gently. The flowers didn't matter. Then armed men closed in. They'd found the crest bearers, and no one let them run. Were these somehow Imelda's own memories flooding into her head? In the chaos, a blade cut down one of the girl's protectors. The girl screamed for her mother as she fell. Run, Imelda, with her last breath. That was all her mother could say. Torch-bearing hunters surrounded a nearby hut. but she was hiding inside. The village screamed to burn her alive as flames roared into the sky. They screamed to kill the crest-marked child while she curled up alone in the smoke. Then her house exploded outward, hurling villagers through the wreckage. Panic ripped through the crowd as a monster tore free amid the flames. Something slammed into the ground and a villager cried out in pain. A massive beast rose from the wreckage as she leapt through the falling debris. 2 more villagers were hurled through the smoke and debris. Something in her finally snapped, and she lashed out at everyone in sight. The beast devoured one villager whole, while others were flung through the smoke. Ashley covers her face, begging whoever is showing her this to stop. Imelda rounds on her. "Did you just see my memories?" Her mouth falls open. She has no answer. Their phantoms collide. This power means no one can ever hurt her again. She screams louder, driving her beast forward with raw fury. This power came from the great dragon, and it belongs in her hands. Is there really anything wrong with using this power? No, Ashley warns. Flaunting power like that will only leave you lonelier. Not good enough. Fate gave me this crest, and I'll use it as I please. Tears streak her face as her fury boils over. Her beast roars. Nothing will be left when it's finished. Blade meets horn in a shower of sparks. The beast lunges forward faster than before. Then she realizes it's only an illusion. There's nothing there to hit. Where is the real one hiding? Somewhere in the smoke? Ashley's true phantom guardian rises to full height, chest glowing, towering over Imelda and her beast. Her expression stays perfectly calm. Imelda grins wide, closing the distance between them. The guardian's blade drives straight through the beast's skull. Then she screams. The blow lands on her, not just the beast. Her beast collapses to the ground, finally undone. Ashley lunges toward her, screaming Imelda's name through the rising dust. Below her, a scream tears loose from whatever just hit the ground. Imelda's face crumples in raw terror as debris rains down around her. Why does it have to be her, out of everyone else? Ashley steadies herself despite the wreckage all around them. Why was this power ever given to her in the first place? Curled beneath her cloak, Imelda keeps wondering why this crest ever chose her. No one blames her for any of this. The fighting needs to stop. Imelda wants none of it. Comfort would only make her more miserable. She suffered too, but the past is done. Nothing rewrites it now. All that's left now is choosing to make the rest of her life better. Dust drifts through the ruins in the sudden quiet. Through tears, one promise reaches Imelda. Good things come, eventually. An old memory answers back. Do what's right and good things follow. Then a different name slips free through the tears. Lena. The memory fades over the city on one last quiet wish. Stay safe. Back in the present, palace guards march a bound Lena through the halls. Where are they even taking her? Guards flank her on either side. Halt! The order stops the whole procession cold in the corridor. At the doors, a guard reports the captured swordswoman has arrived. The doors creak open, and her face tightens with dread. Dragon-marked doors swing wide, flooding the corridor with light. Guards walk her down the long aisle, past a watching crowd toward the Emperor's throne. The throne room, she realizes, this is really where they've brought her. The crowd around her buzzes, unsure if she's the swordsman they've been hunting. One noble frowns. Isn't she still just a child? Imelda steps forward, wings spread, every inch the palace's cold authority. She descends the stairs toward the kneeling prisoner without a word. Guards force her to her knees, descendant of Erden they finally call her. Well done, Imelda says. The guard kept this whole thing from Glenn. Kneeling before her, a hooded agent brings up his own promotion. Beneath the hood, he grins and chuckles low, thanking her for it. 20 years ago they got away. Now, at last, she's caught her prize. Face to face, Imelda studies her catch, calm and merciless. Lena stares back, unable to make sense of any of it. Now in the throne room, Imelda stands ready with her catch. She presents Lena to the Emperor. His wish is about to come true. The Emperor lurches upright from his throne, stunned by the news. Courtiers whisper around him, can a great dragon truly be revived? His beloved Empress Milia, could this really bring her back, and how? Imelda produces the great dragon's goblet, an ancient chalice shaped like a screaming face. Inside the goblet, the great dragon's spirit is said to still sleep. Into it, the blood of the ancient hero's living heir must be poured. She drags Lena forward. The dragon god died by that hero's line, and blood is owed. None of this makes sense to her. What is she even talking about? Her blood alone can revive the great dragon, and with it, the Empress. The Emperor freezes on the word, blood? Eyes wild, Imelda throws her arms up. Let the ritual begin. A blade flashes. Resurrection, it turns out, takes an enormous amount of blood. She thrusts the sword at a soldier. His job now? Behead the girl girl. Lena's face goes rigid with shock at what she's just heard. The soldier holding the blade hesitates. Surely he heard that wrong. Then, pour the girl's fresh blood into the goblet. Instead of an answer, the Emperor blurts a different name, Mora, recognition crossing his face. She shoves Lena down, blade raised, and turns to reassure the Emperor. She calls her the descendant of Erden, marked to die, the Emperor shouting to hurry. Around them, the court erupts into anxious, disbelieving chatter. But the soldier drops the sword. He can't bring himself to do it. Imelda screams at him. Did he not hear her order? At this rate, she's actually going to die. This isn't a joke at all. Fast footsteps cross the execution floor, dust kicking up with each stride. Someone gasps, then steps forward. A wild-haired sorceress offers to swing it herself, but Black Knight Zol lifts the blade instead, looming over the block. Lena's breath catches. She cries out his name, unable to believe it's him. She sizes him up. Sharp instincts. For someone fresh off a long break, Black Knight Zol. Interesting. If he kills the swordsman, does the great dragon really return? Panic floods Lena's face, breath ragged, mouth caught open. He looms over her, sword raised, his shadow swallowing her whole. Then, quietly, Oliver's really gone this time, isn't he? If that's true, what's even left for him to do? Memory surfaces. Daisuke, Ashley, and Stacia together, still smiling. Then it turns violent. A white-haired attacker lunges as his blade comes down already bloodied. A warped voice. Daisuke's dead, and going out with him is to blame. Another shape thrashes through the blur, wounded and formless. Then Stacia, crying. Ashley and Michelle didn't escape unhurt either. Another voice. Getting tangled with Priscilla wrecked everything for her. One more. Just being there was enough to make people miserable. Then the same despair. Maybe it's better if she vanished completely. Then Zol's tone turns cold. A short, mirthless laugh cuts through. Nearby, the court murmurs. It seems he's lost the will to resist. He raises the blade over Lena, promising she'll die before the pain even registers. She kneels in his shadow, silent, bracing for the blow. The sorceress, laughing now. Balkeshi and Sama's revival is almost here. Down the corridor, tall doors creak open onto the execution floor. A silver-haired woman rises, fierce and ready to move. In Lena's eyes, glinting for a second, is someone standing at the doorway. The reflection sharpens, a shadowed figure framed in the open doorway. But Zol's blade slams into stone instead. She's thrown clear, untouched. The blade shrieks off the stone. What? Someone breathes, disbelieving. Lena's held safe now, silent, still disbelieving what just happened. She breaks from the chopping block. Zol sneers at her sudden will to live. His blade tears the air behind her. Running won't save her now. Terror floods her face as the strike closes in. His massive hand lunges for her. There's no escaping him. He seizes her by the hair, guards frozen in shock nearby. He hauls her back through the doorway. Unaware rescuers have just arrived behind him. Daisuke levels his rifle at Zol. Glenn and two allies fanned out behind him. He opens fire, shots tearing into his armor. Zol reels under the barrage, plates cracking across his frame. Lena screams his name, relief and disbelief crashing over her at once. A feather-caped woman nearby demands to know who this man even is. Zol lets out a booming laugh, unfazed by the gun aimed at him. He doesn't flinch, rifle steady behind his glasses. Zol recognizes him at once, Koga Daisuke, somehow still alive. Some female knight apparently matters to him too. He vows Lena stays untouched while he's here. Kill Daisuke first, then her. His armor rumbles with the promise. Not one strand of her hair gets touched, not while he's still breathing. Now regrouped, he faces Zol again, Glenn and a line of soldiers behind him. Relief floods her voice. He made it out alive after all. He waves it off, already fine and sorry for the trouble he's caused. A curly-haired woman rushes in, calling out for Lena. Her face lights up. It's Stacia. She'll explain later, though even Lena wants to know why. The feather-caped woman glares his way, still demanding to know who he is. She sizes up the newcomer from across the hall. She turns to Zol, demanding to know where he even met this man. He lunges back in, demanding Daisuke's attention stay on him alone. He opens fire again, bullet casings spraying as rounds rake Zol's armor. An explosion rips through the hall, sending nearby soldiers reeling in shock. Don't move, Daisuke barks. Scope still trained dead ahead. A shot cracks through the palace. Soldiers scramble while a dark-haired woman watches in silence. None of them have ever seen a weapon like the one he's holding. Daisuke levels the rifle and shouts its name. Satmod Block 3. Built on the M4 carbine, it trades weight for less recoil. The handguard is its signature. It's the weapon the Green Berets favor. Real special forces, not fantasy steel. Then the Black Knight Zol rises through steam, laughing, thrilled the fight isn't over yet. She keeps watching, expression unreadable, sizing up what's unfolding below. He demands a rematch, calling calling their last clash a boring letdown. Bystanders eye the odd weapon and the stranger carrying it. Zol lunges, taunting him with the nickname Salaryman. She startles at the nickname Salaryman, recognizing him at once. Daisuke stays composed, rifle steady, waiting for Zol to close the distance. She stares. That man can't possibly be who she thinks. Doubt creeps in anyway. The silhouette matches exactly who she feared. Daisuke raises the barrel, aiming it straight at the charging knight. Laughing, Zol closes in with a wild slash. The clash detonates through the hall, rattling the men nearby. Daisuke's jaw tightens as the chaos closes in around him. He asks Glenn's group to protect Lena. Zol fights recklessly and drags bystanders in. The commander's answer is immediate. They'll keep her safe. Zol vows not to let him escape. Daisuke fires back a challenge instead. Lena watches him go, murmuring his name in fear. Daisuke flashes a confident smile, already sure of the outcome. He promises Lena she'll see Oliver again. He'll make sure of it. She presses her hands together, torn between hope and dread. He tells her to trust him, then turns to leave. Daisuke sprints off, Zol swooping down right behind him. Lena stays rooted in place, watching the fight vanish down the hall. Meanwhile, the dark-haired woman finds Glenn, addressing him with practiced respect. He wants answers, but to Mora, palace affairs are hers to handle. Feathers shroud half her face as the winged knight tilts her head. Is that so? Officials call the throne room killings outrageous. The counter is blunt, merely the emperor's will. Glenn's eyes narrow with suspicion, or is this truly your own order? Her patience runs out. Hand the knight over to us, now. The old soldier plants his feet. I refuse. A fair-haired woman holds a smaller, dark-haired girl close, both watching quietly. Guards are told to ignore Glenn. He doesn't matter, only the winged knight. Guards with spears close in fast, ready to drag her away. A soldier turns on them. What are you planning to do to Glenn? More loyal soldiers surge forward, forming a wall around their commander. Both sides face off in the throne room, spears leveled, neither side moving. Meanwhile, a small group races down a palace corridor, closing in on the throne room. A maid yelps and flattens against the wall as they sprint past. The protagonist lunges first as a dark armored knight blocks their path. Cackling, it blocks the way. No one's getting past me. He can't figure out how something armored moves this fast. It closes the gap in a blink, sword already drawn. Its helmet looms close, blade angled for the next strike. He spins and opens fire, muzzle flashing down the corridor. An ambush, it realizes. Too late to pull back now. Gunfire chews into its shoulder while it curses through gritted teeth. Rounds crater the armor plating, smoke curling off the fresh scars. Steam hisses from the dented shoulder guard where the bullet struck. He can't unload fully in these tight halls. The wound will just regenerate anyway. Its helmet swivels toward him, expression unreadable behind the visor. With a roar, the knight closes the last few feet in a blur. A blast rips clean through the outer wall, stone raining down. He staggers upright, having just sent the knight flying through solid stone. What a monster races through his mind as it rises from the rubble, unfazed. Not bad for a mere salaryman, he quips while lining up another shot. He sprints flat out down the corridor, cursing under his breath. Glenn's voice cuts through, directing him down the aisle and right. This is the spot. A staircase spirals up ahead of him. He tears up the spiral stairs 2 steps at a time. Unseen, a black-armored figure with a trailing cape slips onto a nearby stairwell. Landing hard in his path, the knight warns the route's a dead end. His face twists into a shout, thrown by the sudden block. Above him, the knight blocks the stairwell, sword drawn, cape snapping in the wind. He shoves through, rifle already drawn, dust swirling around him. The chase spills out onto the open rooftop, wind cutting across the stones. The knight closes in, cape billowing, blade trailing low at his side. In the open air, no walls, no ricochet risk, he can unload everything. Closing fast, the knight calls this rooftop the grave he picked to die in. He racks the charging handle, forcing a round into the chamber. The bolt slams shut, chambering the round with a solid metallic snap. He thumbs the safety off, eyes locked on his target. He opens fire, teeth bared, Black Knight Zol right in his sights. Rounds chew into black plate, sparks scattering across the rooftop. Standing firm, he levels the rifle again. This ends right here. The palace towers loom on, the standoff unresolved. Zol drops from above, blade extended, closing the last few feet. He taunts him by his full name, daring him to finish it. Daisuke sights him through the scope, breath steady despite the odds. He unloads a full auto burst, but Zol weaves through every round. The knight's gauntlet swats the bullets aside, armor barely scratched. His face drops in alarm as Zol closes the last of the distance. The strike connects hard, hurling him off his feet in a shower of rubble. Smoke curls from the barrel, the rifle still raised, still aimed. Zol's blade tears through the air, knocking the rifle clean from his grip. A rifle's no good this close, he already knows it. He draws a pistol from his waistband instead, switching to his backup. That's it, Zol roars, urging him to fight with everything he has. He levels the pistol point blank at the towering armor. The shot cracks against his helmet, chipping a shard of plating loose. He keeps firing, round after round, straight into the helmet. Smoke swallows the impact, damage unclear. Smoke still curling off his helmet, Zol brings the massive blade down anyway. He rolls clear as the blade crashes into stone, throwing sparks. A stray shot chips his helmet, and Zol grins. He likes this. Another plate splits clean open, venting smoke through the crack. That armor clearly isn't made from any ordinary metal. A normal plate would just show bullet holes or dents. This armor cracks wide open instead, shattering like broken glass. It's built like tank armor, layered to crack and scatter the force. Then it heals almost instantly, closing back to whole. Last time too, the Black Knight shrugged off shot after shot and never fell. Zol unleashes his Dark Divide Wave, a blast that tears through the rooftop wall. He barely has time to react. He dives clear as the battlement shatters behind him. His watch flashes on his wrist as he falls. Then he drops straight back down toward him. Scared now? Zol just laughs it off, calling that everything he's got. He fires again, unloading everything he has left. The barrage does nothing. His laughter drowns it out. Later, back with the group, he mutters, still hunting for something he's lost. Michelle turns to him. Lai Domar wants to speak with him directly. She agrees to switch places for a moment, and he nods okay. Something shifts, and a new presence looks out through her eyes now. Daisuke recalls the day a stranger with wild pale hair turned up right beside him. Lai Domar introduces himself, and the name alone stops him cold. From the window above, the message is blunt. Breaking into the palace means fighting Zol again. Michelle warns him bluntly, full strength won't be enough to take him down. Then the obvious question, does Zol even have a weakness? Turns out even he isn't completely invincible after all. Their souls needed a gateway, some way into the enchanted armor. Structurally, that gateway is the one part that won't regrow. Daisuke catches the word, a gate. Now, mid-fight he thinks it through. Find that gate, put every shot there. The clash keeps escalating, sparks and debris tearing across the rooftop. Bullets rake his helmet, cracks spreading across the plate. Zol shrugs off the hits and swings back, armor still holding. Behind the glasses, his focus doesn't break, not even for a second. Only one spot moves wrong, the pit of the stomach, guarded far too carefully. He fires straight into the gap before Zol can pull away. There, the shot lands clean, right where it counts. Shot after shot slams into the same spot, the armor finally starting to give. The weak spot's found and there's no hiding it now. Zol roars, the hit finally breaking through that stubborn armor. Guns, it turns out, are the one thing that armor was never built for. The design flaw is obvious now. Swords, not bullets, were all it ever expected. He keeps firing, driving him back through the smoke and rubble. Finding the weak spot is one thing, exploiting it is another. Impressive, for a salaryman, Zol admits, already loading his next strike. But to actually beat him, Daisuke will have to close the distance and strike. Zol surges in close before he can find any advantage. And closing that gap, he vows, is exactly what gets Daisuke killed. The blade comes down fast, and for a second he can't move. He snaps the pistol up anyway, jamming it right into the gap. Sweet, Zol says, almost delighted the fight's finally getting interesting. A fist slams into him point blank, driving the air from his lungs. He's flung clear across the rooftop, tumbling through smoke and open sky. He crashes down hard, breath tearing loose in a ragged cry. Zol looms over him. One clean hit here, exposed like this, would be fatal. By his account, this fight was never winnable to begin with. He swings the blade down again, sure the odds are already decided. Cornered at the roof's edge, he grits his teeth and holds his ground. Zol closes in fast while he keeps his back turned, unmoving. His hand darts for something clipped to his gear. He grabs hold and yanks it free in one motion. Zol roars for him to die, bringing the sword down with everything he has. His face hardens, eyes fixed on the blade coming for him. The blade meets something solid mid-swing, sparks tearing off the metal. Something stops the sword cold, refusing to give an inch. He crouches low behind it, riding out the shock of the blow. Zol reels back, the strike didn't get through. His blade sits jammed against the barrier, unable to push further. Back when he first arrived in this world, a girl stood with him near the portal. She told him the strongest weapons meant nothing if he ended up dead. He should have planned better countermeasures long before now. From then on, he needed real means of protecting himself. She'd fix the portal herself, leaving him to gather his own gear. The idea unsettled him, protecting himself, out here, alone. Back in the present, he blocks the descending blade with a shield of his own. Zol can't understand it. A blade that cuts iron still can't get through. It's a ballistic shield, built to stop bullets, not blades. It's standard gear for anti-terror squads and police tactical units. Kevlar plating, several times stronger than steel, stops even armor-piercing rounds. It's rated for the highest level of protection there is, enough to stop even his sword. He stares at it, muttering that it can't be possible. Daisuke fires again, muzzle flaring white against the dark rooftop. The shot rips through rubble and stone in one blinding burst. Shit, he drops behind the riot shield as Zol rockets in, blade first, sparks raking metal. He shouts across the gap. The odds have just gone 50-50. Zol only laughs, a broken, delighted cackle rattling out of the helmet. That's what makes killing him worth it, he closes in, blade raised. A masked, robed guide had once explained his power simply. He could make things real. That guide was the one who'd first called him the Summoned One. Any replica of something that existed, weapon or not, could turn into the real thing. But anything wildly oversized or purely imaginary was impossible to make real. No wonder sci-fi beam rifles never worked, they didn't actually exist. Back on Earth, this is the apartment building where he used to live. Alone in his room, he turns the same two words over: protect himself. He imagines himself in frying pan armor, toy gun raised, pure comic disaster. Maybe it works like body armor, he figures. No, that's a dead end. He needs more research. In airsoft games, he never bothered with defense gear at all. Is protective gear even sold to ordinary people in the first place? Maybe Onuma, the shop owner and a total military otaku, could give him some advice. The shop owner spots him and lights up, hollering Koga's name across the store. He's convinced it's the airsoft costumes that finally hooked him, beaming ear to ear. Onuma ushers him in, self-published author on the side, ready to talk equipment. He sketches it out, a blade-wielding figure against a gunman, labeled Versus. Onuma grins, calling it an interesting setup. Fighting a swordsman, is that it? The back room's lined with rifles. Serious fights, he explains, call for armor and helmets. He holds up a riot shield stamped police, exactly like the ones on television. It stops small blades and thrown stones, and yes, it's for sale. There's an even sturdier option too, a full ballistic shield. Onuma catches him staring. Nah, he admits, this one's only a replica. Smoke curls off the watchtower now, his old answer still ringing. He's buying that shield. Daisuke plants a riot shield in the wreckage and opens fire with his pistol. Zol swoops down on him, laughing through the smoke. A black gauntlet slams the shield again and again. The blow throws him onto his back, but the shield holds. Zol pulls back, thrown that he actually withstood the hit. Without this shield, Daisuke admits, he'd already be finished. The ballistic shield is holding against Zol's attacks and he's still standing. He steadies his pistol behind it, ready to counterattack. He screams through the recoil, refusing to let up. Guarding his blind spot leaves no room to counter, and the blade still reaches far. This armor is forged with magic no bullet can pierce, he sneers. Don't underestimate a salaryman. He circles wide, blade trailing sparks as he lines up another strike. The blow lands square, shaking the shield down to the concrete. He shouts through gritted teeth, refusing to let go. Body armor was never an option, 10 kilograms, too heavy for him at his age. He'd rather dodge Zol's attacks outright than block them again, but this 10-kilogram shield is slow and it ties up his other hand. What's wrong, Koga Daisuke? Zol taunts, demanding he fight with everything he has. A Glock isn't enough. He needs more firepower. If that's the case, he reaches for something new. He draws a new weapon, the Scorpion. The slide racks back with a sharp metallic click. It is a Czech submachine gun that fires pistol rounds rapidly with one hand. He braces it against the shield, aiming past its edge. He unloads on full auto, and Zol roars under the barrage. It feels like cheating, but the shield lets him keep firing on full auto. The knight comes in fast overhead, blade raised for a downward cut. Incoming, he barks, bracing for the strike. The blade crashes down, and the impact rings out hard. The sword bites into the shield's edge and stops there, holding just barely. Zol's blade comes down fast, promising to send him straight to hell. He barely gets out a startled, "No way!" He jams the barrel against Zol's helmet and fires point blank. The Scorpion rips through a full burst, sparks screaming off the plating. The armor eats the hit and holds. He spots the gap again. This is his shot at the weak point. He unloads another burst straight into it. At this range, even with the Scorpion, this shot won't miss. He lines the barrel up on Zol's stomach, dead center on the gap. He empties everything he has left into it. Wasn't that spot supposed to be unable to regenerate? Yet the plate's healed again. He almost dismisses it as ordinary armor, then catches himself. No, that's not not it. The real gate must sit underneath the plating, not on the surface. Zol's blade comes around again, closing the gap fast. Daisuke braces the shield and eats the blow. The impact rattles through him, mouth wide in a scream. He slams into the ground, rubble kicking up around him. Zol cackles overhead while the mist opening burns at him. A pistol round alone won't punch clean through that armor. It would take a rifle. Zol charges again, shield leading. Here he comes. No matter how well he blocks, weapons that can't pierce the armor won't be enough. Daisuke stays down, chest heaving. Blood runs down his face, glasses cracked, breath ragged. His hand shoots toward something, then stops. Only one option left. He remembered an old lesson. Panic fixed nothing. Staying sharp did. The shield again? Is he already out of options? The Black Knight snarls his full name, closing in. How long can he last? He swings the shield like a club, cracking it across his helmet. The shield spins loose through the air, blood spattering the ground beneath it. Zol's blade cuts empty air. He's already gone. The knight tears through the smoke, roaring. He's lost track of him. Daisuke steps into the open. Over here, come get me! He thumbs back the hammer on a heavy revolver. Zol drops from above, blade raised, mocking the whole plan as foolish. This armor won't crack for any trick, he warns him. Point blank, Daisuke puts a round straight into his helmet. The blast tears through smoke and steel together. The rooftop floor caves into a smoking crater. Debris rains outward as the shockwave rolls through. Zol staggers, a pained groan tearing loose from him. No way. His armor split open from one single shot. He rounds on Daisuke. What did you do to me? He stares down the barrel, unable to place the weapon. A Smith & Wesson M29. That's the weapon in his hand. American made, chambered for a bigger, heavier round. An overwhelmingly powerful cartridge loaded and ready now. The .44 Magnum. The gun levels back up at him. Smoke curls from the barrel as Zol kneels, still staggered. The round is an oversized cartridge built purely for revolvers. Lengthen the case, pack in more powder, power and speed both climb. He crouches low in the smoke, gathering himself for what's next. It outguns standard rifle rounds, loaded to the absolute limit. It's built to tear his armor apart, Daisuke warns. Gah, Zol never saw a card like that coming. A fight only grows nobler the closer the two sides are matched, and besting Daisuke now would only make the victory sweeter. Zol launches skyward, sword drawn, roaring his name. His blade connects and sends Daisuke crashing through debris. The .44 Magnum kicks so hard it takes both hands to fire, which means there's no way to hold a shield at the same time. 5 bullets left in a 6-round gun and no time to reload. He levels the revolver point blank, ready to make every shot count. He has to take Zol down with exactly these 5 shots. The knight falters, struck by something burning behind his opponent's stare. Fake calm or not, that fighting spirit is impossible to hide. He remembers someone shouting the same vow, should have said it himself. He fires point blank just as the blade comes crashing down. The round slams into Zol and he reels from the impact. He staggers back, stunned by how much damage one shot did. Smoke clears as Daisuke stands firm, gun still raised at him. The gate sealing Zol's soul inside the armor has been forced open. The soul poured into that armor is spilling out of him now. Jagged teeth show through the crack like something alive underneath. He lunges again. The armor can no longer contain what's inside. Daisuke freezes mid-aim, stunned by whatever is breaking loose in front of him. Somewhere behind him, someone realizes something's badly wrong with Zol. The huge blade above him splinters as more of the shell gives way. His helmet caves inward, crumpling under whatever is forcing its way out. A low groan rises from deep inside the wrecked armor as debris falls. Daisuke holds his ground, gun raised at whatever is coming next. What rises from the wreckage is a hulking, one-eyed mass wearing Zol's armor. Daisuke can only stare, stammering, unsure what he's even fighting now. The thing admits it never expected to be cornered this badly. That shot, it seems, tore its soul completely loose from the armor. Sweat runs down Daisuke's face, but he refuses to back off. A massive blast rips through the rooftop, hurling him toward the castle wall. The creature closes the distance fast, fangs bared for another strike. He curls up, bracing hard for an impact he can't avoid. Zol's blade tears through stone as Daisuke throws himself clear of the arc. He barely registers how close that swing came. The follow-up catches him across the legs before he's fully clear. He slams into the rooftop, tumbling through smoke and rubble. Zol stands over him, blade raised, while he lies stunned on the tiles. Blood's already pooling. He needs to stop the bleeding now. He cinches his necktie around the wound like a makeshift tourniquet. Panting hard, he forces himself back up, revolver still in hand. Zol looms closer. With legs like that, he's not running anywhere. But the situation's turned bad and he knows it. There's no marking this spot to find it again if he retreats. He's already shown his hand, no surprises left to use. Zol opens his fist, daring him to go for the core again. That core is staying out of reach, not while he's watching. Zol lunges for the finish, sure this fight is already over. He shuts the pain out, forcing everything into the next shot. 3 rounds left in the cylinder, that's all he's got. The blade comes down again, fast and merciless. No other way now, he's decided, and he fires. The swing leaves his fist open for one clean instant. The weak point sits exposed, bare in his grip. Aim for that, the one shot that matters now. He jams the barrel against it point blank and fires. The round punches through fur and plate in a burst of sparks. Wrong spot, he's missed the actual core. Then the knight's fist crashes into him before he can recover. The blow rocks him, jaw clenched hard against the pain. He's been fighting, Zol says, since ages long past. More enemies buried than any warrior alive could claim. No one beats him, Zol roars, sending Daisuke flying. The blast sends him spinning through a cloud of shattered stone. He'd bought this Model 29 replica back in his teens, a bond that never broke. He'd drilled countless stances with it, held no gun longer. He figures he can aim this revolver more precisely than any gun he owns. The hammer locks back, cylinder ready to fire. Use this and he can finally put Zol down. He fires as the blade comes crashing toward him. The round tears through, detonating in a burst of debris. He roars through the recoil as rubble rains down. The blast tears something vital loose. Zol's roar shakes the rooftop. His whole face contorts around the scream. Panic flashes through his eye. He can't accept that he might lose. No way. His fist shakes, refusing to believe it. The knight swings a massive fist. He barely gets an arm up in time. He grunts, staggered by the force of it. Still smoking, he laughs. Not done yet. He'll make this body his new vessel. Daisuke won't let him have his way, not this time. He surges forward and drives a fist into the armor. Winded, he still shouts back, refusing to back down. What did you say to him? Fury floods the knight's bulging eye. He surfaces just long enough to name himself. Oliver Locke, Knight of the Urdistan Kingdom. He recognizes Daisuke. Zol's grip slipped just enough for his mind to surface. Strike my head with your weapon, right now, before it's too late. The request stops him cold. If he dies, Zol dies too. The invading soul is lodged inside his own body. He'll drag him into the afterlife as well, whatever it takes. Castle spires rising behind him, Oliver repeats the plea, strike now. He only stares back, the demand still ringing in his ears. Do it. That alone would erase Zol from this world too. He refuses. It's a ridiculous ask, more than he can bring himself to do. Zol's single eye roars that he won't allow it. He swings hard, and Daisuke barely twists free of the blow. Then Oliver forces the words out. This demon survives by hopping between bodies, spreading misfortune. Someone has to stop him. Even Lena has suffered because of it. So it really is Oliver in there, fighting to break through the armor. Lena, it turns out, set out on a journey of her own, just to find him. She adores him like a father. A reunion would mean everything to her. Oliver softens, realizing she always saw him that way. He calls himself worthless, breaks off, then lunges again. His best friend's daughter, that's who Lena is to him. He couldn't save her parents. She was still a baby when they died. In his eyes, someone like him has no right to raise a child. Daisuke can only say his name. Oliver breaks down, calling himself disgraceful, foolish, unfit to protect anyone he loves. The demon only cackles at his grief. Then it lunges again, screaming that it won't allow this. For Lena's sake, he'd give up his life without a second thought. But Daisuke fires back. She doesn't want his death. She wants him home. Oliver wants death now. Zol refuses to loosen his hold, and he still won't allow it. Sunlit rooftops and a distant church spire mark a quiet town. A short-haired young woman turns a spent bullet casing between her fingers. She marvels at the bullet's craftsmanship, clearly the work of a true expert. No weapon, however powerful, can defeat Zol completely, she's certain of it. His armor houses his soul, she explains, so destroying it alone won't finish him. If Zol moves his soul into a living body, killing that host kills him too. Daisuke has no answer for that. From what she can tell, they don't stand a chance against him. There's no getting around it. Zol can't be beaten for good. Smoke still curls off the tower where the fight rages on. Zol grips his arm hard, mocking how sluggish his movements have become. His leg wound throbs beneath the tourniquet. Is that what's slowing him down? Blood loss is catching up fast. Keep this up and he won't move. Zol lashes out again while Daisuke charges in, desperate to end this fast. His fury boils over. This body won't listen to him anymore, utterly useless. Something violently tears loose from Oliver's body as gunfire cracks out beside him. He recoils, stunned by whatever's just torn free. Oliver's voice breaks through for a moment. Run, Daisuke, now! He drops low, shielding his face as debris rains down around him. Zol's plan shifts. He wants Daisuke's body instead, far more useful than this ruined one. The soul explodes outward into something massive and monstrous, reaching straight for him. He realizes the towering thing in front of him is the real Zol. He raises the revolver and fires without hesitation. The round slams dead center into its single eye. It barely flinches, jaw still stretched wide in a silent roar. Sweat beads on his face as he braces for what's coming. He swaps the revolver for another pistol in one smooth motion. He empties the clip into its chest, round after round. Bullets mean nothing against a spirit. Every shot lands for nothing. He won't give up. He'll make sure Oliver gets to see Lena again. His grip is slipping again. He can't hold Zol back much longer. The soul only laughs, certain nothing Daisuke throws at him will ever land. He answers with more gunfire, vowing to make it happen no matter what. Oliver's body lunges forward. Zol's soul hasn't completely left him yet. The soul recoils, thrown by the sudden retaliation. Oliver plants his feet hard, cracking the stone beneath him. He crashes into the massive soul form as the blast throws Daisuke clear. The soul can't believe it. Bare hands tore the ground apart like that. Daisuke tumbles through the air, yelling as the blast flings him back. The soul loses track of him completely, snarling somewhere in the smoke. Smoke drifts across the rooftop as the skull face keeps searching for him. Daisuke sits slumped against the rooftop's shattered stone, catching his breath. His leg is wrapped tight, his own necktie doing service as a tourniquet. In his palm, a bullet flares into being, one he's seen before. He clamps the knot tight with his teeth, gun steady in hand. His mind flashes back to a young woman, power gathering in her fist. The memory is clear. If Zol's soul breaks loose, this round is already spelled for it. Back then, the strange bullet in his hand made no sense to him yet. Now he loads that same remembered round into the magazine. He slaps the magazine home. The slide racks back with a hard metallic snap. Then the one-eyed thing tears loose from the smoking wreckage, roaring. Black fur and muscle heave free of the rubble. Daisuke stands his ground, pistol raised, blood soaking through the makeshift bandage. The beast recognizes him, name and all, and roars in triumph. His eyes stay hard behind his glasses, giving nothing away. A memory of Lena's voice cuts through, thanking Oliver for surviving. It means to use his power against the man behind him, then take his body next. One thing alone can kill Zol's soul for good, and he remembers it now. He fires the spelled round point blank into the beast. The engraved bullet streaks through the smoke, trailing light. It buries itself in the beast's chest, and something tears open inside. The thing keeps laughing, waving off the hit as pointless. Then it shrieks, blindsided by pain it didn't expect. Whatever's left of its soul is melting away, and it feels every second. It's Lee Domar's doing, a spell built to kill souls outright. The beast dissolves, shrieking in a blinding wash of light. Beaten, its own end is close now, and it knows it. It asks for a rematch someday, calling this the best fight of its life. Then it dissolves completely, a promise to see him in hell trailing after it. He looks it in the eye and simply passes on the offer. He walks through the drifting rubble, quietly hoping for heaven if this kills him. He stands over the collapsed knight, arms crossed, spent from the fight. His leg is tied off with a bloodied tourniquet, blood still dripping onto the stone. He hunches over, catching his breath in ragged gasps after the fight. Kneeling by the fallen knight, he asks if Oliver is all right. He gathers the limp body into his arms, cradling him close. Relief hits. The body in his arms is still breathing. Kneeling beside him, Daisuke asks if he noticed something. Only a groan answers. Oliver comes to and assumes it worked, that he actually killed Zol. His composure finally cracks. He's just relieved they're both still breathing. They clasp hands, sealing something wordless between them. A first aid kit lies open nearby, medicine and bandages ready. It is all he has, but he offers to patch Oliver up. He starts to speak, then stops himself short. Daisuke waits, watching him work through whatever he wants to say. He finally circles back to it. Power is what he wanted. All he wanted was the strength to protect that child himself. Facing threats like that, protecting Lena demanded power beyond anything human. As he bandages his head, Zol slipped in through a crack in his heart. Sitting together, he calls himself unfit to be her parent. He only endangered her. Daisuke's expression stays unreadable. His flat reply throws Oliver off. He has no children of his own, yet one thing he understands clearly. Blood or not between them, he risked everything to protect Lena without a thought for himself. Even with nothing to gain, every move he made was for her sake. Smiling, he calls Oliver a splendid father, blood or none. In return, he gets called strange and mysterious himself. Just being near him somehow melts every worry away like a spring breeze. Oliver waves him off, insisting he will manage alone while Daisuke goes for Lena. He addresses him formally by his full name, just as a low tremor stirs nearby. A low hum stirred beside him as he waited inside the palace walls. A bandaged patient grinned in his memory, thankful for something small. He told the man to get well soon, warmth plain in his smile. The Gurnia Palace looms again, its towers stacked against a pale sky. Spearmen ring a caped fighter while courtiers crowd the hall's edges. Nearby knights glare, weapons steady, bracing for the standoff to break. More spear bearers file in, boots echoing under the vaulted ceiling. Mora shoves past the mages. The dragon's revival is the Emperor's own wish. Whose wish is this really, Glenn demands? The Emperor's or her own? He steps between Priscilla and the fray, keeping her safely behind him. She nods, quiet and unsettled, forcing out a small okay. She can only wonder what Mora hopes to gain from reviving a dragon. Her glare hardens, unreadable and cold. A soldier grabs for her sword. He'll be the one to kill Lena. The female knight must be surrendered, or anyone interfering dies without mercy. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as the blade hovers over the packed line. A voice cuts through from the throne. That's enough. The Emperor rises into view, pleading with Mora to stop. She still insists the Empress's revival is near, though others recoil at his reversal. Gripping the throne, he lays out the price. Reviving the dead always costs a life. Milia is too kind-hearted to ever bear knowing the true cost. The throne sits empty a moment, framed by heavy curtains. Crowned now, he takes it all back, calling every word a mistake. He orders the female knight released, cutting off Mora's protest mid-sentence. Her voice breaks on his title, stunned by the reversal. Gratitude in his voice now, gentle but unmistakably final. She falls silent, the words landing like a blow. Her jaw tightens, some raw feeling caught behind her closed eyes. Then her voice turns hard. Is he stupid, turning back now? The Emperor stiffens, taken aback by her open defiance. A courtier gets in Mora's face over her disrespect toward the Emperor. He grabs a fistful of her hair. Her answer is a snarled "shut up." The blow sent him flying into the crowd, which screamed at the impact. Glenn steps in and demands to know if she has lost her mind. Baffled, she points out how fast they'd toss their own desires for a stranger. Her eyes narrow to slits. This is exactly why she hates humans. A small bird twitches in its cage. After all this trouble, it should have worked. The cage rattled violently on its chain, and the courtier below recoiled in horror. Whatever's inside claws through the bars and roars, tearing a hole in the ceiling. A massive winged beast bursts free, wings unfurling as it tears loose. His Majesty's beloved bird, it seemed, had finally made its appearance. He stared up in disbelief. The bird had become a monster. Mora stands beneath the towering phantom, courtiers cowering behind her. A bird that small could never live for decades, could it? The Emperor's voice shakes. Has she been deceiving him this whole time? She called him a fool for ever believing the dead could truly be revived. Mora surges upward with the phantom beast, a shockwave tearing through the hall. The blast knocked the courtiers down, one throwing himself in front to shield them. Two women watched in horror, unable to believe what she was doing. She smiles coldly. It's fine now. She'd planned to let humans kill Lena anyway. It's obvious now. She isn't human at all. Her disguise ripped apart at the seams, her true shape starting to surface. Darkness swallowed her outline as the change tore through her completely. Jagged spines rose from the shadow. Whatever was forming was nearly finished. Fully transformed, horned and winged, she looms over the hall in her true, monstrous form. She vows to kill Glenn and pour his blood into the goblet instead. Two young women nearby looked on, stunned into silence. The crowd chatters in panic. She truly is a monster. Shaken, the Emperor realizes he's been deceived by her the entire time. Guards rush to shield him, shouting for everyone to keep him safe. Someone screams Glenn's name across the hall, voice cracking with panic. As Emperor, he orders his men to destroy the monster before them. A knight straightens, swearing to carry out the command immediately. Towering over them, she scoffs that mere humans could never kill someone like her. The untrained are ordered out of the palace, while soldiers and mages form ranks. Wings spread wide, the horned figure looms over the two men below. She offers to teach them exactly who their true masters are. She names herself Blackwing Dragon Mora, dragon race pillar, sworn to the true ruler. Wings flaring, she roars at them to tremble before the power of dragons. Palace staff bolt in a screaming stampede for the doors. Someone shrieks that it is a monster while another begs for help. Spears raised, a wall of soldiers rushes straight at her through the smoke. Two more onlookers flinch back in silent shock. The Emperor's order stands. Destroy this monster, whatever it takes. Her face stays cold and unreadable behind a curtain of dark hair. Soldiers leap at her together, weapons swinging with a battle cry. Blades crash against her wings again and again. She curls those wings around herself, shrugging off blade after blade. One soldier grits his teeth, driving his blade in with both hands. Her wing slams into him, knocking him clean off his feet. He crashes back down, skidding across the shattered floor. Another soldier is flung into a pillar, cracking stone on impact. An older commander's face hardens as he takes in the damage. She throws her head back, laughing at the wreckage around her. Another gust from her wings sends more soldiers tumbling past the pillars. One lands hard, crying out in pain on the floor. A wounded soldier reaches toward Glenn, desperate for help. The commander tells them to forget the palace and unleash everything in groups of 3. Mages cluster in groups, chanting as magic gathers in their hands. The gathered spell finally connects, magic detonating across her wings. 2 young mages lock hands together, chanting for a raging fire to consume their enemy. The spell erupts into a colossal blast, searing across the sky. Their target barely reacts, watching the fire bear down without a flicker of concern. The blast swallows her whole, and something huge and winged rears up from the smoke. Another explosion rips through, the mage's assault landing hit after hit. One of them whoops, a direct hit finally, right on target. Then the smoke clears to show her still standing, wings spread, completely untouched. Their leader shouts for the others to keep firing and not let their guard down. The group unloads everything they have, blast after blast crashing into her. A massive explosion swallows the sky, blotting out everything but white light. The mages watch, stunned, faces frozen mid-shout as the blast rolls outward. A young mage's breath catches, unable to believe what she's seeing. Smoke billows upward in a dark column, swallowing the battlefield whole. Then she steps out of the haze, horned and unscathed, without a single scratch. The whole group goes rigid, horror spreading across every face in the crowd. She throws her head back and laughs, long and unhinged at their effort. Still grinning, she taunts them. Is that really the best they've got? A mage stares in disbelief. She shouldn't have walked away from that unharmed. To her, creatures like them stand no chance against her kind. Only a dragon's claws or fangs can wound one, except apparently that girl's cursed sword. Weapons and spells are supposedly useless against dragons, yet the hits keep landing square on her. Then a shout cuts through the chaos. She's finally here. The swordswoman crashes down between them and the dragon, debris exploding outward from the impact. One of the mages grits his teeth, straining against the shockwave. He unleashes his own technique, Gale Scythe, a spinning blade of wind aimed straight at her. Wind and claws collide in a blur, both fighters trading blows at full force. Nearby, a woman screams as the fight tears the ground apart around them. The swordswoman finds an opening and slashes clean across the dragon's flank. Undeterred, the dragon laughs harder. Every one of them will die in the ugliest way imaginable. The blow sends 2 mages flying. One crashes hard, crying out. Mora curls beneath the falling debris, wings raised. That's right. Rogue soldiers corner Priscilla. One offers mercy, another wants her dead outright. A fighter sneers that no one here will be a monster's puppet. She cuts him off. Shut up, scum. Her wings snap into a crackling X, bracing for what's coming. The blast sends soldiers in armor flying, feathers roaring through the ranks. Men scream as the wings tear through their formation, throwing them apart. Priscilla cries out, caught in the chaos as the fight rages around her. Someone shouts for Glenn to hold back, it's far too dangerous. He roars anyway, shield raised, pushing straight into the fight himself. Mora looms overhead, wings spread wide, laughing at how powerless they are. One soldier screams a single name into the smoke, Hausen. To defy a dragon without knowing your own strength, in her eyes, is a death sentence. Something throws Mora off mid-laugh, an unfamiliar feeling she can't place. Priscilla breaks free and sprints off, calling for Lena and her father. She races through the halls, huffing, hauling a sword nearly her own size. She skids to a stop at the wreckage. What could have done this? Lena spots her and lights up at the sight. Priscilla-chan! Glenn wants the sword in her hands right now. Spotting the blade, Mora's confidence cracks. She seems to recognize it. Priscilla presses the sword into her hands. Lena's own finally returned. Sword in hand at last, she can finally fight beside them. Mora recoils, recognizing it at once. The Dragon Slayer sword. Lena swings it up just in time, deflecting the strike in a ring of steel. The blade flares bright as Mora reels back, groaning from the impact. A commander looks on, stunned by what the sword just did. Priscilla stares. She's never seen the sword react like this before. Lena turns to the fallen soldiers, reaching toward them instead. Priscilla calls out to her again, urgency breaking through the relief. The sword is reacting to dragon blood. It should be deadly to Mora too. A fur-maned beast erupts in fury, roaring that someone dug up the damn thing. It looms over a maid, vowing to kill her for some unforgivable crime. She stares in fear, hand rising to the pendant at her throat. A white-haired swordswoman rushes in, shouting for her to get clear. The blow tears past overhead while the maid drops to safety, unharmed. Debris and torn claws scatter through the smoke-filled air. Nearby soldiers recoil, faces twisted in open shock. Someone realizes the blade can actually cut through it. It can't believe a little girl wields the Dragon Slayer sword. It lunges, vowing to tear her apart right there. She swings the blade in a wide, sweeping arc. It staggers back, stunned that the blow actually landed. The blade connects, cutting through with a sharp crack. It howls in pain, reeling back from the wound. Its wing slams into her, hurling her back. The fight rages on, feathers and claws tearing through the air. It snarls that she must be Erden's own blood. She plants herself in its path, refusing to let it through. She lunges again, sword raised high above her head. Her blade ignites with a light unlike any known magic. It laughs off the damage, still standing amid the rubble. Watching soldiers admit that sword's light isn't like any magic they know. Another voice pushes her to keep going. She spins into another furious strike, blade singing through the air. Another blow lands, driving it back a step. More debris rips loose from its thick, matted hide. Onlookers marvel. She's holding her own completely alone. The crowd roars encouragement, urging her to keep fighting. It reels again, rattled by another solid hit. It roars that it won't be underestimated, refusing to fall. Lena leaps skyward and sends a hail of blade strikes raining down on Mora. Her grip tightens on the hilt, eyes locked before the real blow lands. Then she fires her sonic zapper, a corkscrew blast tearing through the hall. The blast rips through stone and shadow, closing the gap in an instant. It catches her cold, her face twisting hard from the impact. The hit throws her backward, feathers scattering across the broken tile. She slams into a pillar hard enough to crater the floor beneath her. Elsewhere, a sudden wave of light rolls through a knot of wounded soldiers. One soldier gasps, staring down at himself in open disbelief. It's Hausen, his own wounds already closed completely, healed clean through. Glenn calls it healing power, plain and simple, nothing else explains it. Without her powers, they'd have no plan left. The Miko saved the rest too. Someone else wonders aloud just who this mysterious woman really is. Back across the hall, Lena stands panting, sword still raised high. Mora barely reacts, wings settling as the dust clears around her. She stands over the wreckage. You've lost, so give up already. Get out while you can. Even a terrible person still wants to live. Glenn's face twists, a flat no, glaring down at the standoff. Loose her now and she'll kill again. Finish her here. Mora cackles at the idea she's already won. What an optimistic brat. She shrugs off the blade as barely a threat, allowing it a decent edge. To the Emperor, it's nothing but a pathetic excuse. Her wings flare wide, grudging respect that none of them have died yet. Enough hiding, Mora will show her true form as their reward. Humans. Panic breaks out. What is she even planning to do? The floor rumbles as Mora begins to change, declaring dragons once ruled this world. Lena flinches back, a scream catching in her throat. Then the true dragon erupts in full, thundering straight toward her. This is Blackwing Dragon Mora, an ancient survivor of the dragon race. Glenn stares up in shock. Lena can only choke out the word dragon. Two soldiers reel back, gaping. Whatever's looming over them is enormous. Dragons, it turns out, are no fairy tale, just an actual monster. Towering over the ruined hall, wings spread wide. The dragon is real. Blackwing Dragon, she declares. This monstrous form is who she really is. Sword raised, Lena charges straight at the beast towering above her. The impact sends her tumbling backward across the shattered floor. Lena drives herself at the dragon's head, screaming swinging through the strike. Her blade rakes across the dragon's hide in one bright arc. No blade that small could ever wound something this size, apparently. A few feathers cut, nothing more. No human blade can fell a dragon. Not true, she isn't finished, not by a long shot. Where did all that fight go? Another blow sends her down again. Another blow lands, driving a cry out of her. Don't die too easily, the dragon warns. She's only just getting started. Soldiers scramble to shield the female knight, following the shouted command. Her tail sweeps through the ranks, soldiers scattering with each impact. Explosions rake across her scales. She barely seems to notice. Another voice orders the rest to stay back and not interfere. Winded but upright, sword still raised, she sets her sights on the dragon next. The dragon lunges again, spitting an insult as her attack lands. No human apparently stands a real chance against a dragon. Glenn steps in to block the strike, drawing a jab at his own arrogance. His blade catches the follow-up strike before it can land. Annoyed now, she swats him aside like an afterthought. A sharp crack cuts through the noise as something gives way nearby. Lena's sent flying again, debris exploding around her as she grips her sword. Her sword's edge is chipped now, and the shock shows on her face. She can't believe it, the blade in her hand is ruined. The dragon roars with laughter. She shattered the Dragon Slayer sword itself. With Erdgran broken, she declares, no human left can stand against her. A battered soldier grits through the pain and curses the dragon towering over him. Lena lunges, driving what's left of Erdgran straight into the dragon. The dragon jerks back, genuinely thrown by the hit. Erdgran's blade lies broken, but she keeps swinging the stump at Mora. Sweat runs down her face. The glare never wavers. Even weakened, she still won't fold. Claws crash down on her, and Mora wants her sobbing and begging. Next, those claws are aimed straight at her body. She shuts her eyes, bracing for the killing blow. Someone crashes between them, catching the claws before they land. The strike buries itself in rubble instead, the floor shattering under the force. Mora falters, unable to explain why nothing connected. Lena gasps. It's Stacia, of all people. Soldiers stare in disbelief. Someone just stopped the dragon's attack cold. Mora demands to know who just interrupted her kill. Her grip locks around the claw and refuses to let go. She won't let Mora hurt something this small and defenseless, Stacia says. Wings flare and she drives the strike home, refusing to forgive her. The blow lands clean, and pain finally flashes across the dragon's face. The strike hurls Mora backward through a wall of light and debris. She slams into the ground hard enough to tear up the floor. Lena calls her name again, still not quite believing it. Soldiers realize with horror, that woman is a dragon too. Mora recognizes the dragon form at once, spitting out a curse. The name rings out. Celticia, the White Radiance Dragon, a traitor to her own kind. In the ruined palace hall, both true dragon forms finally stand face to face. Celticia is one of the last true dragons, and unlike Mora, she wants only peace with humans. Lena's jaw drops, still catching up with what she just saw. Even Stacia turns out to be a dragon. She still can't process it. To Mora, this is a foolish dragon, one who broke faith with Valkeshan for the humans. A dragon-jawed newcomer snarls at the rampage. Stop hurting people, right now! Mora had thought every last traitor was dead, yet here one stands. Glenn stares, frozen by what he's just seen. He recalls an old legend, dragons who once fought beside humans in that ancient war. This one is a descendant of that very bloodline, and now the hall knows it. Someone finally asks Stacia outright, why hide that she's a dragon? She never meant to deceive anyone. She only hoped to pass for human. That's why she stays humanoid. Dragons make ordinary people scream and bolt. Mora scoffs. Just another dragon playing pretend among humans, like the rest. She laughs. Why did she even bother using humans to hunt her kind down? The listener's face drains of color, the truth finally sinking in. In the flashback, Mora taunts them, weak, yet clever enough to slip her full power. Just like back then, she mutters, watching history repeat itself. 20 years ago, her army stormed the Urdistan kingdom, yet her enemies still slipped away. Lena gasps at the name. Urdistan is her own homeland. So afterward, Mora decided to use humans themselves to track the survivors down. So she really did deceive His Majesty all along. Glenn's fury boils over. She vows to kill Erden's descendant right here and drain her blood. Nothing matters now. The two collide directly, the impact tearing through the hall. Stacia refuses to let that happen. Mora snarls back. "Stay out of her way, traitor." Allies call out as Lena shields someone smaller from the blast. Glenn grunts, staggering under a blow of his own. Battered soldiers push up anyway. Anyone still able to move, fight on. Stacia tells them to stop. It's too dangerous for humans now. Glenn tries to argue back, but the word dies unfinished. Mora cuts him off flatly. Humans can't defeat dragons. Stacia charges back in. Let's finish this. Watching soldiers notice something odd, real mana running through every strike. Mana isn't just magic, it runs through swords and every living thing too. Mana-based attacks mean nothing against dragons. They exist outside magic's own rules. One exception still bites. The Dragon Slayer sword gripped tight in Lena's bloodied hand. Then it shatters in her grip, and a quiet apology slips out to the broken blade. A white dragon answers gently, "It's fine, she fought well enough." It turns on Mora next, vowing to protect everyone in its path. Priscilla lunges forward, crying out for her father as something cracks nearby. As her father, Glenn will protect her now. The order simple: stand down. But she can't move, still reeling from his words. Meanwhile, snow starts falling inside the palace and no one can explain it. A calm voice booms out. "Everyone, please clear this area at once." The cold's radiating straight off the white dragon, a soldier realizes, shivering. Across the wreckage, Mora's expression snaps from confidence into alarm. The two dragons slam into each other, the impact tearing through stone and sky. Battered and bleeding, the white dragon keeps pressing forward regardless. Fangs bared, it drives on at full speed, roaring. It slams down hard, wings splayed across the ruined stonework. The blast rocks the whole palace, throwing soldiers to the ground below. They scramble for cover, screaming as debris rains down around them. Smoke swallows the fight whole, a snarl cutting through the haze. Mora screams that her wing's been ruined. The white dragon's reply is just as crude. She rears up out of the drifting wreckage, wings flared wide, clearly furious. Soldiers shout a warning. She's about to unleash more of those feathers. Dark feather blades tear across the sky and detonate on impact. The shockwave sends soldiers reeling as chunks of stone crash nearby. More rubble rains down while they duck behind a shattered pillar. The white dragon shields itself, deflecting blade after blade. Then it lands a crushing blow, driving Mora back hard. She skids across the ground, dazed from the impact. Soldiers cling to the wreckage below, still screaming through the chaos. Watching from below, one gasps. It's like a fairy tale, two dragons fighting. Fire and falling stone tear through the palace as a young woman screams. A hole rips open in the ceiling right above her head. A pale dragon crashes through, roaring for everyone below to look out. Its wing sweeps wide, shielding Glenn and the woman from the rain of rubble. He shields her against his back and sprints clear of a swiping claw. Flustered and shaking, she thanks him again and again for saving her. The dragon watches over them, relief plain in her eyes. Mora sneers that saving one or two humans changes nothing at all. Soldiers nearby shrug it off. There are always more humans to spare. A slow grin spreads across her face. An idea already forming. Gurnia soldiers close ranks, spears raised at the wounded dragon. She rears back, screaming for everyone to run. The soldiers freeze, confusion and dread breaking across their faces. Mora cackles that her precious little trash are about to die. Dark feather blades tear loose, and she throws herself between them and the soldiers. The blast tears into her, shockwaves ripping through the courtyard. The soldiers cower as the shockwave rains stone down around them. She roars in agony, blood flying from the impact. A voice cries her name, Stacia, as the wounded dragon reels. No dodging that one, not while she's shielding two humans instead of herself. She looms over the downed dragon, savoring the moment before her next move. The young woman rushes to Stacia's side, begging Mora to stop before it's too late. Glenn shouts her name in panic. It's Priscilla, standing her ground alone. Mora snarls, furious that mere trash would dare command a dragon. She lunges, vowing to kill her first for the insolence. Lena arrives and pulls Priscilla behind her, blade already drawn. She grits her teeth, ready to fight with the broken blade anyway. Meanwhile, a card flares white, pinging with sudden light. Glenn stares down. The card the Salaryman gave him is glowing. Mora roars that she'll rip them both apart and lets loose another strike. Lena shields Priscilla with her body, blade raised against the incoming blast. Teeth bared, she refuses to budge as the attack bears down on them. Rubble and dust rain down around them, but somehow they hold their ground. Mora's dragon head snaps around, sensing something new has entered the fight. Priscilla flinches, breath ragged, bracing for whatever comes down on them next. Then a gunshot cracks out of nowhere, tearing through the smoke overhead. A stunned soldier gapes upward as Daisuke drops in, apologizing for the wait. Mora turns from the girls she cornered to size up this new arrival. Lena stares up at him, breath catching, hardly able to believe he's real. His name breaks from her lips as he raises the rifle to aim. Overhead, Mora circles the ruined hall while the wounded scramble for cover below. Joy floods her face. Lena finally gets to cry out his name. Soldiers gawk, calling him the Salaryman, baffled by what looks like teleportation. A nearby officer eyes him warily, uncertain he's really unhurt. He tells them Zol has been defeated. The news lands like a shock. Relief washes over Lena, knowing Oliver made it out safe as well. He adjusts his glasses, expression shifting. Something is still very wrong. The commander's gaze snaps skyward, words failing him at what he sees. Glenn's voice cuts through the smoke. It really is a dragon up there. He lays it out fast. Lena's kidnapping, the staged execution, all Mora's doing. That black dragon, he adds, is simply her true form. Then the dragon's massive form shrinks down to human size in a burst of mist. Daisuke can only stare, stunned by what just happened right in front of him. Someone calls out to Stacia in disbelief as she collapses onto the broken stone. Priscilla rushes to her side, worry all over her face. Small like this, she doesn't tire easily, but she can't turn into a dragon yet. Mora's eyes narrow. She recognizes him as the Salaryman from before. The group gathers together at last, battered but finally reunited around him. Towering over him, Mora tilts her head. How did he beat Zol so fast? Erdgrand is broken now, she sneers. The so-called traitor has no way to fight. No one left standing here can lay a hand on her now. Slow, agonizing deaths for every soldier here. Panic ripples through the ranks. He steps forward alone. He won't tolerate this tyranny, and he'll be her opponent. She only laughs, low and amused, unbothered by the challenge. Foolish, she calls him. Does he even grasp the scale of her power? He charges anyway. Lena gasps, alarmed as he closes the distance. His daughter cries out for him, wounded but certain. No ordinary weapon can touch her. Soldiers around them go still, watching the standoff unfold. What's got everyone on edge all of a sudden? The rule still stands. Only another dragon or that broken sword can hurt her. Then how did the Salaryman block her feather attack just minutes ago? No one has an answer. The pieces stop fitting together. Mora looms over him now, her tail lashing the marble floor. All he can manage is that she's enormous. He never pictured fighting the real thing. Dragons were video game monsters, not this. She swats him aside. The brat is next on her list. Lena cries out his name. He's dazed, and Mora's claws want them both. He opens fire without hesitation. The rounds actually tear into her scales, ripping through jaw and throat. She screams in real pain, blood spraying from the wound. It worked. The wounded commander can hardly believe what he's watching. By her own rules, no mere human can hurt a dragon without that sword. The ground shakes as the smoke clears. What the hell is that weapon? The weapon in his hands, a Mark 46 Mod 0. A light machine gun for sustained fire, standard issue for United States Special Operations. Unlike submachine guns, this one fires 5.56mm NATO rounds. Belt-fed instead of magazine-fed, it carries far more rounds into a fight. Back on Earth, he'd already paid before the sticker shock even hit him. He admits, looking back, to a little buyer's remorse. What the hell has this guy been yapping about since forever? No regrets now, not for a die-hard gun otaku like Daisuke. Soldiers scatter as Mora bears down, one shouting for him to be careful. He opens up with his new gun, grinning. Nothing beats the thrill of fresh gear. Rounds chew into her face and neck at point-blank range. He bolts sideways as another blast tears up the ground beside him. Small as he is, his hits are landing hard. Mora's lost him in the smoke. He surges back into view, weapon raised, and opens fire again. One of Glenn's soldiers stares, stunned by what he's just seen. By the old rule, only the Dragon Slayer sword should hurt a dragon here. A flashback surfaces. His guide once laid out this world's rules for him. A soldier gapes, still trying to process it. Word spreads fast. Koga Daisuke, they realize, is not from this world at all. Soldiers puzzle it over. His guns carry no mana. Maybe none of his people do. Word ripples through the ranks. This man can actually fight a dragon. Elsewhere, survivors huddle together while a robed man watches over them. A healer presses her palm to a wound, promising it will stop the bleeding. The frightened girls recognize her. It's Stacia, and nothing here is past her healing. Elsewhere, mages back away from a huge fleshy mass, blade raised and ready. Two mages spotted in the rubble. The goblet Mora had been holding. It rattles against the stone, and no one can explain why it's even here. Then the goblet twitches, a wet-fanged mouth unfurling from its rim. The mages recoil, screaming. The goblet is licking blood off the floor. It cackles, jaws smeared red, blood dripping from its teeth. Back in the fight, Daisuke keeps unloading round after round at Mora. A strike crashes down beside him and he flinches back, stunned. The hits keep landing, but none of them are enough to finish her off. Mora roars for him to stop running so she can crush him outright. He dives clear of the blow, certain now that this has gone very wrong. Lena spots him in danger and cries out his name. She breaks into a run toward him and someone shouts her name to stop her. Oliver sits alone in the wreckage, one arm bound in a sling. Someone is approaching from behind him, hair catching in the light. A girl with a flower clip stops short, breath catching at the sight of him. Oliver, the name breaks out of her before she can stop it. It really is him. Lena can hardly believe he is standing there. A blast rips through the distance and both of them turn toward it. Oliver tells her to use the sword, urgency cutting through his voice. But the blade is broken. All she can show him is the fractured edge. He blinks, surprised, then says the broken tip was always just for show. Erdgrand was forged broken from the very start. That was always the design. A sword's true worth only shows when its owner draws out its hidden power. Now is the moment, he tells her, to finally call out that power. But Lena has no idea how, not with everything thrown at her all at once. Oliver rests a hand on her head, steadying her without another word. Years back, the two of them trained with wooden swords by an old windmill. Now she plants her feet and channels everything into the blade. Somewhere close by, someone recoils, startled by the force building up. She speaks the blade's true name, and shards lift from the fractured tip. "Give me your strength," she cries, and light floods out from the hilt. The blast swallows her whole, hair and skirt whipping in the light. Her face twists with effort as she calls out to the sword again. Nearby, several people are thrown back by the sudden gust, yelling in surprise. Someone else yelps and covers her face as the wind tears past. The sword itself turns a wielder's feelings straight into raw power. The sword will fight exactly as she wills it, nothing less. Across the ruined courtyard, Daisuke levels his rifle at the towering dragon. He shouts back at her, refusing to back down from the fight. Mora's head snaps around toward the sudden surge of unfamiliar power. Lena stands wrapped in light before them all, sword raised and ready. Her eyes are locked on Mora now, calm and completely unafraid. The dragon studies the crouched girl below, sure she's plotting something. To him, she's just an irritating woman. Nothing she does will stop him. He opens fire, refusing to let her reach Lena. Rounds tear through Mora's wing, her scream drowning out the gunfire. Lena's shattered blade suddenly starts pulling itself back together. Glenn and a soldier gape. The broken sword is repairing itself. Erdgrand blazes whole again, light pouring off the restored steel. One onlooker can't tear her eyes from the glow. Another face goes rigid, locked on the same impossible light. The light cuts through the dark in one sharp, sudden motion. Then Lena surges forward, the shockwave flattening soldiers on both sides. She plants her feet as the blast rips outward through the hall. The sheer force of it rocks him back. Priscilla, Glenn, and Daisuke all go still, momentarily speechless. Nearby, a maid stands frozen, mouthing Lena's name in disbelief. Mora sneers that fixing the blade again and again changes nothing. Then she lashes out with a jagged wing, closing the gap toward Lena. A shout rings out for her to run. The danger's too great now. Mora vows to wipe out Erdin's descendant and everyone beside her. Then she unleashes dark feather blades, a storm of black shards tearing across the hall. Lena calls on the sword to protect everyone in its path. She braces as a wall of black feather blades rains down around her. Her jaw clenches, eyes locked on the incoming storm. Priscilla and Glenn realize everyone around them has slowed to a crawl. The blades hang frozen midair, as if time itself has stopped. Lena's eyes narrow, sharp with resolve. Then she cuts through the frozen storm in a single stroke. Her blade arcs again and again, shredding every blade before it can fall. The shattered feathers scatter harmlessly as she lands the final stroke. Mora roars in fury, her attack undone in an instant. A hail of feathers crashes down, tearing the ground apart in a spray of dust. Nearby soldiers are thrown back, screaming as the shockwave tears through their ranks. Priscilla can only gape, stunned by what just happened. Glenn stares, stunned. She deflected every feather too fast to track. Then Lena rockets forward, closing the gap before Mora can recover. She snarls, thrown by how far her power has grown. Lena screams and drives the blade home. The named turning slash rips a spiral of force through her wings. She reels from the blow, feathers scattering as she's thrown backward. A bystander marvels, no surprise really given whose blood she carries.
No one expected her to draw so much power from the blade so fast. Mora roars back that she won't be underestimated. She's still a dragon. She lunges again, claws aimed to crush her outright. Lena plants her feet, bracing to meet the strike head-on. Another blade of light spirals out to meet her charge.
Priscilla stares. She's actually blocked it. Glenn watches, awed. This is Erdgrand's true power, finally unleashed. Mora bears down harder, cursing as she refuses to break. Lena screams and shoves back with everything she has left. The light overwhelms her claw, driving the huge form backward. Something crashes down through the drifting smoke and debris. Mora seethes, humiliated that finishing her off has proven this hard. Lena raises the blade again, light still streaming off its edge. She catches her breath, worn thin from the last exchange. Then her strength gives out and she sinks to her knees. Glenn calls out, alarmed by her sudden collapse. Gasping, she feels her power draining away fast. Mora cackles. She's burned through every drop of her power. Daisuke cries out her name in horror. Glenn echoes the same dread. Blood drips from a hand gripping the blade's hilt. The dragon grins through blood, deciding to kill her now and collect the blood later. She kneels helpless as the dragon's shadow looms, laughter shredding into something less than sane. Mora storms forward, stomping the ground, promising this time there will be no holding back. The soldiers roar back, refusing to let it happen, protect her at all costs. A young soldier cries out her name, glasses fogged with panic. Lena can barely lift herself, her body won't respond, drained after unleashing the sword's power. Gunfire rips through the hall in a solid stream, tracing straight toward the charging dragon. Daisuke plants himself between Mora and Lena, unloading his weapon point blank into her scales. Desperate now, he keeps firing. She's taken hit after hit and still won't fall. She watches, breath caught, as the dragon bears down with nothing left to stop it. Mora barrels past him and lunges straight for her, screaming that she will die. The claw slams into something unseen. A barrier cracks under the impact but holds. A towering suit of armor has taken the full blow, shielding her from the strike. Lena stares up, stunned, as the massive guardian kneels between her and the dragon. She can't process it yet. Whatever just saved her stands twice her height. The construct stands firm, dust and rubble sliding off its armored shoulders. A soldier gapes, demanding to know what kind of giant armor this even is. Word spreads fast. This thing is no machine, it's a summoned phantom beast. Footsteps cross the wreckage. She takes in the sight. So that's really a dragon. Ashley steps between them, crest markings blazing dark across her skin. Behind her, a soldier's jaw drops, still catching up with everything unfolding. Ashley strides forward, arm thrown wide to shield Lena. Michelle right behind her, staff raised. Fury cuts across her face. No one touches her precious friend and lives. The dragon crouches in the wreckage, the armored guardian standing watch as reinforcements gather behind them. Lena cries out both names at once, relief breaking through exhaustion. Ashley calls back, eyes locked on her like nothing else in the room exists. Michelle blinks, still stunned. Dragons, it turns out, are actually real. The summoner squares her shoulders, crest markings dark against her skin, ready to fight. Bloodied now, Mora's guard finally slips. This fight has gotten more serious than she expected. Ashley picks through the wreckage towards Stacia, slumped against a fallen pillar. A phantom beast could get them there faster. The wounded knight still needs the throne room. She pulls her into a fierce hug, relief flooding both their faces. Worry and relief tangle together as the two hold on, just grateful to be alive. Stacia's breath catches, still stunned she made it through in one piece. Nearby, a soldier flinches at the towering conjured armor, unsure if it's friend or threat. Daisuke arrives, gun in hand. Ashley's face breaks into relief at the sight of him. Long ago, a horned dragon looms over her, calling her crest a tribe's oath to dragonkind. Her power traces back to Valkeshan himself, apparently reason enough to expect her loyalty. She turns it around on the dragon. It lured Lena into this in the first place. Something more about that crest catches its attention, unspoken menace hanging in the air. The armored guardian grips it tight, frustrated but oddly grateful for the excuse. It crushes down harder. This time, it can end the dragon directly. Just more trash, apparently, turned against its own masters without a second thought. A witch recoils behind her, hat knocked askew, unprepared for the scale of it. Lightning crackles from her staff. A thunder whip lashes across the dragon's flank. The dragon laughs the attack off, mocking that it barely even tickles. It's not working at all. The spell barely grazes the beast. Normal weapons and magic do nothing to dragons. She should have been told sooner. Ashley's voice cracks with panic. Michelle! Sure, she's just taken a hit. She waves it off. She's fine. Even magic that can't touch a dragon still works fine on ghost armor. Newly charged, the armor stomps forward, closing in on the dragon fast. Gravity sink into deeper depths. The spell hums through her staff. The armor launches skyward and comes down on the dragon like a falling mountain. Gravity impact tears through the dragon's frame on landing. The dragon reels, gasping at the force of the blow. Ashley groans too, the pain shared straight through to her. The dragon crashes down in a wall of smoke as Michelle and the soldiers close in. The armored construct looms over her, its weight alone enough to crush her. The hit barely phases her. Nothing this weak could ever hold a dragon down. No human stands a chance against a dragon. Only one alive can wield that sword. He tells Lena to rest for now. Glenn watches to see if the swordsman's alright. Then a soldier rallies the line. Those still able to fight raise defensive magic now. Elsewhere, someone offers the exhausted dragon a shoulder to lean on for support. She waves off the concern. Dragons carry overwhelming power, hurt or not. Yet unity lets humans pull off great feats. Alone, each one is small and weak. A flicker of memory. Back on Earth, kids he once knew refused to lose to anyone. Back in the fight, the golem storms forward through the smoke as Mora looms above. Still gasping for breath, she refuses to let the dragon keep running wild. Lena refuses to stop. Still on her feet, Priscilla can only whisper her name. She grips the blade, ready to pour everything she has left into one final strike. The blade erupts with light as she swings. The shockwave nearly knocks the others down. Glenn warns they'll need to keep the dragon distracted. It's going to take a while. Priscilla's face tightens, bracing for whatever happens next. She sprints forward as the golem slams into Mora's towering wing. It slams into her jaw and she flings it aside in fury. Meanwhile, a hooded mage strikes down at Ashley as the blow lands hard. She waves it off. She's fine, more or less. Gunfire tears into her as Mora realizes they're stalling, hiding the swordsman somewhere safe. Her full force would overwhelm them completely. Damn, she's tough. A voice cuts through the smoke. That's enough, villain. More reinforcements have arrived. Mora looms over him now. Sorry to have kept him waiting. The newcomers announce themselves, cackling. Magical Beast Corps Captain Hilderd and 2nd Regiment Commander Donan. Someone reacts with plain confusion at the sudden entrance. The pair charges in as soldiers stare, stunned by the size of that creature. Glenn's soldiers eye them warily. What are those two doing here now? One of them barrels straight at Mora, closing the distance fast. His face twists as he shouts, ready for whatever's coming. A cloaked figure appears at Mora's flank. This much she can still do for Lena. She flees down the corridor screaming, but there's no outrunning a dragon at her back. She skids to a stop and braces herself as the dragon's claws come down without mercy. The blow sent her sprawling across the marble floor, all the air knocked out of her. She tumbled further, and mid-fall, her long white hair unraveled into short, plain brown. Her magic disguise has worn off, she realizes, and that is very bad timing. Mora recoils. The fearsome stranger she'd been fighting was only a disguise. Being fooled sends her into a fury. She'll tear the imposter apart for it. The imposter scrambles backward, breath ragged, with nothing left to keep running. Someone shouts for Priscilla to run, but the dragon is already closing the gap. Mora lunges for the kill, ready to tear her limb from limb. Then a blast rips through the hall as someone throws themselves between them. A blur of white hair intercepts the blow meant for Priscilla instead. Mora curses. Somehow the real one was never even there. Then Lena steps forward at last, and Priscilla calls out her name in relief. Mora roars that she'll end this now, wings flaring for one final strike. Lena charges straight through the blast, blade raised, refusing to be pushed back. Her blade unleashes a named strike, the Dragon Slayer Draw Slash. Mora is certain no blade can reach her from way out here. The slash rips through the air anyway, arcing far beyond any normal reach. Confusion crosses her face. She never saw the strike closing in. The blade connected at last, and the impact hurled Mora clean off her feet. A nearby soldier can only gape at the sheer force of that draw slash. Meanwhile, the protagonist stares from the crowd, just as stunned as everyone else. He stands among the cheering soldiers, watching the blast finally fade. Mora threw her head back and screamed, the pain finally breaking through her pride. Lena stands tall in the wreckage, sword still raised from the finishing blow. But the dragon refuses to believe it. Losing to trash like this can't be real. Screeching, she tears through the hall as soldiers scatter in every direction. Mora only laughs, a manic cackle promising this fight is far from over. Something in the smoke catches Daisuke's eye, and he freezes. Overhead, the small winged goblet shrieks, flapping past Mora's towering head. Around the hall, soldiers and mages stared up, color draining from their faces.
The goblet cackled. It finally got a taste of the female knight's blood. Glenn's head snapped up, shock flooding every face around him. Beside him, a soldier cried out his name in panic. Glenn's fury flares. The goblet, it turns out, has been lapping spilled blood off the floor. Even a few drops, and Mora already had blood from Erden's own bloodline.
Smeared across the goblet, that blood will be enough to revive the great dragon god Valkeshin. The declaration alone sent a shockwave through the hall, knocking soldiers off their feet. His jaw tightens, sweat sliding down as the stakes sink in. It shrieks in triumph. The age of dragons is starting all over again. The goblet keeps cackling, wild and unrelenting, wings spread wide. Below her looming coils, Glenn's soldiers watch in stunned silence. Valkeshin's body, she explains, was sealed underground centuries ago by hateful Erden's own blood. Long ago, it seems, a girl carried that very same cursed bloodline. That's why she needed the blood of Erden's living descendant. Small as it is, that blood is all it takes to revive him. The dragon race will rule the world again, and the shockwave sends soldiers flying. Priscilla catches herself. Everyone needs to destroy that goblet right now. He lunges to pull Stacia back, shouting her name in warning. Around them, soldiers rally, blast it down. Don't let Mora reach that goblet. A wall of spellfire and gunfire slams into her, the goblet darting clear of the blast. Teeth gritted, they kept pouring everything they had into the attack. "It's not happening," she sneers, barely even scratched. Her tail sweeps through their ranks, scattering soldiers as he keeps firing. Bodies tumbled through the smoke, cries lost in the roar of impact. Mora thrashes on, unstoppable, her roar drowning out everything else. She tears through the colonnade, wings flared, and lets loose a furious screech. A voice orders the goblet to flee for the Valley of Death and be restored. It scrambles through a blasted gap in the wall, making a break for freedom. Mora crashes through right behind it, wings tearing the hole even wider. The goblet is already breaking free, and Glenn can only watch it go. He's too late as well. By the time he looks, it's already gone. Mora still thinks humans are pathetic, grounded, powerless, watching from below. Ashley's out of patience with her, done listening, done waiting. She's hurt worse than expected and needs to heal before anything else. She marks Erdine's descendant for a future kill, a promise she intends to keep. Priscilla catches it fast. Mora's planning to bolt. Wounded and bleeding, she spreads her wings wide, readying to take off. Her fury needs an outlet now. She'll take it out on the whole capital. A witch beside Ashley scrambles to stop her before she's fully airborne. Mora cackles. It's already too late to stop her now. She rises above the palace walls, wings dark against the sky, visible to the whole city. Below, families scatter and point, screaming that a monster is loose. Mora streaks past the towers, wounded and trailing blood, faster than anyone can follow. He opens fire from the golem's shoulder, cursing her as she flies. The gun tracks her against the clouds, but she's already pulling away. The shot goes wide, she's already climbing out of range. The whole capital lies exposed now, and this is about to get very bad. Panicked crowds scream for each other to run as Mora banks toward the city. Priscilla orders soldiers into the streets to evacuate as many citizens as they can. Two soldiers shriek in raw terror as she passes overhead. The witch offers flight magic. Ashley doubts it's enough against a dragon. Michelle holds the badly wounded Stacia, unable to do anything more right now. Glenn grits his teeth. Is this really as far as they can chase her? He raises a hand and something hums into existence in his grip. Glenn asks what he intends to do. He still has something left for her. His hand shoots out, closing around a launcher summoned out of thin air. One armored soldier gaped at the spear-shaped weapon in his hands. He swings it up onto his shoulder, calm despite its size. It's an RPG-7, a launcher built to punch through tank armor. Rocket-propelled and self-guided, powerful enough to bring down helicopters too. He orders everyone back. This thing is far too dangerous up close. Not understanding why, the soldiers scattered anyway as Mora circled above. One trusts his timing completely. The armored soldier beside him can't wait. With the street finally cleared, he stood alone against the dragon overhead. Overhead, Mora gloats that their screams will make her ultimate feast. Her laughter rolls out across the rooftops, fangs bared wide. He lined up the shot, breath steady, eye fixed on the sight. He fired. The rocket tore off the tube in a wall of smoke. One soldier grits her teeth, willing the shot to land. The old soldier's jaw dropped, breath catching in his throat. Two more soldiers froze mid-step, one grinning despite himself. A young soldier claps a hand to her mouth, watching it fly. The rocket cuts straight for her across the open sky. Mora never sees it coming. It catches her clean in the side. The warhead detonated against her, fire blooming out over the rooftops. She shrieks in pain as the blast tears through her wing. The soldiers murmur, stunned no mortal should land a hit like that. He steadies a pistol next, gaze cold behind his glasses. Two soldiers recognize him at once, the man from before. Her body bursts apart midair, snarling that this isn't over yet. Three of her burst out of the smoke at once, wings spread wide. The clones scatter on her order, all still bent on reviving the great dragon god. Her laughter rings out across the sky, sharp and triumphant. All three shapes streak off into the distance, whole and unharmed. Behind him, the soldiers cheer, certain they've killed the dragon, but she's already gone. Ashley goes still, unable to look away from it. Nearby, Daisuke lets out a breath. Somehow, it actually worked. A hulking armored figure roars at the shockwave rolling past. Somehow, that small a weapon brought down the giant dragon. So that's the power of weapons pulled from another world. Michelle grins. Lena's finally noticed. They actually pulled this off. Dark markings ripple across Ashley's skin as her crest fades. She watches her own crest mark fade back into her skin. She never liked the mark. It only surfaces when her power's active. A young officer shouts orders. Clear of the broken pillars, wounded to the infirmary. Michelle and Ashley huddle together as a towering armored figure looms over them. Lena looks up, still catching her breath from the fight. A familiar voice tells her well done. The fight's finally over. She stops short. Oliver stands right there, alive and in one piece. She crosses the space toward him, wordless, the fight forgotten for now. Years back, a lost little Lena wandered a night market calling for Oliver. She sobbed, begging him not to leave her alone again. A younger Oliver finally spotted her, relief plain on his face. He knelt beside her, scolding gently. She shouldn't have wandered off alone. He pulled her into a hug. Everything was all right now. Back in the present, she crosses the ruined hall toward him again. Her voice finds his name at last. Oliver. He answers, just as quiet. Lena. She's finally found him, after everything, and it shows in her voice. He asks why she vanished this time. The same question as before. Daisuke ambles over, another oversized weapon slung casually over one shoulder. He calls out to Ashley, who breaks into a bright smile. He tells Lena he's glad she and Oliver are finally reunited. Oliver stands quietly by a palace pillar, something heavy weighing on him. This, he decides, is finally the time to speak the truth. Long ago, on the eastern continent, stood a small nation, the Urdistan Kingdom. He served that kingdom as a knight, and Lena was its princess. She can only stare back, stunned by what she is hearing. The royal bloodline traces to Urdin, the dragon-slaying hero. His power passed to every firstborn. In other words, she is the one who carries his own power. 20 years back, Mora's forces invaded, hunting the bloodline that carried his power. She towers over the burning castle. Hiding is pointless. She wants his descendant. Inside the castle, a soldier warns Zeke. The enemy is almost at the gates. The invaders want Lena's blood. Hers is the bloodline carrying Urdin's power. She is still a baby, too young yet to wield the Dragon Slayer sword. Young Oliver freezes. Take the child and escape the castle now. He asks this not as king, but as a friend. Watch over my daughter. He trusts him. The kingdom's greatest knight can surely escape with her. Young Oliver agrees, vowing to return soon with reinforcements to help. Zeke pulls him close and calls on the sword to lend him its strength. Oliver rides out with the baby as dragons wheel overhead and guards clash below. The kingdom fell that same night, the castle collapsing moments after he cleared the gates. That's why he hid their names. Any ally would still be found by Mora. Lena grew up under a steward's care, while Oliver searched for ways to fight back. He'd kept her from his fight, but felt the old evil closing in again. He decided to face it all himself, vowing to defeat Mora no matter the cost. To fight the dragon's forces, he sought out weapons once used by an ancient magical civilization, but his hunger for power left an opening. Zol seized it and took over his body. Lena listens in silence, her face hidden behind her hair, giving nothing away. Oliver softens, telling her how much she's grown, how far she's come mastering Erd Grand. She only listens again, quiet behind the same curtain of hair. Gone or not, he always trusted she'd master it. She's been strong since she was small. Lena keeps screaming through the tears, refusing to calm down this time. Around them in the ruined palace, soldiers and refugees turn to stare. A bespectacled man flinches at the outburst, unsure where to look. Oliver's breath catches too, stunned by how far her anger has grown. Her face crumples again, fury giving way to raw grief. There's nothing to worry about, she insists, voice cracking through tears. He finally explodes, demanding to know how she could vanish without a word. Disappearing like that, deciding everything alone, is exactly exactly what terrifies him. She's not a child anymore, nothing happy about him risking his life for her. Even without him explaining, she can somehow understand what happened before she was born. He goes quiet, just her name catching in his throat. Memory pulled him back to the time she disappeared when he set out to find her. Elsewhere in the hall, a silver-haired knight admits her strength alone wasn't enough to save everyone. She felt she hadn't managed to do a single thing right. Until Daisuke found him, the bespectacled man cried daily, feeling powerless and pathetic. Nearby stands a hooded witch. Others helped her get this far too, not just him. One thing is clear, not a single step of this was taken alone. Back with Oliver. Why did he disappear? Why couldn't he just tell her? The memory shifted further back, to a small girl, lost and sobbing alone. His young eyes locked onto her, relief flooding through him at the sight. Back in the present, he finally pulls her into a tight embrace. Neither says a word for a while. Further back still, there was a birthday cake, candles lit, both of them grinning. He carried her on his shoulders through a field, a flower crown on her head. He flicked her forehead playfully and she laughed it off anyway. Snapping back to now, he's shouting again, tears mixing with the rain. From behind, an armored soldier and the bespectacled man quietly watched the couple's reunion. Funny thing, he doesn't even have a child yet, and parenting already sounds exhausting. Nothing about raising children ever goes as planned, yet none of the trouble feels wasted. Plenty of hardship though. The armored soldier trails off, the bespectacled man still waiting for more. Amid the wreckage, an old commander decides the hardships weren't so bad after all. Beside him, the bespectacled man nods, taking it all in. Meanwhile, survivors regroup as someone carries a wounded ally through the rubble. Facing Lena, Oliver admits he wants her living a quiet life, far from every battle. She meets his eyes, his name barely leaving her lips. But if the apocalypse dragon ever revives, there may be no other choice at all. The witch girl and the dark elf both volunteer to help Lena too. The bespectacled man pumps his fist, vowing the same. With this many friends behind her, Lena figures she'll be fine, never really alone. Off to the side, the gunner watches them all, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. Then the old commander goes quiet, taking in the wreckage around them. Still, defeating just one dragon left the whole hall in ruins. What can humans even do? Mora already warned the apocalypse dragon will return. Only a little of Lena's blood was taken, Stacia notes. Revival will still take time. Then comes the plan. Restore Erd Grand, shattered since the end of the Great War. Erd Grand once could fell an ordinary dragon in one strike. The old commander looks stunned. To use its full power, they must gather every fragment. Lena still can't draw much out. The gunner can't believe it. That strength on display, and it still wasn't full power? She remembers Erd Grand's blade scattering into 3 pieces at the battle against the apocalypse dragon. They resolve to find every piece and reforge Erd Grand back into a single blade. Combine every fragment's power, she declares, and the true Erd Grand rises again. Beyond the ruins, the capital stretches out under a calm sky. The declaration echoes again from above. Restore the one true Erd Grand. Lena repeats the words to herself. The true Erd Grand. The old commander agrees. It's the most effective way to defeat the apocalypse dragon. Aren't the fragments next to impossible to find by now? They vanished long ago. She throws up a bright, confident grin. No need to worry. She remembers which directions the fragments flew, though weakened and unable to call her dragon power. A wandering Miko offers help. Divination for lost items was her old specialty. With updated maps layered over her readings, they can narrow the search down. She cradles what's left of the shattered blade, eyes fixed somewhere far off. The fragments scattered 3 ways when the sword broke. Tracking them all takes time. The Mystery Mech's pilot murmurs in thought as a soldier calls out for Glenn. This rebuild's going to be massive. Cleanup of the ruined palace starts first. Daisuke rattles off the chores piling up. Dry cleaning, a lapsed license, work tomorrow. He checks his watch and winces. Time for him to head home too. She's surprised he's leaving already. He'll be gone a few days, then back. She tackles him into a hug, delighted, and he goes stiff with surprise. She says she's already looking forward to him coming back, giggling to herself. A blonde girl piles on too, hooking his other arm with the same eagerness. He reappears in a flash of light, and the hall turns. Someone spotted him. He beams at Lena, so happy for her, he says. Their hands clasp together, wordless, just for a moment. Lena's voice cracks as she thanks him, tears streaming down her face. A soft farewell follows him. They'll see him soon as the portal's glow fades. His apartment building stands ordinary and quiet against the city skyline. A balcony door slides open with a soft rattle. He stretches out out on the balcony, city rooftops sprawling below him, and exhales. Jagged cliffs open onto a hidden valley, a ruined city glimmering somewhere beyond. They call it the Valley of Death. Legend says no one who enters comes back. The living goblet soars deeper into the canyon on leathery bat wings. A hooded figure welcomes it back, certain Mora has killed Erden's heir for the blood. The goblet dangles from a clawed grip, catching the light. The figure shakes it, frowning. Barely any blood sloshes inside. Ancient dragon Misery snarls. 20 years of waiting, and Mora has failed her. She turns to leave, hooved steps echoing away across the stone. 3 winged shapes streak off through the sky behind her. They shift mid-flight into 3 black-winged women, one grinning ear to ear. Amid drifting smoke and rubble, one of the scattered fragments touches down. Kira, one of Mora's 3 living fragments, laughs at finally being free. Dora scowls beside her. That salaryman still gets under her skin. Ira's tone turns bitter. The one Mora split into 3 fragments, each at a third power. One fragment eyes the wreckage with disgust. Did the original die, leaving only these 3? Another fragment laughs it off, telling the old hag to back off. The elder groans as the 3 bicker on, one vowing to kill her someday. Cradling the goblet, she notes even this little blood is enough to crack Valkeshian's seal. One fragment flaps and cackles beside her, savoring the destruction. The goblet rests on a carved altar, thick blood pooling inside it. Nearby, a heartbeat pulses from a sealed stone slab in the ground. Cracks spread across the seal, blood weeping from every fracture. The pulsing grows stronger, and the ground around the altar starts to splinter. Then the seal shatters outright, the shockwave knocking everyone off their feet. A cultist falls to his knees, invoking the great dragon god Valkeshian. Arms raised, he begs the god to lead his followers onward. Overhead, the 3 fragments soar together, laughing at the chaos below. Then the earth itself splits into a massive ribbed maw, Valkeshian tearing free. Back at the capital, the palace towers stand against a calm sky. A young woman gasps, insisting she really did see something happen. Officials crowd a war map, having pinpointed all 3 fragments' locations. The dragon's massive body keeps rising, its coiled bulk tearing through rock. Jagged teeth and claws flash through the dust as it climbs higher. Elsewhere, 2 grim officers brace themselves, sensing something has gone badly wrong. Inside the palace, panic spreads. Someone shouts that it must be an earthquake. Amid the tremor, someone reaches for Lena, checking that she is safe. A young man frowns, unable to explain the sudden dread he feels. Above them, the sky itself tears open into a churning black vortex. Wounded and smoking, a horned figure stands within the swirling storm. Pale and long-haired, he opens his eyes. Valkeshian, reborn in human form. She woke with a violent gasp, an old memory slamming back all at once. A name she hadn't heard in years drifted through the quiet. Celticia. Smoke parts and a stranger steps through wearing a body that clearly isn't his own. The hall erupts. Nobody knows who he is or where he came from. It's Valkeshian, the great dragon god himself, standing right there in the room. Lena's face drained white at the sound of that name. Her divination got reverse traced. He'd followed the threads straight back to them. Dread spread through the hall as he walked calmly toward the group. He'd learned, through that stolen trace, that the sword lay broken in 3 pieces. He tips Stasia's chin up, a beautiful dragon, and a naughty one in his eyes. Glenn strained against an invisible weight, his own body refusing to move. She fires back. They'll revive the sword and kill him for good this time. He turns to Oliver next. Still planning to defy him? He held his ground. No plans to let Valkeshian have his way. He snaps his fingers and the air answers at once. 3 pillars of light tore upward, a barrier screaming to life around Valkeshian. She stares at the pillars, the sentence dying in her throat. He waved it off. He already knew where the blade fragments were. He spreads his arms and 3 visions tear open around him. Nobody in the room had ever seen anything like it. They're guard dogs in his eyes. Monsters he made himself to watch over the fragments. A monstrous black bull tore through the streets of one target city. Restoring the sword now means getting through them first. Elsewhere, a massive fanged beast clawed through snow toward another town. In a third city, a huge black bird wheels low over the rooftops. He was in no hurry to make this easy. He intended to be revived first. Stacia shouts back that innocent people will suffer, that he has to stop. He leans in, savoring the look on her face. Oliver's fury boiled over as Valkeshian lingered on Stacia's tears instead. He vanishes into a vortex, mocking her weakened powers and the sword's unreliability. Lena lunged forward, fist raised, and screamed Daisuke's name in panic. A sudden whirlwind ripped through the library, scattering knights and books alike. The stranger turned his back, daring Lena to defeat his demon beasts and reclaim the sword. Stacia tenses, eyes fixed on him, sweat beating down her face. Then Lena and Oliver rush forward as the kneeling figure rises before them. His sharp eyes narrow beneath long silver hair, one ear tapering to a point. The whirlwind swallowed the room as Stacia was thrown clear and the others watched, stunned. So he's Valkeshan, Lena realizes, staring at the wreckage in disbelief. Stacia doubles over, gasping for breath after the encounter. Oliver asked if she was alright and got only a pained groan back. But how could their plans already be known to the enemy? Panic crosses Glenn's face. This interference only proved his revival was taking longer than expected, nothing to fear. A dark-haired mage noted the demon beast shared an ability with her own phantom beasts. Split up to gather the blade fragments faster, the small caped allies plan. Erdgran's scattered pieces stir only in response to Lena's hilt. That means nothing gets collected unless she goes there herself. The fragments lie near Mount Hakone's Dogu Onsen Town and in the forest by Lake Diwa. They pick the closest target first, Dogu Onsen Town, already under demon beast attack. From here, the team calculated they could reach it within 2 days. Glenn ordered scouting teams sent to the other locations in the meantime. A smaller group moved faster, Lena noted. The Empire lacked manpower after the last battle. Risking yourself for others isn't easy. The Empire owed her an apology for its disrespect. Lena stares back, stunned that the Emperor is apologizing to her at all. She's every bit a splendid swordsman and should hold her head high. Her smile broke through, a quiet okay slipping out. Sunlight fell over the cathedral roofs, a blade's shadow stretching below. In new armor, Erdgrand in hand, she stands ready above the capital. Oliver steps up beside her. Count him in too, Lena. Priscilla tears up behind her glasses, begging her to stay safe out there. Oliver's already back on his feet, ignoring the healer's month of prescribed rest. He holds out a sheathed sword instead of arguing back. She stares at the blade in her hands, stunned it's meant for her. It's a katana from his homeland, a masterpiece she should master with time. She grips the hilt and tests its balance with a sharp clack. Then Oliver pulls her into a tight hug before she goes. Grinning, Lena calls out that they're moving out, flanked by 2 new companions. Oliver watches from the crowd, his face tight, Priscilla close behind him. Guards shout to open the gate as the carriage rolls through. A voice calls down blessings on the knight Lena and her company. Their journey to recover Erdgrand's fragments has begun. The wagon wheels rattle steadily over the cracked road. One of them drives the cart, dust trailing behind as they go. She mutters that a demon beast is exactly the trouble they don't need. If the beasts already know where the fragments are, why not grab them first? Lena works through it. Sending beasts after them doesn't really add up. If he truly wanted the fragments kept from her, he'd have taken them first himself. The fragments still carry enough dragon-slaying power that no dragon can even touch them. That's why he only stooped to something petty, no risk of the fragments being stolen. Something catches her eye and she narrows her gaze at the sky. She squints ahead. What's that drifting over the hills? 2 dark shapes wheel through the clouds, closing in fast. They slam down without warning. The cart crashes to a halt in the dust. She throws her arm up against the sudden impact. 3 black-winged women rise up out of the smoke. One calls herself Dora. The next calls herself Kiura. The last one is Ira. Together, they declare themselves the 3 sisters, Mora's clones. A dragon fragment cackles, vowing payback on the salaryman who beat her. She watches a caravan roll past from hiding. Their target isn't in it. One fragment giggles through tears, while Dora grumbles that it's annoying. A third fragment throws her head back, laughing without restraint. With their target gone, the fragments are stuck on what to do next. Nearby, a young noblewoman and her armored escort sense trouble coming. Kira closes in anyway, ready to kill whoever's standing in front of her. Another laughed, calling the reckless plan brilliant all the same. The fragments swooped down on the escort in a rush of wind. They slammed her into the ground, cratering the earth on impact. One taunted with a laugh as the knight scrambled back to her feet. A bare fist catches the blade cold, stopping it dead in its tracks. She wrenched free and slashed again, sparks trailing off the steel. Struck, the fragment yelps. Are these 3 Mora as well? Another fragment decks the noblewoman, who shouts for everyone to watch out. She keeps laughing, doubled over, unable to stop. Blades clash again. These 3 seem to be fooling around, at least at first. They're tougher than they look, the knight realizes, sword arm straining. One fragment hissed in annoyance as the blade grazed past her. Another yanks the noblewoman's hair. She yelps for her to stop. The fragment sent the knight tumbling, kicking up dust and rubble. If this keeps up, she won't last much longer. The 2 women look all but done for as the fragments close in. Pinned down, the knight barely blocked 2 blades crossing above her. The noblewoman's face twists in terror as the fight collapses around her. Out of nowhere, a hooded stranger's blow sends one fragment reeling in shock. She strikes again, sending a second fragment tumbling backward. Another hit lands, and the fragment goes sprawling across the dirt. Weapon drawn, she stands between the fragments and the stunned knight. Losing ground to such second-rate dragons apparently offends her. Hooded and masked, she sneers that the hero's descendant is nothing special. The winged dragon girl laughs wildly, hoisted off her feet mid-fight. 3 blades scream in at once. She blocks every strike without flinching. The dragon girl and the swordswoman collide again, wings and blade tangled midair. Her single visible eye tracks every movement without a flicker. Then she lands a crushing blow, sending the winged girl backward through the dust. One bystander stares, stunned. This fighter is seriously strong. Raising twin blades, she tells the dragons to listen and remember this. Twin katana raised, she finally gives her name, Natasha, and she vows right there to annihilate every last dragon. 3 dragon girls close in as she stands alone, a wagon waiting behind her. Grinning, Natasha orders the others to stay back, they're only in her way. One dragon girl sticks her tongue out, laughing that she hates her. The other 2 chime in, one wants her dead, the other just calls her annoying. Natasha plants her feet, twin blades drawn, as one girl dives straight at her. Blades clash in rapid succession as she parries every strike without breaking stance. Natasha's hair whips as the winged girl bares her fangs inches from her face. She catches the blade bare-handed, stopping the strike cold. She seizes the winged girl mid-air, hauling her down by the leg. Her expression barely changes, calm even mid-fight. She strikes one of them aside with a bloodied fist, sword still raised. She lands hard, driving a crater into the ground with the impact. Pinning the dragon girl down, she reminds her that dragons are beasts after all. Their attacks are no mystery. Reading them feels like holding them in her hands. The white-haired bystander watches, mouth open, unable to look away. It's amazing. She's seeing through every single attack they throw. But skill alone, it turns out, will not be enough. Blades and talons collide in a shower of sparks, neither side giving ground. Without a true Dragon Slayer blade, she couldn't finish this fight anyway. One sister cackles that nothing Natasha swings has left so much as a scratch. Ordinary steel apparently simply doesn't work against Dragonhide. Calm's easy now. Something massive is already rumbling up from underground. Natasha triggers an armament change and her weapon flares with light. The blade folds itself into a heavy gauntlet locked around her fist. Her weapons, one companion can only stare, thrown by the sudden change. It's tech from the ancient magical civilization, same make as the witch beside her. Power crackles and surges around the newly armored fist. She slams it into both sisters at once, sending them stumbling backward. Natasha resets her stance, both fists armored and ready for more. Her weapons actually changed. One horned sister still couldn't process it. Natasha grabs her by the arm before she can pull free. Come on, dragons! She's daring them to hit back harder. Twin punches land in the same instant, driving the sister into the dirt. Still doesn't hurt? Then try this jolt instead. The cat-eared sister snarls that she's officially furious now. The two grapple mid-air, neither willing to let go first. Natasha's grip tightens around the sister's wing, refusing to release it. She's already smiling, sure how this exchange ends. Another punch connected, launching the sister clean off the ground. The sister tumbled through the air before crashing down hard. Her fist stayed clenched, still crackling with leftover force. A final blow slammed down with a deafening crack. Natasha crouches over the fallen sister and plucks a black feather from her wing. Aren't those Kira's feathers? The witch companion sounds genuinely alarmed. She smiles and binds the feathers tight around her own arm. A third sister arrives, laughter spilling out of her uncontrollably. You forgot something, Natasha calls, hurling the stolen feathers back at her. 3 winged sisters take hit after hit, one still laughing like she loves it. One ally swings a massive hammer and every blow lands clean. One companion realizes why the attacks work. The hammer's head is fletched with dragon feathers. Natasha lowers her blade over the beaten sisters and asks if they still want to fight. One sister grins wider, arms spreading as if inviting another hit. Her eyes have gone glassy white, hands still reaching forward. All 3 shriek in unison, hurling every insult they can at their attacker. The sisters are already gone, bolting the second the fight turns against them. Wings beating hard, the 3 flee into the sky as Natasha watches them go. Her expression stays flat, clearly unimpressed by the whole display. She admits she cannot finish them off without the Dragon Slayer sword. Turning to Lena's party, she guesses they are hunting the same blade shards. One of her allies stares, stunned a total stranger already knows that. She heard a dragon fell in Gurnia and infiltrated the palace to gather intel. tell. The fragments hold real dragon-slaying power, perfect material for a new blade. So she'll simply take the fragments for herself. No one alive handles a weapon better than she does, apparently. She shrugs it off, calling it finders keepers, and Lena flatly refuses to hand hers over. She asks point blank for the other girl's name. Hesitant, she gives just one word. Lena. Natasha likes the name, and the other girl softly repeats it back, unsure why. She tips her chin up, leaning in close. Then she kisses her cheek outright, leaving the princess speechless. Nearby, 3 onlookers react at once. One laughs, one smirks, one gasps. Heart still hammering, the princess blurts out what she's doing. She calls it just a customary greeting back home. It's meant for the descendants of the hero Erden, who once felled the apocalypse dragon. Flustered, the princess wonders aloud if a kiss on the mouth would have been better. One ally threatens her if she tries anything. Someone else calls her a dragon too. Delighted, the curly-haired ally giggles that she'd welcome a kiss like that herself. A black-haired stranger swears she'd never do something so foolish, though she's clearly been tailing them. So how exactly did she manage to follow them the whole way? Surely she's not about to claim she happened to be nearby by chance. Turns out she'd been clinging to the roof of the carriage the entire time. She grins, bragging that she pulled it off flawlessly. No wonder they're stunned. One companion calls it creepy. She's clung to the carriage since they left the palace. They're almost at Dugu Onsen town now. Time to get moving again. A hooded companion teases that the stalker's creepy, though Lena's unsettling in her own way. Inside the carriage is right there. Clinging to the roof is bothering everyone. Dugu Onsen town is already burning by the time they arrive, panic filling the streets. Townspeople scatter in every direction, choking on smoke pouring through the streets. Someone screams for everyone to run, feet pounding hard across the boards. Lizard men pour through a breach in the wall, swords already drawn. One woman screams, cornered as a lizard man's jaws snap toward her. A blur streaks in to intervene. A knight cuts the lizard man down in one stroke, shielding the woman behind him. He plants himself between her and the chaos, sword and shield raised. Another lizard man closes in, fangs bared and tongue lashing the air. She cries out to the knight, still shaking from the attack. Panting, he checks if she's alright while warning the others to fall back. Steel clacks as he grips the hilt tighter, ready to strike again. He declares himself the invincible knight, Haribotius III, alone against a wall of lizardmen. By his pride as a knight, he won't let them touch the townspeople. He gives his name again, Haribotius III, as the lizardmen surround him. Listen up, lizardmen, his blade's already carving through the air. The lizardmen close in together, blades raised, snarling in unison. Anyone who wants to become rust on his sword is welcome to try. These are draconian lizardmen, bred by the dragon race and built stronger than any ordinary monster. It's Lord Valkeshan's own order, one snarls. Kill every human in sight. It's an easy order to follow, eyes gleaming as the town burns behind him. A cornered townswoman freezes as something nearby growls that humans die so easily. A massive creature slams down at her, but an armored knight leaps in to stop it. Steel meets claw and the knight parries, sparks ripping across the blade. More reptilian attackers close in from every side as his sword crackles against their claws. One clamps onto his arm and he roars in pain, driving a dagger into it regardless. The beast lunges again, jaws wide, reaching for his throat. Its teeth close around his blade instead, gnawing at the steel. The woman panics, sure the knight won't survive this. He claims his mithril armor is untouchable. The creature isn't impressed. It laughs and strikes anyway, claws crashing straight into his blade. A counterblow leaves it dazed, stars spinning around its head. He roars and forces it back, but more of them pile on from behind. Nearby, guards wave another woman towards safety, urging her to hurry along. A red-haired bystander watches as the knight trades blows with another of the creatures. The creature's strike lands hard, and the knight grunts through the pain. He slams his shield into it, and the creature reels back, shrieking. Onlookers admit his exaggerated flair somehow keeps him in the fight. The crowd roars encouragement, urging the knight on, but one onlooker's face falls mid-cheer, sensing worse to come. Too many enemies surround him now, and the odds are turning against him. Watching, the woman's voice catches, unable to finish his name. She decides she has to leave and find help. Someone reminds her the hired mercenaries already fled, so going out won't help. She tears free and sprints off anyway, ignoring their warnings to stay. Back in the plaza, the knight stands winded, barely holding his stance. Meanwhile, a wagon rolls toward the town, smoke already rising past its walls. Two of the travelers spot the glow and recognize it as Dugu Onsen town. Inside the wagon, Lena stretches and yawns. Night is nearly here. She peers into the dark, unable to make out anything near the town. A helmed rider eyes the smoke over the walls, wondering if trouble already found the town. The town gate buckles as raiders pour through, one vaulting the wall under a dragon's shadow. Two travelers spot it first. The town's under attack by monsters. One raider charges in fast, spear leveled. A knight takes the hit as the gate crashes wide open. One defender breaks down, certain the fight is already lost. The white-haired traveler cuts one down mid-charge, blade flashing. Another soldier freezes, terror written across his face. She kneels beside him, checking if he's hurt. Relief floods him, he's saved. Then he asks if she's a soldier. Her companion holds the line as more reptiles keep pouring in. A sharp-eyed traveler studies the wreckage nearby. She reads it instantly. Lizardmen bred by the dragon race. Valkeshians doing. She takes in the wreckage. What happened here? A soldier lays it out. They showed up days ago alongside some blazing monster. Even the guards admit nothing like this has ever hit the city. No one here has faced anything like these things before, and they hit hard. She cuts into the horde, blades flashing through the swarm. A hulking wolf beast erupts from the smoke, scattering lizardmen around it. Two of the creatures flinch back from it. The wolf throws its head back and howls long and loud. Something slams into the wolf beast, hard. The lizardmen reel from the blow. A second strike crashes down right after. A hooded swordswoman surges past the fighting, not stopping for any of it. Natasha, her companion, calls after her. Where is she going? She's only here for the fragment. This fight isn't hers. The town's under attack. The white-haired girl snaps back. What is she even saying? There's no reason to fight these things, she decides, and leaps off after the fragments. Her companion seethes. Is she really that heartless? The white-haired girl grits her teeth and cuts another lizard man down alone. A gauntlet blow dropped another lizard man, but the things just refused to quit. The witch hat mage stored up magic for one big blast to wipe them all out. Haribo stood alone against the lizard man's blade while two women screamed for help. One woman begged the crowd to save the knight before it was too late. Elsewhere, another companion dodged a blade and realized someone else was fighting the same enemy. Natasha wanted to help too, but her hands were already full. Lizardmen closed in on fleeing townspeople as a blinding blast ripped through the street. One of them stared at the light, unable to tell what it was. Another recognized it at once. The word caught in her throat. His dress shoes strode through the drifting smoke as he stepped back into this world. Farther off, Haribotius kept fighting, badly outnumbered in the smoke-choked street. His blade caught a downward strike with a bone-jarring crash. Townspeople cheered him on, shouting his name into the smoke. He was panting hard now, ringed in on every side. He planted himself between them and the crowd. Nobody got past. The lizardmen size him up. Tough, not an easy kill. So one turns toward the fleeing townspeople instead, targeting them next. Haribotius curses them, refusing to let it happen. Their blades clash again, and the impact knocks him down. A lizard man pins him to the ground, sneering that he is finished. It grabs the townsman next, who screams for someone to help him. Pinned and clawed at, he screams for it to stop. Gunfire suddenly rings out, bullets slamming into the lizard man holding him. His friend stares back in open shock. More shots tear into the beast as it roars and staggers back. A pistol fires again, smoke curling off the barrel. There he is, Daisuke, still in his work suit, gun raised and smoking. Haribotius looks up at him, stunned. His expression stays calm, locked entirely on the fight ahead. Lizardmen panic, screaming to kill him. No one has a clue who he is. Gunfire cracks 3 times as lizardmen close in on a man sprawled in the street. A grateful survivor thanks him. He taps his watch, glad he made it in time. Nearby, an armored knight slams a gauntleted fist into a lizard man's skull. The knight grins and roars in greeting. My friend Koga Daisuke has come. Gun already raised, he greets him back. It's been a while, Haribotius. Lend me your strength, he laughs. With you here, I feel unstoppable. He racks the slide with a sharp clack, ready for the charge ahead. Gun raised at the lizardmen, he answers without hesitation. Yes, of course. Back in the ruined streets, he and the knight square off against the lizardmen. The lizardmen advance, but the invincible knight and his friend hold the line. The lizardmen snarl that they'll kill them both. One more human means little. One lizardman points straight at him. More of them are coming. Koga Daisuke. He levels his pistol at the charging lizardman, thumb drawing back the hammer. He dodges a downward blade and fires twice, gunshots echoing off the walls. The impact sends the lizardmen reeling backward in stunned confusion. Townspeople scream and scatter as a dead lizardman crumples in the street. One woman clutches her head. What on earth was that? A man points toward the smoke. One loud bang, and the monster just dropped. A lizard man recoils, demanding to know what kind of weapon that even is. Haribotius has never seen a weapon quite like it, still watching him take aim. As usual, he laughs. You're carrying some strange weapon around, friend. The pistol is a Beretta 92F, a military sidearm from an Italian arms manufacturer. Its frame is aluminum alloy, lighter than most, though the slide and barrels stay steel. A double-stack magazine lets it hold more rounds than a standard pistol. Back in the fight, he opens fire again as more lizardmen come charging through the smoke. Steel meets steel as Haribodius blocks a strike aimed straight at him. The knight brushes off the thanks with a laugh. That's some real help. Mid-strike, he recalls the time they fought that formidable golem together. He remembers Haribodius saving him once, long before any of this. Now it's his turn to return the favor. Bystanders call it a brilliant combination, watching the two of them fight. Gunfire cracks through the street as townsfolk realize they might actually win. Haribodius crouches low, bracing for the next charge. With a roar, he cuts one down in a single stroke. Another lizard man comes barreling straight at him. He won't let it pull that off again. He grabs a riot shield, bracing against a diving strike. The shield takes the blow, sparks scattering off the rim. The lizard man bares its fangs, snarling in fury. It's lighter than a ballistic shield, and being clear gives him a wider view. It won't stop bullets, but it holds fine against blades. He fires from behind it, dropping the charging lizard man. The lizard men curse it. Just two humans and they can't break through. Haribodius tenses, sensing something shift behind him. Blades clash and clang as more lizard men pile onto him. They surround him fully, striking from every side at once. Daisuke spots him swarmed under the blades, alarm crossing his face. He tells him not to worry, still holding the line. He sees Haribodius getting pushed back and moves to help him. A blade nearly clips him and he flinches back in surprise. He fires point blank, dropping the lizard man mid-lunge. He's plenty occupied on his own end of the fight. He's fought lizard men before, but these ones are far more formidable. These are tougher too and noticeably smarter than the rest. His pistol barely dents them and their non-stop assault won't let him reload. He falls silent for a moment, turning the problem over in his head. Fine, he decides. He'll just have to try something else. The lizard man cackles wildly, blades still locked with Haribodius's. One lizard man staggered under a burst of gunfire, sword torn loose from its grip. Daisuke stands ready, pistol already leveled at whatever comes next. His weapon is a Beretta 93R, built for 3-round bursts or full auto fire. The next lizard man roars right in his face, cornered with nowhere left to run. He answered with a tight 3-shot burst. The rounds tore into its open jaw at point-blank range. It crumpled backward while he kept firing without a flinch. Folding the foregrip down, he braces the pistol with both hands. The added grip keeps the recoil from throwing off his aim. Nearby, the armored knight felled another lizard man with a single stroke. The watching townsfolk erupted into cheers. The lizard men jeer back, dismissing him as a weak, disposable human. Clipping a folding stock onto the grip promises even tighter accuracy. He locked the metal stock into place in one smooth motion. Braced against his shoulder now, the pistol steadies like a small rifle. Another creature roars close, unaware of what is coming. With the stock locked in, his handgun fires almost like a submachine gun. The burst sweeps across the whole line of charging lizard men. One lizard man can only call it ridiculous, refusing to believe a human did this. A towering lizard man looms over him next, sneering that he is nothing but human. His pistol answered with only a hollow click. 2 more empty clicks confirm the magazine has run dry. With the blade already falling, he calmly admits he's out of ammo. A knight's shout cuts through the chaos, warning Daisuke by name. He ripped the spent magazine free without missing a beat. His hand reaches behind him for a spare tucked at his back. He slammed the fresh magazine home in one clean motion. The slide racks forward with a sharp mechanical snap, chambering a new round. His expression stays flat and unreadable, ready to finish this. Across from him, the lizard man bares its fangs and lets out one more roar. The muzzle flashes bright, one burst chewing through the haze. Daisuke fires point blank into the lizard man as Haribodius's blade slashes in from the side. The creature roars in pain, blood spraying across the stone. Haribodius stood doubled over, catching his breath after the fight. Downed lizardmen littered the street as Daisuke and the knight regrouped with survivors. The knight finished off another attacker with one clean strike. Townsfolk cheered as word spread that the beast had been driven off. Haribodius called it a splendid battle. A big help, no doubt. He shrugged it off, just repaying the favor from a debt he owed. Battered, the two leaned on each other, picking through the wreckage. He laughed it off, warming to the stranger more with each fight. Their hands met in a firm shake, sealing the exchange. Townsfolk raced over, cheering, as Daisuke and Haribodius parted ways. Elsewhere, an armored companion of Lena's cuts down more lizardmen with a lightning strike. Nearby, an elf-eared companion and a cloaked ally freeze. The lizardmen have disappeared. She stares at the empty street. Those things simply vanished. Turns out the lizardmen have no souls. Beaten, their bodies dissolve, all of them Valkeshian's creation. Another companion suggested they regroup with Daisuke while they still could. Up on a rooftop, Lena spots the beast tearing through the streets below. There it is, her eyes lock onto the target. The bull crashes through rooftops, crackling with unnatural heat. She leaps off the ledge, already weighing how to beat it and claim the shard. Lena sprints across the tiled roofs, closing the distance fast. Wind tore at her coat as she pushed into a full sprint. She drops off the edge, blade already drawn at her side. She lands hard, cracking the rooftop tile beneath her boots. A faint smile crosses her face. She's ready for this. Lena squares off against the towering beast at last. A status marker names it Behemoth, a fire demon of dragon power, endlessly burning, scorching nearby. She smirks. What a stupid-looking monster this turned out to be. Something growls close by that it's changing shape. Lena's already diving for the shard. She rockets downward in a blur, dust bursting where she's about to land. High above the rooftop, she squares off against the horned beast below. She screams into the swing, sword arm already cocked back. Her blade tears into the beast's skull in a blinding flash. A chunk of horn shears clean off, spinning away from the blow. The beast bellows in pain as she peels off for another pass. She grins, already lining up a second strike. Her spinning slash slams into stone hard enough to crack it. The beast charges again, and she plants herself right in its path. The collision blows out in a wall of smoke and debris. She keeps her grip locked, blade still spinning from the impact. She needles it. The fire crowning its head has gone dark. Without that flame, the thing turns weak fast. Flame sparks back across its horns, crackling to life again. It roars, fire blazing harder than before. Smoke swirls around it, and the beast is already changing shape. The blast flattens a whole ring of the town around it. Smoke swallows the crater whole. A hulking armored shape rises out of the wreckage. Blade and beast collide again somewhere in the drifting ash. She locks eyes with whatever's rising out of the smoke. Behemoth stands upright now, a muscled, horned brute wreathed in fire. She admits it's tougher than she expected, and dangerously so. Steam puffs from its head as it eyes her, confused. She bolts clear, yelping as the heat scorches her. Meanwhile, word reaches her companions. A blazing demonic beast is tearing through the district. The blaze swallowed nearby blocks. The beast surfaced on the city's west side days ago. One companion takes the report in, expression unreadable. Dogu Onsen town itself began as an expansion of an old military fort. The town splits in two, the walled east side manageable, monsters roaming loose outside it. An aqueduct runs along the town's edge, quiet for now. Behemoth still hasn't moved, buying time to evacuate, but if it charges, they're finished. Elsewhere, a girl crouches at a plaza fountain, cupping water in her hands. She splashes it over her face, grinning wide with sharp little fangs. Something spooks her. She curses under her breath and goes tense. She spots a horned, goat-like beast in the distance and takes off toward it. She swoops down fast, wings folding in as she closes the distance. She lands laughing hysterically. A status marker flashes overhead. Behemoth. It rumbles that it likes her. She squeals back, awed by its size. Rooftops stretch out below, packed tight under a darkening sky. Watching from a distance, a hooded elder frowns. Something feels off. His familiar reports back. The smaller familiars sent to kill townsfolk are gone. Lena's companions push through the wrecked streets, searching the district for her. One of them points ahead. They've finally found her. The elder realizes his familiars are gone. Erden's descendant has arrived. Furious, he bolts into the sky, vowing this isn't over. Meanwhile, the winged girl keeps laughing, still riding high near Behemoth. The fleeing familiar eyes her from above. A fresh vessel, maybe. It dives fast while she laughs on, oblivious below. It lands square between her ears with a solid thunk. She yelps in shock as it bites down and clings tight. Its claws dig in, gripping harder as she struggles. A wing wraps tighter, pinning her in place. Its grip settles and something behind her eyes goes empty. Better a stolen body than none, it decides. She'll do. A cold, satisfied smirk spreads across her borrowed face. Through her mouth, it commands Behemoth, "Kill the humans and Erden's heir." It answers with a bone-rattling roar. Then the horned beast surges forward, flattening houses as it charges. Something massive plows through town, flattening rooftops and scaffolding in one sweep. Haribodius barely reacts as a townsman sprints past him in a panic. Word spreads fast. The demonic beast is charging straight for the town. Daisuke's never heard the term before. The knight looks just as stunned. So it's really coming this way? Beyond the wall, a full-grown monster waits. He squares his shoulders. As a knight, protecting this town means facing it himself. It's a lot to ask, he admits, but he needs Daisuke's help right now. He doesn't hesitate. Of course he'll help. They shake on it, praised as a splendid man, though not everyone's convinced. Helping people is simply his nature, he insists, never one to leave trouble behind. The crowd roars behind them, ready to fight. The knight's glad to have him along. Meanwhile, Lena dashes through the streets with two of her companions. She'd love to see Daisuke again, but the demonic beast comes first. Then she spots someone on a rooftop. Is she really about to fight that thing? A dark-haired woman sits perched on the ledge, waiting. It's Natasha. The group calls out her name in disbelief. So, any chance of winning this time? The elf girl fires back. She ran off before. Lena hasn't seen the beast herself, so she can't say if it's beatable. Michelle's stunned. Natasha's already fought it once. She shrugs it off as a draw. The elf girl's pretty sure she lost. Her forearm is still bandaged from that fight. Well then. She turns to Michelle. Would she fight at her side this time? She still wants the wizard's help. Michelle admits she can't cast spells, only fight with weapons. She doesn't really mind though. Count her in. Do as she likes, comes the reply. But Lena has a bigger idea. Fight together. A name follows, at last. Michelle. Self-titled the Genius Wizard, she strikes a triumphant pose. Michelle, comes the reply. What a fine name. A hand tips her chin up before she can pull back. Then the kiss lands square on her cheek with a loud smack. Nearby, one groans that she's done it again while another swoons. Rooftops stretch out toward the town's outer wall. She points past the wall. The beast out there is wreathed in flame. One of the group figures they could force their way through and win. She swears their bout ended in a draw. The rival laughs at her bruises anyway. Fire, it turns out, is the beast's core element. Every hit it takes gets stored up, then unleashed as one massive heat wave. It roars, radiating heat strong enough to scorch anyone careless enough to approach. She asks if anyone's magic can smother the flames. The self-declared genius nods, certain she can. She pulls them both into a hug. That idea actually makes them useful for once. She's better at offensive magic, so she can't sustain a defensive spell for long. The other kid stares back, completely unfazed. She bonks the smaller girl's head anyway and calls her useless. If that's what's needed, one of them offers to help. She refuses help from a dragon. Someone snaps at her to just take it. Silence answers her, so the dragon lays out why the ice magic will work. Grudgingly, she gives in. She doesn't want the favor, but fine, let her help. The dragon beams, delighted to finally be allowed to help. The others shake their heads. She clearly wanted that help all along. The ground starts to rumble as the group presses toward the wall. She jolts, startled by the sudden shake. Smoke rises beyond the wall. The shaking's coming from the other side. The other side, she realizes, the beast's already begun its attack. Let's move. If it breaks through and reaches here, it's a bigger problem. They break into a sprint toward the rising smoke. Then the wall bursts apart in a single massive crash. The blast sends the whole street into a panic. Elsewhere, an old man pleads with a girl who won't budge. A winged demon girl crouches in the rubble, mocking anyone who hides behind the walls. She vows to burn every human in this town to nothing. Smoke rises over the rooftops as Daisuke slips into town, watch catching the light. Beside him, a knight challenges the demon while he stares, startled by its size. He plants his stance, refusing to let her touch a single townsperson. He charges in with a roar, sword raised overhead. She only tilts her head, unbothered by the charge. Skidding to a stop, he strikes a pose. The invincible knight, Haribotius III. He wants a worthy opponent, someone who'll actually fight him. Behind him looms a massive horned beast, and he throws himself at it anyway. Blade meets hide again and again, sparks scattering across the stones. His strikes barely scratch the beast's thick, muscled flank. One hit sends him flying, armor scraping to a stop across the street. The girl cackles. Valkeshan built this thing, and no human beats it. The beast bares its teeth, ready to finish him right where he lies. A bystander watches him struggle back to his feet, clearly rattled. The beast's horned head rears back, its mouth glowing white hot. A blast swallows him whole in fire and dust at close range. Off to the side, hands snap a weapons action shut with a sharp click. A wristwatch flashes as a round slides into the barrel. It's Daisuke, weapon ready. He braces and fires, the blast echoing down the ruined street. The shell streaks past the smoke, trailing straight for the beast. It slams into the beast's shoulder, staggering the huge frame. The girl freezes mid-laugh, staring at the man who suddenly showed up. Then she mutters, baffled by the strange weapon in his hand. The M79 grenade launcher, the very thing that staggered the beast. Single shot, break action, 40mm, the specs roll out fast. Being single shot keeps it light, easy to handle, and highly versatile. 6 rifling grooves inside the barrel spin the grenade true, sharpening its aim. With the knight still frozen, he yells at him to move while he still can. Daisuke's relieved Hariboteus made it. The knight thanks him for the save. Smoke stirs behind them and something huffs low on the wind. Behemoth roars back to life, wind tearing through the street. Hariboteus hauls Daisuke back as the shockwave rips toward them. The blast throws them both, screaming, clear across the street. Above them, the winged girl watches and cackles at the chaos. Behemoth's a fire beast, wounded, and the flames burn hotter. Daisuke drags himself up, smoke curling off his scorched shirt. Burn them to death, the winged girl orders. Fools who defy dragons. This is bad. Daisuke braces himself for another charge. Behemoth roars and charges, dwarfing both men in its shadow. The impact swallows a swath of rooftops in fire and smoke. Daisuke forces himself up, jaw tight, ready to keep fighting. A white-haired woman lunges between them, arm flung wide against the blast. She spreads her arms, shielding Daisuke and Hariboteus from the fire. She checks on him, cheerful despite the flames still roaring around them. It's Stacia, awake now and standing right in front of him. She raises a hand. Her cold air will choke down the flames. Michelle spots him from a rooftop, and her companion realizes others are fighting Behemoth too. Lena leaps down as something shrieks above, Erden's descendant. The winged girl snarls that she's getting in her way again. Sword drawn, she squares up. This fire beast's rampage ends now. Behemoth bellows, mouth ablaze as she closes in blade first. Ashley's voice cuts through the smoke, a blonde ally close behind, sorry for the wait. Relief floods his face, both of them finally here safe. Michelle and the bandaged fighter drop in too. We're here as well. Feet hit the ground hard as the whole group regroups around him. The party stands assembled, blades and weapons raised toward Behemoth. She won't forgive it for tormenting these innocent people. The winged girl curses her, Erden's descendant, in their way again. Reinforcements arrive at last and Herobodius lets out a grateful laugh. A knight raises her sword, vowing to fight. He recognizes her as Daisuke's ally. One companion realizes this armored knight is the very one townspeople keep praising. Sword raised, Hariboteus charges in, vowing they'll bring the monster down together. Perched on Behemoth's head, the demon girl sneers that mere humans have no business fighting it. Convenient then, kill Lena here and no one is left to wield the Dragon Slayer sword. Dragons alone rule this world, and she drives the strike down at the group below. Lena dashes forward, calling the charge. One ally stops short. Isn't that Kira? Something is off about the way she talks. Her grin widens, sharp-toothed and unreadable. Lena closes the distance in a single leap, blade already drawn. She unleashes a draw slash while a spear-wielding ally rushes in behind her. Time to show this monster humanity's power, the spear wielder shouts, driving her weapon in. The blow lands with a heavy thud, dust kicking up around the impact. Behemoth staggers under the assault as Kira watches from above, wings spread. Lena follows through with another slash, the impact cracking through the air. Behemoth roars in pain, the wound tearing through its side. Getting full of herself now, mere human, Kira's temper flares as she lashes out. Just as Lena suspected, her reaction confirms it. Keep attacking until the flames go out. The fire itself is Behemoth's life force. A single shouted word sends it lunging back into the fight. The beast bellows again as the blade bites deeper into its flame-wreathed hide. It's coming, Lena warns, and Michelle steps up to handle it. She raises her fingers, chanting for cold air to wall them off. Nothing comes of the chant. The elf-eared fighter conjures the real ice wall. Magic really is convenient, and she breathes in the cool air with a smile. The plan holds. Keep attacking until every last flame goes dark. Lena tightens her grip on the blade, a small, confident smile forming. That works for her too, and she breaks into a sprint toward Behemoth. She leaps skyward, blade angled down at its head for the next strike. A horned, winged girl screams and thrashes through the smoke. A swordswoman's blade crashes down, driving her into the shattered wreckage. Nearby, Daisuke watches fighters clash beneath a circling dragon beast. Then he decides grenades are useless this close to the fight. He reaches for a sidearm instead, movement fast and practiced. He draws a pistol from his waistband, ready to fire. Its muzzle levels on the target, safety already off. Behemoth charges straight for him, ground shaking with each stride. He opens fire, jaw set, refusing to back away. Shots crack through the dust as its hoof slams down nearby. She spots him frozen, right in the beast's path. She lunges at him. Move, idiot, before it flattens you. He yelps, dragged backward as she hauls him out of the way. The beast's horn whips past inches away as they scramble clear. She slings him over her shoulder, spear in hand, and sprints off. She sets him down hard, still fuming that he froze up. She eyes his gun, unconvinced anyone can fight without a blade. Their faces end up inches apart as she looks him over. She leans in and murmurs that he actually smells nice. He sputters in protest, but she keeps sniffing him anyway. Apparently, losing her in front of him would be a real nuisance too. She smirks. Be a good boy and hide somewhere safe. A blast tears past her, hair and coat whipping back. The armored knight goes sliding back, knocked off balance. She turns, startled. Something's wrong with the armored knight. The beast rears up in full, horns raking a smoke-filled sky. Behemoth's appearance changed only moments ago. No one knows why. Perched on the beast, a girl taunts them. It only burns fiercer the more it's struck. A blonde swordswoman arrives, anxious to know if everyone's alright. Its body now burns like molten lava. Magic and close-range attacks are useless against the heat. Smoke blankets the skyline as a bandaged fighter, an armored knight, and a blonde woman watch. The blonde woman guesses the fire has cut them off from Lena's group entirely. Damn it, if she could snuff out its flames, killing the beast would be easy. The armored knight has an idea. There's a way to smother those flames. Kneeling, he introduces himself as Hariboteus. She stares, incredulous at the self-styled armored knight. They eye a towering bridge at the town's edge. That will be their answer. It once carried water as an aqueduct, long before it became a bridge. That explains it. Dogu's fortress was built to guard this very waterway. Lure the beast under the bridge. Water still flows there from the great river above. The bridge stands 40 meters tall. Reaching the top to unleash the water is the problem. The blonde woman volunteers. She has an idea for the climb. He warns Stacia the bridge is awfully high. She just laughs it off. She slips out of her clothes, readying to shift into her dragon form. Bare-shouldered, hair unbound, she braces for the transformation to come. He yelps, flustered at the sight of her undressing so suddenly. Wind and light surge around her as the transformation begins in earnest. The blast sends both the knight and him tumbling backward off their feet. Wings spread and horns showing now. She grins. Turns out she's a dragon too. Hariboteus Daisuke and the bandaged fighter take in her new dragon human shape. She flashes them a playful, confident smile, clearly enjoying the reaction. She giggles. It's been ages since she last wore this dragon form. Awestruck by what he's seeing, her name is all he can manage. The bandaged fighter takes in her dragon human form, while Hariboteus admits it is a surprise. This half-form still lets her fly to the bridge, though exhaustion blocks a full transformation. He marvels. Flying dragons aren't something he sees every day. Hariboteus agrees. Now they need to lure the beast under that bridge. Dragon wings and horns catch the light as she waits. She can only carry one passenger, so she asks him to help spray the water. He doesn't argue. Riding with her is clearly the safer option anyway. Wings spread wide, she waits for him to climb onto her back. Grab on tight or he'll get shaken loose in the air, he eyes her back, uncertain. He hesitates, then mutters an apology before finally reaching for her. Airborne now, he grips her tightly. Ticklish laughter spills out of her. Red-faced, he blurts out an apology for holding on so hard. She laughs it off and tells him to hug her tighter. No hesitation. He squeezes tighter, still unsure if he's doing it right. Below them, a short-haired swordswoman waves them on, impatient to get moving. She flashes a grin and the two launch back into the sky. They soar past an armored fighter locked in battle amid the rising smoke. She banks straight for the smoke, him holding on as the ground rushes up. His face goes rigid, bracing for the drop. Together they plunge toward a smoke-choked building below. He grins through the dive as she swoops low over the burning town. Below them, the town lies in ruins, smoke swallowing block after block. She's clearly enjoying herself. He can only marvel at the view. Then she changes course over the rooftops, heading for the bridge next. Far off, a fresh plume of smoke rises where something else waits. A massive, scorch-marked bull looms inside the smoke, crackling with heat. A small group closes in on it, weapons already drawn. Ready to strike, one fighter grits through the beast's blistering heat. Waves of heat distort the air all around it. The ground itself is starting to melt from the creature's heat, a witch-hatted companion warns. Left unchecked, it'll swallow the whole area into one giant furnace. Guarding the blade shard alone won't be enough now, she charges straight in. They have to bring it down. Thousands of people still live in this place. A tribal newcomer steps forward, telling them to leave it to her. The bull rears back as she raises a hand of her own. Her phantom beast's turn now, she calls out, and something massive answers. A hulking stone golem slams into the bull head on. It really is a stone golem, conjured by the tribal fighter alone. The golem is solid rock, fire resistant, tough enough to hold the line. A brutal hit cracks its stone shell, but it barely reacts. Then a vow cuts through the dust. Push the beast out of the city.
Across the field, their enemy reels. Someone here can command a phantom beast. The tribal fighter spins into its path, refusing to let it through. Beside her stands a witch hat mage, both bracing for the beast. Lena meets her attacker head-on, blade sparking against raking claws. She won't allow it, she snaps, refusing to give an inch. The attacker recognizes Erden's bloodline in her and lunges to kill. Kill her here, she vows. With her gone, no one wields the sword again. Her ally cries Lena's name, watching the attacker close the gap. She orders the others to handle the beast, keeping the attacker for herself. Steel rings against claw as the fight breaks open in full force. Her jaw sets tight, eyes locked on the attacker's every move. She wrenches her blade up in a full overhead swing. The blow knocks her back. Useless, the attacker sneers, closing in again. The attacker cackles from above, mocking how pale she's turned. This body is quite useful, and she smiles like she already owns it. Her ally strikes from behind. She's strong, but something has to give. Your ancestor destroyed the great dragon god's power. Dragons have hidden in misery ever since. Their humiliation runs deep, and only blood will settle the score. She grits her teeth, gripping the hilt tighter as the words land. Even killing her and her whole clan won't be enough. Nothing will. They collide again, blades and claws locked in a furious clash. A stray hit rocks her back, sparks scattering across the broken ground. Behind them looms an ancient blade buried in the earth, forgotten until now. Their eyes meet for one long second, neither willing to look away. 3 blades once impaled the great dragon god, still pinning his legs and tail in place. What beautiful legs you have, the attacker murmurs, eyes dropping to them. She means to pin her legs down with her own wings, just like before. The winged dragon spins around. Something's closing in fast. A spear comes screaming out of nowhere, aimed straight at her. It slams home, hurling her and an elf-eared girl backward in the blast. Winded, the elf-eared girl blinks through the smoke and grit. Natasha rides the spear itself, bearing down on the dragon. The elf-eared girl gapes, stunned by the daring rescue. Natasha's name rings out behind her as she touches down. Spear planted in the ground, she steps in. Leave the weak alone. The dragon sneers. Humans standing together are still no match for her kind. Natasha isn't impressed. This one already feels different from the dragon she fought before. She snatches up a fallen sword. No need to ask permission. She whips the blade around in one full spinning arc. Staggered, the dragon throws Natasha's own words about mere humans back at her. Then she offers a lesson instead, a real one this time. Blade raised, she makes her case. Humans don't lose to dragons like this. Her glare doesn't waver. This fight is far from over. Smiling now, she's already sizing up her next move. Weapon choice means nothing to her. The elf-eared girl only cares about her missing spear. Master every weapon, and nothing can stop her from becoming the strongest. Now it's a katana in her grip instead. Mid-swing, she admits it's a fine blade. She hasn't held one like it in years. The elf-eared girl watches, open-mouthed, birds scattering across the sky. Natasha takes the next weapon without asking anyone. Now bearing a tail, she grins. Can a mere human really beat a dragon? Natasha warns her back. Confidence won't save half-baked skill from an early grave. Unbothered, she waves the warning off. Hurry up and attack already. Fangs bared, the dragon's patience finally snaps. She lunges, swearing that smart mouth of Natasha's won't speak again. The strike goes wide. She doesn't so much as flinch. Calm and sharp-eyed, she's already reading the dragon's next move. A fellow swordswoman can't believe it. Natasha stopped that with just a blade. Her opponent's scream cuts off mid-breath, blindsided by the sudden counter. A katana's real strength lies in its flexibility, not raw force. Steel meets claw in a shower of sparks. Natasha closes the gap fast, forcing the dragon onto the defensive. Redirecting an opponent's own momentum takes no strength at all, only timing. She keeps swinging wild. Natasha turns every strike aside without missing a beat. Every weapon carries its own way of fighting, none of them the same. Meeting the enemy head-on wastes a weapon's real potential. One clean slash sends her opponent crashing backward through the air. Damn you humans! Fury cracks through the dragon's voice. The same swordswoman flinches, wide-eyed at the fight's ferocity. Natasha catches the follow-up blow on her blade without flinching. Nearby, a cloaked bystander watches in open disbelief. No wasted movement at all. Every strike lands exactly where it should. Watching from behind, the swordswoman marvels. Same blade, completely different result. Even mid-strike, she allows it grudgingly. This opponent hits hard. For Natasha, wielding a weapon means placing trust in it. Trust in the wisdom humanity has built and in the hands that forged it. Her opponent sneers back. What's there to trust in worthless humans? Another clash rings out as claws rake across steel. She dissolves into laughter. To dragons, humans are nothing but prey.
In her eyes, a memory surfaced, a shadow circling low over her hometown. A dragon descended on the town, and panic spread through the streets. Vowing never to hand her over, a guardian held young Natasha close. He told her gently to behave. She was safe with him now. Then the sky went dark, and a streak of light plunged down like a blade. Back in the present, rage burns fresh across Natasha's face. She lunges and grabs Dora by the head. She chokes out a startled cry, unable to pull free. A shockwave rips through the dust behind Lena, and her breath catches. Natasha drops out of the sky and slams the sister into the rubble. Her gauntlet locks into place, energy crackling down the armored arm. She swings her blade in low, but the sister blocks it with her wings. To Natasha, it's simple. Dragons kill people, and that's reason enough to hate them. Dragons took everyone she loved. That's the wound driving her rage. Behind Lena, her companions cried out Natasha's name, panicked by what they saw. She isn't who they remember anymore. Something has clearly changed her. Lena tenses, a fresh wave of dread crossing her face. Meanwhile, Behemoth tears through Dogu Onsen Town, horns and flame flattening whole buildings. Its jaws crack open wide, fire boiling up from somewhere deep inside. It crashed into the street below as something small streaked past overhead. A tribal-marked fighter grits her teeth against the heat, fed up already. She has no idea how far they still are from the edge of town. She and her witch-hatted ally keep running as smoke closes in behind them. An armored knight bellows the order. Push it under the bridge! The witch-hatted girl points him out, and the group recognizes Haribodius at once. He blamed the flames for their detour. Ashley only wanted to know where Daisuke went. He's riding Stacia's dragon form, planning to douse the beast's flames from the bridge above. The beast roars again while the group repeats the plan. Soak it, kill the fire. The mage recalled reading that this very bridge once served as the town's old aqueduct. Haribodius tries claiming credit for the plan, but the strategy is all Daisuke's. Easier said than done, the tribal fighter snaps, still not sure they're headed for the bridge. The beast smashes deeper into town, the explosion tearing another block apart. Back with Natasha, the sister bolts through the wreckage and she gives chase. She closes the gap fast. Don't even think about running, she warns. Her gauntlet connects square in the sister's face, full force behind it. The impact sent her crashing into the rubble behind her. She spun helplessly through the air before hitting the ground hard. She can't understand it. How does that much power come from someone so small? A colossal stone fist crashes down as Natasha stands her ground, sword drawn. Not one dragon will be spared. Every single one dies by her hand. The trail winds through jagged, ice-crusted peaks, sharp as spearheads. Underground, something ancient stirs, sensing a presence closing in. This bloodlust, this presence, it can only mean one thing. Then something rises out of the earth itself, arms spread wide, deathly pale. Are you trying to take my life again? Her eyes stay locked on Natasha. I'll kill you with my own hands, she spits. So come here then. Human and dragon blood joined can only produce one thing, a cursed child. Cursed and beautiful both, and strong in the ugliest, most stubborn way. My daughter Natasha, Kira calls out through the clash, a claim that stops her cold. A status marker confirms it. Lena and Natasha remain locked in battle with Kira. Another marker. Ashley, Michelle, and Haribodius are still holding the line against Behemoth. A third. Daisuke and Stacia are airborne, racing for the top of the bridge. She carries him higher, wings beating hard as the old bridge looms ahead. Draconian orcs guard the crossing, dragon maid, brutally strong and always hungry for a fight. One orc's fist slams into him before he can react, and he's thrown backward. Her scream chases him down as he's hurled backward across the stones. Kill humans, that's the order, the orc snarls. Stunned one even reached this far. Death is the only thing waiting on this bridge for every human here. Daisuke opens fire, gunfire tearing into the orc ranks before they can close in. The weapon in his hands? A Heckler & Koch MP5A5 submachine gun. German made, it fires 3-round bursts from a drum magazine holding 50 rounds. Kill him, the orc bellows, then collapses mid-charge, leaving the others stunned silent. Fall, and his gunfire sends the last of them tumbling off the bridge. 2 more orcs scream and vanish over the ledge in a hail of bullets. Smoke billows over the rooftops, the fight leaving the bridge in ruin. Back on the ridge, Natasha's blade cuts toward Kira in a screaming arc. Her battle cry rings out. Every dragon on this earth has to die. Behind her, a companion flinches back from the blast, mouth open. Dora scoffs at the idea, a mere human child killing a dragon. Natasha's kick catches her full across the face, katana still in hand. She reels back, grunting from the impact. Her eye narrows, already hunting the next opening. She clamps onto Natasha's ankle mid-kick and grins, caught. Dora slams her into the ground, dust erupting on impact. Natasha lies stunned, face pressed flat into the dirt. Wings spread, Dora looms over her, raining down blow after blow. She cackles through it, clearly enjoying every hit that lands. From the sidelines, the companion screams out Natasha's name. Dora's face twists into a full, fanged snarl. A stranger's hand shoots in and locks around her swinging arm. Calm and unblinking, the newcomer holds firm while Dora strains to break free. She shrieks to be let go, flung off like nothing. This kind of power is new to her, and it clearly shows. A little extra strength has clearly gone to her head. The newcomer isn't impressed. One touch and she'll carve her up, scattering the pieces herself. Wings flare wide, mask locking into place, power visibly building. Get out of here, Natasha! The panic in her voice is real. She barrels forward, roaring for the newcomer's death. The newcomer holds her ground, sword already rising to meet her. Her bandaged grip tightens as the blade whips forward with a shrill hum. Steel shears clean through one of Dora's clawed talons. She stands unmoved in the wreckage, blade still raised. Debris swirls around her as she pivots for the next strike. She lunges again, sword extended in a single clean thrust. The strike's aftermath makes her pause for half a second. No mere human should be able to shred a dragon's feathers, yet here's the proof. Natasha's claw-tipped gauntlet slams into a winged, fanged rival grappling her midair. Something below shrieks in disbelief. This one's a dragon too! She roars back mid-strike, teeth bared. The winged rival clamps down on her arm, bone against bone. The one-eyed bat familiar riding her takes the next hit and reels off, shrieking. Furious, the creature curses the whole scheme as a total miscalculation. It flees, muttering that it'll remember this. What a bother indeed. Natasha slams into the ground, knocked out cold. She comes to dazed, blood smeared across her mouth. Lena spots her and screams her name. A warning cuts through. Too much rage could wake the dragon blood, consuming her mind. The same voice warns her, keep those powers dormant or stop being human. A fang glints back at her from her own eye's reflection. She flinches, unsure what she's seeing. A clawed dragon arm rips through her sleeve as she screams. The change tears through her, agony ripping the scream loose. She grabs the clawed limb with both hands, wrestling it still. She screams that she's human. The reply comes back instantly. Not a chance. Lena reaches her side. She's still standing, gasping for air. She checks if Natasha's okay, voice tight with worry. She's gone pale as a sheet, blood still smeared on her lips. Shaken, she wonders aloud if she still looks human. Rattled, she wants an explanation. Lena waves it off. Still human, for now. Natasha lets it go, quietly unsettled by the dodge. Her knees give out and Lena catches her before she falls. Smoke swallows the ruined skyline as she cries out Natasha's name again. The wreckage keeps crackling and burning around them both. Lena checks on her again, still clearly worried. Natasha stays quiet, breathing hard, blood still on her lip. She waves it off. Just anemia, she promises. Nothing that won't pass. Natasha holds Lena close, a dozen questions crowding her throat that can wait. Her expression stays unreadable, caught somewhere between relief and worry. Then Lena finds the words for it. Thank you, truly, for the help. Dirt and dried tears streak her face, the fight still fresh on her skin. Then Natasha asks if she isn't afraid, after seeing what she really is. Her answer comes simple, it's okay. Maybe that's why she's fine with it all. The swordswoman feels strangely the same. One wants her to rest here, the other's already refusing to sit still. Still wobbling, Lena demands a weapon for the beast and gets held back instead. She thinks it over, arms crossed, weighing whether to let her go. Then, reluctantly, she gives in. Natasha scoops her up and takes off. Fine, they'll go together. Being carried like this mortifies Lena. She demands to be put down. Apparently this counts as physical training. Not remotely, comes the reply. Meanwhile, Stacia and Daisuke reach a stairwell high on the aqueduct bridge. Gun drawn, he eyes the steps ahead. This has to be the way up. They find a heavy valve drum bolted into the floor ahead. Stacia wonders if this is finally the spot they need. Daisuke can't read a word of this world script on the door. She reads it out instead. Turn the handle to open the drains, then drop the lever. No doubt about it now, they found exactly the right spot. A drainage hatch sits built right into the bridge's stone wall. They lean over the parapet. The whole town sprawls out beneath them. Now they just need to lure the beast to this exact spot. But how? Daisuke grins. He's already got the answer for that. With a flourish, flourish, he pulls a stubby signal pistol from his jacket. Stacia eyes it warily, unsure what she's even looking at. A Type 53 signal pistol, he says, one he's always wanted an excuse to fire. It doubles as a flare gun, standard issue for the self-defense forces. Confusion crosses her face, breath still ragged from the climb up. Daisuke fires a flare gun straight into the sky. It bursts white over the aqueduct bridge and the town below. One of his companions stares at the glow, awestruck. Beside her, a hat-wearing mage tilts her head at the same light. Below, Behemoth comes barreling toward the bridge as Ashley looks up. Then she spots it and breaks into a run. The bat familiar riding the beast catches the light, confused. It's probably Daisuke's signal. The beast has to be driven there instead. Then one fighter grins, ready to take it from here. A heavy blow rocks the ground, driving the beast onward toward the bridge. High above, Stacia carries him over the burning rooftops, tracking the chase. But their signal worked. The beast is already charging their way. He grits his teeth, straining against something impossibly heavy. He throws his weight into the valve wheel, fighting its sheer mass. Stacia can only watch, useless in this half-shifted form. He waves her off. He's fine, no need to worry. Then a hatch in the bridge wall creaks open. It grinds wider as pressure builds behind it. A wall of water slams into Behemoth below. Below, Ashley punches the air. She's led the beast right where they wanted it. Stacia leans over the ledge, shouting his name. The bat familiar squints, confused why Behemoth was let out here. Ashley digs in, arms straining. She can't hold this much longer. Then the hatch slams shut with a clunk. Exhausted, he slumps. The drains finally forced wide open. He wrenches open a second valve, this one tied straight into the aqueduct. The bat familiar realizes too late. This bridge is a human-built aqueduct. Water roars down the channel, straight toward the beast. It's too late now. The whole thing was a trap. Haribodius roars in triumph as the flood crashes down on the beast. A wall of water thunders down, roaring straight for the flames below. It slams into Behemoth's horned bull form, hissing into a wall of steam. Haribotius, Michelle, and Ashley recoil. The flood barely made a dent. The knight had hoped that would work. A mocking voice calls it nowhere near enough. The bat familiar shakes off the soaking with a laugh. That almost worked. Fools! Did they really think that little water could put out Behemoth's fire? Steam rolls off the scorched ground in heavy waves. The ground itself is starting to melt under Behemoth's heat. She's reached her limit. The stone phantom beast can't hold on any longer. She has no idea what to do next, panic written on her face. Michelle's shield can't hold against Behemoth's heat, and her magic's nearly spent. Overhead, a winged figure swoops close, and someone below reacts in alarm. Stacia's arms wrap tight around him as she calls his name mid-flight. Relief breaks over Ashley. Daisuke's here, and Hariboteus welcomes him like an old friend. The bat familiar spots him too. That man, unmistakably. How detestable. Is that strange weapon really coming out again? No matter how many times he tries, nothing about this changes. Hariboteus admits Daisuke's gun is strong, but last time it couldn't finish Behemoth off. If this keeps up, the whole group is finished. Their only option now is to bet everything on Daisuke's next shot. Stacia climbs higher, closing the distance for the shot. He guides her in, calling the angle just right. Her wings and tail spread wide as she flies him in upside down, launcher raised. He only gets one shot, no time to reload for a second try. Her face tightens, bracing for the shot. He fires, and Stacia screams for the hit to land. The blast rips into Behemoth's horned skull in a roaring explosion. But Michelle gasps. Somehow, it missed. Daisuke's face goes still, upside down and unreadable. The bat familiar cackles. What a shame, not even close. Behemoth roars amid the wreckage, its charred bull head thrashing through falling debris. Its jaws stretch wide again, the roar echoing through the ruins as more rubble crashes down. The bat familiar jerks upright, shrieking in shock at what it sees. Smoke billows over the rooftops below the aqueduct as the group watches from the wall. Panic spreads through the street. Something terrible is tearing through the town. Townsfolk point toward the aqueduct itself. The monster has climbed onto the bridge. Behemoth barrels through the aqueduct's stone arches, scattering rubble across the rooftops. It rears back and roars again, the wall crumbling as guards scramble clear. Stacia carries Daisuke low through the smoke, his rifle already raised. He tumbles upside down through the wreckage, thrilled they actually pulled it off. Ashley surfaces in a rush of water, thrilled they've unleashed a massive flood at last. Hariboteus marvels at the trick. Daisuke wasn't aiming at the beast, but the aqueduct itself. Behemoth thrashes as the water hits, snarling in fury under the sudden deluge. Steam erupts in a howling column, boiling off the beast's burning hide. The beast's own heat flash boils the flood into into a wall of scalding steam. Stacia banks hard through the rising steam, still hauling Daisuke clear of the blast. She loses her grip mid-flight, both of them plunging together as the wind tears past. The launcher slips from his grip, tumbling loose into the clouds beyond reach. Daisuke tumbles head over heels, mourning the M79 launcher lost in the fall. Stacia dives after him, wings folded tight as they plummet through the steam. Below, Hariboteus and the others brace, watching the pair fall through drifting steam. Ashley calls through the fog, wanting to know what's become of the beast. The steam clears to reveal Behemoth, soaked black and dripping, its fire smothered out. Michelle cheers that they've actually beaten it, while a blonde companion sighs in relief. Hariboteus swells with pride. The demonic beast is nothing left to fear now. A silver-haired swordswoman circles the group, checking that everyone made it through unhurt. Michelle spots Lena and Natasha emerging from the smoke, relief plain on her face. She stares at the scorched wreckage. Stunned, the group actually took the beast down. A single massive eye snaps open in the smoke behind them, fixed and unblinking. Behemoth lunges out of the smoke, jaws snapping. The fight isn't over yet. A warning cuts through the smoke. That thing is still alive. The bat familiar shrieks that Behemoth only stalled, not died. Smoke and embers curl up from the beast's blackened hide. Behemoth's jaw curls into a grin, one eye flickering back to life. The unnamed swordswoman who downed Dora earlier, destroy the demonic beast now. The plan? Strike it while it's solidified, and it can never revive. Hariboteus charges in, vowing to smash it to pieces like solid rock. His sword rings off the hardened hide without leaving a mark. The hide's gone hard as cooled lava, tough enough to bruise a hand. Michelle's out of magic, and the beast tamer can't summon a phantom beast either. Lena rushes in with her katana, offering to lend a hand. The swordswoman stops her. Wait, use this instead. It's a warhammer. Katana slashes won't scratch a monster this rock hard. She grips it, heavier than her usual sword, but this one might actually work. Spent and out of strength, the swordswoman entrusts everything to her. The two charge in together, hammer and blade swinging as one. She swings with a roar, putting her whole body behind the blow. It's still too hard. The strike won't crack it. Her strikes are chipping the surface now, cracks starting to spread. Hariboteus lands another blow, his sword ringing off the cracking shell. Another impact rocks it, chunks of hardened hide breaking loose. The bat familiar shrieks at Behemoth to hurry up and revive, but the bullhorned body is stirring again with barely any time left. At this rate, Behemoth will heal back faster than they can break it down. It's a move she normally does with a sword. The warhammer will have to do. She pours everything into one strike, leaping high above Behemoth. She names the strike Rock Crusher and brings the hammer down with everything she has. The hammer connects, driving down with a final burst of force. This time, the hardened shell actually cracks open. Damn you, Erden's descendant. The familiar snarls. The crack is spreading now. Her weapon plunges through at last. This might actually work. Only a shattered crater's left where the strike landed. She wrenches the weapon in deeper, refusing to loosen her grip. Her face suddenly twists. Something's gone badly wrong. No way, still airborne, and the strike hasn't held after all. She slams down into the rubble as an armored knight looks on, helpless. The bat familiar swoops down out of the smoke, fangs bared. Her effort was pointless, it insists, though clearly that hit rattled it. Without the sword, Erden's heir is just an ordinary girl. Human strength won't be enough. They've cornered the beast this far, and still Michelle can't finish it off. The knight throws another punch, refusing to give up now. Sword raised high, Lena squares up for a second attempt. The familiar warns her to pray for a quick death. Once Behemoth wakes, they all burn. The swordswoman's breath catches, the beast's about to come back swinging. Jaw clenched, she winds up for a full force strike. In one stroke, she shears clean through one of Behemoth's horns. The familiar shrieks, it never saw that coming. She demands to know what just hit them. A voice cuts through the smoke. Thank you for waiting. It's Daisuke, sniper rifle raised, Stacia's dragon form guarding his back. Lena lights up at the sight of him, thrilled he's finally here. The swordswoman stares, so that's his attack. The familiar recognizes him at once, the man with those strange weapons. She can hardly believe that thing he's holding even counts as a weapon. He proudly names it the Shytac M200, a long-range sniper rifle. Its rounds are the .408 Shytac, he adds. He brags the gun outguns an H&K G3 threefold, guided by onboard ballistics software. Right, just hearing the specs is enough to get him fired up. Behemoth stands tall again, fully healed, the familiar hovering at its side. Daisuke sheepishly reloads as Lena cuts him off. The beast's reviving, so enough talk. Time to resume the attack. He opens fire on Behemoth again. One hit like that just speeds up Behemoth's revival, the Bat Familiar warns. Behemoth roars and charges back through the smoke, seemingly unharmed. The blast wave rolls over him and the heat turns unbearable. Michelle calls out his name, worried, but he waves her off. Fine. The nameless swordswoman spots something on Behemoth and shouts about a crack. It's the crack Lena once left on Behemoth's forehead, and it might still work. He lines up his scope, puzzled, repeating the word crack. There it is, a hairline fracture between Behemoth's horns. No one could hit so small a mark from this range, the Bat Familiar scoffs. Behemoth roars again and lunges as Daisuke steadies his rifle. One shot should be enough to blow it wide open. He locks his eye to the scope, breath held, finger tightening on the trigger. The round punches straight through the crack, splitting Behemoth's skull apart. The blast tears through its head entirely, and Behemoth drops mid-charge. The ground shakes from the impact as the others brace and cheer. The swordswoman gapes. Stunned, Behemoth fell to a single strike. Valkeshan's own creation, beaten by a mere human. The Bat Familiar shrieks in disbelief. Onlookers stare after him, wondering just who this man really is. Elsewhere, an explosion rips through a stone corridor, blasting a horned beast off its feet. A sword-wielding fighter and an armored knight leap through the dust toward the beast. Back at the ruined town, the nameless swordswoman watches on, eyes narrowed. The cat-eared companion marvels. One crack, and he still felled the beast in a single hit. What a guy! Daisuke stands there calm, rifle still smoking in hand. The cat-eared companion punches the air, serves the demonic beast right. Michelle throws a fist up. This is exactly what she'd expect from him. Splendid, my friend, the armored knight beams. A blonde companion cries his name in relief. The whole party gathers around him, while the swordswoman lingers apart, watching. The Bat Familiar spits a curse at him, then withdraws, defeated for now. Remember this, strange man. It flees, vowing revenge as the party stands united amid the rubble. Something small and winged darted off through the drifting smoke. Freed of whatever gripped her, the winged girl screamed and dropped from the sky. For one long second, her stare went utterly blank. She cackled, then stopped cold. She couldn't remember what she'd been doing. Below, Michelle refused to celebrate yet. The winged girl finally spotted her. She raised her staff. The burning houses needed putting out first. A wall of water crashed down, smothering the flames whole. The winged girl watched, stunned by the sheer force of it. The fire crackled down to embers, the worst finally over. Michelle's quick judgment paid off. The behemoth's damage to the town turned out minimal. Daisuke sprayed down a stray flame as the others confirmed every fire was out. Elsewhere, a blade flashes bright, reacting to something no one else can feel. Lena stares down at her sword. It's pulling towards something on its own. The blade is dragging her forward. A fragment must be close by. She's never felt a pull quite like this before. They race down the ruined stairwell, Lena calling the fragment to come to her. The fragment tears free in a burst of light and jagged debris. It hangs above the wreckage, ringed in light as they scramble up through the rubble. There it is. Ashley spots the fragment of the Dragon Slayer sword. Her companion frowns. Was it really buried somewhere like this? Lena reaches out, sword blazing, and the fragment answers, hurtling toward the blade. Steel meets fragment with a ringing clang, fusing the two together. So it was a mission all along, Daisuke realizes, finding sword fragments. He and the others, it turns out, never even heard about it. The plaza sits quiet, twin monuments rising over the empty square. An evil dragon. That's what he means to fight, apparently. It's tough, but he's in new. The knight roars with laughter at his nerve. Natasha waves off her companion's apology over the broken warhammer. Then comes armament change. The hilt flares and hums with light. Even broken, the weapon resets itself the instant its form changes. Sword sheathed, she'll leave it in their care for now. Back at Gurnia's gate, the returning group draws notice. Talk turns to the missing fragments. Word spreads through Harry Boteas' own town. He's safe and back among them. He straightens and draws a breath before facing the gathered crowd. Sword raised high. The demonic beast is defeated, the town safe at last. The crowd erupts, cheering him on. Elsewhere, Daisuke walks through the celebration with Ashley and the rest of the group. A townswoman singles him out for saving her. He waves off the praise. Hari Boteas means to keep training so he won't lose next time. Then he's off again. One of the young companions laughs, teasing him about leaving so soon. He raps her on the head, calling her a boy. She insists she's a girl. Daisuke shakes his hand goodbye. They agree they'll cross paths again somewhere. Beside him, a katana-wielding woman claps him on the back, calling him amazing. Wanting her name, he gets a simple answer, Natasha. He hands her a business card, introducing himself as Koga Daisuke, just an ordinary salaryman. man. She cups his face, an odd name but a fine one all the same. She leans in close. Daisuke tries to hold her off as something crashes toward them. Ashley yanks Natasha back by the jaw. She won't allow this. Held by the jaw, she can only mumble a garbled question. Ashley hisses, hugging Daisuke tight. He's hers, and that's final. She purrs about soaking together in the springs. The town's famous for them. His watch flashes a reminder. It's already 7 in the morning back home. A meeting waits back home. He starts to fade away as she reaches out, startled. Michelle waves goodbye. Ashley just grins. No need for him to be shy. Light swallows him as the transfer pulls him back to his own world. He lands somewhere unfamiliar. This isn't his room at all. He sits staring out at an endless bank of clouds. A girl in a sleek helmet greets him. Good work, Summoned One. He lights up, recognizing her as Krim. She's curious about his adventures for once. The word alone leaves him bashful. Rumor near the ruins holds that someone means to revive a legendary sword. Details unclear. He's heading off now. All she can do is wish him luck, laughing nervously. She watches him go, still smiling behind the goodbye. Then her smile falters for a second, hand frozen mid-wave. Alone now, she turns and walks into the clouds, murmuring, Erd Grand. Her eye lingers on the horizon, unreadable. Elsewhere, one voice murmurs, just as expected, while the other almost names him, then stops short. Back in Dugu Onsen Town, locals are still laughing over the battle just won. In the springs at last, one of them finally lets herself unwind. Nearby, the rest of the group nurses bruises in quiet. The bandaged swordswoman tosses out a blunt any complaints. Just a flat no comes back. She shuts the subject down cold. Anything about herself stays strictly confidential. Her swordsmanship, by her own word, never goes past the basic forms. But she admits those basics alone won't be enough for the fight ahead. Training's clearly been lacking. One jab lands, the blonde's only reply. A glum, probably true. Catching her breath, she blurts out a plea. Teach her how to fight. Trembling now, she pushes further. She wants to be taken on as a disciple. She flings her arms up. No way! And the spring erupts into chaos. She turns and walks off without another word, footsteps echoing away. But the blonde isn't finished. She refuses to give up so easily. She's still chasing her, the swordswoman realizes, breaking into a run. Running, she calls back. Her skills are self-taught, and teaching never crossed her mind. Give it up already. There's no point trying to outrun this. She groans at the hassle, but the blonde insists giving up simply isn't in her nature. An arm snaps up just in time to block the incoming strike. She cartwheels into a downward strike, but it's blocked on a raised fist. Grinning, she taunts, "Catch me if you can." Even mid-chase, the blonde only grows more determined to become her disciple. Their chase crashes straight into a bubbling carbonated bath, startling the other bathers. Then it spills into a mud bath, dragging startled guests into the chaos. Panting hard, she decides she's finally shaken her persistent pursuer off. The water beneath her quietly starts to bubble, unnoticed. She freezes, catching a strange ripple stirring just beneath her hands. Spray fills the screaming girl's face as the blast carries them both higher. She yelps, clapping a hand over her own mouth, mortified. Overjoyed, the blonde thanks her new sensei, leaving the fighter visibly startled by the title. The new disciple beams, clearly delighted with her freshly claimed title. A cheerful reply rings out over the onsen town's rooftops. "Yes, sensei." Elsewhere, something vast begins knitting itself back together in the dark. Then a colossal, beast-like form comes crashing forward, shaking the ground. A hooded figure freezes at the sight, struggling to find words. Onlookers marvel at how much he's regenerated. This truly is the great dragon god's body. Nearby, a smaller demonic creature lies crushed at the god's feet. His bare chest bears a circular mark as he strides forward, each step landing heavy. A stone-textured figure addresses him as Misery, and he simply confirms it. A hooded elder grips his own knuckles, bracing to report bad news. Kneeling before Valkeshin, he admits that Behemoth has been defeated. Worse still, an unfamiliar dragon is now helping the humans instead. Valkeshin's expression turns dark beneath his horns and pale hair. The elder flinches, but he laughs off the trouble she's causing. Turns out that dragon is his own daughter, he reveals, Natasha. The confession leaves the elder frozen, unable to answer. He can hardly believe what he's hearing. An actual daughter? Since she's turned her blades against them, he wants her eliminated. The elder hesitates, but Valkeshian doesn't mind killing his own daughter. There's also an elf who inherited the emblem and turned it against them. Valkeshian brushes it off. How trivial. That emblem was his own gift to those slaves, and it's his to control. Even without the sword's true power, they still managed to bring Behemoth down. He can't tell if it was Lena or Natasha who actually finished it. He trails off mid-report, and Valkeshian asks what's wrong. A strange man wielding some unknown weapon delivered the the finishing blow instead. Nothing like it has ever challenged the dragon race before, and he falls silent. The elder waits out the silence, then nervously breathes his name, Valkeshian. His fingers dig into his own face. It can't be. He orders the elder to keep watch on the descendant until his revival is complete. Elsewhere, a training camp sits beside a wagon as two fighters clash nearby. The trainee unleashes a blast of energy with a fierce battle cry. The swordswoman meets it head-on, blade flashing through the air. The strike lands hard, cutting clean through the trainee's guard. The swordswoman calls it 30 points as her trainee reels from the hit. Her form's too straightforward, the swordswoman says. Head-on and nothing else. If a hit's telegraphed in advance, dodging it becomes simple enough. That same read, she adds, can turn straight into a perfect counterattack. Baiting the strike exactly as planned, she seizes the blade barehanded. Natasha guides Lena's blade through the motion, calling out to parry, then counter. Nearby, two more spar in the distance while a boy in the chair demands another round. The boy echoes the word sensei, half amused anyone's actually using it on him. A companion shares the news that Lena's now Natasha's disciple, and he wants more. She hums to herself, stirring a simmering pot over the fire. She ladles out a bowl, hoping it suits his taste, and he thanks her. He digs in eagerly, spoon after spoon disappearing into his mouth. Lena waves her sword, asking why the other two won't stop training to eat. Then the blades meet again in a sharp overhead strike. Natasha barks out footwork corrections, arms in, stride narrow, ready to pivot fast. Lena can feel herself improving. This style of fighting is nothing she's known. She wants to learn everything her mentor can teach her. Lena grins too wide and Natasha smacks her for smirking. 3 days out from Dugu now, with Omi Hachimaru 2 days further ahead. The name rings a bell, though she can't quite place it. Omi Hachimaru turns out to be a vast forest beside the Great Lake Diwa. She calls it a quiet, peaceful stretch of land. There's supposedly a small elven village nearby called Piorita. Ashley admits she has no real desire to go there. That surprises Lena. Does the elf already know about it? The companion starts to say it's her own hometown, then catches herself. It's actually Ashley's hometown. Lena calls it wonderful. Surely her family and friends will be thrilled to see her. Ashley isn't so sure about that. Lena presses her. Isn't she happy to be going back? Her expression stays unreadable. Old marks etched across her brow. Ashley finally admits it plainly. She was banished from her own village. All three go quiet, stunned by the confession. Ashley bites into an apple, unbothered by the tension. All because of this crest burned into her skin. The wagon rattles deeper into the forest, closing in on her home village. Packed inside, the group trades easy laughter as the wagon rolls on. The memory rewinds. Young Ashley recoiled, stunned. She'd been banished. The reason? Her crest was a cursed mark, hated across the elven race. That mark meant she could never set foot back home again. Back in the present, the thought lingers. Even a hometown can turn unreachable. Someone spots a caravan camp just ahead. Tents and wagons cluster in a clearing where travelers mill about. Turns out they're a Gurnia Empire survey team, tracking demonic beasts and blade fragments. One officer greets Lena by name. They've been expecting the swordsman. An elf officer grumbles. Why post her out in the middle of nowhere? Hildert comes stomping up, huffing, red in the face. She jumps back, startled. Grudgingly, he declares he'll lend his power, all for the sake of world peace. She laughs at him for getting scolded. Glenn found out everything he's been up to. It's not just him either. Imelda got demoted and shipped out here too. The name stops her cold. She wasn't expecting to hear it out here. The demonic beast stalking the area turns out to be lion-shaped. Sightings keep piling up. The whole area can't be called safe anymore. If the reports are accurate, the beast is already right outside the village. They're trying to warn the village to evacuate, but no outsiders get through the gate. An elf officer watches the standoff quietly from the edge of the camp. Hildert grumbles. He'd hoped Imelda could reason with her kind, but she's nowhere to be found. One of the girls wants to ask around the village directly. The other looks openly troubled. Leave it to me, Ashley says, cutting through the doubt. Her crest catches the light as she squares up, ready to move. It's okay, Lena. She's already moving forward. She tries to protest, but the words trail off before she can finish. Wind whips around her as she springs into motion. The wind knocks them back a step. Someone begins to understand what's happening. She's casting an illusion on herself, masking her face to slip into the village unseen. Ashley plans to alter her own eyes and skin using her power. Someone else watches with a sharp, wary stare. A blade hovers close to his eye, motionless. The trick, it turns out, came from Imelda. The illusion looks flawless, though dispelling it means losing her phantom beast too. She ties the wrap skirt into place, disguise now complete. Disguised, she heads for the village gate, 2 guards standing watch. Guards bar the gate. Outsiders have no business in the village, they say. She needs to find a woman named Franca who lives east of the village. The guards exchange a startled look. She presses them. Is turning away a friend's visitor really village custom? The guard relents. Franca, he adds, is the shoemaker's daughter. She turns back to the group, waving them through the gate. The group slips past the checkpoint, leaving the guard behind. Back outside, Lena beams. Ashley pulled off the act perfectly. She wonders if Demon Beast refugees get turned away too. Her companion calls it pointless. Up ahead, the village rooftops finally come into view. Lena bolts ahead before anyone can stop her. The group spills into a bustling town of stone and timber. So this is Omi Hachimaru, she stares in wonder, and Ashley does too. Her gaze settles on familiar ground. She has finally come home. Lake Dewa stretches out beyond the trees, calm and wide. She heads toward a lone house tucked deep in the woods. A house all the way out here, she thinks. She had not expected anyone to actually live out this far. Franca, trimming the hedges nearby, is surprised to have a visitor at all. Her name is Imelda of the Gurnia Empire's Advanced Survey Team. Monsters have been sighted across the forest, she warns, and evacuation's already underway. She shakes her head, smiling. She would rather stay put. Imelda relents, but reminds her she was warned. 2 elves reach an isolated home, remarking on how hard the trip was. The host offers tea now that her guest has come all this way. Weathered and patched, the cabin sits alone at the edge of the woods. She pours tea in silence, the quiet stretching between them. Mercuria tea leaves, brewed for the occasion, a mild, pleasant aroma. Alone out here, she has no one left to talk to. None of her business, sure, but why settle somewhere this inconvenient? She has a daughter, she mentions, close in age to her guest. She said terrible things to that child once, words she can't take back. That's the regret she's finally facing, sitting here across the table. A selfish mother, that's the verdict, and no excuse changes it. Her name is Ashley, the daughter this whole conversation circles back to. Something in her eyes hardens, memory pulling her back years. You hate me, don't you? The mother asks, unable to finish the thought. Ashley returns with her companions to the village that once cast her out. Purita looks smaller than she remembers, huddled beneath its old rooftops. Naturally, years have passed since that day she left. The village has changed more than she expected. In the memory, villagers drag her mother out, screaming never to return. The memory holds on that moment, a child too small to stop it. Then comes the panic. A monster, someone shrieks, right in the village. Word spreads fast. A monster's gotten in, and everyone's about to die. Someone grabs a man by the collar, demanding to know where it is. It's the cursed child's fault, they insist. That's what drew the monster here. Back in the present, her companions can only ask what any of this means. A present-day beast is loose again, and one of them draws her sword. It crashes straight through a house wall, sending villagers scattering in every direction. Claws bared and jaws wide, the thing that has them all running. Look, one of them shouts, pointing her staff toward the wreckage. Barely a fight, all things considered, though she got here awfully fast. A lion-like demonic beast rears back and lets out a furious roar. It slams straight through a wooden barricade like it's nothing. Another one drops into the street behind an unsuspecting traveler. More of them prowl the rooftops, snarling down at the town. More are closing in, and one is already right behind her. One girl goes rigid, sensing this is about to get very bad. The group realizes they're surrounded by an entire pride of demonic beasts. Lion-like demonic beasts converge on the camp from every direction. This saves Natasha the trouble of hunting them down, more than Ashley ever expected. One beast lunges straight at a knight with a raised blade. Lena tightens her grip on her sword. They're coming fast. A beast crashes through the tents, sending her flying through the debris. She's thrown backward, barely keeping her balance in the chaos. Debris rains down around her as she scrambles to recover. A knight parries one beast while she cuts down another with a scream. Ashley grits her teeth. She's had enough of these things. She wants to use her phantom beast, but Lena stops her cold. Summoning it now would undo her current transformation entirely. Natasha smirks, daring the beast to behave itself for once. She charges in, ready to finish this fight now. Her blade comes down hard, dropping the beast in one strike. A hooded mage asks everyone to wait while she gathers enough power to blast them all. One girl gets scooped up by a beast, cooing at it like it's a puppy. The whole camp descends into chaos as beasts tear through it. One knight gets bowled over as another beast bursts through the smoke. A terrified man scrambles back, screaming that a monster is right there. Villagers scatter and scream as another beast barrels toward the tents. The beast's jaws snap wide open, roaring louder than ever. An elf mage blasted the charging beast backward with a burst of magic. Villagers scattered through the smoke as knights pushed them to keep moving. Natasha drops into the wreckage, demanding to know what's going on. Someone shouted that demonic beasts were attacking, pointing toward the smoke. The village elder rounds on the newly arrived Hildert. Where was she during the crisis? Worse, the beasts had already broken into the village, and this wasn't the only place hit. Hildert's face falls. This has just turned for the worse. Word came in that Natasha's group had reached the village, Lena included. She could only wonder whether they'd make it through this alive. An archer draws her bowstring taut, aiming down into the smoke. On the order to loose, a volley of arrows tears through the air. The arrows slammed into the beast's hide and barely even slowed it down. One archer stared in disbelief. The arrows had done nothing at all. A villager screamed for help as archers scattered. That hide was impossibly tough. Lena closes the distance instead, roaring as she swings her blade. A knight hoisted a villager onto her back, shouting for everyone to flee. The mage reared back and hurled a flame arrow into the chaos. The blast tears through the street in a wall of fire. The beast strides back out of the flames, barely even scorched. Magic barely worked on these things, the mage realized. A bad matchup for her. Furious, she charges straight at the beast, ready to make it pay. Physical hits, it turned out, worked far better against them. She lands a solid strike, and the beast howls in pain. Hildert shouts out in alarm. Lena waves it off. Fine. She pulls back instead, sorry for dragging the villagers into this. No, Natasha refuses to abandon the villagers now. She insists they can still hold the line, blade raised once more. Elsewhere, Daisuke marched back from a grocery run, bags raised like a victory lap. Then the beast came crashing around the corner, right behind him. He turns, blinks through his glasses, and lets out a baffled "huh." Lena spots him near the fighting and screams his name in warning. Daisuke straightens his glasses, deadpan. Is he interrupting? Villagers gawk. A stranger in strange clothes has just appeared. The blast throws him backward. This, he realizes, is genuinely dangerous. She begs him to help. They're caught in the middle of a battle. On the ground, he's already bracing the fight too. This is a disaster. Villagers scatter as the beast lunges, snarling, jaws snapping toward him. His hand snaps out with a sharp hum, closing around something unseen. He levels the pistol at the charging beast, steady and calm. He empties the magazine into it, shot after shot. The slide cycles fast, spent brass spinning off with every round. Two elves freeze mid-step, stunned by the gunfire. He keeps firing, driving the beast back through the dust. Even so, this one's proving tougher than expected. Ashley wants him using the gun that already dropped one demonic beast. He figures she wouldn't get it. She doesn't know a thing about guns. She waves off the jab. A sniper's harder to aim up close anyway. A Beretta like this by Natasha's old verdict lacks the firepower for it. He reaches for something else, deciding to give it a try today. A second beast barrels straight toward his position from behind. He raises the new weapon, steady despite the charge. The shot roars out, muzzle flash swallowing the frame. The beast rears back mid-leap, staggered by the hit. It crashes down hard as villagers scramble past its body. The elves stare. One shot dropped the whole monster. It's a Desert Eagle, a heavy semi-auto built around powerful magnum rounds. The round is 50 caliber Action Express, the strongest in its class. Firing gas cycles the next round automatically, fed from a magazine instead of a cylinder. That lets it unload magnum rounds in rapid, punishing succession. Another beast roars in pain as he keeps the barrage going. Online chatter claims a weak person's shoulder dislocates from recoil, but proper stance prevents that. The shot slammed into the beast, staggering it mid-charge. Someone nearby gasps, amazed a single shot hit that hard. He stands ready, heavy pistol still raised, face flat and calm. Ashley watches him with a guarded look, his focus already elsewhere. He tells a nearby girl to get somewhere safer, checking if she's hurt. Being called a young lady flusters her completely, hands pressed to her face. She squeals, practically swooning at the compliment. A massive beast reared up on the ridge above, roaring over the village. Its jaws bared rows of teeth as it loomed over the rooftops. Closer now, its claws tore up the ground as it advanced. It lunges toward a lone elf figure caught out in the open. The hooded mage points out the last beasts turning to flee. Panting, Lena confirms they've somehow driven the whole pride off. Relieved, Daisuke laughs it off as a wild surprise, someone gripping his shoulder. Two elf men suddenly seize his arms. he has no idea why. His back still turned, the leader wants them captured immediately. Lena struggles against the grip, glaring at whoever's holding her. Bound as well, a ponytailed woman raises her brows, startled. He accuses them outright, outsiders who showed up right as the monsters struck. Furious, she calls the accusation impossible. He only doubles down on it. But the pride's already been driven off. That was the whole point. Regardless, the village decides to restrain the entire group as suspects. The leader gives the final word. Haul them all away. Dragged off, Daisuke demands to know what this is about. Someone yelping nearby. In the distance, the groups march through the village under guard. Nearby, a trio of elves says nothing, watching the arrest unfold in silence. Smoke pours through Piorita's streets as villagers scatter through the wreckage. Villagers watch in confusion as the strange beasts dissolve into smoke around them. A raised hand cuts through the panic, urging the crowd to settle. The elder credits the village's purity and the forest spirits. The danger has already passed. Village guards linger near the houses, uneasy despite the reassurance. The elder orders the 6 outsiders confined to an empty house, kept under watch. He's certain of it, though the guard eyes the outsiders as the real cause. Village rules were kept, so by his logic, the fault must lie outside. The village chief vows he won't repeat his predecessor's mistakes, not on his watch. Inside the confined house, a hand presses to the glass, watching the village below. She calls it what it is, house arrest, after everything they did. By her logic, a village like this deserved to be crushed by the beasts. One flinches at the idea, the other calls it simple logic, level the village. A third girl beams, pushing for them to lie low until the village calms down. The group falls quiet around a seated figure who offers nothing but silence. Daisuke lifts his shopping bags, might as well eat since they're already stuck here. Ashley perks up at the sight of sweets, already reaching to claim them. Snacks and boxed treats from Daisuke's world spill out across the table. Ashley digs in while another girl beside her savors every bite, delighted. Another girl marvels at the packaging alone, eyes lit up like it's treasure. The dark-haired girl eyes a strange black snack with suspicion, then bites in anyway. One bite in, she's completely sold. 2 of the girls tackle Daisuke with hugs, thrilled he thought of them. One elf's eyes narrow on the hug, her stare sharp and unreadable. Daisuke rubs his head, something about her feels familiar. She leans in close. The answer, only 2 words. It's me. Ashley cuts the moment short. Someone has arrived. A new elf woman lingers in the doorway, hand pressed nervously to her chest. He and the elf girl both turn, thrown by the newcomer. She has no idea who they are, only that someone came asking after her. A disguised stranger kneels before the girl. Is this really Franca? The girl's grown up so much since they last met. Uneasy, the girl doesn't recognize her. Who is she really? The answer comes simple and quiet. It's her. The disguise drops, revealing dark hair and the crest burned into her brow. Franca reels back. It can't be Ashley. Chest heaving, she claps a hand to her heart in shock. Nearby, Daisuke's jaw drops. He can't believe it's her. A simple greeting passes between them. Long time no see. Franca throws her arms around her, crying out her name. She's glad Ashley's alive. She wanted to see her again. She brushes it off. Not that easy to kill. Back then, she used to watch over Franca, her neighbor's child. The girl wipes at damp eyes, unable to hold back a sob. Still a crybaby, she teases gently. Elsewhere, vines still choke the village walls from the beast attack. Rooftops stretch quiet under a heavy, clouded sky. Time's passed, and the village looks different now, they agree. Is that insufferable old Chief Yam still the same as ever? She died 10 years ago. Her son Pask now leads the village. Serves her right, the words come out flat, almost pleased. Franca flinches, silently pleading with her to stop. Yam banished her from this village. She won't mourn her passing. When Franca mentions Auntie Marietta, her mother, Ashley cuts in. She has no mother. How can she call the woman who abandoned her a mother? Someone nearby, puzzled, wants to know what she means. Her expression hardens, memory dragging her back to that day. The village's law was absolute. Anyone marked by the cursed crest must be driven out. The moment the crest appeared, her fate was sealed. Her mother let her go. Villagers close in, screaming for her to leave and never come back. Not even her own mother, it turns out, is on her side. She kicks the chair aside. Screw every rule this village ever made. Only her mother has an answer. No such rule ever existed. Nothing in truth ever justified banishing her in the first place. The answer stops Ashley cold. The chronicle recording the true rules stayed hidden until the old chief died. A silver-haired boy asks what the real rule actually means. The true rule: cursed elves drink poison for a painless death, then rest at the lake shrine. Young Ashley can only stare, unable to process what she's hearing. That is the true rule this village village has always hidden. Elsewhere, a curly-haired elf boy gathers fruit deep in the forest. The forest feels unusually restless today, and he can't say why. Then something slices through the crops behind him unseen. Leaves scatter and the ground shakes as it tears past. A massive shape crashes down, splitting the earth open. A pride of demonic beasts bursts from the trees, bearing down on him. Moments later, the field lies empty. The boy is gone. Back in the present, she still can't believe it. Only banished, never marked for the shrine. The truth. Elder Yam and her own mother deceived the entire village to save her. Only a child then, she remembers overhearing it and still can't quite believe it. Marietta, Ashley's mother, begged the village chief that night to save her own daughter. Both of them gave up everything just to protect her from punishment. Their names catch in Ashley's throat as the truth finally lands. They'd risk their own lives to help her escape this village. In the memory, her mother screams at her to leave and never come back. Tears streak her mother's face even as the harsh words pour out. Back in the present, Ashley presses her hands to her face, undone. Outside, an alarm bell rings and the whole village breaks into a panic. Inside, she catches the sudden noise and turns toward the window. A guard bars the door. Permission required. She only wants to know what's going on. Word reached them. Monsters were rampaging through the forest by the lake. Then she rounds on him and lands a blow. This is somehow his fault. The forest by the lake? She still can't believe what she just heard. Meanwhile, rumors spread through Piorita. Monsters were massing out past the village, near the lake. Pask waved off the report. Only a handful lived out there. No need to act. One elder warns the beast could follow them home if provoked. Isn't that abandoning those people? Pask's response stays just as cold. That was simply how it had to be. Smoke rose in the distance. Keeping the 6 captives inside beat risking the village. The 3-headed beast rears up, roaring, and rakes its claws through the ground. Nearby, a basket of fruit lay spilled in the grass. Shears dropped and forgotten. Meanwhile, a soldier rushes in with news. Someone close to her lives in that lakeside forest. Her heart slams in her chest, one word slipping out under her breath. Mom. Right then, another voice cries out. Ashley's already dashing into the fight. They call her Lady Imelda. She winces as the crest on her skin starts to throb. Somewhere else, worry breaks through as a softer voice murmurs Ashley's name again. It clicks all at once. Imelda screams out for her mother. Her mother's house? Imelda realizes that's exactly where the beast is headed. Villagers glance up from below as she reels, the truth only now sinking in. A companion warns her, stepping out now risks exposing who she truly is. Natasha wants Ashley to stay put. Lena's already decided she's heading for the forest. She won't be left behind, she's coming too. Guards remained posted outside the house where the group was being held. A door creaks open as she slips out, quiet and unnoticed. A guard catches her at once, no sneaking off without permission. Ashley pushes back. The beast's already in the forest, so rescuing those people should come first. No soldiers will enter the forest, the chief's word, flat, not a chance. She mocks the guards as useless. If they won't act, her group enters the forest. One guard shoved her down and refused outright. The matter was already decided. Furious, she rounds on the crowd. Are they really going to stand by and watch? Only a handful still live out there, a guard shrugs, hardly worth the risk. Just a few, he repeats, but leaving anyone behind still counts as abandoning them. The guard had nothing to say, his mouth clamped shut, caught with no comeback. Something massive slams down behind them, a furious voice booming. Don't underestimate what life is worth. A fierce elf woman stands revealed, black tattoos coiling across her skin, fists clenched and ready. The group flinched back, startled by the sudden intruder looming over the shattered wall. One guard spotted the mark on her skin and paled. The cursed crest, right here. She vaults over the wall as villagers scatter, shouting that a cursed child has come. An elder stepped forward, his face hardening the instant he laid eyes on her. Recognition floods his face at once. He clearly knows exactly who she is. The elder names her outright, Ashley, the cursed child, back in Piorita. One elf grimaces. It's too late now, there's no walking this back. The elder rallied the villagers, branding her the root of all evil among them. Villagers closed in, demanding to know why she'd ever dared come back. The crowd muttered in disgust, calling her nothing but a disgusting, cursed woman. He's certain now, she's the one who summoned the monsters that endangered them all. Her companion insists the dragon sent those monsters, not her. Ashley stares back, confused. The elder rounded on her once more, calling this whole disaster her fault. If she truly feels responsible, they want atonement. Too late now for excuses. A finger jabs toward her, accusing and merciless, daring her to answer for it. Someone in the crowd screams to kill them all. The tension finally finally snaps. Ashley goes still, unable to believe the words she's hearing. Someone screamed for them to stop as armed villagers started closing in. Guards drew their blades and advanced from every side, surrounding the whole group. The swordswoman throws herself between them. Enough, this isn't the moment for it. The elder waves it off. Kill the cursed child and her friends, he orders. Then Daisuke steps calmly into the doorway, placing himself between her and the mob. An elf guard rounds on the group, demanding to know who they are. Ashley's breath catches, watching him move to get between them. Daisuke squares up to the guards. Touch her and see what happens. One of the guards grits his teeth, gripping his blade tighter. Natasha draws her sword, grinning. Is he really going to do this? Then something huge comes hurtling in, scattering the guards outright. Astride the wreckage sits a stranger nobody in the group seems to recognize. The name lands like a shock. Hildert. The guard backs off with a scoff, washing his hands of it. Hildert sends the golem charging in. Hilda Golem, Mark 0. The golem thunders forward, tearing the ground apart beneath it. Its blank stone face shows nothing but raw momentum. Piorita's defenders scatter, dwarfed by the thing bearing down on them. A guard charges anyway, and the golem's fist answers with a blast. Only now do the guards realize what they're actually facing: a golem. A cloaked fighter drops from above, blade cutting straight into its head. She hits the ground hard, hair whipping loose from the impact. Back on her feet, she sprints off, calling for Hildert to stall. So much for the orders not to bother the local people. This will cost him more than a demotion, he insists. Outright dismissal. She laughs it off. Same risk applies to her, and she doesn't care. Ashley calls out across the clearing. Imelda has finally turned up. She crossed paths with her mother out in that very forest. Right now, that forest is more dangerous than the village realizes. But moving fast enough now might still make a difference. Her expression drains at the thought of what that means. Then comes the question, why is she still standing here hesitating? Instead of going herself, she wants Imelda watching over her mother. Her friends push back. What happens if she never goes? It's still her own mother. Ashley admits it. Quietly, she can't face her mother. Not like this. Just this once. Speaking her mind wouldn't hurt, Imelda's quiet reassurance. She faltered, breathing only his name. He coached her, quit disappearing on me, an echo of Lena's advice. One still blamed her for someone else's exile. The other blamed herself just for existing. None of it mattered now, came the answer. Kids had every right to complain and be selfish with their parents, he told her. The same freedom ran the other way, parents included. That, to her mind, was simply what parent and child were. He only pushed his glasses up, saying nothing. Imelda asked whether Ashley had seen her memories before. In the memory, a girl let go of her mother's hand, gone for good. Unlike her, Ashley still had a mother she could hold on to. Something crashes outside and a voice screams for it to stop. It's too dangerous. A hulking stone golem takes a hail of arrows from the village archers. An archer screams for Imelda. She's reached her limit. Go save her! And Ashley bolts into the fight at her word. She breathes only her name back, throat tight. Imelda grips her hand tight. If that person matters, there's still a chance to reach her. Never let her go. Sharp, immediate, no room for doubt. Ashley closes her eyes, steadying herself. Her crest flares to life across her brow. A cloaked fighter slashes through the chaos, shouting for everyone to spread out. Claws bear down, a monstrous face snarling inches away. What's happening? Someone shouts, bracing behind a makeshift shield. The village dissolves into panic, a low rumble shaking the ground underfoot. Then Ashley bursts from the smoke astride a massive bird, her phantom beast finally summoned. Villagers gape as the huge bird tears through the square. Go, Ashley! Imelda shouts after her. She grips the feathers tight, eyes locked ahead. Let's go! Someone yells, charging straight into the fray. A monstrous bird bursts over the rooftops, sending the village scattering below. Atop the wall, guards take aim, determined to stop her escape. A can smashes into an archer's face and cracks his aim wide open. Daisuke winds up and sends another can flying with everything he has. Thick smoke swallowed the fight, everyone coughing through the sudden haze. Grinning, he holds up the canister. Just a smoke grenade. Non-lethal, it's built only to fill the air with smoke. Someone crashed through the haze at him, yelling his name. Daisuke tells her to move now, they'll follow soon. She grins back, fierce and sure. Yeah. She soared off on the bird's back, calling her thanks to them all. Marks blaze across her bared skin. Ashley is going back to save her mother.